Chapter 1. The Grand Wedding and the Awakening System. In the southern region of Dongguan, at the Tianqi residence of the Lu family, ethereal islands hovered in the air, adorned by cascading silver waterfalls. The atmosphere was vibrant and festooned with celebratory decorations. Occasionally, luxurious carriages arrived, showering the surroundings with radiant divine light, creating a scene of exceptional revelry. Among the guests were prominent figures from the great sects and immortal sanctuaries of Dongguan, arriving with substantial gifts. The Gu and Lu families received them with warm hospitality, orchestrating an event of grand proportions, truly a spectacle of the times. That young man seated over there must be Lu Yuan, the sacred body of the Lu family, remarked several newly arrived guests, their gazes converging on a particular figure. Their attention was drawn to a striking young man, seemingly in his 20s, with long black hair cascading over his shoulders and exquisite features that were unparalleled. He wore a luxurious red robe embroidered with golden borders, exuding the charisma characteristic of a scion from a prestigious family. However, he was the focal point of today's joyous occasion, yet he sat alone, quietly drinking, his demeanor starkly contrasting with the surrounding festivities. His appearance is indeed remarkable, one elder mused. It is a pity. He was born in the wrong era. The elders of the great sects retracted their gazes, shaking their heads with a sigh. The ancient sacred body, in ancient times, possessed the potential of an emperor, a supreme physique, with an unparalleled physical form and extraordinary combat prowess. It had left numerous legends in the annals of cultivation history. Yet, for reasons unknown, this physique fell victim to celestial envy, burdened with numerous heavenly shackles. Even embarking on the path of cultivation proved to be exceedingly arduous. The resources required for subsequent advancement were unimaginably vast, beyond the means of even ancient families. Thus, this physique had devolved into a so-called waste body, falling into utter obscurity. Though the sacred body cannot cultivate, its bloodline power remains formidable, an elder observed. The union of this marriage must have cost the Lu family dearly, he continued, engaging in a mental exchange. Indeed, without immense incentives, the Gu family would never marry off a divine maiden to a mere waste. Yet, for the Gu family, this is a monumental gamble. Should they successfully bear a divine offspring, both families would rejoice. However, if not, they risk losing both the maiden and their investment. The others nodded in agreement. The Gu family's divine maiden, Gu Qinghuang, was renowned far and wide, often regarded as one of the most beautiful women in Dongguan. Young prodigies vying for her affection appeared in droves, endlessly pursuing her. Beyond her beauty, Gu Qinghuang's innate gift for cultivation was extraordinary. Possessing the innate Dao physique, she was naturally inclined towards the Dao and exhibited exceptional comprehension. At merely 20 years of age, she had already ascended to the Dantian realm, making her the most promising candidate for the current saintess of the Wanshu sacred land. The combination of the innate Dao and the ancient sacred body held the potential to produce an unparalleled innate sacred body offspring. Ancient texts recount a great emperor from epochs long past who embodied such a physique. In just 500 years, he achieved enlightenment and ascended to emperorhood, effortlessly dominating all challengers and reigning supreme, ultimately transcending to immortality. Should these two unite, they could indeed give rise to such an extraordinary progeny. As time passed, the lively wedding banquet drew to a close. At the behest of several elders from the Lu family, Lu Yuan rose slowly and made his way to the bridal chamber nestled deep within the hall. After a brief moment, Lu Yuan halted, inhaled deeply, and pushed open the door. Before him lay a wedding chamber steeped in antiquity. Crimson drapes hung low, and the soft flicker of candlelight danced gently, enveloping the room in an ethereal ambience. At the center of the ornate bed sat a woman adorned in a red satin wedding gown, crowned with a golden phoenix tiara. Her beauty was unparalleled, with porcelain skin radiating brilliance. Her entire presence exuded an otherworldly grace, embodying a sublime harmony of heaven and earth. Like a celestial being descended from the heavens, she emanated an untainted sanctity that rendered one almost self-conscious. I could see that moment. Gu Qinghuang raised her gaze, their eyes meeting in a profound connection that momentarily left Lu Yuan entranced. He had long heard tales of his bride's unparalleled beauty, renowned throughout the eastern wilderness. Now, witnessing it firsthand, he felt an even greater sense of awe. "It is getting late," she spoke, her enchanting eyes shimmering as she withdrew her gaze, her lips parting softly as her ethereal voice resonated, devoid of any discernible emotional fluctuation. An abrupt, cold mechanical voice echoed within Lu Yuan's mind. Ding! Major life transition detected. Awakening system. Lu Yuan's pupils constricted sharply upon hearing the notification. After years of traversing this realm, had the system finally awakened? In his previous life, he had been an unremarkable office worker, a model citizen of society. After attending a class reunion, he had whimsically engaged with a game app only to find himself inexplicably transported to this fantastical world. The family into which he was born was the illustrious Lu family of Tianqi. Though he belonged to a collateral branch, his status far from distinguished. Moreover, burdened with the inability to cultivate due to his archaic sacred body, he endured scorn and mockery throughout his childhood, his beginnings akin to that of a wastrel. Yet astonishingly, on the eve of his wedding, his system had awakened. Ding! System initialization complete. Congratulations on awakening the life choice system. By making selections according to the system's prompts, you shall receive rewards. Option 1. Refuse to consummate the marriage, defy familial constraints. Reward. Solar Dao body. Option 2. Complete the marriage successfully. Enjoy the favor of a beauty. Reward. Chaos body. The echoes of these options resonated in his mind, prompting Lu Yuan to focus intently. Born into a family of cultivators, though unable to train, he had perused numerous ancient texts to address his physical limitations and was well acquainted with these two esteemed bodies. The Solar Dao body, embodying pure yang and immense strength, promised mastery over unparalleled offensive prowess, paving a path to imperial ascendance. Meanwhile, the Chaos body, equally illustrious, was a constitution favored by the heavens. Unbound by the laws of the celestial order, it possessed the ability to merge with myriad pathways, to innately evolve myriad techniques, and to obliterate all existence with primordial chaos. Through the ruthless siphoning of vital energies, it could instantaneously unleash profound arcane arts, a truly terrifying prospect. Chaos body, murmured Lu Yuan. If it is not restrained by the laws of heaven, perhaps I can finally break the shackles of my sacred body. Standing still, he pondered deeply. Meanwhile, Gu Qinghuang, noticing his hesitation and his unwillingness to make a move, furrowed her delicate brows slightly. Since I have agreed to the proposal from the Lu family, I shall uphold my duty as a wife. There is no need for you to worry. Hearing her words, Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that his consort had come to terms with their situation. There would be no melodramatic scenarios, such as refusing to consummate the marriage. If that is the case, I shall choose the chaos body. But let there be no misunderstanding. Matters of the bridal chamber are of little concern. My primary intention is to utilize the unique properties of the chaos body to unravel the shackles of my sacred form. With that thought, Lu Yuan ceased to contemplate further, slowly shedding his outer robe and making his way toward the bed. Chapter 2. The chains of heaven shatter. The following morning, when Lu Yuan awoke, Gu Qinghuang's figure had vanished, as if it were merely an ephemeral dream. Only a vivid scarlet pattern on the bed bore testament to the enchanting moments of the previous night. Sitting up, Lu Yuan steadied his mind. After confirming that there was no one outside the door, he silently commanded, "System, claim my reward, Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing option 2. You have acquired the chaos body." In an instant, an extraordinary transformation occurred. Endless streams of chaotic energy surged within Lu Yuan, swiftly coursing through his limbs and bones in an unfathomable manner. It rapidly cleansed his entire being, bones, flesh, meridians, and internal organs alike. A pained expression washed over Lu Yuan's face as he could not suppress a soft cry. Clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, he endured with all his might. This agony was akin to having one's bones excavated and blood exchanged, as if countless insects were gnawing at him, unbearable and relentless. Yet Lu Yuan understood that this was the inevitable path to transforming into the chaos body. There was no alternative but to endure. As time passed, he found himself enveloped in the dark, enigmatic, chaotic energy. The surrounding void collapsed and fractured, creating a vacuum. The resounding echoes of various great paths reverberated, a mournful lament of heaven and earth, terrifying in its intensity. After an indeterminate period, Lu Yuan, seated on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes, unleashing a terrifying beam of chaotic light. In that moment, he felt an unprecedented clarity. He could distinctly sense the celestial essence drifting in the void around him, as if it were an extension of his own will, incredibly harmonious. With but a thought, he could immediately devour it all, drawing it into his being, thus embarking on the first step of his cultivation journey. I must first attempt to unravel the heavenly shackles binding my sacred body. Lu Yuan's heart raced with anticipation. In the next instant, he summoned all his strength, directing it toward the area 3 inches below his navel. The Sea of Bitterness, the foundation of the first realm of cultivation. It is also the source of a cultivator's power. As a sacred body, he had yearned countless times to establish this sacred ground, yet the heavenly shackles had kept him bound. They remained steadfast, immovable, his greatest obstacle. Bang! The chaotic energy surged, crashing down like tumultuous waves, striking fiercely. Moments later, a crisp cracking sound resonated from within Lu Yuan. It resembled an intangible chain of order, ruthlessly crushed by the chaotic essence, fragment by fragment. Disintegrating. Following this, a torrent of formidable vitality surged forth, enveloping the exterior of his being. Once more, Lu Yuan's countenance brightened, propelling him further in his trials. Crack! The second lock shattered. Then came the third, the fourth, until the 9th lock was obliterated. At that moment, Lu Yuan's sea of suffering finally opened. A radiant light erupted from beneath his navel, a resplendent golden glow, akin to a magnificent sun rising slowly. Within the sea of suffering, divine light surged in myriad forms, interwoven with lightning, tumultuous waves roiling, tsunamis reaching the heavens, an awe-inspiring spectacle. Indeed, ultimately, all extraordinary phenomena converged. Lu Yuan's entire sea of suffering transformed into a vast golden ocean, brimming with vibrant life, pulsating with astonishing vigor. Is this the power of the ancient sacred body? Lu Yuan spread his palm, exhilaration etched upon his face, shedding the shackles of the past. Today, I truly understand who I am. This sentiment could not be more fitting. The various celestial suppressions of your had vanished entirely, as if he had been reborn. Every inch of flesh and blood contained an explosive, terrifying divine power, exceeding mere thousands of June. Just as Lu Yuan reveled in this joy, a sudden series of gentle footsteps echoed from outside the door. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened, and a surge of chaotic energy blossomed in his palm, cloaking his sea of suffering to prevent any leakage of his aura. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking resonated. Esteemed son-in-law, are you awake? I am a young lady's maid, here to attend to your bathing and changing. A slightly youthful voice drifted in from outside. Come in, he replied, and as the words fell, the door swung open to a maiden clad in a dark green long dress. Her countenance strikingly beautiful, stepped inside. She appeared youthful and vibrant, brimming with energy. Upon entering, her large, sparkling eyes scrutinized Lu Yuan without pause. What is it? Lu Yuan inquired, touching his face in bewilderment. Nothing. Esteemed son-in-law, you are quite handsome. It is indeed at odds with the rumors circulating outside. The maiden playfully stuck out her tongue, giggling to know, what do they say about me? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Just trivial gossip. Best not to listen. The maiden said no more, gracefully introducing herself instead. I grew up in the Gu family, serving the young lady, so you may call me Linger from now on. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan nodded silently. Gu Qinghuang's close maid possessed a rather pleasant disposition, devoid of the haughty, overbearing demeanor typical of arrogant servants. Rather, she was a naive and lively young girl. Where's your young lady? Lu Yuan asked. She should be paying respects to the 2 family patriarchs. Perhaps she will return in a couple of hours. As Mu Linger tidied the disheveled bed, she responded. When she caught sight of a crimson stain on the bedding, her face flushed, and she hurriedly rolled it up and replaced it with a fresh set. Oh, Lu Yuan nodded in contemplation. Regarding ancient rites, it is customary for juniors to pay their respects to elders after the completion of a wedding. However, He, being of a lower status within the Lu family and merely a collateral descendant, naturally lacks the privilege to meet the esteemed patriarch of the Lu clan. In everyday matters, both significant and trivial, instructions are typically conveyed by a few of the clan elders. Thus, Gu Qinghuang did not summon him, likely considering the circumstance. "Son-in-law, please bathe," urged Mu Linger, gesturing with her hand as a flicker of ethereal light manifested. Suddenly, bathing essentials such as a wooden tub, warm water, and towels appeared out of thin air. Evidently, she too was a practitioner of considerable prowess, prompting Lu Yuan to silently marvel at the Gu family, a distinguished lineage of the southern region. Even a maid possessed formidable cultivation. Subsequently, Lu Yuan shed any reservations. Under Mu Linger's attentive care, he commenced his bathing ritual. After half an hour, Lu Yuan adorned himself in a brand new dark robe, which accentuated his tall frame and bestowed upon him an air of extraordinary elegance and poise, captivating Mu Linger's beautiful eyes, prompting her to praise him profusely. Following this, Lu Yuan opened the door, stepped outside, and inhaled deeply the crisp air, feeling invigorated and utterly refreshed. At that moment, a resplendent divine rainbow suddenly descended from the heavens, landing directly in the courtyard. Lu Yuan recognized this individual. It was Lu Zhengming, the esteemed elder of the third branch of the Lu family. Not only did he hold a position of great authority, but his cultivation was also exceedingly formidable, was a true deity. The realms of cultivation include bitter sea, spirit nurturing, divine palace, cave heaven, law form, nirvana, divine communication, true deity, celestial, monarch, sage, saint, king, great sage, quasi-emperor, and emperor. Each realm is further divided into 9 heavenly layers. Chapter 3 Departure. Having met with the clan elder, Lu Yuan maintained a serene demeanor and offered a respectful nod. Meanwhile, Mu Linger also inclined her head slightly, acknowledging the elder of the Lu family. Lu Zhengming, with an expression devoid of emotion, nodded indifferently. His gaze then fell upon Lu Yuan, lingering for a brief moment before he stated, "Follow me. I have matters to discuss with you." As soon as he finished speaking, a bony hand shot out, seizing Lu Yuan without regard for his consent and whisking him away into the distance. After a dizzying spin, they arrived atop a mountain peak. "How was last night? Did that girl from the Gu family cooperate?" Lu Zhengming inquired, his hands clasped behind his back, his tone casual. Lu Yuan had anticipated that the higher-ups of the clan would send someone to inquire and felt no surprise. He calmly replied, "It was acceptable." "What does acceptable mean? Be more specific." Lu Zhengming turned to him, his eyes narrowing, a sharp glint flashing within. "Is it really necessary for me to elaborate on the events within the room? Should I recount the entire affair from beginning to end?" Lu Yuan frowned and retorted. Lu Zhengming appeared taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such audacity from a mere distant relative, especially one deemed useless. It seemed that the alliance with the Gu family had indeed bolstered his confidence. However, Lu Zhengming knew this was not a matter to be probed deeply, so he refrained from persisting on the topic. Once Gu Qinghuang returned from her greetings, she would be heading back to the Wanchu sacred ground. "Remember to express your desire to accompany her when you see her. Do you understand?" Lu Zhengming commanded. "I am to go to the Wanchu sacred ground as well? Why was I not informed earlier?" Lu Yuan exclaimed, astonished. "Does it matter whether you know or not? The cost our family paid for the alliance with the Gu family is beyond your imagination. We sacrificed millions of pounds of source stones. Therefore, you must spend time with Gu Qinghuang and strive to bear a divine offspring as soon as possible. Do you comprehend?" Lu Zhengming said coldly, without a hint of politeness. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's eyes flickered momentarily. Humph. The clan elders truly regarded him as nothing more than a breeding vessel, showing no regard for his humanity or dignity. The phrase "marry a chicken, follow a chicken, marry a dog, follow a dog" had been turned on its head in his case. If this were to spread, he would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. However, it was evident that the Lu family cared little for the reputation of a useless individual like him. They were solely concerned with whether Gu Qinghuang could produce an innate sacred body offspring. Yet, perhaps this was for the best. He could finally escape the clutches of the Lu family. He possessed the powerful physiques of the chaos body and the primordial sacred body, along with a system to aid in his cultivation. Once he took this step, he would soar freely through the vast expanse of opportunities. Lu Yuan mused inwardly, making no further response. "Let us depart. Gu Qinghuang will be returning shortly. Heed my words." With that, Lu Jingming waved his hand, once again lifting Lu Yuan into the air. Not long after, a graceful figure appeared outside the hall. Gu Qinghuang, clad in a flowing purple gown, revealed skin as radiant as jade. Under the sunlight, she sparkled, resembling a flawless masterpiece of art, breathtakingly beautiful. Ah, the young lady has returned, Mu Linger exclaimed, her eyes brightening as she sensed the familiar aura, rushing forward to greet her. The two women chatted and laughed, their camaraderie evident, resembling sisters rather than mistress and servant. After a brief exchange, Gu Qinghuang entered her quarters alone. You're back, Lu Yuan said, absent-mindedly rubbing his nose, attempting to greet her with a semblance of decorum. I went to pay my respects, Gu Qinghuang replied, her head nodding lightly. The newlyweds, having weathered a storm the previous night, faced an inevitable awkwardness upon their reunion, as they were essentially bound by an arranged marriage and had been strangers prior to this. After a moment of silence, the atmosphere grew increasingly uncomfortable. Lu Yuan wore a hesitant expression, contemplating how to broach the subject. Just then, Gu Qinghuang spoke up. She brushed a stray lock of hair from her forehead and said calmly, the marriage is complete. I am preparing to return to the Wanchu sacred ground. Given your condition, your situation in the Lu family will not be favorable. It would be better for you to accompany me. Lu Yuan was taken aback, gazing at her intently as he asked, is this the will of the Lu family as patriarch? The patriarch merely mentioned it in passing, but the implication is similar. You lack cultivation, and traveling to the Wanchu sacred ground would require escorting you, which would be quite troublesome. It may be more convenient to join the Wanchu sacred ground directly and reside there to avoid any gossip, Gu Qinghuang explained, her beautiful eyes calm and sincere. Very well. When do we depart? Lu Yuan asked, no longer hesitating, but rather directly inquiring. Today, Gu Qinghuang replied. So soon Lu Yuan was surprised. He had intended to return to the distant family he grew up with to bid farewell to a few relatives, but it appeared there was no time for that. Not wanting to delay Gu Qinghuang's journey, he chose to remain silent. Half an hour later, a colossal spirit vessel appeared above the main island of the Lu family. Qinghuang, let us set sail, a gray-robed elder on the vessel said with a smile. Thank you, elder, Gu Qinghuang replied with a graceful bow. She turned to Lu Yuan and Mu Linger, saying, let us go. As soon as the words left her lips, a gentle and radiant divine light enveloped Lu Yuan and Mu Linger, lifting them effortlessly into the air as they stepped onto the spirit vessel amidst the watchful gazes of thousands. Before long, the spirit vessel sailed away into the distance. Its size was vast, comparable to a small city. Inside, peculiar ancient trees, rock formations, and spiritual springs adorned the space, partitioning numerous luxurious rooms. The exterior was decorated with intricate patterns that insulated against the noise and biting winds from the outside, creating a serene atmosphere. Lu Yuan stood on the deck, gazing down at the swiftly receding mountains and rivers, his expression tinged with nostalgia. After so many years, he was finally leaving this place. The shadows that had accumulated in his heart over the years seemed to dissipate, replaced by a surge of ambition arising from within. In the past, he had been without options. Now, with the shackles loosened, he felt as though he had been reborn. The path of cultivation stretched before him like a celestial road. He could hardly wait to see how far he could go. Lu Yuan thought to himself, his eyes glimmering with a terrifying chaotic light, sharp and compelling. Chapter 4. The sacred land of Wanchu. The spiritual vessel traversed the void with remarkable speed. In just 2 days, it reached the sacred land of Wanchu. Beneath, towering peaks rose in majestic clusters. Mist shrouded the landscape, with ethereal light flowing gently, creating an enchanting yet elusive scene. Amidst the vast mountains and valleys stood majestic palatial complexes, grand and imposing. Occasionally, the calls of celestial birds and rare beasts echoed through the valleys, their sounds ethereal and melodious, painting a picture of a realm blessed by the heavens. Elder, please set me down here, Gu Qinghuang said, performing a graceful bow to the elderly man clad in gray. Indeed, Qinghuang, the selection of the holy maiden of Wanchu is about to commence. Though you have just married, you must not neglect your cultivation, do you understand? The gray-robed elder admonished with a serious expression. As he spoke, his gaze subtly shifted toward Lu Yuan, conveying a clear message, to not allow Gu Qinghuang to become overly engrossed in matters of romance. Yes, I understand, Gu Qinghuang replied with a gentle nod. Subsequently, the elder of the Gu family no longer lingered, steering the spiritual vessel in another direction before hastening away. Moments later, Lu Yuan, Gu Qinghuang, and Mu Linger arrived at the outer hall. At this moment, there were few disciples within, only a handful of figures present. At the center of the hall sat an elderly man with graying hair, the outer elder of the sacred land of Wanchu, Su Rong. Upon seeing Gu Qinghuang's arrival, he could not help but exclaim, "Ah, Qinghuang, did you not return home to wed? Why have you returned so swiftly?" Gu Qinghuang smiled slightly and replied, "Thank you for your concern, Elder Su. With the great competition of the sacred land approaching, I must prepare early, hence my rapid return." "I see. That makes sense," Su Rong nodded thoughtfully. "The position of Holy Maiden is of great significance. You should indeed prepare thoroughly. Today, I have come to request Elder Su's assistance in completing the entry procedures. Is this in accordance with the sacred land's recommendation process?" Gu Qinghuang inquired softly, glancing at Lu Yuan. "Oh." Su Rong's gaze shifted to Lu Yuan. Although this young man exuded an extraordinary aura, there was no trace of spiritual energy emanating from him. He appeared to be an ordinary mortal. However, Su Rong had heard of the union between the Gu and Lu families and quickly deduced Lu Yuan's identity. "The ancient sacred body of the Tianqi Lu family has arrived. Since you personally recommend him, it is naturally permissible. Young friend, please follow me." Su Rong responded with a smile, readily agreeing. "Thank you, Elder Su. I appreciate your help." Gu Qinghuang expressed her gratitude before signaling to Lu Yuan. He nodded and promptly followed the elder into the outer hall. Before long, a token symbolizing Lu Yuan's identity as an outer disciple of the sacred land of Wanchu was engraved and handed to him. Additionally, he received a corner array plate and an entry guide. Thus, he was officially part of the sacred land. Stepping out of the hall, Lu Yuan examined the corner array plate with a puzzled expression. This array plate is used to access the cave dwellings. In the sacred land, outer disciples possess their own independent residences. However, the amenities are rather rudimentary, and you may find it uncomfortable. Therefore, do not concern yourself with it. Come with me to reside at Qixia Peak, Gu Qinghuang explained patiently upon noticing his confusion. At that moment, a prompt from the system suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding. Detected the current experiences of the host, triggering option rewards. Please choose. 1. Accompany Gu Qinghuang to reside at Qixia Peak. Reward: 10,000 units of source. 2. Decline to accompany and reside independently in the outer hall. Reward: Ancient Emperor Sutra, a volume of Tao scriptures. The system rewards had been triggered. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened. The choice between 10,000 units of source and the Emperor Sutra was clear. Moreover, during his journey, he had gathered considerable information about the sacred land from Mu Linger. Gu Qinghuang was a disciple of a female elder in the sacred land, and Qixia Peak was the domain of that esteemed figure. In terms of cultivation, she was likely even more formidable than Lu Zhuming of the True God realm. Given that he possessed both the chaotic body and the ancient sacred body, cultivating under such a powerful figure would undoubtedly present many inconveniences. Therefore, residing independently in the outer hall seemed the most prudent choice. With this in mind, Lu Yuan turned to Gu Qinghuang and smiled. "It's all right. I am accustomed to a carefree lifestyle. I shall stay in the outer hall. Besides, with the great competition of the sacred land imminent, if I were to disturb you, it might distract you from your cultivation." Upon hearing this, both Gu Qinghuang and Mu Linger were taken aback, seemingly surprised by his response. "Young master, living in the outer hall means no one will attend to you. Have you considered it carefully?" Mu Linger blinked and advised. "I am merely a collateral member of the Lu family. I have always been self-reliant, and am not a pampered young master who requires care." Lu Yuan gently declined Mu Linger's kind offer with a shake of his head. "Miss this." Mu Linger looked to Gu Qinghuang, hesitating to speak. "Very well. Since you insist, let it be as you wish," Gu Qinghuang finally said. Although her exquisite face bore a calm demeanor, a peculiar feeling stirred within her heart, leading her to subtly reassess Lu Yuan. Then, as if recalling something, Gu Qinghuang elegantly flipped her fair hand, revealing a beautifully crafted token that shimmered with violet light. "Upon my return, I will likely enter seclusion for a while. With this token, you may freely access most areas of the sacred land. Should you require any assistance, feel free to find Linger at Qixia Peak." "All right." Lu Yuan nodded and accepted the token without hesitation. Shortly thereafter, Gu Qinghuang sensed the coordinates recorded on the array plate and summoned a divine rainbow, carrying Lu Yuan away into the skies. Before long, the trio arrived at the foot of a mountain. Infusing spiritual energy into the array plate, the cave dwelling at the farthest edge slowly opened. The interior was not particularly spacious, approximately 50 to 60 square feet, but it was furnished with stone tables, stone chairs, and stone beds, making it a decent abode. Then, We shall take our leave. Take care. Gu Qinghuang gazed at Lu Yuan, a complex expression flickering in her beautiful eyes as she spoke softly. Yes, take care. Lu Yuan replied with a light smile. With those words, Gu Qinghuang and Mu Linger no longer lingered. In a flash of divine light beneath their feet, they vanished from sight. System, claim the reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Ancient Emperor Sutra, a volume of Tao scriptures. Chapter 5. The Dragon's Nest. Lu Yuan sat cross-legged upon a stone platform, extracting a golden sheet from the system's space. Upon closer inspection, he found it densely inscribed with ancient characters. Just a fleeting glance elicited a grand resonance of Tao sounds within his mind, akin to the resonant tolling of a colossal bell, deafening and profound. Truly, this was the Emperor's Sutra. Its mysteries were indeed extraordinary. Lu Yuan's countenance brightened, and he hastily focused his gaze, meticulously delving into the contents of the golden parchment. Yet, before long, his eyes grew dry and unbearably stinging, rendering further reading impossible. The comprehension proved rather challenging. Undeterred by this, Lu Yuan discreetly summoned strands of chaotic energy from his fingertips, applying them to his eyes. With a thunderous boom, the blinding radiance emitted from the golden sheet dimmed significantly. Even the ancient Tao rhythms flowing above it gradually settled into tranquility. The chaotic body, capable of merging with myriad paths, instinctively evolving all methods. Such claims were far from mere exaggeration. The intricate ancient text swiftly decomposed, rearranging and recombining before Lu Yuan's eyes, revealing an astonishing power that transmuted the miraculous into the mundane. Subsequently, Lu Yuan entered a state of deep meditation, wholeheartedly immersing himself in his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. A tall figure remained steadfast, the resounding sounds of the great Tao echoing relentlessly within him. Akin to tumultuous waves crashing against the shore, a torrent that was both relentless and awe-inspiring. Another hour later, Lu Yuan emerged from his profound cultivation, abruptly opening his eyes, which sparkled with a piercing brilliance, resembling a golden lightning bolt streaking across the sky. Ah, I must now be truly embarked upon the path of cultivation. Lu Yuan exhaled a breath of turbid air, murmuring to himself. He had spent the entire night in cultivation, sitting motionless like a statue, rather than feeling fatigued. He felt invigorated, his entire being pulsating with power, surging forth like a fountain, truly astonishing. Furthermore, at this moment, he had birthed a faint spark of divine consciousness, enabling him to conduct a preliminary introspection, gazing into his own sea of suffering, surveying his internal organs with extraordinary clarity. My sea of suffering is at least tenfold greater than that of an ordinary cultivator. Even if the shackles of the heavenly Tao were to be lifted, the resources required for my advancement would still far exceed those of others. To swiftly enhance my cultivation, a source is indispensable. Lu Yuan pondered inwardly. He then opened the introductory guide he had obtained from the outer hall, scanning its contents. Upon reading the description of the Dragon's Nest, his gaze involuntarily sharpened, igniting a spark of interest within him. The 10,000 Beginning Sacred Land is renowned as a premier force in the eastern wilderness, and naturally, the welfare it offers its disciples is substantial. The Dragon's Nest is one such treasure. It is said that beneath this site lies a serpentine dragon vein stretching for tens of thousands of miles, cultivated over countless epochs. There, the essence of heaven and earth is exceptionally rich, regarded by the disciples of the 10,000 Beginning Sacred Land as a sacred ground for cultivation, a rare opportunity for transformation. However, access to the Dragon's Nest is not granted to just anyone. The 10,000 Beginning Sacred Land has explicit regulations. Outer disciples may only cultivate in the outermost layer, permitted to linger for but a day each month. Inner disciples may descend to the second layer, allowed 3 days per month. Core disciples may access the third layer, permitted to remain for 5 days each month. The deeper one descends, the closer they approach the dragon vein, where the essence grows increasingly dense, making cultivation significantly more effective. As for the true disciples, stewards, patrons, and elders, there are no documented restrictions. However, it is evident that reaching such a level would entail little to no time constraints. Now that I am also considered an outer disciple of the 10,000 Beginning Sacred Land, it is not unreasonable to absorb some essence from the dragon vein. I shall utilize this month's allocation. With this thought, Lu Yuan hesitated no longer, abruptly rising to stride towards the entrance of his cave dwelling. The 10,000 Beginning Sacred Land sprawls across an immense expanse, even surpassing the entirety of the heavenly pool. The disciples within are numerous, and as Lu Yuan traversed, Brilliant divine rainbows occasionally pierced the sky, appearing as numerous as stars, dazzling the eye. After about an hour, he finally arrived at the location of the dragon's nest. Guided by the directions in the introductory guide, flanking the dragon's nest were towering mountains, nearly piercing the clouds. From a distance, it resembled a profound mountain gorge. At this moment, an open area was bustling with disciples of the sacred land, each clutching a token in hand, forming a serpentine queue at the entrance. Lu Yuan surveyed the scene before casually selecting a line, falling in behind others, quietly awaiting his turn. The queue inched forward slowly. Despite the sizable crowd, few dared to cut in or push forward, clearly aware that the stewards at the front were formidable figures. Just then, a commotion erupted from a distance. "Sister Lu Hong! Sister Lu Hong has arrived," the disciples exclaimed, their gazes converging towards a singular direction. There appeared a woman clad in blue, gracefully riding an ethereal crane, gliding upon the clouds. Upon her arrival, she instantly became the focal point of the gathering. Evidently, her status within the 10,000 beginning sacred land was significant, and she commanded considerable popularity. Unlike the other disciples, Lu Hong did not adhere to the customary queue. Instead, she soared directly to the front, exchanged pleasantries with the stewards, and effortlessly entered the gorge. Sigh, even the crane sister Lu Hong rides can freely enter the dragon's nest for cultivation. It's infuriating how she outshines others. A disciple lamented enviously. "Ah, do not harbor such fanciful dreams, Junior. Take a moment to gaze at your reflection before departing. As a mere outer disciple, a cultivator of the sea of suffering realm, struggling to fly, what could you possibly offer? Especially when compared to Sister Lu Hong, one of the 7 true disciples." Another scoffed derisively. "Well, perhaps not. While Sister Lu Hong is formidable, the other 2 are no pushovers either. Sister Gu, with her innate Dao, is in close proximity to the great Dao. This alone nearly secures her an undefeated position." The disciples engaged in spirited debate regarding the selection of the holy maiden. However, Sister Gu may have just recently wed and is likely still at the heavenly pool. Alas, what a pity. How could such an exceptional woman marry a waste of a person? Truly, a beautiful flower placed in a pile of cow dung. It is unjust, so unjust. The topic sparked by Lu Hong quickly escalated among the crowd. Lu Yuan, upon hearing this, paid it no mind, merely smiling in response. For he believed that one day, his own name would resonate throughout the eastern wilderness, echo across the 5 domains. The chaotic sacred body, fully realized, would reign supreme over all. Chapter 6. A frantic surge. Half an hour had passed, and it was finally Lu Yuan's turn. He extended the token that symbolized his identity as an outer sect disciple towards the steward of the sacred land. The steward lifted his eyelids, scanned with his spiritual sense, and, finding no issues, swiftly granted him passage. Subsequently, Lu Yuan stowed the token and hastily followed the crowd into the ravine. Upon entering, a surge of rich and potent essence of heaven and earth enveloped him, invigorating his very being and making every pore feel as though it were expanding in joyous relief. It was as if he were immersed in an ocean of spiritual energy. Truly, this was the Yulong ravine. Cultivating here would surely yield twice the results with half the effort, leading to rapid advancements. Lu Yuan gazed around in silent admiration. Without further ado, he proceeded to a spacious area, seated himself cross-legged, and began to circulate his cultivation method. Boom! In an instant, the golden sea of suffering within Lu Yuan erupted into turbulence, waves crashing and resonating powerfully. At the same time, strands of heaven and earth's essence, as if drawn by a mysterious force, swiftly surged towards his position. The energy entered his body like a gentle stream, coursing through his limbs and bones, nourishing his flesh and blood, and fortifying his physique. After half an hour, Lu Yuan paused, furrowing his brow. Although the essence here was abundant, his methodical cultivation progressed at a sluggish pace. A single day would scarcely elevate him even a minor realm. This outcome was far from what Lu Yuan desired. Very well. Enough of that. It was time to begin devouring. In this world, there were countless domineering methods of energy absorption, yet few would dare to contemplate the chaos body. Casting aside all distractions, Lu Yuan focused and immediately activated the chaotic essence within him. In the sea of suffering, a pitch-black void began to rise, swirling rapidly and trembling violently. Suddenly, an astonishing transformation occurred. Centered around Lu Yuan, waves of formidable essence of heaven and earth began to converge frantically towards him. The originally pale yellow energy transformed at a visible pace into a profound hue. Ultimately, it coalesced into torrents of golden energy, almost solid in form, sweeping forth. What is this? At that moment, Many outer sect disciples nearby sensed the unusual occurrence. They opened their eyes in unison and gazed in the same direction. Wow, what a domineering gathering technique. I have never witnessed such a rapid absorption. The grade must be exceptionally high, far surpassing what ordinary outer sect disciples could practice. Some gasped in awe, their eyes reflecting astonishment. Clearly just a naive newcomer. To dare to siphon the essence of heaven and earth in the Yulong ravine, does he not fear being overwhelmed? Nearby, a young man in a green robe scoffed disdainfully. He quickly averted his gaze, returning to his meditation, choosing to ignore the spectacle. Among the outer sect disciples of the Wanchu sacred land, there were indeed those from esteemed cultivation families, making it not uncommon to possess a high-tier gathering technique. However, while the essence emanating from the underground dragon vein was abundant, it was ultimately not the pure energy sealed within source stones, remaining wildly turbulent. For cultivators to absorb it, they must undergo layers of refinement before it could be utilized. That individual, seemingly of low cultivation, dared to absorb so much energy at once. One could only wonder if he was audacious or merely blinded by haste. Most likely the latter. 4 outer sect disciples could only cultivate in the Yulong ravine for 1 day each month, rendering time exceedingly precious. Such thoughts were not uncommon among many. Half a stick of incense later, he was still absorbing. Was he risking his life? Some outer sect disciples widened their eyes, utterly captivated. Never mind him, time was precious. And cultivation must be prioritized. Best to stay clear of that fellow, lest he explode and splatter blood everywhere. Some chuckled with sinister glee, swiftly rising to relocate to a safer distance. At this moment, Lu Yuan sat with closed eyes, as still as a meditating monk. The torrents of essence of heaven and earth flowed into his body, barely causing a ripple, as they were forcefully suppressed by the chaotic essence. The myriad strands of chaotic energy surged through, transforming instantaneously into gentle, pure earthly energy, which he absorbed rapidly. Such is the formidable advantage of the chaos body in cultivation, refining the essence of the world for one's own use. Astonishingly domineering. As time continued to pass, a day swiftly approached its end. With each passing moment, Lu Yuan's cultivation soared. First layer of the sea of suffering. Second layer of the sea of suffering. Third layer of the sea of suffering. As the waves roiled and thunder crackled, the golden light within Lu Yuan's sea of suffering shone brilliantly. Intricate divine patterns crystallizing forth. Simultaneously, his physical body underwent comprehensive nourishment. The vitality surged within his flesh, continuously enhancing his physique. His internal organs, bones, and meridians experienced qualitative leaps, becoming extraordinarily resilient and immensely powerful. As Lu Yuan continued his frenzied consumption, the surrounding essence of heaven and earth visibly thinned. Initially, few took notice, but soon, more began to sense the anomaly. Suddenly, upon opening their eyes, they discovered that the practitioner of the high-tier gathering technique had yet to cease. It seemed as if he were an insatiable abyss, relentlessly plundering the energy of heaven and earth. What a madman! A freak! Many outer sect disciples cursed inwardly, hastily rising to vacate the area as if fleeing from a plague. However, this action also sparked anger in others. Hostile glances swept over Lu Yuan, each intent on remembering his face, planning to settle the score once they left the Yulong ravine. Yet the young man in the green robe remained, seemingly unwilling to yield. Determined to compete fiercely with Lu Yuan, he too activated a commendable gathering technique, engaging in a fierce contest for the essence of heaven and earth. But the outcome was predictable. Not only was he unable to contest Lu Yuan's dominance, even attempting to sip from the bounty was exceedingly difficult. How outrageous! The young man's fury ignited, his expression dark as water as he abruptly stood. His fingers swiftly converged, radiating divine light, and he aimed to strike at Lu Yuan from a distance. Swish! A sharp beam of light shot forth like lightning, swift and devastating. At that moment, Lu Yuan sensed the threat, his eyes snapping open as he clenched his fist, crashing it down with tremendous force. Chapter 7. The Initial Clash Boom. The fierce beam of light was shattered by Lu Yuan's fist, transforming into countless divine sparks that dissipated into the void. Who are you? Why do you disturb my cultivation? Lu Yuan rose, frowning as he coldly demanded. It seems I underestimated you. You possess some skill. The young man cast a disdainful glance at him and spoke indifferently. Do you think the Yulong Canyon is open solely for your benefit? To occupy a territory and forcibly seize spiritual energy, do you understand the rules? Each cultivates by their own abilities. What rules are you speaking of? If you cannot compete, you may, like others, simply change locations. Lu Yuan, his expression unyielding, replied calmly. And if I cannot compete with you? How laughable. Do not presume that merely acquiring a high-level gathering technique grants you freedom in the outer sect. To speak frankly, you are far from it. As your senior, allow me to properly discipline you. The young man, enraged, laughed coldly, his eyes glinting with malice as he advanced step by step. At this moment, within the outermost layer of the Yulong Canyon, many disciples were drawn to the commotion and turned their gazes toward the scene. TSK, this reckless youth has indeed offended Lu Mu. This is fortunate. It saves us from intervening. Let us enjoy the spectacle. Several individuals sneered, their faces filled with schadenfreude, having had so much spiritual energy taken from them previously. Anyone would feel discomfort. If it were a well-known tough character in the outer sect, it would be understandable. Yet, it was merely an unfamiliar face, utterly oblivious to the dangers. Meanwhile, the onlooking disciples regarded Lu Yuan with pity. Lu Mu, possessing the cultivation of the seventh layer of the Bitter Sea realm, was no weakling in the outer sect. It was rare for anyone to dare provoke him. Being targeted by him meant enduring considerable hardship. What? Do you intend to make a move here? Lu Yuan remained composed and unruffled as Lu Mu approached. After a day of cultivation, his power had surged dramatically, leaving him with little to fear. And what if I do? Consider this a lesson for you. Lu Mu revealed a cold smirk. In the next moment, he erupted into action, swiftly forming seals with his hands. Divine power surged from the Bitter Sea, and suddenly, dozens of condensed divine patterns shot forth, transforming into sharp, lethal blades that surged forward. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened, and his vital energy erupted forth. He stepped nimbly, exhibiting astonishing speed. Whoosh, whoosh, surrounded by resplendent golden light. Lu Yuan moved with incredible swiftness amidst the storm of blades, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. In the blink of an eye, he evaded all attacks. Then, he stamped his foot, and a terrifying force seemed to make the ground tremble. Like a bolt of golden lightning, he charged towards Lu Mu. What? Lu Mu's expression changed dramatically. He had never anticipated such speed. This was not a mere technique, but pure physical prowess, truly astonishing. In a panic, he gritted his teeth and conjured several more divine patterns to counterattack. Boom, boom. Lu Yuan did not dodge. He met the onslaught head-on, shattering all the divine patterns with a few punches and kicks, closing the distance. He then swung his right fist, delivering a tremendous blow to Lu Mu's chest. This strike was immense and formidable. The strength of the ancient sacred body was beyond what an ordinary cultivator could fathom. Once one was closed in upon, it would be a near-death experience. Lu Mu coughed up blood, sent flying dozens of feet away, accompanied by the crisp sound of bone fractures. He had no idea how many ribs he had broken as he crashed heavily to the ground. How is this possible? Lu Mu of the seventh layer of the Bitter Sea realm is utterly no match for him? The gathered disciples stood frozen, their mouths agape, as if witnessing something utterly inconceivable. You. Lu Mu clutched his chest, struggling to rise, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Being reduced to such a state by an unknown individual was intolerable. Were you not going to teach me the rules? With such limited ability, how can you instruct me? A mocking smile crept onto Lu Yuan's lips. After testing his strength, he felt even more confident in his current abilities. Seeking death, Lu Mu's rage peaked. He gestured, and a sword-like artifact appeared in his hand. Infusing it with divine power, it instantly radiated a razor-sharp aura. Too slow, Lu Yuan replied, his expression unfazed. In the midst of his words, he activated his speed once more, transforming into a streak of light, appearing before Lu Mu in an instant. Slap. Lu Yuan raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap, sending Lu Mu flying once again for several dozen feet. His head spun, his ears buzzed, and his face swelled with bruises, a sight too pitiful to behold. I will kill you. Lu Mu felt a burning pain on his face, overwhelmed by humiliation. Humph, it seems you can take a hit. Let us see how you fare with another. Lu Yuan's expression turned cold as he advanced step by step. Initially, had it not been for his quick reflexes, that sneak attack alone would have severely injured an ordinary disciple. He felt no mercy for such a ruthless assailant. As Lu Mu saw Lu Yuan approach, fear washed over his face, as if he had been struck with dread. Just then, a terrifying aura suddenly emanated from outside the canyon. What are you all doing gathered here instead of cultivating? A steward stationed outside, sensing the situation, arrived on the scene. The gathered disciples, upon seeing the newcomer, immediately scattered like frightened birds, not daring to linger any longer. What is going on? The steward of the sacred land glanced at the two, his brow furrowing. Before Lu Yuan could speak, Lu Mu, the villain, launched a preemptive strike. accusing Lu Yuan of seizing his cultivation spot and injuring him, leaving him in such a state. Is that so? The steward turned to Lu Yuan, coldly inquiring. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow. He had not expected Lu Mu to be so spineless as to report to the steward. However, he could not be bothered to explain. Instead, he produced the token given to him by Gu Qinghuang and waved it. The purple gold token. The steward's eyes widened. This was a token only true disciples possessed. It had been granted to an outer sect disciple, indicating significant connections. There were only 7 true disciples in the entire Wanshu sacred land. Not even a small steward like him, let alone elders, would dare to act carelessly in their presence. After all, no one knew which of the 7 true disciples would one day become the holy son or daughter or the future master of Wanshu. What is your name? The steward asked as he scrutinized the swollen-faced Lu Mu for a long time, unable to recognize him. Disciple Lu Mu. Lu Mu apologize. Chapter 8. The chaotic steel what? I apologize? Lu Mu, utterly bewildered, could hardly fathom the absurdity of the situation. He had been subjected to such brutal treatment, and yet he was expected to extend an apology. How could this be justified? Just as Lu Mu was about to argue his case, a piercing gaze silenced him. The warning unmistakable. Frustration welled within Lu Mu, yet he dared not express it. After all, he stood before a steward of the sacred land. To crush him would be as effortless as squashing an ant. I am sorry, I was wrong. Lu Mu gritted his teeth against the pain, bowing deeply to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered momentarily, surprised by the effectiveness of the purple gold token. Even a steward of the sacred land would afford some respect, allowing for certain breaches of protocol. Subsequently, Lu Yuan, disinterested in further confrontation, turned and strode away. A day spent in the Yulong Gorge had enabled Lu Yuan to ascend several minor realms, yielding immense benefits. He was now on the cusp of reaching the 4th level of the Bitter Sea realm. The imperial scripture had laid an extraordinarily solid foundation for him. With his current physical strength, traversing several minor realms felt as effortless as eating or drinking. It was time to consolidate his cultivation, Lu Yuan thought to himself, making his way back to his residence. Before long, he passed a peculiar peak. At that moment, the chaotic essence within him began to circulate involuntarily, as if drawn by some mysterious force. Lu Yuan halted, gazing intently at the summit. He could distinctly sense that the force emanated from the peak. What could possibly resonate with his chaotic body? Just then, a notification from the system echoed in Lu Yuan's mind. Ding. The system has detected the host's current experience and triggered option rewards. 1. Ascend to the peak for exploration. Reward, 500 pounds of essence. 2. Ignore it and return. Reward, 1 high-grade magical artifact. Rewards have been triggered. 500 pounds of essence or a high-grade artifact. Lu Yuan's eyes glimmered. In the realm of cultivation, weapons and magical treasures were categorized by distinct ranks. Artifacts, magical treasures, spirit treasures, divine weapons, holy weapons, and ultimate imperial weapons. With high-grade artifacts possessing considerable power, often unattainable even for ordinary inner disciples. In terms of value, they far surpassed 500 pounds of essence. However, having triggered several system rewards, Lu Yuan had discerned a pattern. Only experiences that significantly influenced his life trajectory activated system notifications. Thus, something extraordinary awaited at the peak, warranting exploration. Without further hesitation, Lu Yuan altered his course and made his way toward the nearby mountain. The peak was steep and strewn with jagged rocks, devoid of any discernible path. Even with Lu Yuan's formidable physique, he felt fatigue after climbing for a while. Yet, after half an hour, he finally reached the summit. Feeling the chaotic essence within him grow increasingly vibrant, before him stood an ancient steel, entirely black and shimmering with an eerie luster. While seemingly unremarkable, it exuded a powerful aura, almost constricting the flow of his blood. At that moment, beside the steel stood a young man in white robes, tall and graceful. He appeared to be in his mid-20s, with a countenance as refined as jade, exuding an ethereal charm. Ah, an outer disciple? The young man turned to Lu Yuan, surprised. Come closer. Your arrival here signifies a connection to this object. Perhaps you may attain great fortune. With a gentle smile. The young man's demeanor was as refreshing as a spring breeze. What is this? Lu Yuan inquired, stepping forward to examine the steel, curiosity etched upon his face. It is inscribed with texts of chaotic stone, the young man explained. Chaotic stone. Lu Yuan's expression tightened. No wonder he felt an inexplicable kinship with the steel. This chaotic stone was an unparalleled treasure, comparable to celestial-grade materials. Ages ago, An emperor had crafted an ultimate imperial weapon from it, shaking the cosmos. Its rarity was evident, and the size alone rendered it immeasurable in value. What do you mean by great fortune? Lu Yuan asked, pondering the implications. Such a substantial piece of chaotic stone would undoubtedly attract the attention of significant figures within the Wanchu sacred land. There must be deeper mysteries at play, the young man replied. The steel bears the legacy of our Wanchu sacred land, which has existed for over 100,000 years. The most profound techniques originate from these 9 chaotic stone steel. However, the inscriptions are exceedingly obscure. Without the proper connection, disciples cannot comprehend them, only wasting time. Thus, these 9 steel have been sealed by the elders through supreme means, appearing at uncertain times and places. Only those destined to connect with them can sense their presence. Like you and me, the young man softly elucidated. I see. Thank you for your guidance, Lu Yuan acknowledged, enlightenment dawning upon him. Make haste to comprehend it. The steel may vanish at any moment, the young man urged. Understood. With that, both took their respective places and began to delve into the chaotic steel. Lu Yuan focused intently, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the inscriptions. In an instant, everything around him blurred. The myriad symbols engraved upon the steel seemed to pulsate with life, each exuding ancient rhythms. In Lu Yuan's perception, they intertwined and rearranged, resonating with boundless truths and profound sounds that echoed within his heart, utterly extraordinary. Thus, the two sat in meditation, each immersed in profound contemplation. Time slipped by unnoticed. Boom! A resonating sound erupted. The chaotic steel illuminated, seemingly gaining self-awareness, lifting from the peak and vanishing into the void. Alas! The young man in white awoke from his meditation, a hint of regret crossing his features. It seemed he had not fully deciphered the steel's intricate inscriptions. Conversely, Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled with brilliance, radiating vitality as if he had gained immeasurable insights. At that moment, both rose and exchanged glances. Lu Yuan could sense that this young man was no ordinary individual. His strength was formidable. May I ask for your name, senior brother? Lu Yuan inquired. The young man smiled and replied, with your talent, we shall meet again soon. At that time, you will naturally know. With those words, a divine rainbow flashed, and the young man gracefully departed. Chapter 9. The 7 Layers of the Bitter Sea. A person of unfathomable depth. Lu Yuan gazed in the direction of his departure, murmuring softly to himself. Subsequently, he chose not to linger any longer, retracing his steps down the mountain. Before long, Lu Yuan returned to his cave dwelling. System, claim my reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing option 1, earning 500 pounds of source. As the prompt resonated, a multitude of pure source stones, resembling amber, materialized within the system space. These stones contained rich essences of heaven and earth, indispensable for cultivators, and served as the fundamental currency for trade. This journey had yielded significant gains. 500 pounds of source, if fully refined, should enable me to advance to the late stage of the Bitter Sea realm. Moreover, I have acquired a formidable method of divine refinement. Lu Yuan's eyes glimmered momentarily. This technique, named the Chaos Divine Demon Visualization Method, was gleaned from the ancient scriptures inscribed on the Chaos Stone Tablet. Although its rank remains unknown, the name alone signifies its extraordinary nature, being an exceedingly rare method of divine refinement. Typically, cultivators only open their sea of consciousness and birth their primordial spirits upon reaching the divine palace realm. If I can cultivate my divine sense earlier, it will greatly benefit my future endeavors in refining the divine palace. With that thought, Lu Yuan dismissed further contemplation. With a wave of his hand, a corner of the formation plate appeared in his grasp. He infused it with his spiritual energy, and instantly, a simple protective formation materialized outside his cave, shielding it from the prying eyes of other cultivators. Having completed everything, Lu Yuan spread over 100 pounds of source stones on the ground and immediately activated the chaotic energy to refine and absorb them. Crack, crack. As each piece of source stone shattered, the cave was instantly enveloped in a dense and pure essence of heaven and earth, coalescing into a mist that nearly liquefied. Lu Yuan channeled his heart's method of cultivation and continued his practice. Time flowed silently. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Lu Yuan emerged from his profound cultivation, gradually rising to his feet and stretching his joints. A series of crackling sounds echoed throughout his body, akin to popping beans. In that moment, Lu Yuan felt an unprecedented vitality. His blood surged with vigor, and every inch of flesh contained explosive power, a stark contrast to his former self. He had officially entered the 7th layer of the Bitter Sea realm. However, despite his rapid progress, The resources consumed in his cultivation were astonishing. In total, he had refined over 400 pounds of source. If this were the case for other cultivators, they would likely have already reached the pinnacle of the bitter sea realm. It is no wonder the ancient sacred body is said to be arduous to cultivate. Even ancient families cannot afford its costs. The initial stages alone require such substantial resources. In the later stages, it would surely become an insatiable abyss. Yet, Lu Yuan remained unconcerned, with the system assisting his cultivation. As long as he triggered a few more choices, all resources would be readily available, and he had no need for worry. Next, Lu Yuan began practicing the Chaos Divine Demon Visualization method. Gradually, his mind emptied, and his consciousness withdrew. He recalled the ancient scriptures on the Chaos Stone Tablet, rapidly reconstructing them in his mind. Lu Yuan's divine sense entered a realm of void, devoid of light, time, and any reference points. The air was thick with tumultuous chaotic energy, shifting unpredictably. Uncertain of how much time had passed, this void trembled violently as the space collapsed. A colossal divine demon apparition emerged, exuding an aura of ancient terror. This divine demon figure was immense beyond imagination, nearly filling the entire expanse of heaven and earth. Its body was adorned with countless mysterious runes, sparkling like stars and encompassing all phenomena. Lu Yuan concentrated intently, using his divine thought to begin visualizing the various runes imprinted on the divine demon, honing his will. In this place, the concept of time was non-existent. A moment could stretch into 100 years, and a century could pass in an instant. The duration felt interminable and void-like. If one's will were not resolute, they would likely succumb to madness and collapse entirely after a brief visualization. After an hour, Lu Yuan's divine sense became disordered, forcibly withdrawing from the visualization. At that moment, his eyes were bloodshot, utterly fatigued. This method was indeed extraordinary. Just a brief session of cultivation had significantly enhanced my divine sense. At this rate, opening my sea of consciousness seems to be within reach. A wave of joy surged within Lu Yuan. After adjusting his state, he resumed his visualization. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Mu, who had suffered grievous injuries at Lu Yuan's hands, had fully recovered. Unexpectedly, he found himself benefiting from the misfortune. His cultivation successfully broke through to the 8th layer of the bitter sea realm, greatly enhancing his strength. However, the scene of apologizing to that man in the Yulong Gorge lingered in his mind like a persistent nightmare, constantly reminding him of his humiliating past. If this thorn were not removed, it could potentially become a heart demon on his path of cultivation. Thus, Lu Mu expended considerable effort to uncover Lu Yuan's name and the location of his cave dwelling from the outer sect hall. Yet, even with this knowledge, he remained uncertain about his ability to defeat Lu Yuan. This individual seemed to have practiced some body-refining technique, boasting astonishing physical strength. Not only was he incredibly swift, but he could also shatter divine runes with his bare hands, rivaling low-grade magical artifacts. Moreover, he appeared to have some background within the sacred ground, which compelled Lu Mu to tread carefully. After considerable deliberation, Lu Mu ultimately resolved to hire an assassin, resolutely heading towards the inner and outer sect black market, known only to a select few disciples. At that moment, within a modest wooden cabin, 3 individuals gathered. Seated at the forefront was a youthful cultivator with an effeminate appearance, exuding a powerful aura. His eyes occasionally sparkled with a fierce gleam, making it difficult to meet his gaze. Beside him sat a captivating woman, clad in revealing attire, her voluptuous form radiating an enchanting aura as she languidly reclined in the young man's embrace, inadvertently exposing a generous expanse of snowy skin beneath her skirt, utterly mesmerizing. Who does junior brother Lu wish to eliminate? Lu Yuan. Lu Mu gritted his teeth as he spoke. Lu Yuan? I haven't heard of anyone by that name in the outer sect. What is his cultivation level? The effeminate man raised an eyebrow, inquiring. Approximately. Around the 5th layer of the bitter sea realm, Lu Mu pondered, uncertain. 200 pounds of source, the effeminate man stated flatly. Lu Mu's expression instantly shifted, exclaiming. That's exorbitant. Senior brother, I was introduced by an acquaintance. The effeminate man cast him a sidelong glance, coldly replying, and what of that? I accept source, not people. Provide the source, and I shall assist you. However, since you sought me out, you must compensate regardless of whether the task is completed. Think carefully before you respond. Upon hearing this, Lu Mu's face darkened further. Fan Yun and Qin Ping were both top figures within the outer sect, each at the pinnacle of the bitter sea realm, known for their ruthlessness and disregard for means. Offending them would mean sleeping with one eye open. After a few moments of contemplation, Lu Mu's thoughts grew heavy. He directly tossed his storage bag forward, declaring, There are over 80 pounds of source within, along with a low-grade magical artifact. This is all my savings. Fan Yun received the bag, opened it for a glance, and a smile broke across his face. He then approached Lu Mu, patting him on the shoulder, saying, "Junior brother Lu, with your 8th layer of the bitter sea cultivation, you should be able to handle someone at the 5th layer. This person is either extraordinarily powerful or possesses a noteworthy background within the sect. That much is clear. Do you think your 200 pounds of source is worth the investment?" Lu Mu was taken aback, his body drenched in sweat. He quickly shook his head and said, "No loss, no loss. All right, tell me, where is he?" Chapter 10, Deception and Pretense. 5 days later, Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze shimmering with brilliance, and his spirit radiating a continuous flicker of light. After a period of cultivating his consciousness, he had successfully ventured beyond his sea of awareness. His senses were extraordinarily acute. Without the need for sight or sound, he could perceive everything in the vicinity, as if the universe itself had become animated, displaying a remarkable aura. Rising to his feet, Lu Yuan exited his cave dwelling, savoring the myriad wonders of his newfound powers of perception. At that moment, his attention sharpened, as he detected the presence of 2 cultivators lingering in a concealed area not far away. One of them, upon noticing his emergence, hastened towards him with a palpable intention. Who could it be? Lu Yuan pondered, remaining still, awaiting their approach. A moment later, a charming young woman appeared before him, her figure swaying with the grace of a water serpent. This junior disciple seemed somewhat familiar. Had she recently moved into this cave? Qin Ping approached Lu Yuan, her eyes sparkling, and greeted him with a melodic laugh. "Ah, I recently joined the outer sect too. And you are?" Lu Yuan nodded, curiosity piqued. "I am Lu Yuan. I am Qin Ping, 2 years your senior in entering the sect," she replied, gesturing towards a nearby mountain peak. "In fact, we are neighbors." Understanding dawned on Lu Yuan, and he responded, "I see. Such a handsome junior disciple," Qin Ping complimented, her eyes glimmering. "May I ask how to address you?" "Lu Yuan," he replied. Qin Ping's eyes sparkled with recognition, confirming her intentions. After exchanging a few casual remarks, she gradually revealed her purpose. "Junior brother, you are quite young yet possess commendable skills. Would you be willing to assist your senior sister with a small task?" "What task?" Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, growing wary. "It's nothing too daunting," she explained. "I discovered a rare spirit herb, over 100 years old, in an ancient forest outside the sect. However, it is guarded by a formidable beast. I thought to propose a collaboration. I will distract the beast while you retrieve the herb. What do you think, junior brother Lu?" At this point, Qin Ping added, "Of course, I will not let you do this for free. There will be a reward once we succeed." "Oh, what sort of reward?" Lu Yuan feigned interest. "That can be negotiated," she replied, flashing a radiant smile and leaning closer, her intentions unmistakable. Just then, a notification from the system echoed in Lu Yuan's sea of consciousness. Ding. Detected current experience of the host, triggering option rewards. Option 1. Agree to proceed. Reward. A profound technique, the 5 elements Great Hand Seal. Option 2. Decline to accompany. Reward. A 100-year-old spirit herb. Realization struck Lu Yuan. This woman harbored ulterior motives, intending to deceive him and lure him out of the sect for her own gain. The presence lurking several hundred feet away was undoubtedly her accomplice. "What are you hesitating for, junior brother? Are you afraid I will harm you?" Qin Ping teased lightly, her smile enchanting. "Is the reward truly negotiable?" Lu Yuan asked, maintaining his facade while his gaze roamed over her. "Absolutely," she assured, confidently patting her chest. "Very well, when shall we depart?" Lu Yuan inquired without hesitation. "Time is of the essence. We must set off immediately. If we delay, others may seize the opportunity," she urged, her face lighting up with excitement. "Then please, lead the way, senior sister Qin." Lu Yuan responded readily. With that, Qin Ping swiftly moved forward, and Lu Yuan followed closely, his powerful consciousness probing the surroundings. As expected, the hidden cultivator also shifted, maintaining a deliberate distance from them. However, this did not escape Lu Yuan's perceptive grasp. Their cultivation levels were comparable, both at the pinnacle of the Bitter Sea realm. Though they surpassed him by 2 minor realms, he felt no fear. Confident in his ability to confront any adversary within the Bitter Sea realm, he resolved to play along and discover the identity of those conspiring against him. The Wanchu Holy Land lay hidden amidst a labyrinth of mountains, surrounded by ancient forests teeming with rare spirit herbs and lurking powerful beasts. This place had become a training ground for many disciples and wandering cultivators, where conflict and death were commonplace. yet countless opportunities lured them in. Several hours later, Qin Ping led Lu Yuan to a secluded mountain range where vast valleys and dense ancient woods prevailed, seldom touched by human presence. Distant roars from beasts echoed, sending shivers down their spines. "Junior brother, we need to travel a few hundred more miles to reach the location I mentioned. We are still on the outskirts of the mountain range, so there are no powerful beasts around." "You need not worry," Qin Ping said, her face illuminated with a smile, attempting to ease Lu Yuan's apprehension. "Understood," Lu Yuan replied calmly, nodding. They slowed their pace, walking side by side, sharing laughter and conversation without a hint of urgency. After a while, Qin Ping seized an opportunity, deliberately slowing down to fall behind Lu Yuan. A cold glint flashed in her eyes as she swiftly formed a seal. In an instant, the divine power from the bitter sea surged, a violent heat emanating from her palms. This was a high-tier fire technique she had mastered, known for its devastating impact, and there was no possibility of survival for anyone caught in its wake. Just as Qin Ping prepared to strike, a slender hand imbued with mysterious power shot forth from an unknown direction, seizing her hands before she could complete her incantation. "What?" Qin Ping gasped in shock, unable to suppress her exclamation. When she lifted her gaze again, a handsome face adorned with a mocking smile appeared before her. "Senior sister, why resort to such aggression when we were having such a pleasant conversation?" Chapter 11. Counterattack. As the words fell, Qin Ping was taken aback once more. At this moment, how could she not realize that Lu Yuan had already prepared himself and discerned her intentions? Resolutely, Qin Ping ceased to conceal her true power. With a tremor of her delicate form, an overwhelming force, stemming from the pinnacle of the bitter sea realm, erupted forth, striving to break free from Lu Yuan's grasp. However, no matter how fiercely she struggled, she could not free herself from that iron claw-like hand. The divine power surging from the bitter sea was akin to a cow sinking into the sea, utterly obliterated by that dark and enigmatic force. What kind of power is this?" Qin Ping's expression turned to one of horror, her composure shattered. "Senior sister Qin, it seems you have yet to answer my question." Lu Yuan sneered, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Without further ado, he tightened his grip. Crack! The crisp sound of bones fracturing echoed. The slender fingers of Qin Ping, resembling delicate green onions, were abruptly snapped by a terrifying force, even the bones splintering apart. The magnitude of this strength was beyond imagination. The excruciating pain caused Qin Ping's body to tremble uncontrollably, her fair visage paling instantly. In her fear, she hastily glanced toward the ancient forest nearby, shouting, "Brother Yun, save me!" Swish, swish, swish. A rustling sound surged through the trees, and soon after, a figure emerged. "Kid, release Ping Mei, and I can offer you a swift death." Fan Yun's gaze was cold and piercing, his words dripping with menace, akin to a venomous serpent, fixated on the man before him. "That should be my line," Lu Yuan retorted, casting a dismissive glance at him. "Tell me who you serve, and perhaps I shall grant you both a merciful end." Seeking death. Fan Yun's expression darkened, and with a swift stomp, he charged forward. This man's strength surpassed that of Qin Ping by a considerable margin. Utilizing some arcane movement technique, he advanced with the speed of thunder, swift and ferocious. In the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance to Lu Yuan. Then, a hand as large as a grinding wheel reached directly for Qin Ping, who was held captive. "Here, catch," Lu Yuan coldly chuckled, swinging his arms to lift Qin Ping off the ground, spinning her around before forcefully hurling her toward Fan Yun. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying force disrupted the surrounding air currents, creating a violent shockwave. Fan Yun, who caught Qin Ping, was sent hurtling backward, unable to maintain his footing, until he crashed into several ancient trees, finally coming to a halt. The strength displayed was truly formidable. Even Fan Yun, who had reached the pinnacle of the bitter sea realm, felt an inward shudder of trepidation. "Brother Yun, this person is peculiar. Do not underestimate him." Qin Ping's face was ashen, and she felt dizzy. Gritting her teeth, she stood up and warned softly, "Do not worry, just leave it to me." Fan Yun waved his hand, then turned his icy gaze toward Lu Yuan, stating, "You have not used a woman as a hostage to restrain me. For this, I shall grant you a swift end. I can easily suppress you without resorting to such methods." Lu Yuan remained expressionless, speaking in a calm tone. "Humph, such arrogance." Fan Yun scoffed, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. He waved his hand, and a crimson long knife suddenly materialized in his grip. Flames danced upon it, exuding divine radiance. Immensely formidable. Fire of the departing sun. Fan Yun bellowed, leaping into the air, the long knife slashing downward with immense force. Boom. The terrifying light of the blade ravaged the surroundings, engulfed by an intensely scorching and vigorous power akin to a flame wave, burning fiercely and consuming all. Lu Yuan's expression remained unchanged, standing his ground, neither retreating nor dodging. In the next moment, strands of chaotic energy flowed from his fingertips, and he struck forth. Meeting the assault head-on. Boom. The two tremendous forces collided, producing a resounding shockwave. In the void, ripples of energy spread like waves. However, the standoff did not last long. The blazing knife light was swiftly extinguished by the chaotic energy, dissipating into nothingness. What? Fan Yun's pupils constricted, disbelief flashing across his countenance. Even when hunting a rabbit, one must use full force. He was always cautious, never underestimating his opponents. Moreover, Lu Yuan had previously captured Qin Ping with ease, revealing exceptional combat prowess. Thus, he had decided to employ his most lethal technique from the outset, seeking a quick resolution. Yet, he never anticipated that his invincible tactic could be so effortlessly neutralized. In that fleeting moment, Lu Yuan's figure flickered, transforming into a bolt of golden lightning, charging forward. The chaotic body was one of his greatest secrets. Once revealed, it must be eradicated completely. Brother Yun, be careful. Qin Ping suddenly screamed, attempting to warn him. But Lu Yuan's speed was simply too rapid. By the time Fan Yun reacted, two brilliant golden fists had already arrived before him. Bang! The impact landed, unleashing a torrent of violent power that struck fiercely against Fan Yun's chest. Fan Yun was struck hard, blood spurting from his mouth. His body flew back like a cannonball, landing several hundred feet away. Clutching his chest, his expression turned to one of terror, trembling as he stood. A sweet taste filled his throat, and he coughed up another mouthful of blood, some of which contained fragments of his internal organs. One punch alone had shifted his very insides. How terrifying must this physical strength be? At this moment, Fan Yun was utterly panicked. Having roamed the outer sect for so long, he had never felt death so close. So, you still refuse to speak? Lu Yuan approached with measured steps, his tone cold, exuding a demonic presence that instilled profound pressure. It was Lu Mu. Lu Mu offered 200 pounds of source energy and sent me to kill you. Fan Yun, sensing his impending doom, gritted his teeth and confessed. Lu Mu? So it is him. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's gaze flickered slightly. In the Wanchu sacred land, Lu Mu was perhaps the only one with whom he had enmity. However, now that he had the answer, Lu Yuan continued to advance, showing no intention of sparing either of them. I possess Lu Mu's communication jade slip. If you let us go, I am willing to summon him to help you design a trap to capture him. In the midst of his plea, Fan Yun produced a communication jade slip and decisively tossed it forth. Lu Yuan's eyes sharpened as he caught the slip in his hand, pausing momentarily. Just then, Qin Ping seized the opportunity, rushing forward with haste. She unleashed the divine light of the bitter sea, sending forth waves of divine patterns toward Lu Yuan. Kill. Simultaneously, Fan Yun also made his move, activating that arcane movement technique once more. They aimed to ambush Lu Yuan from both sides, intending to eliminate him completely. Childish tricks. Lu Yuan smirked coldly. Having cultivated his consciousness to encompass a 100-foot radius, such minor maneuvers were utterly transparent under his formidable awareness. Bang! Bang! A series of dull thuds echoed. Qin Ping's neck was twisted by an overwhelming force, while Fan Yun's forehead was penetrated by a distinct finger hole, blood gushing forth. Both displayed expressions of disbelief before collapsing backward. Despair and unwillingness etched upon their faces, soon to fall silent. Chapter 12. Unexpected gains. Lu Yuan gazed at the lifeless bodies of the two individuals, inhaling deeply. To be candid, it was his inaugural experience of taking a life. An unusual sensation surged within him, but it dissipated swiftly. Born into the ancient clan of Tianqi, he had been exposed to the brutality of combat since childhood. Not a naive soul by any means. Having chosen the path of cultivation, he was determined to advance with valor and unwavering resolve. Life and death were commonplace occurrences for cultivators. They were trivial matters indeed. Subsequently, Lu Yuan dismissed further thoughts and retrieved the storage bags of the two, commencing to tally his spoils. Fan Yun and Qin Ping, as seasoned outer disciples, possessed considerable wealth. The source stones alone weighed over 1,000 pounds, and upon extraction, the surrounding ether surged with increased vitality. Additionally, there were numerous spiritual herbs, various magical artifacts, several volumes of arcane texts, and an assortment of peculiar items intended for personal amusement, along with 2 spirit-gathering pills. Quite extravagant indeed. With a disdainful snort, Lu Yuan cast aside the disordered trinkets. Shifting his gaze, Apart from the crimson longsword recently wielded by Fan Yun, the remaining artifacts were all of inferior quality, offering little utility to him. After all, with Lu Yuan's current physical prowess, he could shatter weapons of the same rank with his bare hands, rendering such low-tier items unnecessary. The 2 spirit-gathering pills, however, held significant value, presumably prepared by the duo for a breakthrough into the spirit-gathering realm. Regrettably, they would never witness that day. Having unwittingly crafted a wedding gown for Lu Yuan. System, claim the reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing option 1. Reward, arcane technique, 5 elements great hand seal. As the notification echoed, an ancient scroll materialized in the system's space. Lu Yuan did not rush to cultivate. Instead, he retrieved the communication jade slip and infused it with a thread of his consciousness. In an instant, he vanished from the location at great speed. Within an outer sect cave. Buzz. The communication jade slip illuminated, casting a faint glow. Is there news? Lu Mu remarked with delight, hastily picking up the slip to examine its contents. It indicated that matters had been resolved and invited him to a location to identify the corpses. Truly, the efficiency of seasoned outer disciples is commendable. Lu Yuan, do you now comprehend the consequences of provoking me, Lu Mu? You foolish wretch. Lu Mu chuckled coldly before rising swiftly, racing towards the mountain gate. Before long, Lu Mu arrived at the location inscribed within the jade slip. The area was quite remote, surrounded by mountains and dense ancient forests, devoid of any signs of life, a perfect place for murder and cremation. This is what one calls professionalism. Lu Mu silently mused before scanning his surroundings. However, after searching for some time, he failed to spot Fan Yun or Qin Ping. Just then, a sudden rush of wind echoed nearby. A tall figure leaped down from a small mountain, striding forth. Fan, just as he began to speak. Lu Mu sensed something amiss. Why was there only one person? It was said that Fan Yun and Qin Ping were inseparable companions. Lu Mu's vigilance heightened, his eyes narrowing. Moments later, he finally discerned the identity of the approaching figure, his pupils contracting in shock. Lu Yuan, you're alive, Lu Mu exclaimed, unable to suppress his astonishment, his scalp tingling as if he had encountered a ghost. What? Surprised? Lu Yuan crossed his arms, a cryptic smile adorning his face. How is this possible? Where are Fan Yun and Qin Ping? Lu Mu stammered, enveloped in fear. At this moment, his foremost thought was that Lu Yuan had offered greater rewards, inciting Fan Yun and Qin Ping to turn against him. The alternative scenario never crossed his mind. After all, both were seasoned outer disciples, their cultivation at the pinnacle of the Bitter Sea realm. Even when facing a novice spirit-gathering cultivator, they possessed the strength to contend. The notion of them meeting their demise was inconceivable. Do not fret. You shall soon reunite with them, Lu Yuan replied coldly, his expression devoid of warmth. As he spoke, he advanced steadily towards Lu Mu. Lu Mu's scalp prickled, his body chilled to the bone. In that instant, he disregarded the veracity of Lu Yuan's words and turned to flee. He possessed the cultivation of the 8th level of the Bitter Sea realm, his divine power propelling him forward with the swiftness of the wind. Do you think you can escape? Lu Yuan's blood surged, transforming him into a streak of light as he pursued Lu Mu relentlessly. Russell. Lu Mu darted through the forest, employing every means to evade capture, fear gripping him to the core. Yet, no matter how he fled, he could not shake off the nightmarish figure pursuing him. His heart plummeted to despair. Whoosh! At that moment, a piercing golden light shot forth from Lu Yuan's fingertip. It penetrated several ancient trees in its path, directly piercing Lu Mu's calf, blood gushing forth. Lu Mu let out a tortured scream but gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, continuing to flee. After several breaths, the chase brought them to the edge. Chapter 13, The Essence of Spirit Splash. At the bottom of the cliff, a deep and chilling pool erupted with a high spray of water. Lu Mu, dragging his weary form, emerged from the icy depths, gasping for breath. Truly, heaven does not forsake those in desperate straits. It seems the heavens themselves refuse to claim my life. What can a mere Lu Yuan do to me? Lu Mu laughed maniacally, experiencing a euphoric sense of survival. In his heart, he vowed that one day he would rend Lu Yuan into pieces to avenge his fall. Not far from the cliff's bottom, a cave hewn by human hands caught Lu Mu's attention. The entrance was overgrown with weeds, suggesting it had long been abandoned. Has someone lived here? Lu Mu wondered, suppressing his pain as he stood upright and limped towards the cave. Soon, Lu Mu entered the cave without encountering any prohibitive formations. Before him lay a space of moderate size, its walls embedded with hundreds of luminescent stones, radiating a brilliant light that dispelled any darkness. At the center of the cave sat a figure, gaunt and devoid of vitality, as if all life had long since departed. "Senior?" Lu Mu called out hesitantly. But upon receiving no response, he cautiously approached. It became apparent that the corpse had once belonged to an exceedingly powerful cultivator, for otherwise, it would have crumbled to dust, rather than remaining so intact. After searching around, Lu Mu finally discovered a storage ring on the body. As his consciousness probed inside, he found numerous jars, artifacts, and some unknown ancient scrolls of techniques and supernatural powers. Lu Mu's heart surged with joy. Surviving such calamity surely brings future blessings, he mused, realizing the truth in the saying. The techniques left behind by such a formidable being could not be ordinary. They were undoubtedly of the highest caliber. "Ah, Lu Yuan, did you ever imagine that by forcing me off the cliff, you gifted me with such fortuity? When I return, having ascended to the inner sect, crushing you will be as easy as squashing an ant." Just then, outside the cave, a figure approached, drawn by the sound. "Ah, you truly have not perished," Lu Yuan remarked, peering in with a slight smirk. "What?" Lu Mu, hearing the voice, was instantly struck with terror. He sprang to his feet, pale and horrified, unable to comprehend that Lu Yuan would pursue him to such lengths, even descending the sheer cliff to investigate. It appeared to be the lair of a powerful being. "Thank you for guiding me," Lu Yuan said enigmatically, before leaping forward to attack. Moments later, the cave fell silent once more. Even Fan Yun and Qin Ping, both at the peak of the Bittersea realm, were no match for Lu Yuan. Lu Mu's fate was all too clear. He was swiftly slain. Dying with a heart full of resentment, Lu Yuan retrieved the storage ring, inspecting its contents. His gaze returned to the corpse, flickering with interest. This individual had likely been a Nirvana realm cultivator who had chosen this place to enter a state of deathly meditation. Such cultivators, though only a step away from becoming divine, often found themselves obstructed by countless powerful beings, as each layer of the Nirvana realm required a profound transformation of body, consciousness, and power. A moment's carelessness could lead to death. Evidently, the owner of this cave had met such a fate. In pursuit of self-transformation, the resources within the storage ring had been nearly exhausted, yet he could not escape his tragic destiny. Subsequently, Lu Yuan opened the jars within the storage ring, only to find them all empty, just as he had anticipated. Even the most powerful spiritual artifact had lost its luster, its spirit extinguished. It had likely been hundreds of years since it had seen use. However, the materials that could be employed for crafting spiritual artifacts were not trivial. Despite the passage of time, they retained a terrifying sharpness, making for excellent weaponry. Dragon Elephant Golden Body Technique, Heavenly Thunder Finger, Zixiao Sword Classic. Lu Yuan perused the scrolls of high-tier techniques. Except for one that was unsuitable for his cultivation, the rest could indeed serve him well. Possessing the Chaos Body, he could innately evolve all methods, making the practice almost effortless. This was truly a significant fortuity. As for Lu Mu's spoils, they were of little consequence, merely a pauper, having squandered his savings in a failed attempt to hire an assassin. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yuan exited the cave and sat cross-legged beside the cold pool, preparing to cultivate. With a wave of his hand, he summoned 1,000 pounds of essence, spreading it across the ground. Then, he activated the Chaos Law, beginning the process of devouring and refining. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of celestial essence transformed into visible torrents of energy, wildly rushing into Lu Yuan's body. His insides rumbled as powerful life force coursed through him, vibrant as the sun, continuously nourishing and strengthening his physique. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. Lu Yuan naturally advanced to the peak of the Bittersea realm. His body had become formidable, his divine power immense, coupled with the solid foundation laid by his teachings. He had nearly perfected this realm, becoming extraordinarily powerful. With a mere movement of his arms, he could exert strength exceeding hundreds of thousands of pounds, far surpassing ordinary Bittersea cultivators. It is time to progress to the next realm, Lu Yuan mused, his eyes glinting with determination. He then took out 2 spirit-gathering pills and, summoning chaotic energy, quickly refined them. As time passed, Lu Yuan remained motionless, seated like a withered tree. His Bittersea expanded, waves churning and thunder intertwining, as if to connect heaven and earth, culminating in a profound ascension. At some unknown point, Lu Yuan awakened from his deep meditation, a look of joy gracing his face. The spirit essence realm, I've broken through. With the chaos body, he faced almost no obstacles in his cultivation. This had been true in the early stages, and it remained so now. "No path can confine me," was not merely a saying. Even in this era of decline, where great emperors had certified their pathways, he continued to forge ahead with remarkable vigor. Truly, it was a testament to one of the most powerful constitutions in the history of cultivation. Without a moment's pause, Lu Yuan took out the various scrolls of techniques, invoking the source of chaos to begin his insights and deductions. Chapter 14. The Inner Door. Soon, half a month passed. Lu Yuan awoke from his meditation, feeling invigorated. His vital energy surging like a rainbow and his magical powers flourishing. His entire demeanor had undergone a significant transformation, adorned in a resplendent dark robe. With flowing black hair and profound eyes, a mysterious aura reminiscent of an ethereal being enveloped him, radiating an innate charm of Tao. During this period, Lu Yuan diligently honed various mystical arts, each reaching a level of great mastery. When displayed, their power was beyond measure. His combat prowess had experienced a dramatic metamorphosis compared to before. Notably, the dragon-elephant golden body technique left behind by the master of the cave was particularly profound. He had spent 7 consecutive days meditating at the bottom of the cold pool, utilizing the chilling energy to refine his body, resulting in an astonishing transformation. Nearing the level of a flawless sacred body, a slight tremor in his vitality would cause his skin to radiate a faint golden glow, rendering him impervious to ordinary weapons. Furthermore, the strength of his physical form was rapidly ascending. With each movement of his arms, it was as if ancient dragons and elephants roared in resonance, instilling a sense of dread. At present, my strength has greatly increased, yet my combat experience remains limited. This opportunity is perfect for training, Lu Yuan contemplated inwardly. Subsequently, he chose not to linger any longer in that place. With a flash of his figure, he summoned a divine rainbow beneath his feet, soaring into the sky. The biting cold wind filled his nostrils. The ancient woods, wolfish forests, and vast mountains lay beneath him, a breathtaking vista. The sensation of traversing the heavens was exquisitely delightful, stirring within Lu Yuan a surge of ambition and exhilaration. In the following month, Lu Yuan spent nearly all his time in the mountains and forests, honing his skills by battling the various beasts residing there, enriching his combat experience. Thunderous sounds echoed as another powerful tiger-like beast collapsed to the ground. Its forehead pierced by a terrifying and sharp assault, charred beyond recognition, lifeless. Lu Yuan approached with practiced ease, collecting valuable materials from the beast's carcass, then stood in contemplation. In this region, few formidable beasts could rival him. Seeking them would consume considerable time. Thus, continuing his training here seemed of little significance. It was time to return. Lu Yuan murmured to himself before leaping into the air, racing toward the Wan Chu sacred land. Upon returning to the Wan Chu sacred land, Lu Yuan did not head directly to his cave but instead visited the outer hall. With his current cultivation in the spirit-gathering realm, he was eligible for promotion to an inner disciple. Once he entered the inner door, his treatment would rise considerably. Not to mention, the benefits of training in the spirit dragon gorge were incomparable to those of outer disciples. Before long, Lu Yuan's figure descended. Inside the hall, the elder in charge was still the same, Elder Su Rong. "Elder Su, I am here to promote to an inner disciple," Lu Yuan declared confidently as he entered. Cupping his hands in respect, Elder Su initially paid little attention. As the Wanchu sacred land had an abundance of outer disciples, tens of thousands, many of whom broke through to the spirit-gathering realm daily to seek promotion, which was not particularly remarkable. However, when he lifted his gaze to the visitor, his expression shifted in astonishment. It's you," Elder Su exclaimed, clearly taken aback. He recalled that this young man was Gu Qinghuang's partner, the one from the Lu family who could not cultivate. To think he was here seeking to be promoted to an inner disciple? Had he misheard? Lu Yuan, to promote to an inner disciple, you must reach the spirit-gathering realm. Are you aware of this? Elder Su's expression shifted as he scrutinized Lu Yuan closely. Yet, no matter how he probed, he could not discern Lu Yuan's cultivation. To his spiritual sense, it was as if he were gazing into a chaotic mass, extraordinarily peculiar. And he could not ascertain what kind of secret artifact was worn. "I am aware. I have already broken through to the spirit-gathering realm," Lu Yuan stated calmly, opening his palm to reveal a surge of majestic golden divine power that instantly materialized. It morphed into various forms, at times resembling weapons, animated and lifelike. "Spiritual power manifesting," Elder Su exclaimed, astonished. "Indeed, you have reached the spirit-gathering realm. You can cultivate?" Elder Su's face paled as he was overtaken by shock. "I have encountered some fortuitous opportunities and opened the sea of suffering," Lu Yuan nodded, speaking serenely. Remarkable. I never expected in my lifetime to witness a cultivable sacred body. This golden divine power is formidable and teems with vibrant life, far exceeding that of other cultivators at the same level. Truly deserving of its reputation. Elder Su mused silently, instinctively believing that this was the work of the Lu or Gu family's higher-ups, to ensure Gu Qinghuang would soon bear a divine fetus. They had spared no expense in opening a sea of suffering as solid as a rock for the sacred body. It seemed they had also provided ample cultivation resources, pushing him to the spirit-gathering realm. You have my gratitude, Elder Su. Nonetheless, I wonder if I meet the requirements for promotion to inner disciple? Lu Yuan smiled slightly, choosing not to elaborate further on the matter. Of course, you meet the requirements. Please come forward. I will change your identity plaque. Elder Su nodded, showing no inclination to make things difficult for Lu Yuan. Although the path of the sacred body was fraught with uncertainty and limited prospects, he was, after all, Gu Qinghuang's partner, an important figure from both the Gu and Lu families. There was no need to create trouble over such trivial matters. Before long, the identity plaque for an inner disciple was engraved, handed to Lu Yuan along with details of his new benefits. Thank you, Elder Su. Lu Yuan received it, bowing respectfully. Go on. Then, Elder Su smiled, waving him off as he watched him depart. Not long after, Lu Yuan returned to his dwelling. No sooner had he arrived than a familiar figure appeared, approaching with a graceful demeanor. Cousin, are you there? Mu Ling'er called, peeking into the cave, glancing around. Yes. Come in, Lu Yuan's voice gently echoed. Mu Ling'er stepped inside. Ling'er, is there something you need? Lu Yuan expressed his fondness for this quirky girl, looking at her with a calm smile. Nothing urgent, just came to see you. It's been almost 2 months, and you haven't visited Qixia Peak, Mu Ling'er pouted, appearing somewhat miffed. After surveying the cave's interior, noticing it was unchanged from before, she couldn't help but frown and ask, Are you still comfortable living in the Wanchu sacred land? Quite well, Lu Yuan replied with a light smile. What do you eat on ordinary days? Mu Ling'er inquired curiously. I have entered a fasting state, so I require no food, Lu Yuan shrugged, speaking candidly. Ah? Mu Ling'er was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the meaning of his words. After a pause, she suddenly looked up, her face displaying disbelief. Cousin, you can cultivate? Chapter 15 Farewell to Gu Qinghuang, of course, Lu Yuan replied softly, nodding. This matter would inevitably come to light, so concealing it held no significance. It was better to be straightforward. Hearing his admission, Mu Ling'er was further astounded. The ancient sacred body could indeed cultivate. She murmured to herself, lost in thought. Ultimately, she leaned closer, scrutinizing Lu Yuan without pause. Cousin, what level of cultivation do you currently possess? Why can I not sense any divine power fluctuations from you? It is merely a secret artifact that shields one's aura. As for my cultivation, I believe I am at the second level of the spirit-nurturing realm, Lu Yuan smiled. Aside from the matter of obscuring the bitter sea with chaotic energy, he refrained from sharing further details. My goodness, the spirit-nurturing realm, Mu Ling'er gasped, covering her lips in astonishment. At such a young age, such cultivation was remarkable, although it paled in comparison to the prodigies of esteemed sects and ancient families. It was certainly not the wasteful body spoken of by the masses. Cousin, you truly have kept this from everyone. If the young lady were to know, she would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Mu Ling'er's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Perhaps, Lu Yuan replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate. Soon after, they exchanged a few more words before Mu Ling'er hurriedly departed. Moments later, Mu Ling'er returned to Qixia Peak, excitedly relaying the news to Gu Qinghuang, who had just emerged from her seclusion. Lu Yuan, he can truly cultivate? He has reached the spirit-nurturing realm? Indeed, he said so himself. Mu Ling'er nodded vigorously, her tone assured. Did you witness him perform any divine spells? Gu Qinghuang pondered for a moment, still displaying skepticism. Despite their brief acquaintance, she had discerned Lu Yuan's strong sense of pride from the outset, evident in his choice to reside alone in an outer sect dwelling. He would not accept others' pity without reason and possessed his own thoughts and style of action. Not yet, but he would have no reason to fabricate such lies to deceive me, Mu Ling'er contemplated aloud. Regardless, this matter is significant. I must see it for myself. With that, Gu Qinghuang hesitated no longer, her figure flickering before vanishing from sight. Before long, Gu Qinghuang appeared within Lu Yuan's dwelling. After 2 months apart, she seemed to have made further progress in her cultivation. Moving gracefully, she approached like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, exuding an ethereal and sacred aura. Lu Yuan, however, showed no surprise at her arrival. He sat quietly at a stone table, patiently awaiting her. Linga mentioned that you have broken the celestial shackles of the sacred body and embarked on the path of cultivation. Is that true? Gu Qinghuang surveyed him with her spiritual sense, but found no evidence, and slowly took a seat before him, gazing at his remarkably handsome visage, unable to restrain her curiosity. Indeed, Lu Yuan replied with a slight smile, then refrained from elaborating further, allowing a surge of divine energy to emanate from his palm, which spoke volumes. Truly at the spirit-nurturing realm. Gu Qinghuang's eyes widened in astonishment, a glimmer of surprise crossing her features. After opening the bitter sea, have you found your cultivation to be smooth? Can you sense any other celestial shackles? Aside from the considerable consumption of cultivation resources, I have not encountered any other sensations. Lu Yuan shook his head. Is that so? Gu Qinghuang mused. Her knowledge of the ancient sacred body was limited, offering little assistance. Nonetheless, Lu Yuan's successful entry into the path of cultivation was undoubtedly a positive development. While he might not become a formidable power, he was no longer an ordinary mortal. Certain rare materials could still be refined and consumed, significantly extending his lifespan. You need not worry about my cultivation. Ultimately, how far I can go is predetermined by fate. Lu Yuan smiled, his words imbued with a serene confidence, instilling tranquility. He then inquired, "And you, how has your cultivation progressed during this time?" "Well enough. I recently broke through to the third level of the cave heaven realm," Gu Qinghuang replied, her expression softening, but still somewhat distracted. The third level of the cave heaven realm. Lu Yuan's gaze flickered with intrigue. Gu Qinghuang truly was the pride of the Gu family. Possessing the innate physique of the Dao. At around 20 years of age, her cultivation was unmatched in the entire southern region, making her the rightful candidate for the position of saintess in the Wanchu Holy Land. When does the grand competition commence? Lu Yuan asked, raising an eyebrow with curiosity. In 7 days, Gu Qinghuang responded, brushing a strand of hair from her forehead. During their conversation, she had been observing Lu Yuan's physique, sensing an instinctive belief that he had grown remarkably powerful. His vitality surged, strength potent, and his body nearly flawless, possessing an explosive power far beyond that of ordinary cultivators. Perhaps, this was the extraordinary nature of the ancient sacred body. Regrettably, he seemed to lack in divine power, making it difficult to compete with the seasoned inner disciples due to a disparity in realms. Otherwise, he could truly vie for top honors. Gu Qinghuang sighed inwardly. However, after a moment of contemplation, she felt compelled to remind him, the rewards for the champions of the grand competition, both inner and outer sect, are quite substantial. Given your current cultivation, while it may be unlikely for you to enter the top 8 of the inner sect, it still presents an opportunity for self-improvement. If you're interested, you should participate. Oh? Lu Yuan's interest piqued, he inquired. What rewards does the inner sect champion receive? A chance to enter the creation divine pond. Gu Qinghuang explained. What is the creation divine pond? It is a wondrous realm crafted by the powerful beings of the Holy Land, utilizing countless rare materials. Disciples at the pinnacle of the spirit-nurturing realm can enter to cleanse their souls, clarify their spiritual platforms, and undergo transformation. As long as one is not excessively lacking in talent or comprehension, they can generally open their consciousness and refine their divine palace within the creation divine pond. Gu Qinghuang elucidated patiently. Ah, I see. It is indeed a significant opportunity. Lu Yuan's eyes brightened with growing interest. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, Gu Qinghuang prepared to take her leave. Before departing, her cheeks flushed suddenly, her gaze evasive as she murmured, "That matter can only be discussed after the competition. I cannot be distracted now." Cough. Lu Yuan cleared his throat, his expression turning somewhat awkward. "No worries, there is no rush. All right, I shall take my leave." "Focus on your cultivation," Gu Qinghuang said, flicking her fingers to release a strand of spiritual light that landed on the stone table. As she turned to leave, her graceful figure had already vanished from sight. Chapter 16. The Source Dragon Chi. The radiant light that fell upon the stone table revealed a storage ring. As Lu Yuan opened it, he discovered it was filled with a plethora of source stones, amounting to no less than 10,000 pounds. Such wealth, undoubtedly, would be a significant sum for the true disciples of the Wanchu Holy Land. The ease with which Gu Qinghuang produced it spoke volumes of her affection. Alas, it seems I have succumbed to this soft reliance. Lu Yuan sighed, finding himself both amused and helpless. Though he was reluctant to depend on Gu Qinghuang's resources for his cultivation, given the circumstances, he had no choice but to accept it quietly. He resolved to return the favor in the future with a few ancient scriptures of profound knowledge. He had a few worthy items to offer in exchange. With that thought, he put away the storage ring, and fell into contemplation. The grand competition of the Holy Land was imminent. If he wished to stand out in the intersect competition and secure a place in the divine pool of creation, he must strive to break into the top 8. The seasoned intersect disciples of Wanchu Holy Land were undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the spirit-gathering realm, a staggering 7 small realms above his current state. This disparity loomed large before him, and despite employing every means at his disposal, victory was not guaranteed. Time was of the essence. He had merely 7 days left to elevate his cultivation. With a grave expression, Lu Yuan murmured to himself before abruptly rising and hastening toward the direction of the Yulong Gorge. According to the regulations of the Holy Land, intersect disciples were permitted to cultivate in the Yulong Gorge for 3 days each month, specifically in the 2nd underground level. The density of the spiritual energy there was considerably richer than that of the outer layers, making it the fastest method he could conceive to enhance his cultivation. Before long, Lu Yuan arrived at the Yulong Gorge with practiced ease. The crowd was as plentiful as ever, predominantly comprised of numerous outer sect disciples. While the line for inner sect disciples was relatively short, Lu Yuan maintained his focus and proceeded to the end of the queue. Isn't that the fellow who had a dispute with Lu Mu not long ago? What is he doing queuing on the inner sect side? A few outer sect disciples gawked in disbelief, as if witnessing an extraordinary spectacle. Could he have broken through to the spirit-gathering realm? One of them stuttered, reflecting on this possibility with a look of horror. It had only been about 2 months since he had been in the mid-stage of the Bitter Sea realm. To leap directly into the spirit-gathering realm was an unfathomable pace of cultivation. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Perhaps he merely lost his way. Some shook their heads vigorously in denial. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan, with his keen perception from having established his consciousness quickly noticed that many from the outer sect were observing him. However, he was now a different being altogether. In terms of strength, he could easily crush someone like Lu Mu with a mere finger, and he had no inclination to concern himself with their opinions. As time passed, Lu Yuan soon reached the front of the line. Presenting his inner sect disciple token, he was granted entry into the 2nd underground level of the Yulong Gorge. Vanishing from sight, he has entered. He has truly become an inner sect disciple. The expressions of the onlookers were filled with astonishment. Amidst their shock, they quietly hoped for Lu Mu. After all, having offended such a remarkably talented inner sect disciple would likely make life in the Holy Land exceedingly difficult for him. It suddenly struck one of them that they hadn't seen Lu Mu in quite some time. As this thought crossed his mind, he felt a chill run down his spine and promptly silenced himself. In the 2nd underground level of the Yulong Gorge, the depth reached nearly 100 feet beneath the earth, resembling a vast and mysterious cavern. Yet, the illumination was far from dim. Ethereal dragon vein energies permeated the space, casting a soft golden hue and illuminating the entire cave as if it were daylight. Scattered throughout the expansive areas were inner sect disciples, each engaged in their own cultivation, circulating their techniques and absorbing the rich spiritual energy with disciplined tranquility. Upon entering, Lu Yuan surveyed the surroundings before quickly withdrawing his gaze. Kneeling to join the others in meditation and beginning his cultivation. Boom. As the chaotic primordial essence within him began to stir, the dragon vein energy in the 2nd underground level immediately reacted. Waves of almost tangible energy surged rapidly toward Lu Yuan, enveloping him in a vast ocean of spiritual energy. Shrouded in mist, creating an ethereal and surreal atmosphere. What a fiercely dominant gathering technique. It seems not to be a legacy of the Holy Land. In an instant, numerous inner sect disciples roused from their meditative states, casting curious glances toward Lu Yuan, their expressions reflecting a mix of intrigue. However, they soon returned their focus to their own practices, as each had their own unique opportunities in cultivation. Such occurrences were not uncommon, especially in the abundant and spacious 2nd level of the Yulong Gorge, where the number of practitioners was limited. How much could a single spirit-gathering realm cultivator absorb? It hardly affected the others. Bang! Lu Yuan remained seated, his entire being radiating brilliance as he refined the continuous influx of dragon vein energy into his body. The golden bitter sea erupted in a dazzling display of light, accompanied by thunderous roars, brimming with vitality and manifesting wondrous phenomena. Concurrently, the dragon elephant golden body technique he practiced began to resonate in tandem, causing his skin to gleam with a golden sheen, akin to being forged from gold, exuding a profound quality. The immense dragon vein energy relentlessly washed over his flesh and bones, occasionally producing deep, resonant sounds akin to dragon roars, echoing powerfully throughout the chamber. 2 days later, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from within Lu Yuan. Coiling around him were tangible streams of dragon chi, elevating him to a divine presence. Ah, the spirit gathering realm, third layer. Lu Yuan's face lit up with joy as he extended his hand, clenching his fist. He felt an incredibly surging power continuously flowing within him, rushing like an unbridled river, unending and tumultuous. It was incomparably stronger than before. Seizing the moment, Lu Yuan cast aside distractions, focused his mind, and prepared to continue his cultivation. Just then, the air above the second level of the Yulong Gorge suddenly split apart with a resounding crack, and a colossal golden dragon formed from pure spiritual energy soared forward. Vividly alive, embodying boundless power as if a legendary being had truly manifested in the world. The Source Dragon Chi! The Source Dragon Chi has appeared! Someone exclaimed. In the next moment, the entire second level of the Yulong Gorge erupted into a frenzy. Chapter 17. The contest. At this moment, even Lu Yuan rose abruptly. His gaze directed upwards, ignited with fervor. During his ascension to the inner sect at the main hall, Elder Su had previously warned him that deep within the abyss of the Yulong Gorge, there existed a certain probability of the primordial dragon energy being birthed. This energy, formed from the most pristine essence of the dragon vein accumulated over time, contained vast power. If he could devour and refine it, it would equate to half a month's arduous training within the gorge. As for who would ultimately claim it, that would depend solely on their abilities. The overseers of the sacred land would not intervene, allowing the disciples present to engage in combat for it. After absorbing this primordial dragon energy, I am confident that I will ascend to the 7th level of the spirit realm. Truly, heaven aids me. Not far away, a young disciple clad in yellow robes laughed heartily, his palm erupting with intricate runes as he extended his hand towards the primordial dragon energy suspended in the air. Out of the question, a mere 5th-level spirit realm disciple dares to covet the primordial dragon energy? Such arrogance. On the opposite side, a young man in black robes shouted coldly, summoning a treasure seal with a wave of his hand. Under the gaze of the onlookers, the seal dramatically expanded. Heavy as a mountain, radiating brilliant divine light as it descended to suppress the yellow-clad disciple. The young disciple in yellow immediately coughed up blood, sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Gu Qinghuang, you. The latter clutched his chest, fear flickering in his eyes. What? Not convinced? Gu Qinghuang stepped forward, an overwhelming aura erupting from him, instilling a profound sense of oppression. The yellow-clad disciple gritted his teeth, struggling momentarily before daring not to utter another word. The other inner sect disciples present also halted in their tracks, a trace of fear flashing across their faces. Gu Qinghuang, with his cultivation at the 7th level of the spirit realm, had earned some renown within the inner sect. While he might not be as formidable as the top disciples vying for supremacy, his strength was undeniably substantial. It was wise for ordinary spirit realm cultivators to weigh their chances before challenging him. After all, capturing the primordial dragon energy within the Yulong Gorge largely depended on luck. If a top-tier inner sect powerhouse happened to be present, even someone as strong as Gu Qinghuang might find himself in a precarious position, forced to tread carefully. Since no one dares to fight, I shall not stand on ceremony. With that, Gu Qinghuang's feet shimmered with divine light as he swiftly ascended into the void, prepared to seize the dragon energy. At that very moment, several fierce assaults erupted simultaneously from 3 different directions. The sheer force was so vigorous that it pushed Gu Qinghuang back several dozen feet. Gu Shidi, don't be so hasty. This primordial dragon energy may not yet be yours. A refined man, holding a feather fan, stood among the crowd, exuding confidence as he stood out like a crane among chickens. Simultaneously, a graceful young woman, her form delicate, began to rise into the air. With her gaze lowered, she swept her eyes over the crowd and then spoke softly, let each rely on their own abilities. Chu Xingzhu, Gu Xian. The disciples below gasped in astonishment. Clearly, those whose names resonated within the inner sect were not to be underestimated. In terms of strength, they likely surpassed Gu Qinghuang. Who is that person? I seem to have no recollection of him at that moment. Many inner sect disciples shifted their focus to the last individual. Although he bore an extraordinary demeanor, his appearance was unfamiliar, suggesting he was not a renowned powerhouse within the inner sect. Who are you? Gu Qinghuang frowned and coldly inquired, his gaze now directed at the last figure. Lu Yuan, the man replied with a smile. Never heard of you. A nameless wretch dares to challenge me? Have you grown tired of living? Gu Qinghuang's brows furrowed, his expression growing even colder. He recognized Chu Xingzhu and Gu Xian. Their strength was comparable to his own, and it was reasonable for them to engage in a contest. However, a nameless individual daring to confront him was simply intolerable. Fia Chapter 18. Overwhelming pressure. Gu Qinghuang and Gu Qinghuang stood upon the void, facing Lu Yuan from a distance, a solemn expression shared between them. The remarkable prowess of the individual who had decisively defeated Duan Shifeng was evident, showcasing extraordinary strength and a formidable body refined through rigorous training, certainly not an ordinary contender. Lu Yuan, my esteemed junior, I observe that your divine power appears to resonate only with the early stages of the spirit-nurturing realm. Are you certain you wish to wade into these turbulent waters? Gu Qinghuang said with a smile, maintaining the poise of a refined gentleman, unperturbed. How can one know without a trial? Lu Yuan replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips, unabashedly calm. If that is your resolve, let us see the truth of your abilities. Gu Qinghuang snapped his feather fan shut, his aura shifting dramatically, his gaze sharpening. Meanwhile, Gu Qinghuang remained composed, her delicate features tranquil, uttering not a word. With a graceful wave of her hand, she donned an extraordinary armor glimmering with an icy blue sheen, indicating her readiness for battle. After a brief moment of tension, the fight erupted unexpectedly. At that moment, Lu Yuan seized the source of dragon chi from afar. The objectives of the two challengers were evidently aligned. Gu Qinghuang's garments billowed, his hair danced in the air as if he were invoking a profound secret technique. The surrounding void became shrouded in a mystical haze, enveloped in an ethereal aura. His form gradually became indistinct, merging into the mist. In an instant, countless beams of piercing sword light erupted from the enveloping fog, dense and overwhelming, a divine radiance that seemed to blanket the sky. The misty divine sword technique, gasped several inner disciples, astonished by the display of this arcane art from the esteemed Thousand Scriptures Pavilion. Gu Qinghuang had indeed mastered this formidable skill. Such a relentless onslaught of divine swords would be nearly impossible to withstand without a sufficiently powerful protective artifact. Yet, Lu Yuan remained unfazed, his expression serene amidst the deluge. With a sweep of his vast mental energy, he discerned the essence of the attack. The magical energy of a spirit-nurturing realm cultivator could not sustain such a technique's consumption. Thus, he surmised that a significant portion was mere feigned assault, intended to obscure his position and confuse his senses. The true body must be concealed within the mist, seeking an opportunity to launch a counterattack. While such tactics might pose challenges for others, they revealed numerous flaws against Lu Yuan, who had already cultivated his consciousness. With a resounding roar, Lu Yuan summoned the blood and energy within him, unleashing an overwhelming aura that surged forth with the might of a dragon and elephant. He then advanced directly towards Gu Qinghuang's position. As he charged, his golden fist swung fiercely, meeting the barrage of divine swords head-on. Within the dense beams of light, he moved as if traversing an uninhabited realm, his body radiating with brilliance, shattering all opposing forces with unparalleled speed. In the blink of an eye, he reached Gu Qinghuang, delivering a powerful punch. What? Gu Qinghuang exclaimed in shock, completely unprepared for the sudden revelation of his position. Yet, being seasoned in combat, he swiftly opened his fan, radiating a brilliant light, the obsidian fan bones forming a protective barrier before him. With a thundering impact, Lu Yuan's divine fist struck, unleashing tremendous force akin to a dragon's tail, colliding with the barrier. Cracks instantly appeared, splintering under the ferocity of the assault. The fierce winds erupted, scattering the mist. As Gu Qinghuang was sent reeling, blood trickling from his mouth. In a single exchange, he sustained injury, a testament to the staggering might displayed. At that moment, Gu Qinghuang also took action. Her brow glowed with intensity, divine light shimmering around her, as she unleashed a devastating wave of energy that surged forth. Thunderous finger. Lu Yuan's formidable mental prowess enveloped the area, rendering ambushes nearly impossible. With a swift turn, arcs of purple lightning coiled around his fingers, intertwining with the power of wind and thunder, and shot forth. The void trembled, ripples of energy cascading like waves. Gu Qinghuang staggered back several paces, her icy blue armor shimmering with an unusual light, absorbing much of the impact, sparing her from serious harm. Yet, within her heart, tranquility had evanesced, her expression shifting to one of alarm. This adversary's physical prowess rivaled that of divine metal, and the arcane arts he wielded were equally astonishing. The lethality of his attacks was formidable, perhaps rivaling those of cultivators at the 9th level of the spirit-nurturing realm. In a heartbeat, Gu Qinghuang charged again, his fan gleaming with cold light, transforming from a symbol of elegance into a lethal weapon. Lu Yuan's gaze flickered as he swiftly evaded several paces, his fingers forming a blade as he retaliated with pure physical force. Clang! Clang! The reverberations echoed through the void as the two exchanged numerous blows. Gu Qinghuang too summoned a magical artifact to join the fray. Yet, Lu Yuan remained utterly composed, his golden fist swinging relentlessly. Each strike powerful enough to match the combined efforts of both adversaries without faltering. What manner of being is Lu Yuan? They pondered. He even withstands the combined might of Gu Qinghuang and Gu Qinghuang. Such overwhelming power seemed to defy the heavens themselves. The inner disciples watching were astounded, unable to fathom the emergence of this dark horse from the fray. Explosive sounds filled the air as the trio engaged in fierce combat, exchanging hundreds of blows within mere moments. With a thunderous punch, Lu Yuan unleashed a storm of wind and thunder, shaking the very mountains. The already battered obsidian fan could withstand no more, shattering under the force. Gu Qinghuang was sent tumbling, his vitality surging within him, his arm numb, his expression darkening as he hesitated to advance further. Gu Qinghuang too felt the strain, her magical artifact marred with cracks, its brilliance dimming, vibrating ominously. On the verge of complete failure under the relentless assault, Lu Yuan stood resolutely in the void, casting a glance at the two, his aura unyielding and undiminished. Enough. I shall relinquish this dragon chi, Gu Qinghuang declared, his complexion pale, his divine energy depleted, unable to continue the fight. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to leave, not wishing to appear foolish before others. Sighing, Gu Qinghuang followed suit, retreating quietly. While she still had some tricks left, the impending sect competition loomed. To expose all her hidden cards for a mere chance at Dragon Chi was not worth the risk, especially when victory was uncertain. Thus, she too chose to withdraw. Chapter 19. The competition thus, the fierce contest for the primordial dragon's energy came to a close, yielding results that astonished all present. A previously obscure individual emerged victorious, defeating 3 seasoned inner sect disciples in succession with overwhelming strength and occurrence that defied belief. However, those in attendance understood that from this day forth, the name Lu Yuan would undoubtedly resonate throughout the inner sect. Such an achievement was comparable to that of formidable masters at the 9th level of the spirit-nurturing realm. It was conceivable that during the competition, he might shine brilliantly, compelling others to regard him with newfound respect. The first to fall to Lu Yuan, Gu Qinghuang, after witnessing several battles, found no courage to reclaim his dignity. At some point, he quietly retreated from the dragon-nurturing gorge, his head hung low. Once the dust settled, Lu Yuan focused his mind and began to refine the primordial dragon's energy using the chaotic method. In an instant, waves of vibrant life essence surged towards him like an unstoppable torrent, creating tumultuous waves and dazzling lights, an awe-inspiring spectacle. Lu Yuan sat cross-legged, immovable as a mountain, radiating resplendent brilliance. His blood roared within, akin to the relentless flow of the Yangtze River. The powerful life essence was swiftly refined, continuously cleansing his flesh and meridians, as if he were undergoing a profound metamorphosis. It was not until a day later that Lu Yuan emerged from his deep cultivation, his eyes suddenly opening to release a flash of golden lightning, brimming with vitality and a sense of tranquility. He had reached the 5th level of the spirit-nurturing realm. A smile of delight graced Lu Yuan's face. Even he was astonished by the rapid pace of his cultivation. Just over 2 months prior, he was an ordinary mortal. Yet now, in a short span, he had transformed into a mid-stage practitioner of the spirit-nurturing realm. Such a tale would surely astonish many. After calculating the time, Lu Yuan realized that his period of training in the dragon-nurturing gorge was nearing its end. Thus, he rose and departed. On his journey back to his cave residence, he keenly observed that the number of practitioners within the Holy Land had noticeably increased. With the grand competition approaching, many had returned early. Groups of individuals conversed animatedly, creating a lively atmosphere. Lu Yuan, lacking friends in the Wancha Holy Land, did not pause but wielded his divine rainbow and hastened to his abode. With 3 days remaining until the competition, Lu Yuan mused that with his current cultivation level, he should not fall behind when facing practitioners at the 9th level of the spirit-nurturing realm. However, the true measure of this would only be revealed in battle. Lost in thought, he returned to solidifying his understanding of the arcane arts. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The grand competition of the Wancha Holy Land, held once every few years, had finally arrived. This time, due to the selection of the current Holy Son and Holy Maiden, the scale was significantly larger. The martial arts arena was teeming with people, densely packed in layers both within and around it. Truly a spectacular sight. Surrounding the massive arena, 8 square platforms had been erected, upon which sat the esteemed leaders of the Wancha Holy Land, in addition to the renowned 7 true disciples and numerous elders. The Holy Lord of Wanchu and several elusive Supreme Elders were also in attendance. Half an hour later, the clamorous voices of the crowd suddenly fell silent. A myriad of gazes turned skyward. The void split open, and patterns flickered as several figures stepped forth, descending into the arena. They emanated a terrifying aura of the great Tao, and merely standing there seemed to press down upon the very fabric of the void, instilling a sense of suffocating pressure. The Holy Lord has arrived. The Holy Lord has arrived. The disciples below gazed with fervent eyes, their attention converging on the foremost figure. This individual appeared middle-aged, adorned in a luxurious black robe, tall and imposing, with an air of unassailable authority emanating from his brow, a manifestation of the current Holy Lord of the Wanchu Holy Land. Esteemed guests, please take your seats, the Holy Lord said with a slight smile, his voice calm and measured. Indeed, the Supreme Elders responded with gentle nods, their forms flickering as they each took their places upon the elevated platforms, settling down with grace. As the high-ranking figures of the Holy Land arrived, the atmosphere of the grand event grew increasingly fervent. Many disciples eagerly rubbed their hands together, filled with anticipation for the battles to come. After all, aside from the sect competition, opportunities to showcase oneself before the Holy Lord and the esteemed elders were exceedingly rare. A stellar performance could potentially catch the eye of one of these revered figures, leading to acceptance as a disciple and a meteoric rise to prominence. Though such chances were slim, one must harbor dreams while alive. Otherwise, what difference would there be from being a mere fish in the sea? Thus, one must strive for a chance. Among the crowd, Lu Yuan stood quietly, his gaze fixed upon the high platform, flickering with excitement. The Holy Lord and the Supreme Elders held power comparable to that of the leaders of ancient clans and major sects, all of whom were formidable beings at the heavenly god level. Attaining such a realm, it was said, could collapse mountains and seas with a single drop of blood, wielding an unfathomable might capable of reshaping the world. In this era of diminished saints and hidden kings, they represented the pinnacle of visible power among the orthodoxies. Wherever they went, they garnered the respect of countless beings. He pondered how long it would take to reach such heights. 10 years, 20 years, or perhaps even longer. Lu Yuan's eyes shone brightly, and within him brewed a sense of hopeful anticipation. Meanwhile, upon a high platform in the southwest, an enchanting figure, the center of attention, gracefully rose and bowed respectfully to a regal woman in palace attire before her, saying, "I pay my respects to my revered master." "No need for such formalities," the woman replied warmly, raising her hand to envelop her in a gentle force, assisting her to rise. "Please, take a seat, Qinghuang." "Yes, master." Gu Qinghuang nodded obediently and settled down. Reaching the third level of the cave heaven realm is commendable. You have a significant chance in this selection for the Holy Maiden, Shangguan Ruoying remarked, satisfaction evident on her fair visage. "I will give it my all," Gu Qinghuang declared, her gaze resolute. "Indeed, just to your best," Shangguan Ruoying affirmed with a smile. Then, as if recalling something, her gaze suddenly fell upon the dense crowd below. "By the way, you mentioned that your little companion has begun his cultivation. Has he arrived for the competition?" Chapter 20. Ascendance upon hearing the voice. Gu Qinghuang's exquisite face flushed with a rosy hue. Her gaze swept across the throngs below. Yet the sheer number of participants in this grand competition rendered it a daunting task to locate a single individual, even with the use of divine consciousness. He must have arrived, perhaps to emerge victorious in the intersect battles. Gu Qinghuang spoke softly. "Oh, you hold such faith in him?" Shangguan Ruo's smile was enigmatic as she regarded Gu Qinghuang with a penetrating look, suggesting unspoken implications. The ancient sacred body, though restrained by the shackles of the heavenly path, is ultimately not an ordinary physique. When my disciple encountered him last, she sensed the formidable vitality within him, far beyond that of any practitioner of the same realm. Should he partake in the competition, he would undoubtedly stand out among the crowd. Gu Qinghuang spoke candidly, her beautiful eyes blinking. "Then I shall await the spectacle." Shangguan Ruo replied with a smile, her eyes glinting with interest as she murmured, "The ancient sacred body, such a lineage has been dormant for countless millennia. To rise again is no easy feat." Below the platform, Lu Yuan had already spotted Gu Qinghuang atop the stage. However, he did not make a scene. He merely cast a distant glance before shifting his attention elsewhere. On another high platform, he recognized two familiar figures. One was Lu Hong, the female true disciple he had met previously outside the Yunlong Gorge. The other was the white-clad man with whom he had shared insights before the chaos steal. Initially, Lu Yuan had surmised this individual possessed unfathomable strength, and upon seeing him again, his assumptions were confirmed. To sit alongside a supreme elder in such a prestigious event speaks volumes about one's status. Brother, do you recognize the white-clad man seated on that elevated platform? Lu Yuan inquired, a smile gracing his face as he struck up a conversation with a fellow disciple. Huh? Are you new here? You don't even know him. The disciple appeared quite astonished. I've seen him once, but do not know his name. Lu Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. That is Yin, the direct descendant of a supreme elder from our Wancha sacred grounds, and one of the 7 true disciples. He has grown up within the sacred grounds and possesses extraordinary talents in cultivation. Among the younger generation in the southern domain, he is a paragon. Perhaps after this competition, he might ascend to the position of Holy Son. The disciple explained with reverence. Oh, I see. Thank you for enlightening me. Lu Yuan nodded lightly, committing the name to memory. As time flowed, half an hour passed. Most of the expected disciples had arrived. The sacred grounds competition was finally underway. Boom. A resounding roar echoed as myriad intricate patterns of the Tao interlaced in the air, forming a barrier around the immense combat stage. This was to prevent the aftermath of battles from spilling over to the audience and to ensure fairness, deterring any interference from those with ulterior motives. Shortly thereafter, a sacred grounds elder, upon receiving a signal from the Wanchu Holy Master, swiftly ascended above the stage to announce the competition rules and various rewards for the victors. His voice resounded with clarity, imbued with potent divine consciousness, reaching every disciple's ears. Moments later, the rules were proclaimed. The elder began to call out names. The combat stage was segmented into 4 battlefields. Disciples would face off in pairs, 8 to a group. Soon, those named began to ascend the stage, preparing for battle. There were, of course, some vacant spots. If no one appeared after 3 calls, it would be deemed a forfeiture. Some participants, aware of their inferior strength, chose to forego humiliation, while others were simply absent, a common occurrence in the realm of cultivators, where separation, injury, and conflict were part of life. Before long, 8 figures appeared on the 4 stages, tense and ready for confrontation. Begin. With a commanding shout, the 8 figures sprang into action, engaging their opponents in fierce combat. Boom, boom. Various divine lights shimmered, and spells erupted in a dazzling display. The sounds of intense fighting filled the air, drawing many disciples to lean in for a closer look. The first round featured outer sect disciples from the Bitter Sea realm, their clashes primarily showcasing raw physical strength, lacking in finesse, rendering the spectacle rather mediocre. In the crowd, Lu Yuan briefly surveyed the scene before closing his eyes to meditate. Given the vast number of outer sect disciples, it would take a considerable amount of time to conclude the matches. There remained a lengthy wait before his turn arrived. Time elapsed swiftly, and several hours later, the duels among the outer sect disciples reached their conclusion. Boom. With a powerful strike, one disciple at the pinnacle of the Bitter Sea realm coughed blood and retreated. Despite the evident reluctance on his face, he had exhausted his divine power and could no longer withstand the onslaught. He had no choice but to concede. Descending the stage with a pallid countenance, cheers erupted from the audience as the outer sect champion was determined. The sacred grounds elder then materialized, his expression stoic as he announced the results of the first round. Next came the second round, featuring the inner sect disciples. On the eastern stage, Zheng Heng faced Du Wenlong. On the southern stage, Yu Zishu battled Hong Wendi. To the west, Zhang Zhao contended with Ning Lin. And on the northern stage, Lu Wenjin clashed with Lu Yuan. Disciples whose names have been called ascend the stage. As the words echoed, beams of divine light surged from all directions, charging towards the stage. Ah, I am called in the first round. Lu Yuan was pleasantly surprised but did not hesitate. With a flash of divine light beneath his feet, he soared into the sky and gracefully landed on the northern platform. Lu Yuan, is that him? The commotion below intensified as many eyes focused on the northern stage. What is happening? Is this person famous? A puzzled voice emerged from the crowd. Well, he has only recently gained notoriety. It is said that he possesses formidable strength, having consecutively defeated Duan Chengfeng of the 7th layer of the spirit-nourishing realm and Ji Xin and Chu Xingzhu of the 8th layer, claiming the dragon Qi on that day. Preliminary estimates suggest he is comparable to a 9th layer spirit-nourishing realm practitioner. A knowledgeable disciple whispered the insider information. Wow, that is impressive. As for Lu Wenjin, I know him. He is merely at the 3rd layer of the spirit-nourishing realm. To face such a competitor in the first round is indeed unfortunate. Chapter 21. One strike to defeat the enemy. Meanwhile, atop the high platform, Gu Qinghuang had also noticed Lu Yuan's entrance. Her beautiful eyes flickered momentarily, and her crimson lips parted slightly as she conveyed encouragement through her spiritual sense. Upon hearing her voice, Lu Yuan glanced upward and nodded gently. On the opposite high platform, Tiandu, who usually maintained a calm demeanor, displayed a rare interest upon seeing Lu Yuan ascend the stage. The last time they met, Lu Yuan was merely at the Bitter Sea realm, relying on sheer physical strength to climb the mountain and reach the Chaos Stone Tablet. Now, more than 2 months later, he had already become an inner disciple at the spirit-nurturing realm. Such a pace of cultivation was truly remarkable. Indeed, those capable of sensing the presence of the Chaos Stone Tablet were no ordinary individuals. Sooner or later, they would rise to prominence. At this moment, Lu Yuan stood on the arena, poised and composed, gazing at his opponent. A sweep of his spiritual sense revealed the opponent's cultivation level, merely at the 3rd layer of the spirit-nurturing realm. Such a level was nothing for him to concern himself with. In stark contrast, Lu Wenjin appeared tense, his body taut as he fixed his gaze, ready for a fight at any moment. After a few breaths, all 8 participants had taken their positions on the platforms, and the atmosphere was charged with tension. Begin. With the Elder of the Sacred Ground's command, the battle erupted instantly. Boom. The other 3 platforms unleashed powerful waves of divine energy. As magical artifacts soared through the air with tremendous force, cultivators who reached the spirit-nurturing realm were already considered adept, possessing numerous profound techniques. Comparatively, their duel was far more thrilling than those of the outer disciples. Simultaneously, Lu Wenjin launched his attack, summoning a long sword to his hand with a swift motion. The blade gleamed with a chilling light, sharp and imposing, a mid-grade magical artifact. Swish! A fierce beam of sword light erupted, dazzling and filled with divine energy, racing towards Lu Yuan at an astonishing speed. Lu Yuan, however, remained unfazed. In the next moment, his robe billowed as he leaped forward, a stream of golden divine light radiating from his palm, meeting the attack head-on. Boom! The golden hand struck downwards, shattering the incoming sword light with a single blow, dispersing it into countless flickering particles that vanished into the void. What? Lu Wenjin's expression changed dramatically, revealing shock. He had anticipated his opponent to be formidable, but he never imagined Lu Yuan would be this powerful. With mere flesh and blood, he had effortlessly crushed Lu Wenjin's assault, far exceeding his expectations. Just as he prepared to strike again, he suddenly halted, frozen in place. Lu Yuan's figure had vanished without a trace. In the next instant, a slender finger, radiating sharp light, silently pressed against Lu Wenjin's neck. "You have lost." The calm, detached voice echoed in his ear, sending chills down Lu Wenjin's spine, filling him with dread. If this had been a life-and-death battle outside the sacred ground, he would have likely found his throat pierced before realizing where the enemy was. The gap was simply too vast. "Thank you, Senior Brother Lu, for your mercy. I concede." Lu Wenjin lowered his head, speaking with a heavy heart. "You're welcome." Lu Yuan replied with a slight smile, withdrawing the divine light from his finger. Without delay, Lu Wenjin swiftly retreated from the platform. Victory for the North Platform, Lu Yuan. The Elder of the Sacred Ground glanced over and, upon recognizing the result, announced loudly, "Huh? The other 3 platforms have only just begun, and this one has already concluded?" It couldn't have been more than 2 or 3 breaths. The spectators erupted in astonishment, many disciples displaying incredulous expressions. To defeat Lu Wenjin, a cultivator at the 3rd layer of the spirit-nurturing realm, with a single strike demonstrated a level of strength that positioned Lu Yuan among the elite of the inner disciples. Conversely, those who had heard of Lu Yuan's exploits in the dragon-nurturing gorge were not particularly surprised. After all, his tangible strength spoke for itself, leaving little room for astonishment. Upon hearing the elder announce the outcome, Lu Yuan quickly descended from the arena, returning to the crowd amidst gazes filled with shock, reverence, and trepidation. Indeed, such swift speed and formidable explosive force. Since our last encounter, his strength seems to have progressed further. He must now be at the mid-stage of the spirit-nurturing realm? Gu Qinghuang pondered, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. If her assumptions were correct, Lu Yuan's pace of advancement was astonishing. In just a few days, he had transcended several minor realms, seemingly without any bottleneck. Although she had left behind over 10,000 pounds of source energy for his cultivation, typical cultivators would still require a significant amount of time to absorb and refine it. Without some extraordinary means, achieving such rapid progress would be implausible. It appeared he harbored many secrets. After a short incense stick's worth of time, the battles on the arena concluded entirely. The other 3 victors, like Lu Yuan, successfully advanced. However, The next round of duels would not commence immediately, allowing them time to recover their divine energy. Although the number of inner disciples was not as vast as that of the outer disciples, they were still numerous. Competing for the top 8 would take several hours to determine. Soon, another 8 disciples were called to the stage to engage in combat, sparking yet another fierce battle. Lu Yuan stood within the crowd, arms crossed, observing with keen interest, occasionally focusing more intently on matches that caught his eye. After all, knowing both oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in countless battles. As time progressed, half an hour later, Lu Yuan was summoned for his second match. This time, however, his opponent was a familiar face, none other than Gu Qinghuang, the female cultivator who had contested him for the source dragon energy at the Dragon Nurturing Gorge. Upon hearing the elder announce the battle roster, Gu Qinghuang's expression shifted to one of clear astonishment, her thoughts momentarily clouded with hesitation. Truth be told, she would have preferred to face a seasoned inner disciple at the 9th layer of the spirit nurturing realm rather than engage Lu Yuan again. His physical prowess was unfathomably strong, as evidenced by the last battle, where he had shattered her high-grade magical artifact, leaving her heart aching. Yet now, this was the sect's grand competition. To refrain from taking the stage would equate to forfeiting, leaving no opportunity to seize. Gu Qinghuang, the elder of the sacred ground, furrowed his brow, scanning the area before calling her name again. Snapping back to reality, Gu Qinghuang no longer hesitated. Gritting her silver teeth, she swiftly ascended the arena, positioning herself directly opposite Lu Yuan. Chapter 22. Unbroken victory on the arena. A male and female figure stood facing each other, captivating the attention of numerous disciples of the sacred land. Gu Qinghuang, a seasoned inner disciple, possessed considerable renown. Her cultivation was formidable, reaching the 8th level of the spirit-nourishing realm, provided she did not encounter misfortune by facing the stronger opponents too early. She might have a chance to secure a place among the top 8 and gain entry to the divine creation pool. Coupled with her striking beauty and exceptional demeanor, she garnered significant support among the disciples. Senior Sister G, go for it. Defeat him. Avoid brute force. Aim for his vulnerabilities. Numerous male disciples shouted encouragement from the stands, some even devising strategies for her. Gu Qinghuang remained unfazed, her expression darkening. What a coincidence. We meet again, Lu Yuan said with a slight smile. Speaking calmly, indeed, since our last parting, I presume your cultivation has advanced considerably? Gu Qinghuang replied, her eyes sparkling, a smile gracing her lips. Not particularly. Lu Yuan responded noncommittally. Then, I hope you will show mercy and not let my defeat be too humiliating, Gu Qinghuang said playfully, feigning a posture of weakness. Your charms hold no sway over me. If you wish to advance, display your true abilities, Lu Yuan retorted, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. As his words faded, the voice of the elder of the sacred land resonated from the heavens. The battles on nearby arenas erupted instantaneously. With a whoosh, Gu Qinghuang's hair danced in the air, her fair skin radiating brilliance, her aura soaring. She unleashed a powerful spell, instantly chilling the surrounding air. Sharp ice spikes, imbued with a terrifying cold, shot towards Lu Yuan. Boom. Lu Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he met the assault with bare hands. With a few swift punches and kicks, he shattered the barrage of ice spikes, sending shards flying as though a hailstorm had descended. Gu Qinghuang was not surprised by this. She knew Lu Yuan's physical strength was astonishing, and she could not match him directly, thus relying on ranged attacks for victory. Seizing a moment of opportunity, she soared into the sky, unleashing a radiant beam of energy that transformed into a web woven with the power of thunder, attempting to ensnare her opponent. Though she possessed numerous magical artifacts, they proved useless. Lu Yuan smiled nonchalantly. Under the influence of his formidable mental prowess, every move was laid bare. Just as the thunderous net descended, Lu Yuan's figure vanished once again, executing the same tactics as in the previous battle, albeit with a speed several times greater. Even the seasoned inner disciples below could only catch a fleeting glimpse of a dazzling light streaking past. His movement technique, so fast, Gu Qinghuang's complexion changed, instinctively retreating. At that moment, a glowing golden fist imprint descended upon her. Clang. Remaining composed under pressure, Gu Qinghuang swiftly formed hand seals, her ice blue armor suddenly glowing, sending ripples of energy forth to withstand the impact. Yet, she was still heavily struck down to the earth. Lu Yuan, agile and relentless, followed closely, denying her any chance to recover. Bang! Another devastating fist imprint struck forth. Gu Qinghuang was sent flying, her form wavering, blood trickling from her mouth, and her armor cracking, its luster dimming. At this rate, A few more strikes would lead to complete destruction. How many more times can you unleash such speed? Gu Qinghuang gritted her teeth, filled with unwillingness as she fought and fled, yet remained unable to evade Lu Yuan's pursuit. Many times, Lu Yuan declared, transforming into an elusive shadow once more. Launching another assault. Bang! Bang! The arena reverberated with the sounds of their clash. The battle was entirely one-sided. Gu Qinghuang desperately defended herself, occasionally managing to strike back. But Lu Yuan's speed was simply too overwhelming. Before her counterattack could even materialize, he had already vanished in another direction, rendering her efforts futile. After several exchanges, her ice-blue armor could no longer withstand the relentless barrage and shattered completely. Gu Qinghuang felt her vitality surge and her internal organs rocked by the impact. She realized that to continue would only lead to further humiliation. I concede. Upon hearing her voice, Lu Yuan halted his advance, standing still with his fist lowered. What is the name of your technique? Gu Qinghuang inquired, her expression dimmed. Fleeting light and shadow, Lu Yuan replied candidly. A splendid name. I concede due to my inadequate skills. Gu Qinghuang sighed, shaking her head as she relinquished her hopes of entering the top 8 and resolutely descended from the arena. Victory to Lu Yuan from the southern arena. The elder's proclamation resonated slowly. Gazes from outside the arena converged upon him, including several core disciples from the Divine Palace realm. Their expressions reflected a newfound gravity as they regarded Lu Yuan. Gu Qinghuang's defeat was indeed justified. The technique he had just displayed was so elusive that even my mental perception could only capture a blurred afterimage, let alone those in the spirit-nourishing realm who had yet to establish their consciousness. See. Indeed, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he is likely to secure a position among the top 8. Several core disciples of the Divine Palace realm exchanged thoughts through their mental connection. Wow, even senior sister G, at the 8th level of the spirit-nourishing realm, was defeated. Lu Yuan is truly formidable. He has emerged as a dark horse in this competition. If he wins 2 more matches, he will nearly guarantee his place in the top 8. On the other side, disciples from both inner and outer sects were abuzz with discussion. Among them, many female cultivators gazed at Lu Yuan with sparkling eyes. Setting aside his prowess, Lu Yuan's handsome visage was equally captivating to several female disciples. With striking features and an ethereal aura, he was a figure who commanded attention wherever he went. A commendable technique, Tiandu remarked, nodding slightly in approval from the high platform. Yet, he remained puzzled about Lu Yuan's physique, which evoked such a strong reaction in him. After observing 2 battles, it seemed apparent that his physical strength far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. However, this alone was insufficient for confirmation. Meanwhile, amidst the gazes of the crowd, Lu Yuan gradually descended from the arena, preparing for his next match. Undoubtedly, he remained the quickest victor of this round. Chapter 23. The top 8. The battle raged with fervor. Another hour passed, and Lu Yuan prepared himself for his 3rd contest. However, as he stepped onto the arena, his opponent promptly surrendered, relinquishing the match without a fight. This individual possessed a keen self-awareness. Reaching this stage with a cultivation level of the 7th layer of the spirit-nurturing realm was nothing short of remarkable, and he had no aspirations to advance further. Is this really the top 8? Lu Yuan returned to his place, bemused yet resigned. At this moment, Gu Qinghuang, perched upon the high platform, brightened her eyes in secret delight for Lu Yuan. Securing a spot in the top 8 signified a qualification to enter the divine transformation pool. Given his current level of cultivation, even if he could not make the leap into the Divine Palace realm, it would undeniably be of great benefit. Subsequently, Lu Yuan continued to observe the ongoing matches from the sidelines. Among the remaining contenders, several were highly regarded as favorites to claim the top position within the inner sect, possessing remarkable prowess with their cultivation at the peak of the spirit-nurturing realm. One particularly stoic youth had, like Lu Yuan, already opened his sea of consciousness, standing on the brink of the Divine Palace realm. Each match concluded swiftly, often in just 2 or 3 moves, executed with precision and decisiveness, drawing the attention of numerous dignitaries above, hinting at their extraordinary backgrounds. Another half-hour passed, and the top 8 matches commenced. As the elder from the sacred ground announced the list of contenders, 8 radiant beams of light simultaneously descended upon the arena, igniting the atmosphere with excitement and anticipation. Even some elders on the high platform raised their gazes, piqued by the unfolding drama. Undoubtedly, those inner disciples who had reached this stage were no weaklings. After undergoing the baptism of the divine transformation pool, they would almost certainly ascend to the Divine Palace realm, emerging as core disciples with significant potential. Should someone find favor with them and accept them as their successor, it would indeed be a splendid affair. At this moment, Lu Yuan's opponent was a tall and imposing young man. His appearance was somewhat rugged, with bulging muscles and an aura of vitality. The scar etched across his left eye was striking, exuding a fierce demeanor that commanded respect. Lu Yuan, is it? Your cultivation appears incomplete. Yet you have made it this far, quite the achievement. I tend to be rather heavy-handed. Surrender early, and you may spare yourself some physical pain, Han Jiang remarked. Casting a sidelong glance at Lu Yuan, his lips curling into a bloodthirsty grin. Oh, what a coincidence. I too tend to lack restraint. I am eager to experience your prowess, Lu Yuan replied calmly, a smile gracing his features. Humph, you know not what you speak, Han Jiang scoffed, dismissing further conversation as Lu Yuan remained resolute. At that moment, a voice unexpectedly broke the tension from another corner of the arena. I concede. The speaker was an inner disciple who had just faced the stoic youth. He appeared remarkably carefree, fully aware of his defeat, and without a moment's hesitation, turned to leave. What? He concedes just like that? He won't even put up a fight? Murmurs of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Although entering the top 8 guaranteed a place in the divine transformation pool, there were also other substantial rewards at stake. Why bother? If you cannot win, you cannot win. Only a fool would humiliate themselves further. Besides, do you know who Mu Chong is? Is there more to this? What is his status? It is said he is a hidden prodigy from the Elder S family, a direct descendant believed to possess a unique constitution. He participates in the inter-sect competition merely for formality, as he is practically guaranteed to be a true disciple in the future. This revelation sparked considerable commotion among the onlookers. So he hails from the Elder's family. No wonder he possesses such strength. I had never heard of him before. Many felt a surge of astonishment, their gazes toward the platform filled with newfound respect. Mu Chong, however, paid no heed to the whispers around him. His expression remained indifferent, his eyes calm like an ancient well. He maintained an air of superiority, exuding immense pride. Subsequently, he seated himself on the arena, closing his eyes in meditation, as if this level of combat held no allure for him whatsoever. Moments later, the battle commenced. The 3 arenas erupted with intense fluctuations of divine power. Han Jiang surged forward, moving with astonishing speed, accompanied by the sounds of wind and thunder, creating fleeting afterimages. His cultivation at the peak of the spirit-nurturing realm was unmistakable. Lu Yuan's gaze flickered, instantly pinpointing Han Jiang's position, and with a swift motion of his fingers, he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom. Neither avoided nor retreated. Their strikes collided with a thunderous roar that seemed to shake the very fabric of the surrounding space. Interesting. Han Jiang sensed the force in his arm, momentarily taken aback, before his palms burst forth with radiant light, an overwhelming surge of divine power driving him forward. Bang! Lu Yuan felt the tremors within his body, his blood surging, and he retaliated with another punch. The collision of their blows was immense, momentarily separating them. With a push off the ground, the arena quaked as they transformed into blurs, charging at each other. They engaged in close combat, a flurry of fists and feet raining down like a tempest. Each strike seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 pounds. The sound of their clashes ringing in the air, the force of the gales fierce enough to be palpable. Hiss, Lu Yuan is indeed formidable. He can contend with Han Jiang in sheer physical strength. Many inner disciples watching were visibly impressed. Han Jiang, lacking a prominent background, had reached this point solely through his fierce determination. It was said that in his youth, he had acquired a powerful body refinement technique, far surpassing others in physical prowess, with a record of tearing apart spirit-nurturing realm beasts with his bare hands. Bang! Bang! In mere moments, Lu Yuan and Han Jiang exchanged dozens of blows, neither gaining the upper hand. Great wilderness palm! Han Jiang shouted, executing a fierce secret technique. His massive hand struck downward, emanating a desolate aura that stifled all life. An overwhelming force. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened, and he pointed a finger forward, summoning the tempest of wind and thunder, striking with piercing intensity. Boom! The very air quivered, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that swept in all directions. Han Jiang staggered back a few steps under the impact, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he sneered. No wonder you are so fearless and refuse to concede. You truly possess some skill. However, your cultivation is too low. You will ultimately find it difficult to compete with me. Watch how I defeat you. Chapter 24, The Final Four, The Unyielding Power of the Wilderness. Following a cold shout, Han Jiang unleashed his signature skill, a formidable secret technique derived from the body-refining method he had acquired in his youth. Once revealed, its astonishing power enabled him to vanquish foes across 2 or 3 minor realms with relative ease. Boom! An overwhelming aura erupted from Han Zhang's being. Waves of blood surging around him with an almost demonic force, showcasing incredible might. However, Lu Yuan merely snorted, his expression unyielding. In the next moment, a terrifying surge of vitality also burst forth from his fleshly apertures. His bones resonated with a golden hue, accompanied by a thunderous roar, as though an ancient dragon had awakened within him. These two young men exhibit considerable prowess in the art of body refinement, nearly transcending the limits of the spirit-nourishing realm. A promising talent indeed. On the platform, many elders from the sacred grounds cast intrigued glances, their eyes gradually brightening. Since you are also adept in this field, let us determine who reigns supreme. Han Jiang noted the astonishing vitality emanating from Lu Yuan, a flicker of surprise crossing his face before vanishing. Just as I wished. Lu Yuan responded without hesitation. As the words settled, both men stamped their feet and charged forward, engaging in a fierce battle. Bang! Their fists collided with a force akin to a clash of titans. Two radically different waves of energy erupted at their point of contact, creating ripples of energy. Had it not been for the numerous inscriptions surrounding the arena, sealing the space, this strike would have revealed unparalleled destructive power. At this moment, Han Jiang unleashed his full combat prowess, his ferocity akin to a tempest, raining down blows with astonishing speed and force. The winds of his fist howled, not only with immense strength but also laced with sinister undercurrents, causing the void to emit an ear-piercing hum. Conversely, Lu Yuan stood his ground like a majestic mountain, unyielding against the onslaught, his body radiant with golden light, embodying the aura of an invincible deity. Boom! After a series of exchanges, a colossal golden hand swept through the air, shaking the void and producing a cacophony of sounds. The sheer force contained within was unfathomable to the ordinary person. Puffed. Han Jiang spat a mouthful of blood, his body propelled backward. Numerous bones. Chapter 25. Mu Chong, the final battle in an expansive arena. Only two figures remained. Lu Yuan stood tall, the focus of countless gazes, with no intention of conceding. This sparked murmurs among the multitude of disciples from the sacred grounds, who exchanged glances and speculated. It appeared that Lu Yuan was not planning to surrender. He intended to challenge Mu Chong directly. Indeed, while Lu Yuan possessed considerable strength, it seemed insufficient to contend for the top position within the inner sect against his formidable opponent. Since Mu Chong ascended the stage, no one had managed to withstand even 3 moves from him. Even the strongest among the top 8 in the inner sect had no choice but to acknowledge defeat. Many disciples voiced their skepticism, as Mu Chong's reputation was formidable, a true prodigy of youth, standing on the brink of the divine palace realm, leaving all competitors far behind in the inner sect battle. At this moment, the elders of the sacred grounds observed Lu Yuan's refusal to concede with a hint of surprise. They gestured into the void, and with a resounding boom, intricate patterns of energy flared into existence, rearranging the arena into a vast expanse, amplifying the space for the impending confrontation between the two. The inner sect battle commenced. As a commanding voice echoed, Mu Chong, who had been in deep meditation, slowly opened his eyes for the first time to meet his opponent's gaze. You, with merely the cultivation of the 5th level of the spirit-nourishing realm, dare to challenge me? How amusing. Do you seek to establish your notoriety through this encounter? A mocking smile graced Mu Chong's lips as he spoke dismissively. Lu Yuan responded with a serene smile, exuding an undeniable aura of confidence. Humph, a frog at the bottom of a well? Your arrogance is amusing. As per tradition, I shall defeat you in 3 moves. Mu Chong's cold laughter echoed with pride, looking down upon all his peers. In an instant, a brilliant purple lightning bolt erupted from Mu Chong's brow, sharp and dazzling, slicing towards Lu Yuan with astonishing speed. This manifestation of mental energy was a sign of nearing the divine palace realm. Below the stage, many sharp-eyed disciples gasped in astonishment. At such a young age, he is on the verge of entering the divine palace realm. His cultivation speed surpasses even the 7 foremost disciples. His future achievements are boundless. Do you think to sever me with a mere thought? Youth, you are overly confident, Lu Yuan countered, his own mental energy surging forth as a golden beam erupted from his brow, akin to a celestial sword unsheathed, resonating with power. The two forces of mental energy collided violently, unleashing a tempest of lightning and ripples that spread in all directions. Moments later, both energies dissipated, resulting in a stalemate for the first exchange. You, with your 5th level of the spirit-nourishing realm, have actually cultivated a sea of consciousness? Mu Chang's youthful face momentarily displayed a rare expression of astonishment. "Is that so difficult?" Lu Yuan replied nonchalantly, causing a stir among the spectators. To cultivate a sea of consciousness at the half-step divine palace stage was indeed rare, yet not unheard of. However, if one managed to do so in the mid-stage of the spirit-nourishing realm, it would be utterly extraordinary, a feat few could achieve. Furthermore, the strength of his mental energy was surprisingly on par with Mu Chang's, truly astonishing. "I underestimated you, but you remain a frog at the bottom of a well." Mu Chang's entire being radiated with immense power, as if boundless brilliance emanated from his very skin. Then, he decisively unleashed a formidable arcane technique, the ancient God Finger. With a commanding shout, a colossal finger of raw power materialized, inscribed with intricate runes, reminiscent of ancient forbidden arts, exuding tremendous might. In response, Lu Yuan glowed with radiant energy, becoming a blur as he thrust his hand downward, conjuring a colossal hand of the 5 elements that engulfed the arena in a cascade of resplendent divine light. This was a powerful technique acquired from the system, and it marked the first time he displayed its full potential. With a thunderous clash, the two assaults met again, erupting into a deafening roar. The air trembled, distorting under the sheer force of the energy waves, sending shivers down the spines of many low-ranking cultivators in attendance. As the brilliance faded, Lu Yuan remained steadfast, his figure unblemished, draped in his mystical robe. Mu Chang's expression soured, irritation evident. He had initially perceived his opponent as an unremarkable inner sect disciple, but now recognized that Lu Yuan possessed genuine strength and could continually counter his assaults. "Attack!" Mu Chang bellowed, extending his arms as an overwhelming surge of divine light erupted, manifesting countless piercing divine spears that shattered the heavens and descended upon Lu Yuan like a relentless storm. "This is enough," Lu Yuan declared assertively, his body radiating light as a tremendous force of vitality erupted from within, surpassing even his previous confrontation with Han Jiang. He resembled a golden sun rising, blindingly bright. A colossal hand, radiating golden brilliance, obstructed the onslaught, crashing down with immense force. In an instant, the divine spears shattered, exploding into a shower of light that dissipated into the void. "A mere parlor trick. If you wish to defeat me, then show your true abilities," Lu Yuan retorted coldly. At that moment, the multitude of disciples from the sacred grounds were profoundly moved by the extraordinary vitality Lu Yuan displayed. It was hard to fathom that such power could emanate from a cultivator of the spirit-nourishing realm. Truly remarkable. 3 moves. Lu Yuan has shattered the limit of 3 moves. The earlier battle was not even his full strength. Indeed, those who reach the intersect finals are not to be trifled with. Even the elders seated above were taken aback by Lu Yuan's displayed prowess. The golden vitality surged like a furnace, pulsating with life, evoking a strange sense of familiarity. Well, so you are Lu Yuan? You have indeed earned my respect." In response, Mu Chang's anger transformed into a chilling smile, his eyes suddenly igniting with fierce intensity. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura, akin to a volcanic eruption, surged forth, escalating dramatically. Chapter 26, The Vision of the Sacred Body. The chaotic seed of the blue lotus with a thunderous roar, myriad divine rays surged into the sky, piercing through the heavens. A supremely sacred aura emanated from Mu Chang, elevating him to the stature of a deity descending to the mortal realm, imposing and majestic, evoking an irresistible desire for reverence. The ancient divine body. The rumors proved true. Mu Chang was indeed a being of divine essence. Below, countless disciples of the Holy Lands gasped in astonishment. The divine body had left an endless legacy in the annals of cultivation in the eastern wilderness. Each individual who emerged from such lineage could become a formidable force, commanding respect across the universe with boundless potential. Great Elder, your lineage has produced a remarkable talent. Perhaps in the future, we shall witness the rise of a divine king of the eastern wilderness. Many elders of the Wanchu Holy Land remarked with smiles. Not at all. This young man still has a long way to go, replied the great elder, his demeanor kind as he stroked his beard, though the pride on his face was unmistakable. Indeed, he is a remarkable youth. At this moment, even the master of Wanchu nodded in approval, acknowledging. To evoke the might of a divine body is no small feat. Among your peers, you may take pride in this. The forthcoming battle held no suspense. Mu Chang raised his head, divine radiance shimmering, an infinite halo emerging as he advanced step by step. The terrifying pressure cracked the blue stone arena beneath him, echoing ominously. Lu Yuan's gaze grew solemn as he observed the scene. He had previously surmised that this youth was extraordinary, garnering the attention of many prominent figures present. Little did he expect him to be a being of the divine body. With such a constitution, given a year or two, he would undoubtedly ascend to true discipleship within the Holy Lands, renowned far and wide. This was indeed intriguing. At that moment, Lu Yuan felt a strong resonance between his own chaotic sacred body and Mu Chang's divine body. In the golden sea of bitterness, tumultuous waves surged, brimming with vitality, as if yearning to break through barriers and compete with the other. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yuan decided to fully unleash the might of his ancient sacred body, discarding the chaotic energy that had sealed the bitter sea. Boom! A terrifying force, reminiscent of an ancient true dragon awakening, erupted from Lu Yuan's bitter sea, dispersing all surrounding pressure. He was enveloped in a golden ocean, bathed in sacred light, his imposing figure moving all who beheld him. This power is... Mu Chong was taken aback, a look of astonishment crossing his face. But it quickly morphed into a cold smile. No matter what, it is ultimately a futile struggle. Kill! A sharp command echoed. Mu Chong activated his speed, transforming into a swift streak of light, launching an attack. Following the unsealing of his divine body, his combat prowess surged dramatically as he struck. A torrent of violent power descended, dominating the surroundings, turning the void to a golden hue. Lu Yuan's hair flew as he charged forth, his eyes cold as lightning. Without hesitation, he swung his glowing fist toward Mu Chong. Boom! Boom! The two clashed fiercely for the first time in an intense melee. Various arcane techniques were employed effortlessly, creating a brilliant spectacle at the center of the battlefield, their speed rendering them indistinguishable from one another. However, Mu Chong, being a direct descendant of an ancient clan, wielded a diverse array of mystic arts. With a flick of his hand, the power of the ancient gods swept across the expanse, sharp and relentless. Beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners, Lu Yuan maneuvered with agility, employing the ethereal technique of floating light and shadow, constantly shifting positions. As winds and thunder surged from his fingertips, unleashing the overwhelming might of the five elements. Boom! After exchanging blows for several rounds, Mu Chong's eyes narrowed, his anger intensifying. He had not anticipated that even with the power of the ancient gods on display, he could not swiftly subdue Lu Yuan. This was a significant blow to the reputation of his divine body. The three absolute steps of the ancient gods, Mu Chong shouted, soaring into the sky. An immense force erupting beneath him, radiating brilliance as he descended heavily toward the ground. The sheer strength of this attack caused the surrounding void's engraved pathways to tremble violently, well beyond the limits of the spirit-nurturing realm. Lu Yuan's expression hardened as he too ascended into the air, mentally reciting the Taoist scripture. Buzz! In an instant, a thunderous sound of the grand Tao resonated throughout the cosmos, as if an ancient sage had manifested, reciting ethereal scriptures. Lu Yuan's brow glowed fiercely as glowing ancient characters erupted, transforming into a golden heavenly sword that cleaved through stone and shattered the air, exuding an overwhelming killing intent. Boom! The golden heavenly sword blazed fiercely, obliterating everything in its path, directly shattering Mu Chong's accumulated momentum with unparalleled ferocity. Bang! Mu Chong was struck violently, his form flying backwards several dozen feet. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he gazed at Lu Yuan, utterly astonished. What kind of technique is this? To possess such might? Each ancient character unleashed seems to embody the essence of the Tao, manifesting divine law. The sword attack it forms is utterly invincible and destructive. What? With the cultivation of the spirit-nurturing realm, he has manifested the essence of the great Tao. Could it be that Lu Yuan wields an ancient scripture of the emperor? On the platform, several elders of the Holy Land stood in disbelief, their faces reflecting astonishment, their eyes fixed intently on the unfolding battle. Gu Qinghuang's exquisite visage transformed with surprise, clearly taken aback. I refuse to believe it. So what if you possess an imperial scripture? You will still fall before me. Mu Chong roared, his demeanor frenzied. Having been nurtured with high expectations since childhood, he could not accept being overthrown by someone of a lower realm. The ancient gods illuminate the world. Mu Chong's voice rang out, resonating with a force that pierced through gold and stone, striking the eardrums painfully. Boom! In that instant, a colossal phantom of an ancient god manifested, towering above the arena, surrounded by divine light, shrouded in mist, exuding an overwhelming presence. This is the manifestation of the divine body. Mu Chong had achieved the vision of the divine body at such a young age. His talent was indeed remarkable. Surrounding the arena, countless disciples of the Holy Lands gasped in shock, exclaiming in awe. The ancient gods illuminate the world. This should be your final trump card, right? Very well. Let us determine the victor through this vision. Lu Yuan's gaze was piercing as he pushed the scripture to its utmost limit. In an instant, the bitter sea trembled. resonating with heavenly sounds. A blue lotus appeared beside Lu Yuan, with 3 leaves. From 1, 2 emerged, from 2, 3, and from 3, all things were born, elucidating the true meaning of the Tao. Then the blue lotus swayed, its leaves dancing gracefully as the chaotic energy enveloped the surroundings, sweeping across the expanse. This was the manifestation of the sacred body, the chaotic seed of the blue lotus. Chapter 27. Identity Revealed. All strikes all. As the extraordinary phenomenon of Lu Yuan manifested, every individual present, including the esteemed leader of the Wanchu sacred land and the venerable elders, was profoundly moved. The chaotic seed green lotus. This was a unique manifestation of the ancient sacred body, long dormant for countless epochs, now unexpectedly revealing itself during their sacred competition. Lu Yuan was indeed the ancient sacred body. Wait, Lu Yuan? The Lu family? Could he possibly be the one from the Tianqi Lu family, who was bonded with sister Gu Qinghuang? At this moment, many disciples of the sacred land made this connection, their faces reflecting shock and astonishment. The entire venue erupted in a cacophony of excitement. Such coincidences could not exist in this world. Lu Yuan must be the ancient sacred body of the Tianqi Lu family. Who would have thought he had silently joined the Wanchu sacred land, only to unveil himself in this manner today? But wait. Was it said that the ancient sacred body was shackled by the heavenly Tao, unable to cultivate? How could he have opened the sea of suffering, reached the spirit-nurturing realm, and successfully manifested the sacred body as extraordinary vision, showcasing such formidable power? Many were bewildered, their gazes darting around the arena, seemingly seeking clarity. Even the elders, who had ascended to the divine realm, were equally perplexed. So, this is the nature of your cultivation physique. No wonder it evoked such a strong resonance within me. One of the 7 true disciples, Yin Tiandu, murmured, his handsome features also displaying an unusual expression. At this moment, 2 vastly different magnificent phenomena occupied the space above the arena, standing in stark opposition to each other. Mu Chong's eyes flickered with uncontainable intensity, emanating sharp brilliance. What of the ancient sacred body? This physique has long been abandoned by the heavenly Tao, its glory diminished over successive eras, reduced to a mere shell. What waves could it possibly stir now? Initially shocked, Mu Chong quickly regained his composure, his demeanor tranquil once more. In his view, this so-called waste of a physique could only shine momentarily in its early stages. In the later phases, it posed no threat, incapable of overshadowing the brilliance of the divine body. I have been cultivating for a short time, merely at the 5th level of the spirit-nurturing realm. If we were to battle at the same level, I could easily suppress you with a mere flick of my hand. The divine body is truly inconsequential. Lu Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his words calm yet exuding overwhelming confidence, as if proclaiming his invincibility within the same realm. Suppress me with a mere flick of your hand? Ah, what a grand jest. Mu Chong laughed in rage, hearing such audacious claims for the first time. His killing intent surging as he coldly declared, "Come forth. Let me witness the extraordinary qualities of your chaotic green lotus." "As you wish," Lu Yuan replied nonchalantly. In an instant, the battle reignited. Swish, swish. In the void, the colossal phantom of the ancient deity merged with Mu Chong, unleashing boundless divine brilliance. They surged forth like mighty dragons, heads held high, tails swaying, their roars resonating with unparalleled might, showcasing formidable offensive prowess. Everywhere, piercing beams of light erupted, slicing through everything. Boom. The green lotuses flanking Lu Yuan trembled gently, stabilizing the surrounding void. The ancient deity's phantom quivered, its speed abruptly slowing. Akin to a clay ox sinking into the sea, its might diminished. Surrounded by intertwining chaotic energies, Lu Yuan traversed leisurely among the robust dragon forms, with divine rainbows radiating beneath his feet. Where he passed, all forms of arcane arts and laws retreated in deference, creating a vacuum within a radius of several dozen yards. This was a manifestation of the chaotic laws derived from the sacred body phenomenon, rather than true chaotic power. Naturally, if Lu Yuan desired, he could activate his chaotic physique to unleash even more astonishing strength. What? My ancient deity's vision has been suppressed? Mu Chong gasped in horror, momentarily frozen in place. At that moment, no matter how he wielded the ancient deity's power, he was utterly immobilized. In the next moment, Lu Yuan had already surged before him, looking down with an air of authority, and pointed with a finger. Boom. The green lotus blossomed. An endless cascade of verdant divine brilliance surged forth like a vibrant waterfall. The overwhelming heavenly might was undeniable. It completely suppressed the ancient deity's phantom, which shattered with a thunderous explosion, scattering light and divine rain everywhere. Mu Chong, struck as if by a hammer, coughed up blood, his form plummeting from the skies. Chong-er, the Grand Elder leapt to his feet, exclaiming in alarm, although concerned. This was the Sacred Land-esque competition, and with the Supreme Elders and leader present, he restrained himself from rushing onto the stage. At that moment, the arena fell into silence, an eerie stillness enveloping the crowd. Countless disciples of the Sacred Land felt an indescribable shock. How formidable was Mu Chong? A half-step into the Divine Palace realm? It could be said that even among the 7 true disciples, he could hardly be defeated. Yet now, he was decisively vanquished by the ancient sacred body at the 5th level of the spirit-nurturing realm. This was truly astonishing. Was the rumored strength of such a physique truly as formidable as claimed, said to be invincible among its peers, capable of rivaling the ancient emperors at its peak? If it reached its full potential, its combat prowess would undoubtedly be otherworldly. Some gasped in awe, their eyes sparkling with fervor. Meanwhile, others remained silent, believing this to be a fleeting moment. The subsequent cultivation of the sacred body would ultimately be a dead end, unable to rekindle past glories. Otherwise, it would not have been so long since a sacred body had risen again. Lu Yuan, clad in flowing robes, stood in the void, paying no heed to the murmurs surrounding him. He simply turned his gaze toward the elders of the sacred land nearby, calmly inquiring, "Elder, may we announce the results of the competition?" Hearing his voice, the elder snapped back to reality, his divine sense sweeping down to find Mu Chong already unconscious. The outcome of this duel was, of course, self-evident. In the internal competition, Lu Yuan emerges victorious. As the words resonated, many disciples of the sacred land fell into silence. The prominent figures on the high platform remained quiet, lost in their thoughts. Only Gu Qinghuang, her delicate features illuminated with a gentle smile, radiated brilliance that captivated the heart. The extraordinary combat prowess Lu Yuan displayed was sufficient to demonstrate that he was far from an ordinary individual. Even bound by the shackles of the heavenly Tao, he remained fiercely determined, refusing to succumb to fate, and continued to shine with resplendent brilliance. Such a person, even if their ultimate achievements were limited, she would steadfastly support, sharing in his journey. Subsequently, as the patterns of the Tao unraveled, the Grand Elder entered the arena, carrying away the unconscious Mu Chong. After a brief examination, he discovered no serious injuries and let out a long sigh of relief. Lu Yuan, not lingering any longer, flashed away with poise. Chapter 28. The Battle of True Inheritance. Upon returning to the spectator seats, numerous gazes lingered on Lu Yuan. Beyond his identity as the ancient sacred body, his other identity also drew significant attention. It seemed that wherever he went, he became the focal point of discussion. Lu Yuan stood silently, merely nodding in acknowledgement of Gu Qinghuang's glance before disregarding it entirely. At this juncture, the grand competition had little relevance to him. Fortunately, his objectives had been achieved. Not only had he secured the qualification to enter the divine creation pool, but he had also claimed the top position in the inner sect rankings. The rewards for being first surpassed those of the top 8 inner sect disciples, yielding a 7-orifice Linglong pill. This elixir could greatly stimulate human potential and refine one's essence and marrow. In terms of value, it rivaled that of a semi-divine herb, showcasing the grandeur of the Wanchu sacred land. Lu Yuan was confident that upon exiting the divine creation pool, he would undergo a transformative change, perhaps even breaking into the divine palace realm. The grand competition continued, transitioning to battles among core disciples, all of whom were cultivators of the divine palace realm. Disciples at this level were far from nameless. Although they may not rival the 7 true inheritors in reputation, they had begun to make a name for themselves. Few among them could be deemed ordinary. Soon, the clashes erupted as each core disciple summoned their formidable prowess. In an instant, divine power surged, its might resonating through the void. Lu Yuan attentively observed the duels on the platform, enriching his combat experience and validating his own path of cultivation. As time flowed inexorably onward, the number of core disciples was far fewer than that of inner and outer disciples. Thus, within 2 hours, a champion emerged, a woman of cool demeanor. Though her appearance was unremarkable, her strength was formidable. Her mastery of the divine palace was profound, seemingly cultivated through an ancient secret technique, with a terrifyingly powerful consciousness, hinting at extraordinary potential, likely not far from the realm of heaven. Then came the highly anticipated battles of the true inheritors. This was not merely a contest for ranking, but a decisive moment to determine the current sacred son and sacred daughter of Wanchu sacred land. It was the true highlight of the sacred competition, drawing the solemn attention of numerous elders. Among the 4 male true inheritors and 3 female true inheritors, Lu Yuan recognized only Gu Qinghuang, Innate Dao, and Lu Hong, whom he had previously encountered at the Lu Yuan Gorge. Undoubtedly, the remaining contenders were equally formidable. Looking across the entire southern region, they were exceptional individuals, with few capable of matching their prowess. The innate Dao Qinghuang's constitution bore a striking resemblance to my chaotic body, both embodying innate proximity to the Dao with unparalleled techniques. I believed she would undoubtedly stand out among the other 2 competitors. Before long, the true inheritor battles commenced. The first match featured 2 male true inheritors. The crowd erupted with enthusiasm, their cheers resonating like a tidal wave. Soon, a fierce battle unfolded, with both participants unleashing the terrifying might of the divine palace realm. Their every move shook the heavens, radiant with celestial light, as waves of energy threatened to collapse the void. After 300 exchanges of blows, the evenly matched contest shifted, resulting in one combatant, pale and bloodied, being forced back, clearly unable to continue. The elders of the sacred land halted the duel, declaring victory for the other. The audience reacted with mixed emotions, some lamented, while others celebrated. Next came the second battle, featuring Lu Hong against another female true inheritor. The crowd erupted again with shouts of encouragement, elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Lu Yuan was fully engaged, observing intently. Both female true inheritors possessed striking appearances and graceful forms, their movements captivating. The combat, while fierce, was aesthetically pleasing compared to bloody skirmishes. Yet amidst the gentle rain, there lay a deadly intent and overwhelming aggression. The thunderous sounds of their clash echoed continuously, as their respective realms of the divine palace radiated brilliance. Lu Hong wielded a purple bell artifact, executing formidable secret techniques, her divine power causing the surrounding void's inscriptions to dim, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. Meanwhile, the Qin true inheritor possessed a remarkable spirit treasure, conjuring forms of divine beasts such as the vermilion bird and Qilin, unleashing a terrifying assault. This battle raged for an extended period, both women locked in a grueling struggle. Ultimately, Lu Hong emerged victorious with a powerful secret technique, besting her opponent. As the elder's voice announced her victory, Lu Hong's master, a high elder, exhaled deeply, immediately channeling immense magical power to elevate her to the high platform, unhesitatingly presenting her with a precious divine herb to restore her strength in preparation for her upcoming duel with Gu Qinghuang. As time progressed, the climactic battle approached, drawing the attention of all. The subsequent 2 matches would directly determine the candidates for the position of Sacred Son and Sacred Daughter of Wanchu Sacred Land. The battles were set, Innate Dao versus lineage, and Lu Hong versus Gu Qinghuang. Soon, a figure clad in white, ethereal as a celestial being, gracefully ascended the platform. A faint smile adorned his face, exuding a gentle demeanor that felt like a refreshing spring breeze. Brother Ian has taken the stage. The audience erupted, confident in the outcome of this battle. The title of Sacred Son was rightfully his. The crowd roared with unwavering belief in the prowess of the young man in white. In many respects, Innate Dao represented the pinnacle of the younger generation of Wanchu Sacred Land. His experiences had left countless prodigies of the southern region gasping, his name resounding widely. His cultivation had reached the 5th layer of the divine palace realm, with terrifying potential that garnered immense expectations from many elders. Lu Yuan's thoughts aligned with the crowd's sentiments. The first time he encountered Innate Dao at the chaotic stone tablet, he knew this individual was unfathomable and far from ordinary. Chapter 29. The dust settles. Master Ain, please bestow your guidance. On the stage, lineage faced such a formidable figure, the pressure was palpable. However, the moment had arrived, and the arrow was already knocked. It was inevitable that a great battle would ensue to determine the rightful heir to the position of Saint Son. Junior Li, unleash your might, Innate Dao said with a gentle smile, his tone serene. Boom. In an instant, the battle erupted. Lineage had certainly proven his strength to reach this point, his formidable cultivation at the 3rd level of the cave heaven realm now fully displayed. His opening move was his most potent attack. The void trembled with a resounding roar. A secret treasure appeared, emanating endless starlight, which ultimately transformed into a towering mountain. Crashing down with tremendous force, Innate Dao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm. As the terrifying offensive approached, he merely raised a hand and flicked his fingers. Boom. The mountain exploded, debris flying in all directions, yet it stirred not a single ripple. Sun descending technique. Liijo's expression remained unchanged, as though he had anticipated this. With a swift motion, a resplendent bow appeared in his hands. A mighty divine force surged forth, coalescing into brilliant arrows, which he drew back and released in one fluid motion. Buzz! The arrows sliced through the air like divine rainbows. Where they passed, winds howled. An extraordinary phenomena unfolded, evoking a sensation of power capable of piercing even the sun itself. Impressive, Tiandu nodded slightly, extending his arm. Torrents of divine radiance surged from his divine palace, forming vibrant celestial curtains that rippled outward, effortlessly dissolving all surrounding attacks and restoring peace. Hiss! Truly, Master Yin was remarkable. Such a powerful mystical technique was easily countered by him. His level of strength was indeed beyond what one of the same generation could aspire to match. Below, countless disciples watching could not help but gasp in awe. Even many elders of the sacred land nodded in approval. Li Yizhou's arrow was undoubtedly formidable, possessing the power to slay ordinary mid-level cave heaven cultivators. Yet, regrettably, he faced Yin Tiandu, whose overwhelming prowess rendered his efforts futile, causing him to miss a crucial opportunity. Gritting his teeth, Li Yizhou refused to yield to fate, continuing to unleash powerful secret techniques and relentless assault. Boom! Boom! The earth-shattering sounds echoed continuously. The terrifying onslaught on the arena surged like tidal waves, one after another. Yet, ultimately, it could not shake Yin Tiandu, who effortlessly neutralized each attack, rendering them ineffective. After several exchanges, Li Yizhou's complexion turned ashen. He had completely relinquished all hope for the position of Saint's son. Your techniques surpass mine, master. I concede. Li Yizhou took a deep breath and reluctantly clasped his hands in defeat. Thank you for the match, Yin Tiandu replied with a composed smile. As the battle concluded, many disciples present were astonished. They were thoroughly impressed by Yin Tiandu's strength and demeanor. Throughout the contest, he had never taken the initiative to attack, merely defending against his opponent, yet he had rendered Li Yizhou powerless. Such an overwhelming battle prowess truly extinguished any thoughts of rivalry. Yin Tiandu was victorious. With the announcement from the elders of the sacred land, Yin Tiandu's election as Saint's son was solidified, igniting fervent discussions. Soon after, as one performance ended, another began. The contest for the position of Saintess approached swiftly. Gu Qinghuang gracefully descended onto the arena. Clad in an exquisite purple gown, her form was enchanting. Her hair danced like silk, and her beauty was transcendent, as if she were one with the heavens, exuding an aura of unparalleled holiness. Many disciples below could not help but exclaim in admiration. Gu Qinghuang was undoubtedly one of the most beautiful women in the eastern wilderness. Her appearance, talent, and lineage were beyond reproach. Even the equally remarkable senior sister Lu Yuan would pale in comparison standing beside her. Yet, alas, she was already wed, extinguishing the hopes of countless talented suitors. At this thought, numerous gazes subconsciously shifted towards Lu Yuan, filled with unspoken emotions. The two women faced off on the stage, exchanging no more than a few words before directly commencing the battle for the Saintess title. Swish! Lu Yuan elegantly raised her hand, showcasing extraordinary combat prowess. A celestial map soared from her grasp, illuminating the world, sealing the void, with radiant hues surging forth, the terrifying waves of divine power causing trepidation. Gu Qinghuang met her calmly, her delicate fingers dancing gracefully, akin to the gentle sound of a flowing spring, resonating with the profound melodies of the universe. In an instant, the surrounding void quivered, breaking free from all constraints as an inexplicable Tao rhythm descended, shattering all offensive maneuvers. Merging with the essence of the heavens and earth, your physique has actually reached such a realm. Lu Hong's countenance shifted, astonished. She continued her assault, the celestial map unfurling, radiating boundless beams of light, as if intending to refine the very fabric of reality, leaving her opponent nowhere to hide. Buzz! Gu Qinghuang's beautiful eyes narrowed, her brow ablaze with divine light. Her entire being became ethereal and elusive, nearly merging with the Tao, rendering her form inscrutable. Then, with a downward motion of her fingers, torrents of Tao intent surged forth like a great river, cascading down in a silvery waterfall. Boom! The two formidable forces collided, erupting in a thunderous roar. The void trembled incessantly, surrounding Tao patterns swayed, rendering everything blurred. The celestial map was sent flying, its brilliance dimming instantly. In the haze, the two graceful figures emerged, clashing in fierce combat. Mystical techniques were unleashed, astonishing Tao laws manifested, and a riot of vibrant divine radiance burst forth, dazzling the eye. This was a terrifying grand duel. Even the elders of the previous generation turned their eyes toward the spectacle. Gu Qinghuang's 3,000 strands of hair danced, glistening with a luminous sheen. imbued with the ancient rhythms of the Tao, reminiscent of a celestial maiden, making it difficult to gaze upon her directly. With each of her strikes, she communicated with the boundless forces of the heavens and earth, wielding them as her own to launch relentless attacks. Various mystical techniques and Tao laws erupted instantaneously. A terrifying harmony between humanity and nature. After several dozen rounds, Lu Hong was sent hurtling backward, reappearing before the crowd. At that moment, her complexion was pale, blood trickling from her lips as if she had sustained severe injuries. The innate Dao embryo was indeed powerful. I have lost, Lu Hong sighed weakly, ultimately speaking with a sense of resignation. While Gu Qinghuang wielded her cave heaven realm strength, she was also able to connect with the grand forces of the Tao, uniting her being with the essence of the Tao. Without overwhelming strength to swiftly overpower her, any effort would be in vain. She stood almost invincible from the outset. Thus, she employed her mightiest techniques from the very beginning. Victory in the first battle would ensure triumph. Defeat meant there was no need for a prolonged struggle. Junior sister Lu Hong, I appreciate your efforts. Gu Qinghuang smiled softly, stepping out from the void, radiant and resplendent. As her words echoed, the arena erupted into a cacophony of voices. At this moment, everyone understood. The position of Saintess had been firmly established. Chapter 30. The conclusion of the journey to Qixia Peak. Such an outcome was devoid of uncertainty. It was entirely within the realm of expectation. Nonetheless, it elicited a sense of wistfulness among many observers. Subsequently, the elders of the sacred ground began to bestow rewards upon the top-ranking disciples. Lu Yuan, too, received the coveted 7-aperture Linglong pill and a spot in the divine transformation pool. Yet, the opening of the pool would not occur swiftly, necessitating several days of preparation. Thus, the grand competition of the sacred ground came to a definitive close. The surrounding atmosphere gradually returned to tranquility as countless disciples exited in succession. Other elders resumed their duties. Just as Lu Yuan was about to depart, a fragrant breeze wafted before him. Are you leaving without so much as a farewell? Gu Qinghuang approached gracefully, her enchanting eyes scanning the surroundings, showing no regard for the gazes of others. You, the newly appointed saintess of the Wanchu sacred ground, must have numerous trivial matters to attend to. I wouldn't want to intrude, Lu Yuan replied with a smile. There is no need for concern about disturbances. Rather, your rapid progress has taken me by surprise, Gu Qinghuang remarked, her voice filled with admiration. Initially, she had merely hoped that Lu Yuan's participation in the competition would serve as a means of self-cultivation. To her astonishment, he not only secured a place in the divine transformation pool, but also claimed the top rank in the inner sect, having even triumphed over that young ancient divine body. The speed of his combat prowess and cultivation advancement was truly astounding. It was merely a stroke of fortune, Lu Yuan humbly smiled, refraining from elaborating further. There are still a few days before the divine transformation pool opens. Since there is nothing pressing at the moment, come with me to Qixia Peak. You have yet to visit since your arrival at the sacred ground. Coincidentally, my master wishes to meet you, Gu Qinghuang invited, her lips parting in a gentle smile. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment before nodding lightly. Very well. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two of them summoned divine rainbows and departed side by side. Before long, Lu Yuan, accompanied by Gu Qinghuang, arrived at Qixia Peak. The terrain here soared high, not merely consisting of a solitary peak, but rather a series of towering summits that pierced the clouds, seemingly touching the colorful horizon, a fitting homage to its name. Ancient trees stood resolute, flowers bloomed vibrantly, and the lakeside springs were enveloped in ethereal mists, creating an exquisitely beautiful landscape. Moreover, several fertile, mysterious medicinal gardens thrived, exuding abundant vitality and fragrant aromas. Upon closer inspection, one could discern rare divine herbs, some endowed with limbs, frolicking joyfully in the fields, a most extraordinary sight. Truly, this was a sanctuary befitting the esteemed figures of the sacred ground, exuding grandeur. Lu Yuan marveled inwardly as he took in the surroundings. Shortly thereafter, they entered a secluded palace. Master, I have returned. Gu Qinghuang greeted a regal woman in elegant attire with a slight bow, showing utmost respect. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan immediately discerned her identity and offered a respectful salute, saying, Junior Lu Yuan pays respects to the Grand Elder. There is no need for excessive formality. Shangguan Ruo replied with a gentle smile, revealing her true visage. She appeared to be a middle-aged woman in her 30s, her skin radiant, features exquisite, and figure slender. Enveloped in a mysterious aura, as if she stood within the ethereal palace of the moon, both sacred and distant. Had they not met here? No one would suspect that she was a celestial being, a powerful entity who had lived for over 1,000 years. The ancient holy body, truly remarkable. Shangguan Ruo's gaze sparkled with interest as she scrutinized the young man before her, expressing her admiration. Your praise is unwarranted, Lu Yuan replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. Simultaneously, he became increasingly assured of one thing: as long as he refrained from actively wielding his primordial powers, even a celestial being would find it difficult to unravel the mysteries of his chaotic body, possessing the ability to shield against all probing thoughts. Since you have become a companion to Qinghuang, you may be regarded as half a disciple of mine. In your leisure time, feel free to visit Qixia Peak more often. As for the higher-ups of the sacred ground, I shall endeavor to negotiate with them to allocate some resources toward nurturing an ancient holy body capable of cultivation. Shangguan Ruo stated with a calm smile, her tone amicable. Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghuang's face immediately lit up with delight, and she eagerly tugged at Lu Yuan's sleeve to express her excitement. The cultivation of an ancient holy body entails what many are aware of. It requires at least 100,000 pounds of essence to yield any noticeable results. Such consumption is nothing short of staggering, although success is not guaranteed. With her master at the helm, the Wanchu Holy Lord and the other elders would surely lend some support, even if it does not succeed. Some preferential treatment would be offered. All in all, it was a fortuitous development. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan, taken aback by the unexpected favor shown by Gu Qinghuang's master, felt a sense of surrealism, especially when contrasted with his experiences of disdain in the heavenly pool during his upbringing. Thank you, Grand Elder, Lu Yuan expressed earnestly. Taking a deep breath. It is nothing, Shangguan Ruo replied with a slight smile, waving her hand. The grand competition has just concluded, and you two have not had much time to spend together. I shall not keep you any longer. Go on. Yes, disciple takes leave. Gu Qinghuang and Lu Yuan nodded lightly, swiftly exiting the palace. Before long, Lu Yuan accompanied Gu Qinghuang to her residence, a grand and spacious palace. There, Lu Yuan encountered Mu Ling once more. Upon hearing that Gu Qinghuang had successfully ascended to the position of Wanchu Saintess, she erupted in joyous cheers, her small face beaming with delight. The ensuing conversation left Mu Ling in a state of utter astonishment. Cousin, brother-in-law, you truly defeated the young ancient divine body and became the top disciple of the inner sect? She gazed at Lu Yuan with disbelief, repeatedly seeking confirmation. Indeed. Do you not believe me? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, smiling. I believe, brother-in-law, your talent has accumulated over time, leading to an astonishing breakthrough. Mu Ling nodded vigorously, her adorably naive expression evoking laughter from both Lu Yuan and Gu Qinghuang, infusing the atmosphere of the palace with a celebratory and joyous spirit. In the days that followed, Lu Yuan spent his time at Qixia Peak. He and Gu Qinghuang engaged in discussions and light-hearted conversations, enjoying the beauty of sunsets together, their relationship blossoming harmoniously. As time slipped by, the day of the divine transformation pool's opening arrived. Early in the morning, Lu Yuan awoke before dawn. Gu Qinghuang lay asleep on the bed. Having been utterly exhausted since her cultivation had grown, her physical strength becoming increasingly formidable. Even a saintess of the cave heaven realm could not withstand the toll. Each time, she would succumb to fatigue and fall into a deep slumber. After quietly donning his garments, Lu Yuan summoned 2 pages of parchment, which materialized in his hand. One page contained the insights of a sacred scripture, while the other harbored the visualization technique of the chaotic divine demons. Both supreme methods they would undoubtedly prove highly beneficial for Gu Qinghuang's training. After placing the 2 pages of parchment on the bedside, Lu Yuan pushed open the door and ascended into the sky on a divine rainbow, soaring upwards. Chapter 31. The Awakening of the Divine Pool. Moments later, Lu Yuan arrived at a remote ancient site as promised. At that moment, the top 8 disciples of the inner sect had nearly all gathered. The young ancient god Mu Chong, who had been gravely injured and unconscious after being struck by Lu Yuan, had also arrived early. He appeared revitalized, with his injuries seemingly healed to a large extent. He cast a fleeting glance towards Lu Yuan, his icy gaze flickering slightly. Ultimately, he chose to remain silent, deliberately keeping a certain distance from the latter. On another side, besides Han Jiang and other inner sect disciples, 4 elders from the sacred ground stood waiting. Lu Yuan surveyed the surroundings and casually found a spot to sit quietly in meditation. After half a stick of incense had passed, the last person arrived, and everyone had gathered. Let us begin, One of the elders from the sacred ground slowly opened his eyes and spoke in a calm tone. Indeed, the other elders nodded in agreement. In the next instant, the four elders, each transcending the realm of divinity, suddenly rose, soaring into the sky, each occupying a corner of the void, forming intricate seals with their fingers. Boom! Thousands of profound and intricate Dao patterns interwove in the air, erupting with a resounding thunder that sealed the ancient site completely, gathering the spirits from all directions, transforming the world. Then, with a wave of their hands, the sacred elders unleashed countless cultivation resources and treasures of the heavens and earth, which were instantly shattered under an overwhelming force, illuminating an ancient divine. The pool surged with vitality, its spiritual energy overflowing, shrouded in a mist so dense it seemed on the verge of liquefying. At times, grand sounds of the Tao resounded, while at others, splendid auspicious clouds rolled and surged, vibrant and extraordinary. The divine pool is open. The extent of your refinement, one of the sacred elders proclaimed with authority. Immediately, the 8 renowned inner sect disciples understood and transformed into beams of light. The pool's area was vast, capable of accommodating thousands without feeling crowded. Lu Yuan chose a position in the southeast corner, swiftly settling into a meditative posture and commencing his cultivation. Within the divine pool, the energies from all directions converged, an endless mist surged. The 4 sacred elders each performed their magical seals, continuously pouring in vast amounts of cultivation resources to maintain internal balance. Such consumption was astonishing. Had it not been for the welfare of the first-ranked inner sect disciples in the grand competition, such extravagant cultivation methods would have been difficult to witness. At this moment, Mu Chong, Han Jiang, and the others understood the rarity of this opportunity. They fell silent, focusing intently on deep cultivation. Boom! Suddenly, an astonishing anomaly erupted above the southeastern corner of the divine pool. Dozens of spiritual energy vortices formed without warning, aggressively siphoning various energy sources in a near-dominant manner. The speed at which they gathered spiritual energy was so remarkable that even the sacred elders could not help but change their expressions. What an impressive method of energy gathering. Is it that kid Mu Chong? One elder exclaimed in astonishment, gazing intently into the pool. After all, everyone knew Mu Chong's background. With the support of the Mu family and the Grand Elder of the Sacred Ground, acquiring a high-level energy-gathering secret technique should not have been too difficult. It is not Mu Chong. It is the holy body, Lu Yuan. Another elder declared, using formidable spiritual perception to penetrate the layers of revealing the true form of the seated figure. Upon hearing this, the other elders were visibly taken aback. It seemed that the companion of the holy maiden was not as simple as he appeared. His rate of absorption is accelerating. Everyone, do not be distracted. Be prepared to supply the second batch of resources at any moment to maintain the balance of the formation. Understood. At this moment, the chaotic essence within Lu Yuan surged wildly. Streams of rich and concentrated heavenly essence flowed through his pores, wandering through his limbs and bones before finally converging in the sea of bitterness. As the chaotic energy trembled, the 10 directions of essence were instantly refined, transforming into the source of his power, flowing continuously without a hint of delay. Such a terrifying speed of cultivation was unparalleled in the world, aside from the chaotic body. Few could achieve such an extraordinary feat. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had elapsed. At this moment, someone could no longer remain composed and suddenly spoke. The resources here are nearly depleted. What about you all? Mine are running low too. Probably enough for less than a day. Gasp! The 4 sacred elders could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Initially, they suspected that someone was slacking off, failing to distribute resources properly, leading to uneven consumption. In reality, it was Lu Yuan, who was absorbing far too much and too quickly. The resources anticipated to sustain the divine pool for a month had been consumed in just 7 days. What should we do? Do we need to dig into our own pockets? An elder's expression revealed difficulty as he communicated through spiritual thought. The source stones can be managed to some extent. However, we have no such heavenly materials that can cleanse the soul on hand. Ultimately, we must go to the sacred ground's treasury for a supply. After a brief discussion, one elder swiftly departed for the main hall of the sacred master to report the situation. Oh, it's already run out so soon? The sacred master wants to express mild surprise, followed by a smile. It seems the ancient holy body truly lives up to its name. The consumption is indeed astonishing. Well, it is also our oversight. Take my decree and retrieve a batch of resources from the treasury to ensure the divine pool can sustain for a month. Yes, The elder responded respectfully and hurried away. Before long, the elder returned with a new batch of resources, distributing them accordingly before resuming the operation of the ancient site S formation. As time continued to elapse, Lu Yuan sat like a statue, his entire being enveloped in a golden aura that radiated brilliantly, rendering him almost divine. Finally, on the 25th day, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from within Lu Yuan. Spirit refinement realm, great perfection. Lu Yuan's face lit up with joy as he sensed his newfound strength. Seizing the opportunity, he resolved to condense his divine palace. He murmured to himself, then reached out to retrieve a 7-opening linglong pill, swiftly swallowing it before continuing his cultivation. Chapter 32. Breakthrough in the Divine Palace. As the elixir was consumed, a formidable surge of medicinal power swiftly enveloped him. In this moment, Lu Yuan felt his senses sharpened, and his thoughts crystallized. Every inch of his flesh, bones, and meridians was being baptized by the essence of the Qi Ling Dan, as if he were undergoing a profound metamorphosis. Simultaneously, his spiritual sea began to expand dramatically. Strands of golden energy coalesced at his brow, gradually forming a deep, golden lake. Above this lake, the majestic silhouette of a divine palace emerged, ethereal yet imposing, on the verge of materialization. Days passed, and a month had elapsed since the opening of the creation divine pond. It was nearly time. A calm voice resonated through the air. For elders of the Holy Land joined forces to disperse the vast array that had enveloped the ancient grounds. The energies within the divine pond receded like a tide, their brilliance dimming and settling down. Inner disciples such as Mu Chong and Han Jiang gradually emerged, each radiating joy and vitality, clearly having reaped significant rewards. And these individuals had all ascended to the divine palace realm, now eligible for promotion to core disciples. One elder scanned the scene with approval, nodding in acknowledgement. Mu Chong has just entered the divine palace realm, yet his spiritual awareness is already remarkably potent. It seems he is approaching the 3rd level of the divine palace realm. Another elder remarked, his gaze flickering with intrigue. The mention of the 3rd level of the divine palace realm elicited gasps from Han Jiang and the other. The joy of having newly consolidated their divine palaces was swiftly overshadowed by the realization of Mu Chong's exceptional prowess. They could not help but inwardly lament. After all, the ancient divine physique was unparalleled, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary cultivators. Unfazed by the awe and admiration directed toward him, Mu Chong cast a sharp glance in Lu Yuan's direction. Lu Yuan, is it? In our previous competition, I was careless, allowing you to secure an unexpected victory. Now that we both stand at the divine palace realm, do you dare to challenge me again? Mu Chong inquired coldly, his brow furrowed. As these words fell, Lu Yuan slowly rose and stepped forward. Having broken through to the divine palace realm, his entire demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation. His body shone radiantly, pure and flawless. Resembling an unparalleled treasure that sparkled under the sun, its vibrant hues mesmerizing. Amidst his previously calm and approachable aura, there now flickered an intimidating brilliance that deterred direct gazes. You are not my match, Lu Yuan replied, casting a sidelong glance at Mu Chong, his tone nonchalant. He felt an unprecedented strength coursing through him. Both his physical form and spiritual awareness had undergone a revolutionary change. In battles of the same realm, no one could bind him. Humph. You are but a mere waste of talent. What gives you the audacity to be so arrogant? Are you perhaps afraid? Mu Chong countered, blocking Lu Yuan's path. Their confrontation intensifying. Facing defeat before the ancient holy body was a disgrace for him, as well as for the ancient divine physique. He was determined to find an opportunity to redeem himself. Enough. Lu Yuan frowned and shouted coldly. A brilliant beam of divine light erupted from his brow, swift as lightning, dazzling and fierce, surging forward with lethal intent. Mu Chong was taken aback, hastily countering with his own spiritual power. However, to his astonishment, his spiritual awareness, comparable to that of the 3rd level of the divine palace realm, crumbled instantaneously, overwhelmed by Lu Yuan's onslaught. You! Mu Chong's face turned pale, cold sweat beading on his brow as an intense fear washed over him. The strength of Lu Yuan's spiritual awareness far exceeded his expectations. In that fleet, it felt as though he faced an unparalleled sword, sending chills down his spine. At that instant, several elders of the Holy Land also recognized Lu Yuan's formidable strength, far beyond what Mu Chong could contend with. While astonished, one elder stepped forward to mediate, saying, Lu Yuan, you are both outstanding disciples. Conflicts among the youth are trivial. Do not let this escalate into a battle of spiritual awareness, lest it result in irreparable harm. Yes, I understand, Lu Yuan nodded, retracting his power. He then inquired, Elder, there seemed to be a brief shortage of essence within the divine pond earlier. What occurred? At his question, the other disciples recalled a peculiar incident that had indeed transpired. Your cultivation demands significant resources. We found ourselves lacking in supplies for the month-long opening of the divine pond, and had to seek additional resources from the Holy Master, which caused a slight delay. One elder explained with a gentle smile. Ah, I see. Thank you for your efforts, elders. Lu Yuan's gaze flickered with gratitude. He developed a favorable impression of Holy Master Wan Chu, recognizing that without the last-minute allocation of substantial resources from the higher-ups, his breakthrough to the Divine Palace realm would not have been so swift. It is a minor matter. You all may proceed to the inner hall to be promoted to core disciples now that you have reached the Divine Palace realm. The ancient grounds will soon close. Make haste. An elder waved dismissively. Yes, the group acknowledged, taking to the skies and dispersing like scattered birds. Mu Chong was escorted away by several elders to the residence of the Grand Elder. In midair, Lu Yuan soared through the skies, surveying the mountains and rivers below. The winds and thunder crackling, his speed remarkable. Having attained the Divine Palace realm, his spiritual perception was acutely refined, allowing him to hear the world around him with clarity. An exhilarating sensation. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Yuan did not immediately head to the inner hall, but instead made a stop at Qixia Peak. Soon, he found himself in the chambers of Gu Qinghuang. You're back, my lord. Mu Linger greeted him warmly. Where's Qinghuang? Lu Yuan inquired. Miss left for the northern region over half a month ago, Mu Linger replied. Oh, what was her purpose? Lu Yuan asked, surprised. I'm not sure. She left in quite a hurry, Mu Linger shook her head. Very well, Lu Yuan said, choosing not to press further. After all, Gu Qinghuang, now the holy maiden, surely had no time for leisure as a true disciple, with many matters requiring her attention. As he prepared to leave, Mu Linger suddenly recalled something. By the way, my lord, your family sent someone a few days ago. Oh, who came? Lu Yuan inquired. I'm not familiar with them. There was an elderly man and a young one, seemingly from the direct line of the Lu family. The elder, however, had an acquaintance among the Holy Land elders and was invited to stay for a few days, apparently waiting specifically for you. Chapter 33. Arrival of family. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's gaze flickered momentarily. He harbored no affection for the direct descendants of the Lu family. The purpose of their visit was all too clear, to inquire about his and Gu Qinghuang's progress in procreation. Very well, I understand, Lu Yuan nodded gently. After exchanging a few casual words with Mu Linger, he departed from Qixia Peak. Having recently entered the first level of the Divine Palace realm, he was now eligible to ascend as a core disciple of the sacred grounds. However, mere attainment of cultivation was insufficient. One must also complete a specific trial to be promoted. This was clearly outlined in the entrance guide, known to nearly every inner disciple. I should return to my dwelling and prepare, Lu Yuan contemplated. This trial will likely require extensive travel. Before long, he arrived at his residence and was about to step inside when a deep voice called out from nearby. Lu Yuan, a young man clad in a splendid robe, exuding an extraordinary presence, appeared, accurately calling out Lu Yuan's name. Lu Yuan turned, casting a glance at him, and inquired, Who are you? I am Lu Yuan Long of the direct lineage. According to our family hierarchy, you should address me as cousin. Lu Yuan Long approached, his demeanor suffused with an air of arrogance as he scanned Lu Yuan with a dismissive gaze. Oh, so it is indeed a member of the Lu family who has come. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow, revealing little surprise, and asked expressionlessly, What brings you here? Nothing of great consequence, merely a request from the family elders to check on you as I passed by. Lu Yuanlong's eyes narrowed, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. From the looks of it, you seem to be doing quite well at the Wan Chu sacred grounds. As he spoke, tendrils of mental energy scrutinized Lu Yuan. Although he could not discern Lu Yuan's current cultivation level, one thing was certain. Lu Yuan was indeed progressing in his training, contrary to the claims of other disciples, which surprised him. Are you inquiring about me? Lu Yuan retorted with a cold laugh. Speak plainly. There is no need for circumlocution. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanlong's expression grew increasingly frigid. So, the top inner disciple of the Wan Chu sacred ground speaks, but is this the attitude you should display towards your elder cousin? The heavenly pool is vast, with numerous branches. It would be wise for you to avoid unnecessary familial entanglements. As for my attitude, it remains unchanged regardless of who stands before me. Lu Yuan replied, composed and indifferent. Humph. It seems that since marrying Gu Qinghuang, you have gradually forgotten your identity and mission. The family has invested a considerable effort in this union with the Gu clan. Not for you to engage in trivialities. You, a mere ancient waste, what can you achieve in the spirit-gathering realm, or even in the divine palace realm? It is all a dead end, a mere waste of time. Your duty now is to ensure the continuation of our bloodline. Lu Yuan commanded. Taking a few steps forward, he extended his hand. I have heard that you obtained a 7 apertures exquisite pill during the Sacred Grounds competition. Hand it over to me, and I shall let today's incident pass, also speaking a few favorable words on your behalf to the clan elders. At this, Lu Yuan could no longer contain the fury within him and bellowed, "You insolent wretch, at the 9th level of the spirit-gathering realm. Dare you flaunt your authority before me?" In an instant, Lu Yuan's hand shot out like lightning, seizing Lu Yuanlong's wrist and crushing it with a vice-like grip. Crack! A terrible force erupted, deforming Lu Yuanlong's entire right hand, the bones splintering with a series of sickening cracks. "Ah!" Lu Yuanlong cried out, completely taken aback by Lu Yuan's defiance. "Lu Yuan, you are courting death." Lu Yuanlong's face contorted with rage, disregarding the pain in his hand as he lifted his right leg to deliver a vicious kick. The force was tremendous, and the speed lightning fast, producing an ear-piercing sonic boom. However, under the overwhelming mental prowess of Lu Yuan, the kick appeared to move in slow motion, akin to a child taking faltering steps. Crack! Another sharp sound echoed as Lu Yuanlong's right leg shattered under the impact, blood splattering forth. "Lu Yuan, you dare to harm me. I will report this to TH Chapter 34, Trials and Spirit Communing Treasures." Moments later, Lu Yuan arrived at the Grand Hall of the Inner Sect. This place was far more imposing than the Outer Sect Hall he had previously visited. The hall was magnificent, adorned with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, encrusted with various exotic gemstones that shimmered with a lustrous glow. Inside the hall, there were countless desks and a flurry of activity as many disciples of the sacred land busied themselves organizing various items. At the center sat an elderly man, his hair and beard entirely white, his eyes half open and half closed, alone in contemplation. Despite his frail appearance, he commanded an undeniable presence. "Here to advance to core disciple," Lu Yuan declared, pausing to bow respectfully to the elder before him. The venerable elder, upon hearing Lu Yuan's name, lifted his gaze in rare curiosity. The champion of the inner sect competition, the sacred body Lu Yuan. Had he truly broken through to the divine palace realm so swiftly? Such a pace of cultivation was indeed inconsistent with the rumors. A glimmer of surprise flashed in the elder's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke with a measured tone, "Project your divine sense, so that I may assess your abilities." Lu Yuan understood and promptly connected with the golden lake of his consciousness, releasing the power of the divine palace. "Indeed, you have reached the divine palace realm," the elder remarked, impressed by the strength of Lu Yuan's mental prowess. However, he seemed to recall something, his expression turning somewhat solemn. "You must be aware of the conditions for advancing to core disciple status. You are required to complete a trial task, and only upon success may you ascend. However, you have arrived rather late. The divine transformation pool has closed, and several inner disciples have recently broken through to the divine palace realm. Having nearly exhausted the current trial tasks, only one high-difficulty task remains." At this point, the elder added, "Of course, if you are not in a hurry, you may wait. Perhaps in 10 days, or even half a month, new trial tasks will be issued from above." After pondering briefly, Lu Yuan inquired, "What precisely is this remaining high-difficulty task?" "Assassination," the elder replied. "What is the cultivation level of the target?" "The 5th level of the divine palace realm," the elder answered. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan reflected thoughtfully. This individual was a notorious bandit from the southern domain's Yin kingdom, known for his ruthless killings and treasure plundering. Over the past few years, he had slain several outstanding disciples of the sacred land, rapidly enhancing his own strength. The latest intelligence had only recently been returned, and adjustments had yet to be made. After a period of stagnation, he would soon ascend to the list of tasks for core disciples, the elder patiently explained. Just then, the long-awaited system voice resonated within Lu Yuan's consciousness. Ding, detecting the current experience of the host, triggering option rewards. Option 1. Accept this task, reward, 1 spirit communing treasure. Option 2. Decline to take risks, proceed cautiously, reward, 10 pounds of frost iron. Please choose. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened at the sound. This trial task had unexpectedly triggered a system reward. It seemed rather extraordinary. Moreover, the rewards presented were quite substantial. The value of a spirit-communing treasure was immeasurable. Among the numerous disciples of the Wan Chu sacred land, only a select few true disciples would possess such an artifact, often bestowed by family elders or high-ranking officials within the sacred land. It could be considered the most formidable treasure beneath the divine realm. To obtain it would be akin to gaining wings. "I shall accept this task," Lu Yuan declared with calm resolve. Upon hearing this, the elder was taken aback and solemnly warned, "Lu Yuan, are you certain? Once you accept the trial task, you cannot abandon it for a short period. With your newly attained Divine Palace Realm cultivation, capturing a 5th-level Divine Palace cultivator will likely prove quite challenging." Lu Yuan smiled serenely and replied, "I appreciate your reminder, Elder, but my mind is made up." Seeing the determination etched on his face, the elder sighed softly and refrained from further persuasion. He then gestured, handing Lu Yuan the latest intelligence regarding the bandit. "In that case, I wish you the best of luck. Oh, and there is an additional reward for this task. Upon slaying the target and returning with the head, you will receive a reward of 2,000 pounds of essence." "Excellent." Lu Yuan nodded, accepting the jade tablet and swiftly departing. Before long, Lu Yuan had soared beyond the boundaries of the sect. He retrieved the jade tablet, opening it to examine its contents. It contained a detailed map of the Yan Kingdom, alongside a description of the bandit in Ping, and the specific locations he had recently been sighted. Regarding the bandit's cultivation level, Lu Yuan held little concern. With his current abilities, even without revealing the power of his chaos body, crossing several minor realms to defeat an enemy was not a daunting task. Once he located Ping, the latter would have little choice but to meet his demise. "System, claim the reward," Lu Yuan whispered internally. Instantly, a new artifact materialized in the system space. It was an irregularly shaped treasure radiating a shimmering dark light, resembling a black mountain in appearance. Despite its palm-sized form, it emanated an overwhelming sense of weight and pressure. "Jinyu Peak." Lu Yuan murmured the name of this treasure. Without further hesitation, he forced a drop of his blood from his fingertip to refine it. Buzz! In an instant, Jinyu Peak began to tremble and hum, a surge of dark light erupting from it, emanating a formidable and terrifying aura. After the time it takes to burn half an incense stick, the refinement was complete. A profound connection began to form between Lu Yuan and Jinyu Peak, as the latter conveyed subtle waves of thought, displaying an extraordinary nature. Lu Yuan was not surprised by this development, for treasures of this caliber possess sentience. Endowed with considerable intelligence, even without infusing it with spiritual power, it could autonomously engage in combat with formidable strength. Soon, having familiarized himself with Jinyu Peak, Lu Yuan learned to manipulate it with ease. He ascended above an uninhabited mountain range, gesturing with his hand. The small black peak soared into the sky, rapidly enlarging to obscure the entire horizon, its massive form casting a shadow that seemed to engulf the world, embodying the essence of a heavy, dark metal. As if it bore the weight of 1,000 mountains. "Go," Lu Yuan commanded, snapping his fingers. Jinyu Peak responded to his directive, erupting in brilliance as it descended with overwhelming force. Its momentum was boundless, resembling a true demonic mountain bearing down from above. Simultaneously, strange dark rays swirled at the peak, seemingly imprisoning the surrounding void, rendering the winds motionless. It was evident that if employed in battle, the opponent would have no escape. Truly a formidable weapon of destruction. Boom! With a resounding crash, the earth below fractured, ancient trees were uprooted, and massive fissures erupted across the ground, creating a scene of utter devastation, showcasing its terrifying power. Soon after, Lu Yuan recalled Jinyu Peak, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he swiftly departed the area. Chapter 35. Pursuit in the vast expanse of the eastern wilderness. Where the territory seems limitless, even an ordinary cultivator might find themselves lost for an entire lifetime. The southern region is merely a fragment of this grand domain. A secular dynasty like the Yan Kingdom, when placed within the territorial map of the southern region, remains just a mere drop in the ocean, countless and unable to grasp its entirety. Soon, within a matter of days, Lu Yuan's figure appeared within the borders of the Yan Kingdom. Following the coordinates inscribed on the map, he navigated his way until he arrived at a secluded valley. This area was teeming with demonic beasts, most of which lay dormant in the ancient mountains and dense forests, with occasional haunting roars echoing through the wilderness, sending chills down one's spine. Simultaneously, There were numerous cultivators wandering within this valley, some hailing from the Yin Kingdom's esteemed cultivation families and local sections. They traveled in groups, clad in distinctive uniforms that made them easily recognizable. Lu Yuan paused for a moment, sweeping his divine sense across the area, but failed to detect the aura of Innate. Thus, he pressed onward, delving deeper. After several twists and turns spanning hundreds of miles, he finally stumbled upon a trace of Innate. Although the man's appearance was slightly different from the description in the jade slip, the aura he emanated was unmistakable. Lu Yuan was nearly certain that this individual was indeed the Innate he sought. At that moment, it appeared that Innate had also sensed someone deliberately following him. He quickened his pace, darting through the ancient forest and mountain ravines, attempting to shake off his pursuer. After the passage of half an incense stick's time, the two found themselves in a seldom trodden area. Innate abruptly halted, gazing into the silent woods behind him, and sneered, "You've been following me for so long. Why not reveal yourself?" As the words fell, Lu Yuan emerged from the shadows, a faint smile gracing his lips as he casually replied, "Your vigilance is commendable. Who are you?" Innate's eyes narrowed, flashing with a piercing light. From the Wanchu sacred land, Lu Yuan stated unabashedly, introducing himself. "I see." Innate's expression shifted to one of realization. Over the years, he had slain numerous disciples of the sacred land, and those sent to hunt him had been relentless. He imagined his name had already been inscribed on that so-called task board. Yet, at this moment, there was no hint of panic on Innate's face. Instead, a mocking smile crept across his lips as he taunted. "Is your Wanchu sacred land so devoid of capable disciples that they send a mere first layer of the divine palace realm to deliver himself to death? My cultivation may be lacking, but it will suffice to kill you." Lu Yuan replied indifferently. Before coming, he had deliberately dispersed the chaotic energy that concealed the depths of his power, allowing his true strength to surface, aiming to lower his opponent's guard. Judging by Innate's reaction, it had been effective. Disciples from the sacred land have always held themselves in high regard. You are no exception. I vaguely recall half a year ago, a stunning intersect female cultivator traveled thousands of miles to hunt me down. In the end, I turned the tables and toyed with her for 7 days and nights before she perished in bitterness. Reflecting on it now, I still find it somewhat satisfying. Innate licked his lips, a bloodthirsty smile spreading across his face as his robust form advanced menacingly, declaring, "Those who overestimate themselves must pay the price. Thus, I shall gladly take your storage pouch." At that moment, Innate suddenly erupted into action, a flash of brilliance illuminating his form as he vanished like a wraith. In the blink of an eye, an arm shot forth like lightning, aimed directly at Lu Yuan's crown. Lu Yuan's gaze turned ice, his blood surging as he unleashed a powerful punch. The resounding boom echoed forth, a forceful impact unleashed. Caught off guard, Innate was struck squarely, his body catapulted backward, crashing through the ancient trees before finally halting. What formidable physical strength, comparable to a treasure body. As Innate steadied himself, a hint of astonishment flickered across his face. No wonder he dared to pursue me alone. He indeed possessed some prowess. However, it is regrettable that you must still die. With a chilling demeanor, Lu Yuan refused to waste words, his robes billowing as he transformed into a streak of luminous light, charging forward. A torrent of blood energy erupted, golden radiance soaring to the heavens, akin to an ancient beast pressing down upon him. Seeing this, Innate instantly retreated, having suffered an unexpected loss in their initial encounter. He would not engage in close combat again. In the next moment, Innate's divine power surged, and with a wave of his hand, he unleashed a terrifying killing technique. A torrent of blood surged forth, dark crimson light flooding the skies, accompanied by a raging storm. The foul stench permeated the air, infused with a corrosive strength. Wherever it passed, flora withered, instantaneously losing vitality. It was easy to imagine that any ordinary cultivator who came into contact would not survive unscathed. Child's play. Lu Yuan scoffed disdainfully, hands raised to the sky as he conjured a chaotic veil. Within a radius of several zhong, chaotic energy surged, impervious to all laws. He then charged directly into the blood river, advancing unimpeded as if traversing an uninhabited realm. "What?" Innate gasped, a look of disbelief and shock washing over him. This method was unprecedented, an anomaly capable of nullifying all techniques. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yuan surged forth from the blood river, his right hand swinging like a golden millstone, crashing down with immense force. With a sickening splat, Innate spewed forth blood, driven into the ground. his bones surely splintering under the impact as he coughed up internal organs. In that instant, he realized the gravity of the situation, understanding that the person before him was no ordinary disciple of the sacred land. His combat prowess was extraordinarily terrifying, qualifying him for challenges beyond his realm. A beam of light erupted from the center of Innate Ping's brow, transforming into a razor-sharp celestial blade, attempting to halt Lu Yuan's advance. This was a powerful divine consciousness honed by a fifth-layer cultivator of the divine palace realm, exuding lethal intent, a formidable means of assassination. Yet Lu Yuan remained unfazed. His corporeal form enveloped in boundless sacred light, resembling a celestial deity descending to earth, impossible to behold directly. In a blink, he closed the distance, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks that shattered all mental assaults, his hands transforming into colossal palms that struck down. With a resounding crash, the valley trembled. The earth cracked, and rocks crumbled, obliterating everything in its wake, the aftershocks terrifying. As the dust settled, however, Innate Ping's corpse was nowhere to be found. "You possess quite a few impressive techniques, capable of shrinking the earth to inches," Lu Yuan remarked calmly, gazing at an open area hundreds of feet away. "You, a first-layer cultivator of the divine palace realm, have forced me to this extent. You may take pride in that. As a reward, I shall refine your corpse into a puppet, ensuring your existence endures." Innate Ping gasped for breath, his voice chilling as he uttered his ominous words. Chapter 36. The Slaying of Innate Ping. Secrets unveiled. The recent exertion of that life-preserving divine ability had indeed drained a considerable amount from Innate Ping. Delaying further would be detrimental to the battle. Thus, swift resolution was imperative. With a wave of his hand, Innate Ping summoned his treasured artifact. A brilliant silver light swept across the sky, materializing into a grand silver bell, resounding with a thunderous clang, its radiance intense and its might formidable. This artifact, a result of his long-standing endeavors in murder and plunder, was procured from an ancient city, ranking among the mid-grade treasures in the confrontations of divine palace realm cultivators. It was undeniably a formidable weapon. The moment Lu Yuan's gaze fell upon the artifact, he sensed its significance, yet his expression remained unperturbed, calm and collected. "Suppress," Innate Ping intoned, invoking the bell with a command. The silver bell blazed with light, expanding exponentially, obscuring half the sky, and bearing down with overwhelming pressure toward Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, undeterred, did not evade. His dark robe billowed as he stepped into the air, launching a powerful punch. Clang! The golden fist collided with the ancient bell, producing a metallic reverberation. Concurrently, cascading silver ripples ignited, transforming into a sweeping offensive. Lu Yuan staggered back several dozen steps from the force, feeling a slight numbness in his arm, yet otherwise unscathed. This was merely a test to ascertain the level of artifacts his current physical prowess could contend with. "Humph. Though your physique is commendable, to think you could disrupt my artifact is but a fool's dream." Innate Ping sneered, altering his hand seals. The silver bell glowed anew, ascending to unleash its might once more. Merely a mid-grade treasure, what could it truly accomplish? Should I wish to destroy it, I could Lu Yuan declared assertively, his blood surging as he struck back. Clang, clang, clang. The silver bell resonated violently, quaking under the force, forming several visible fissures. Innate Ping's expression shifted to one of astonishment. A cultivator at the first level of the divine palace realm could genuinely withstand the might of his artifact with sheer physical strength. The visible cracks bore testament to an unimaginable force. Such a feat would be hard to believe if spoken of. In the throes of fear, Innate Ping realized he could not afford to prolong this battle. Otherwise, he risked a catastrophic downfall. In an instant, he divided his focus, commanding his artifact while simultaneously weaving intricate hand seals to unleash a barrage of arcane techniques upon Lu Yuan. Boom, boom. The divine energy surged, and magical power poured forth. Lu Yuan executed a swift movement technique, darting through the air, evading the onslaught of attacks. "It seems you have exhausted your options. Enough of this game. I shall send you on your way," Lu Yuan declared, losing interest. With a flick of his hand, a palm-sized miniature peak materialized in his grasp. The void trembled, darkening instantaneously. A pitch-black demonic mountain loomed larger before Innate Ping's horrified gaze, ultimately eclipsing half the sky, a sight of colossal grandeur, starkly contrasting the power exhibited by his silver bell. "Impossible. What caliber of artifact is this?" Innate Ping gasped in disbelief, yet no reply came. As the demonic peak descended, Winds howled like thunder, akin to Mount Tai bearing down, drowning all sound. In a panic, Innate Ping bit his tongue, spitting forth a mouthful of essence blood to summon the silver bell back to shield himself. Boom. The demonic peak crashed down, violently colliding with Innate Ping's artifact, shaking the heavens and the earth. The released energy ripples obliterated the ancient forests and mountains for hundreds of yards, creating a vacuum. The silver bell, after a brief moment of resistance, erupted with a deafening explosion, shattering into countless fragments, extinguished and rendered utterly worthless. Innate Ping clutching his forehead. Though the silver bell had shielded his body, the overwhelming shockwave still left him bleeding from his orifices, his insides shattered. A second strike of such magnitude would surely spell his doom. Please, do not kill me. I possess a secret. A fragmented realm is about to open, containing the legacy of a sage. Innate Ping cried out in desperation, uttering these words under Chapter 37, the Lianyun Mountain Range. Days later, Lu Yuan arrived at the Lianyun Mountain Range, as mentioned by Innate Ping. This place was rather secluded, with no city visible within a radius of 1,000 miles. It was perpetually shrouded in mist, creating a hazy and indistinct atmosphere. After advancing for half an hour, Lu Yuan ventured deeper into the mountains for over 1,000 miles. And finally sensed some unusual fluctuations. Dense pathways of runes sealed the void, resembling a colossal array of prohibitions. Lu Yuan approached, allowing a wisp of chaos energy to flow from his fingertips as he gently brushed forward. With a soft hiss, the obscure runes inscribed in the void dimmed and split open, creating a gap. Lu Yuan swiftly slipped through the opening. Upon entering, the surroundings transformed dramatically. A sweep of his divine sense revealed numerous auras of cultivators nearby. Lu Yuan remained vigilant, proceeding cautiously until he arrived at an open area. As soon as his figure emerged, powerful waves of divine sense swept towards him. Among them were several individuals who were formidable beings beyond their profound cultivation beyond Lu Yuan's comprehension. A scattered cultivator at the first stage of the divine palace. To find this place is quite a stroke of fortune, an elder remarked, glancing over before quickly averting his gaze. Although solitary cultivators like Lu Yuan were rare, they were not entirely non-existent. Apart from his youth, there seemed to be nothing particularly noteworthy about him. At the same time, Lu Yuan was discreetly observing the assembly around him. The open space had already gathered a considerable number of cultivators, totaling over 100. The majority were practitioners from local sects within the Yin Kingdom, easily identifiable by their uniform attire. They had likely received early news of the impending opening of the fragmented small world and were waiting here in anticipation. These local sects of the Yin Kingdom seemed to have intentionally concealed this information. Otherwise, a small world opened by an ancient saint would not attract so few participants. Lu Yuan pondered internally. The Yin Kingdom, within the entire southern domain, was merely a drop in the ocean, a minuscule territory. Its number of powerful beings was undoubtedly far less than that of larger sects, ancient families, and sacred ground influences. If the news were to leak out, it would not be surprising for a random powerful figure above the divine realm to arrive, leaving this gathering with nothing but scraps. Soon after, Lu Yuan withdrew his thoughts, finding an inconspicuous spot to sit down and wait in silence. As time passed, 2 days later, a sudden and violent commotion erupted outside. Dozens of formidable cultivators forcefully broke through the array of prohibitions and stormed in. Everyone present was taken aback, rising abruptly to gaze in that direction. Upon recognizing the newcomers, the expressions of the leaders and elders from 2 local Yin Kingdom sects turned grim. Old son, old song, you truly are. A place of such fortune opens within the Yin Kingdom, and you don't even bother to inform me. And you set up this ridiculous array to conceal it. Do you intend to monopolize it? A boisterous middle-aged man shouted as he entered. Humph, with your brash nature. Wouldn't he telling you be tantamount to notifying all the forces in the southern domain? The leader of the Qian sect scoffed. Irritation. Don't talk nonsense. Am I that foolish? The burly man retorted. If you weren't foolish, you wouldn't have brought along a newly initiated disciple in the Bitter Sea realm, another leader sarcastically pointed out. The 3 major local forces of the Yin Kingdom, Qian, Hanwu Hall, and Lingxiao sect, were in a state of delicate balance, their leaders all adept cultivators of the Cave Heaven realm, historically maintaining an equal standing. The opening of this shattered small world could harbor astonishing legacies and fortunes, yet it might also be fraught with peril. Exploring such a place together with familiar sects was not without merit. However, Hanwu Hall was known for its indiscreet actions, often neglecting the consequences, and was simply a crude warrior, making collaboration difficult. If they had been informed in advance, it would have certainly alerted others. The members from the two sects who came to the Lianyun mountain range had been carefully selected, trusted individuals who would not leak any information. In contrast, Hongwu Hall had even brought along a newly initiated disciple in the Bittersea realm. The distinction between wisdom and folly was glaringly obvious. Enraged, Hongwu's leader turned red-faced, shouting for a while before gradually settling down. Lu Yuan sat alone, observing coldly, paying little mind to the unfolding drama. As time continued to flow, suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed from the distant horizon. Dozens of ancient beasts, adorned with scales and horns, strode upon the clouds. Each beast bore a cultivator upon its back, all emanating impressive auras, creating a formidable spectacle. Those are members of the ancient family, the Meng clan. Many cultivators present turned pale upon seeing the newcomers, their expressions shifting to one of concern. Undoubtedly, the news had leaked, drawing the ancient families to contend for the opportunity. At this moment, a rare hint of gravity appeared in Lu Yuan's eyes. The Ming clan was among the ancient families of the southern domain, rivaling the strength of the Lu and Gu families. With numerous experts within, including several powerful beings beyond the divine realm, they were a force to be reckoned with, comparable to some great sects and sacred grounds. Their appearance at such a critical juncture could not be mere happenstance. They must have caught wind of something. As for the source of the leaked information, it was difficult to ascertain. After all, there were many cultivators here, including a portion of scattered practitioners. Selling this information to the ancient families for profit was not out of the realm of possibility. Just as the Meng clan arrived, another powerful force descended upon the area. A colossal ancient ship approached, and dozens of figures began to descend. Among them were many youthful faces, accompanied by older, seasoned individuals. Huanyan Palace, your movements are rather swift. A formidable expert from the Ming clan remarked, his divine sense sweeping forward to ascertain the identities of the newcomers, speaking with a tone of indifference. Ah, it is you. Mingren, my old friend. Long time no see. A light-hearted voice emerged from the Huanyan Palace's group, instantly intensifying the atmosphere. The local Yin Kingdom forces and scattered cultivators below were completely disregarded, not even receiving a glance. Huanyan Palace has arrived. This complicates matters. The Yin cultivators thought bitterly. Huanyan Palace, a significant sect within the southern domain, possessed formidable strength. To vie for a share of the spoils in the presence of such a colossal entity was akin to snatching food from a tiger's mouth. For now, all they could do was take it step by step. Chapter 38. Convergence of forces. Since both our clans have gathered here, let us compete based on our abilities. However, for the sake of caution, I suggest that we seal off this mountain range to prevent any newcomers from encroaching. A formidable expert from the Meng clan spoke up. Indeed, such a sentiment was shared amongst several powerful figures from the illusionary palace. Given the urgency of the situation, they had not brought any deities along with them. If the news were to spread further, it would be inevitable that ancient clans and major sects, akin to the Meng clan, would send their representatives to contend for dominance. Such a scenario was one that many wished to avoid. Consequently, the two great factions reached a consensus. They dispatched their strongest members to take immediate action, each occupying a segment of the void, unleashing hundreds of intricate and profound runes to completely seal off the area around the Lianyun. Unless a powerful being beyond the divine realm came to investigate personally, it would be exceedingly difficult to detect the unusual spatial fluctuations in this locale. Soon after, all the cultivators present gradually fell silent, awaiting the unveiling of the small world. 2 days later, boom, an extraordinary ripple of spatial energy surged through the region. The void trembled, revealing countless dark fissures, with the laws of the great Tao appearing mottled and elusive, forming an entrance. It has opened. The shattered little world has been unlocked. Many cultivators on site abruptly rose, their eyes alight with excitement. Had it not been for the presence of the two powerful factions, it is likely that some would have already dashed forward. Wait a moment. Something feels amiss. An elder from the illusionary palace, in the Nirvana realm, observed keenly, his gaze flickering. He then waved his hand, unleashing a surge of divine energy toward the void's fissure. In the next instant, boom, the fissure in the void twisted violently, collapsing spectacularly before the eyes of the crowd, completely engulfing that divine energy. What? How could this happen? Many were left aghast, their expressions filled with confusion. It seems this small world has existed for far too long. The laws are incomplete, and the spiritual energy has dissipated, on the verge of collapse. A strong member of the Meng clan also discerned this troubling sign and spoke gravely. Let us try again. Following this, several others took action, continuously suppressing the outward flow of their divine energy. After half a stick of incense had passed, they finally reached a conclusion. This small world is far too fractured to accommodate cultivators above the cave heaven realm. If one were to forcefully intrude, it would likely crumble immediately, resulting in the annihilation of all within. In light of this, we can only allow disciples of the divine palace realm to venture forth. The elder from the illusionary palace declared. Agreed. The experts from the Ming clan nodded in assent. Subsequently, the members of these two great factions cast their first discerning glances toward the numerous cultivators from the Yin kingdom below. This small world is too severely fractured. Only those beneath the cave heaven realm may enter. Those who accompany our disciples will naturally reap the benefits. If you wish to join, bring your people forward. The elder from the illusionary palace spoke kindly. Simultaneously, the experts from the Ming clan began to win over hearts. After all, the presence of additional individuals in that small world meant an increase in strength. If they encountered perilous situations, these individuals could serve as expendable scouts, an advantageous arrangement. As for the treasures they would acquire, once brought out, they would no longer be within the grasp of these insignificant local insects. Upon hearing this, all the cultivators present wore bitter expressions, understanding the implications of the two great factions. Those who did not align with them would find no opportunity to enter, leaving them with no chance whatsoever. Meanwhile, the entire Lianyun mountain range was sealed off, making escape exceedingly difficult. Such a domineering and overbearing approach left no room for choice. The three headmasters of the local sects in the Yin kingdom sighed softly. They could only silently select individuals below the cave heaven realm and form their respective lines. Even the typically flamboyant Hong Wu complied, refraining from any semblance of defiance. Though brash, he was not foolish. With his cave heaven cultivation, he could still reign supreme in the Yin kingdom. But in the face of the Ming clan and the illusionary palace, he was little more than an ant. A single misstep could lead to his demise. Soon enough, the 100 cultivators present began to mobilize. However, the levels of their cultivation varied significantly. After careful selection, only over 40 from the divine palace realm were chosen, divided between the two great factions. The weaker cultivators from the spirit nurturing and bittersea realms were outright ignored. Such individuals were deemed too feeble, and their numbers could not compensate for their lack of strength. After contemplating for a moment, Lu Yuan remained silent and joined the ranks of the Ming clan. What use is it to bring these useless individuals? If the illusionary palace is unwise, I alone can send them on their way. At that moment, a youth, approximately 17 or 18 years of age, leaped down from an exotic beast. His gaze was piercing, filled with an air of youthful vigor, striding through the crowd with an imposing demeanor, radiating arrogance. Upon hearing his words, the cultivators standing in the Meng clan's line turned visibly displeased. Several elders from the divine palace realm wore expressions of profound embarrassment. Though they were esteemed elders of the Yin kingdom, now they were belittled by a mere youth. It was a humbling moment. Yet, faced with the pressing circumstances, none dared to retaliate. They could only endure in silence. Lu Yuan found himself stifling a laugh, casting a deeply meaningful glance at the Meng clan's young man. Zhao, do not underestimate your adversaries. Meng Ren shook his head helplessly, imparting a serious warning. Meng Zhao, however, remained unconvinced, continuing on his path. Before long, the two great factions had selected their representatives to enter the small world. The illusionary palace brought forth a dozen disciples from the divine palace realm, all youthful and exuding an extraordinary presence, unmatched by the cultivators from a small place like the Yin kingdom. Standing alongside them, they appeared as cranes among chickens, distinctly prominent. The Ming clan, too, was not far behind in numbers, with 11 of their own disciples stepping forward. Leading them was none other than the arrogant youth, Meng Zhao. Yet, despite his hubris, his talent was indeed remarkable. At such a young age, he possessed a cultivation level of the 6th layer of the divine palace realm. Even among the younger generation of the great sacred lands, he was considered a prodigy. All right, everyone is present. Delays may lead to unforeseen changes. Let us depart. Yes. With those words, dozens of figures harnessed their divine rainbows, soaring into the sky, vanishing into the rift above. Chapter 39. Dragon-scale grass upon entering. The scenery before them underwent a dramatic transformation. The sky was shrouded in a grayish haze, suffused with an ancient, savage aura. The laws of nature appeared mottled and somewhat oppressive. Like the other cultivators who had entered, Lu Yuan scanned the surroundings with his spiritual consciousness, keenly observing the terrain. This small world was extensive, stretching endlessly to the horizon, yet it was undeniably fragmented and in disarray. The gray-brown rocks lay barren, devoid of life and greenery. Even without intervention, it was only a matter of time before this place would completely collapse and dissolve into the chaotic void. The vastness of this land was evident, and with only a few dozen individuals present, it was prudent to split up for exploration. At that moment, a young disciple from the Meng family proposed this course of action. As soon as the words left his mouth, numerous gazes were cast toward Meng Zhao, the intention to inquire clear in their eyes. Very well. Each of you may select 2 companions to explore separately. Meng Zhao nodded, speaking with a detached demeanor. 2 for each? What about you? Another inquired. I do not require any. They would merely be a burden. Meng Zhao waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of arrogance. Without waiting for further discussion, he summoned a brilliant divine rainbow and soared into the distance. A few young disciples from the Ming family sighed softly, evidently well acquainted with Meng Zhao's disposition. Aside from his brother and the esteemed elders, he showed no deference to anyone else. You follow me. A young disciple from the Ming family said coldly, pointing at 2 individuals. The others quickly began to select their companions as well. Ultimately, Lu Yuan and an elder from Ling Shao sect were chosen by a person named Meng Yifan. Let us proceed. Meng Yifan glanced at the 2 with an impassive expression. Lu Yuan's gaze flickered momentarily. With a sweep of his powerful spiritual consciousness, he discerned the elder's cultivation level, 3rd stage of the divine palace, 2 small realms below that of Niping. Such a character could be easily dispatched with a mere flick of his hand, thus he felt little concern. However, given the multitude of eyes present, it was not the opportune moment to act. Once the 2 factions had completely separated, he would be unrestrained. The trio then rode their divine rainbows towards the horizon at a rapid pace. As they traversed the terrain, they found themselves predominantly navigating through arid yellow earth with little of interest to uncover. It was not until half an hour later that they arrived at a valley. Upon entering the gorge, they were immediately met with an overwhelming aura of murderous intent that assailed them. The force was formidable. Merely approaching it caused sharp pain to their faces, as if a celestial sword were exuding its unparalleled brilliance. This place is extraordinary. There must be treasures here. Meng Yifan's eyes brightened, and a fervent expression surfaced on his face. He quickly produced a secret treasure that emanated a soft glow, enveloping himself within it, and declared, "Let us venture inside." Seeing this, Lu Yuan felt a twinge of interest as well. With a thought, he activated the chaotic essence within him, instantly dispelling the invasive and fierce aura that threatened to engulf him. Yet, the elder from Ling Shao sect lacked such means. Under the immense pressure, he struggled to keep his footing, blood seeping from his withered arms in a pitiful display. "Young friend Ming, with my cultivation, I fear I cannot approach this valley." The elder lamented. Meng Yifan shot him a glance, inwardly cursing, "What a waste. Come, follow me." "Thank you." The elder replied awkwardly, hastily stepping forward into the protective glow, which alleviated the pressure significantly, allowing him to exhale in relief. "And you?" Meng Yifan turned to Lu Yuan. "No need," Lu Yuan replied coolly. Upon hearing this, Meng Yifan's eyes flickered with surprise, regarding Lu Yuan with newfound respect. Despite being merely at the 1st stage of the divine palace realm, he stood unaided against the valley's oppressive atmosphere. It seemed he harbored some secrets. Yet, there was no time for further contemplation. Exploring the valley was of utmost priority. The trio delved deeper into the valley, which was in a state of desolation, void of any vitality. Soon, however, their attention was drawn to a patch of low-lying, dark brown soil, where dozens of peculiar little grasses thrived. The grass boasted 3 leaves, gleaming golden, their irregular shapes resembling dragon scales unfurling, coiled like dragons, radiating an astonishing brilliance. This was the very source of the valley's aura, dragon scale grass. Meng Yifan's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "I never expected such a heavenly treasure to exist." Legend had it that this grass only took root in ancient, bitterly cold lands, capable of naturally absorbing the essence of the world to nurture itself. Moreover, if consumed, it could potentially bestow upon the eater the royal dragon aura, unleashing unparalleled might, akin to practicing an ancient, supreme scripture. This was indeed an extraordinary fortune. Breathless with excitement, Meng Yifan stepped forward, only to abruptly halt. "I recall that ancient texts state this dragon scale grass is exceedingly violent, capable of affecting its surroundings while also attacking autonomously. If that is the case, the accumulated aura over the millennia must be terrifying. He stood pondering, casting a glance back at his companions. At that moment, Lu Yuan recognized the dragon scale grass as well. Though he could not cultivate at the Lu family, he had perused numerous ancient tomes and was hardly less knowledgeable than disciples from ancient families. You, go over and take a look. Meng Yifan pointed to the elder from Lingxiao sect. Ah, this. The elder was taken aback, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He understood that Meng Yifan was urging him to scout the path ahead. The murderous aura was palpable, and stepping away from the protection of the secret treasure would undoubtedly entail great peril. Enough with the hesitation. I will count to 3. If you do not move, you will surely die. Meng Yifan's eyes glinted with menace as he spoke coldly. The elder felt a wave of despair wash over him. With a long sigh, he resolved to charge toward the location of the dragon scale grass. Boom. As the elder approached, nearly half of the dragon scale grass suddenly radiated light, unleashing massive, sharp sword beams as if a great dragon were emerging, surging forth to obliterate him. Ah! The elder let out a scream, his body instantly exploding into a cloud of blood mist. Ha ha ha, just as I thought. Once the aura cultivated over the years is depleted, it can be safely harvested. Meng Yifan rejoiced, completely unperturbed by the elder's demise. He then turned to Lu Yuan and commanded, You, go over. Indeed, you should go. Lu Yuan nodded. I command you to go. Meng Yifan was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it is you who should proceed. Lu Yuan smiled slightly. In the next moment, Meng Yifan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Chapter 40. Decapitation. The Imperial Dragon Shiyu, a mere humble rogue cultivator, dared to defy the Meng family. Have you grown weary of life? Meng Yifan's gaze was piercing, imbued with a remarkable killing intent, as he spoke coldly. It seemed that at the slightest provocation, he would eliminate the person before him without hesitation. Just based on you? Lu Yuan's expression remained indifferent, unperturbed, and exceptionally calm. When one refuses the toast, they invite the penalty. It appears I must shatter every bone in your body and personally dispose of you. With that, Meng Yifan suddenly erupted into action, his fingers shimmering with divine radiance as silver light intertwined, descending like a colossal mountain. Lu Yuan did not flinch or evade. Instead, he activated his speed, transforming into a golden streak of light, charging forward and swinging his golden fist with ferocity. The collision of terrifying force caused the very fabric of this void to tremble. Meng Yifan was sent flying backward, as though struck by a violent impact. His expression morphed into one of astonishment, utterly incredulous. This individual, possessing merely the cultivation of the first level of the Divine Palace realm, had astonishingly refined his physical body to such an extent. It was truly remarkable. In the next moment, before Meng Yifan could react, Lu Yuan again accelerated, charging forth. A golden hand swept through the air, radiant and resplendent, resembling a magnificent golden grinding disc that obscured the heavens. Buzz! Meng Yifan was struck with alarm. Using all his strength to activate his protective treasure, instantly the gentle light barrier became much more agile, successfully blocking the impending lethal aura from penetrating. Ineffectual, Lu Yuan scoffed, seemingly anticipating this outcome. As the golden hand descended, tendrils of dark and ominous chaotic energy coiled around his fingers. Within it lay a terrifying demonic force capable of annihilating all things and laws, utterly unstoppable. Boom. The gentle light barrier was torn apart the moment it made contact with the chaotic energy, creating a gaping maw. The golden hand then pressed down without obstruction, delivering a heavy blow upon Meng Yifan's body. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed. Meng Yifan's form shrank down, instantly transforming into a bloodied figure. With a single strike, all his bones had been shattered, fulfilling the earlier proclamation. Meng Yifan emitted a piercing scream of agony. Yet, before that cry could travel far, Lu Yuan's hand fell, grasping him by the neck and casually tossing him to the roots of the dragon scale grass on the other side. Swish! Swish! Sharp beams of light pierced through. Meng Yifan's body erupted, meeting a swift demise akin to that of the elder from Lingxiao sect. After concluding his task, Lu Yuan reached out and retrieved the storage bags of the two men, then turned his gaze toward the lowland ahead. It appeared that the dragon scale grass, which had accumulated countless years of murderous power, had finally dispersed, allowing for collection. However, for safety's sake, some precautionary measures were necessary. Subsequently, Lu Yuan harnessed the power of the chaotic body to unfurl a pitch-black canopy, slowly advancing forward. It was only when he approached within several feet of the dozens of dragon scale grass that he sensed no anomalies, allowing him to gradually lower his guard and bend down to collect them. Before long, dozens of dragon scale grass were gathered into Lu Yuan's possession. Such a bountiful harvest upon entry was indeed an auspicious sign. Yet, at this moment, Lu Yuan did not hasten to consume the dragon scale grass. Instead, he stood quietly, attuning himself to the spatial fluctuations around him. Suddenly, he perceived that as he manipulated the chaotic energy, this void became exceedingly unstable. Perhaps if he persisted a moment longer, he could induce a rupture in this small realm, evolving into a new spatial passage. With this thought, Lu Yuan's eyes brightened, and he intensified the operation of his chaotic power, beginning his attempts. After all, at the entrance of this small realm, experts from both the Illusory Palace and the Ming family were stationed, waiting. Furthermore, the entire Lianyan mountain range was sealed by an immense formation. Escaping unnoticed from this place would indeed pose a considerable challenge. However, should he validate his earlier conjecture, then all problems would unravel seamlessly. Swish, swish. Threads of chaotic energy emanated from Lu Yuan's palm. The myriad laws lamented as the void twisted violently. After a brief instant's time, this small patch of void completely collapsed, fissures appearing and forming another passageway connecting to the outside world. Indeed, it was feasible. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yuan's expression transformed into one of exuberance. This ensured he had no lingering concerns. Even if he were to eliminate core figures from both powerful factions during the conflict, he could still retreat unscathed and seek another path. Afterward, Lu Yuan reined in his thoughts, ceasing further contemplation. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved a dragon scale grass and swallowed it on the spot, commencing the refinement process. As the leaf entered his mouth, a bitter taste spread. Following that, a torrent of potent blood energy surged within his limbs and bones. Lu Yuan seated himself on the ground, embracing unity, methodically guiding this blood energy to refine his physical body. 1, 2, 3, 4. One by one, the dragon scale grass was swiftly consumed. His blood energy surged at an astonishing pace. This was attributable to his inherently powerful sacred body and the profound depths of his cultivation. Otherwise, others would likely have burst from the sheer intake. As time passed, upon consuming the 13th dragon scale grass, Lu Yuan's aura intensified further, radiating golden light. With his blood energy soaring, his crystal-like skin began to shimmer with fearsome dragon qi, embodying an imperial majesty that declared his supremacy over heaven and earth. The Divine Palace Realm, second level. Lu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, unleashing a piercing brilliance that penetrated a nearby massive stone. Although the dragon scale grass was rare, excessive consumption could lead to drug resistance. Its efficacy diminished compared to the earlier ones. Nevertheless, the legendary imperial dragon qi seemed to be within reach. Why not seize this moment and strive to cultivate it? Lu Yuan mused inwardly. He then retrieved the remaining dragon scale grass, continuing to consume it. 3 days later, a resounding dragon's roar erupted from the valley, causing the crimson earth to tremble. Lu Yuan stood tall, his gaze fierce, his aura terrifying. Golden dragon qi swirled around him, presenting him as an imperial powerhouse. This fearsome presence pierced through the heavens, evoking awe in all who beheld it. The Divine Palace Realm, third level. Chapter 41. Who agrees, who opposes? Lu Yuan's cultivation had ascended to a new level, successfully manifesting the imperial dragon qi to augment his being. Such gains were undeniably substantial. At this moment, Lu Yuan felt an unprecedented vitality coursing through him, his blood surging and strength remarkable. In terms of physical prowess alone, he might even rival a young true dragon, marking a qualitative leap in his combat capabilities. Subsequently, Lu Yuan did not linger any longer in the valley. He vanished in a flash, propelling himself into... As he journeyed onward, he traversed an unknown number of miles. Upon reaching a desolate expanse, he suddenly heard the sounds of fierce combat nearby. Boom, boom. In the void, divine radiance flickered, and brilliant lightning intertwined, reverberating in all directions. Clearly, the number of combatants was considerable, creating a scene of chaos. Lu Yuan halted, his eyes momentarily glinting. In this small realm, wherever there was conflict, there must be treasures at stake. Since he had stumbled upon it, he naturally would not stand idly by. He adjusted his robes and quickened his pace toward the center of the fray. Before long, an ancient temple standing amidst the desert came into view. This temple was not grand in stature, yet its extraordinary essence was immediately apparent. It appeared to be constructed from some rare divine iron, and despite enduring the passage of tens of thousands of years, it still gleamed with emanating a formidable sense of pressure. At the center of the temple hung a plaque inscribed with the words Divine Weapon Pavilion. The Divine Weapon. This ancient temple was indeed the forge of that revered saint. Lu Yuan murmured to himself, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Such a place of forging weapons was significant in any faction, let alone one left behind by a saint. Even if there were no completed weapons, remnants of the forging materials would be invaluable treasures. No wonder the disciples of the illusionary palace and the Ming family were engaged in a desperate struggle outside. Currently, 6 individuals were embroiled in fierce combat before the temple. A young woman from the Ming family was locked in a heated battle with cultivators from the illusionary palace, while the other fighters seemed to lack intensity, employing mundane techniques and displaying an unrefined mastery of their powers. It was evident they were practitioners from local sects in Yin country, reluctantly drawn into this turmoil. Thousand Illusion Shadow Kill. A commanding voice rang out as a young man from the illusionary palace moved with agility, his presence both ethereal and tangible, conjuring several illusory forms that danced alongside his true self. With a swift motion of his arms, he unleashed a series of astonishing sword beams. Boom! A deluge of attacks surged forth, sweeping across the ground and shaking the heavens, exhibiting overwhelming might. Go! The Ming family woman, seemingly no ordinary opponent, let out a sharp reprimand. A crimson cauldron erupted from her forehead, radiating myriad rays of light that pervaded the sky. Boom! The void trembled, producing a cacophony of sounds as a formidable wave of energy erupted. Both fighters staggered back, unable to gain the upper hand. Meng Qian, you and I are both at the 5th level of the Divine Palace realm. For now, it is difficult to determine a victor. Why not share the forging materials within the ancient temple and retreat amicably? The young man from the illusionary palace proposed after stabilizing his stance. Upon hearing this, Meng Qian's beautiful eyes flickered with hesitation. Though Feng Xiu was not one of the top 10 disciples of the illusionary palace, his combat prowess was indeed formidable, mastering several powerful techniques that even she felt unsure she could defeat. Meanwhile, the situation with the other combatants offered little hope. They were merely opportunists, unlikely to fight fiercely enough to resolve the conflict. As Meng Qian pondered, her spiritual sense suddenly detected another presence nearby. She turned to gaze, recognizing, "It's you. You are the rogue who followed Meng Yifan. Where is he?" Meng Qian exclaimed with delight, hastily inquiring. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiu's expression shifted. He then extended a powerful divine sense, scanning the surroundings, yet after a long search, he could not locate Meng Yifan. It seemed only one had arrived. Faced with Meng Qian's inquiry, Lu Yuan merely cast her a sidelong glance and remained silent. He then leaped forward, making his way directly into this scene left the surrounding cultivators dumbfounded, filled with astonishment. What did this youth intend to do? Ignoring the questions from the Meng family and boldly entering the ancient temple? Was he truly planning to seize treasures right under the noses of the two combatants? Several local practitioners from Yin country couldn't help but swallow hard. Though such thoughts had crossed their minds, the formidable forces of the illusionary palace and the Ming family were stationed at the entrance of this small realm. Even if one managed to snatch a treasure or two, they would be powerless to defend it. Such an endeavor seemed futile. "I'm speaking to you. Did you not hear me?" Meng Qian, feeling humiliated by being disregarded by a mere rogue, gritted her teeth in anger, her beautiful eyes flashing with a cold murderous intent as she questioned him sharply. At that moment, Lu Yuan had gracefully landed at the entrance of the ancient temple. His divine sense swept across the interior, revealing an abundance of rare materials, including numerous invaluable forging materials capable of refining divine weapons. Indeed, another significant harvest. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. He then turned his gaze towards the menacing Meng Qian outside the temple and spoke nonchalantly, "Regarding your earlier inquiry about Meng Yifan. He is dead." "What? He is dead?" Meng Qian gasped in shock. "Who killed him?" "I did," Lu Yuan replied calmly. "Huh, you?" Meng Qian sneered coldly. Hearing this, she began to understand that he was attempting to deceive her. Although Meng Yifan's strength was not particularly remarkable, he was still a scion of an ancient family, possessing techniques far beyond what these crude rogues could compare to. As fellow practitioners at the 3rd level of the Divine Palace realm, their combat capabilities could not be compared. How could he have possibly met his demise? Moreover, her family elders were guarding outside. What rogue would dare to act with such audacity? Could it be that he had defected to the illusionary palace and abandoned Meng Yifun's control? Meng Qian's gaze flickered as she quietly analyzed the situation. Believe it or not, that is your choice. Lu Yuan smiled faintly, saying no more. He then stretched his limbs, producing a series of cracking sounds. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, I shall take everything within this ancient temple, he declared. Who agrees, who opposes? Chapter 42. A devastating sweep. The calm words resonated like a tempest, leaving all present in stunned silence, as if they had just witnessed an incredulous event. Could it be? Did he truly dare to challenge the esteemed young masters of the illusionary palace and the Ming family? For the local cultivators of Yan, the ground seemed to shift beneath them. They had never encountered such audacity in a rogue cultivator. If it were them, it would spell the annihilation of their clan. At that moment, Meng Qinying's delicate face was etched with frost, her gaze locked onto Lu Yuan, her murderous intent palpable. On the other side, Feng Xiu of the illusionary palace was equally enraged, his fury manifesting in a derisive laugh. Well, a fearless soul has arrived. I am eager to see how you intend to seize the prey from the tiger's mouth. Do you consider yourself a tiger? Lu Yuan cast a sidelong glance, unfazed. Seeking death. Feng Xiu's complexion darkened as he bellowed, his form blurring as he charged forward. His fingers curled into claws, enveloped in a howling gale, descending upon Lu Yuan with overwhelming force. Though his attack seemed straightforward, it held tremendous power, easily capable of obliterating a cultivator at the third level of the Divine Palace realm. Unfazed, Lu Yuan's expression remained impassive. His golden fist swung, infused with strands of imperial dragon energy, striking with unparalleled ferocity as he chose not to evade but to retaliate. The terrifying force erupted like a raging, shaking the very fabric of the void. Several relatively weak areas were pierced by the imperial dragon energy, revealing the ominous chaos of the void. Boom! Feng Xiu was sent hurtling backward, struck as if by a heavy blow. This overwhelming power was beyond his capacity to endure. In a mere exchange, he suffered a significant setback. What? The young master of the illusionary palace has been sent flying with a single blow? A gasp escaped someone, disbelief etched across their features. It was not just them. Even Ming Qian's eyes widened in astonishment at the formidable prowess of this audacious rogue. What immense strength! You are no ordinary individual. State your name. Feng Xiu, trembling with a mix of fear and anger, demanded, his right hand behind him bloodied and convulsing, half of its bones shattered. With your abilities, you are not worthy to know, Lu Yuan replied coolly, his gaze dismissive. You are exceedingly arrogant. Regardless of your identity, you shall not leave the Lianyun mountain range. Feng Xiu was incensed by such disdain. He turned to Meng Qian, conveying through thought, this individual possesses an extraordinarily formidable physique, rivaling the peak talents of our generation. If you remain a bystander, you shall return empty-handed. It would be wiser to join forces and eliminate him first, then discuss the spoils. Agreed. Meng Qian nodded decisively. In the next instant, the two turned upon Lu Yuan, launching an assault together. Witnessing the latter's terrifying physical strength, no one was foolish enough to engage him in close combat. With a thought, Feng Xiu conjured an awe-inspiring longsword, its presence overwhelming, infused with potent magical energy. The sword gleamed with a chilling light, freezing the surrounding air to its core. Then, a vivid and fearsome ice dragon materialized, roaring toward Lu Yuan in a frenzied assault. Meanwhile, Ming Qian formed intricate hand seals, summoning a massive cauldron above her, from which myriad rays of radiant light cascaded down, transforming into a dazzling torrent aimed at Lu Yuan. Both of them hailed from the premier forces of the southern region. In the Divine Palace realm, possessing magical artifacts was not uncommon. Their combined might unleash the fiercest of assaults, intent on eliminating this unexpected variable. Magical artifacts? Lu Yuan scoffed, his gaze sharp. The Jinyu Peak soared from the depths of his sea of bitterness, ascending into the sky in an unmatched display of power, crashing down with unstoppable force. Boom! The radiant light dimmed as the ice dragon shattered. The might of their magical artifacts was utterly crushed, a testament to a different echelon of power. What? A sentient magical artifact? You, a mere Divine Palace realm cultivator, possess a sentient artifact? Meng Qian and Feng Xiu gasped in horror, scrambling to deploy their utmost defenses against the fierce onslaught of Jinyu Peak. In the ensuing moments, both coughed blood and were sent reeling, their energies significantly diminished. With his cultivation, he could not afford to activate a sentient artifact more than a few times. Do not give him a chance, Feng Xiu shouted. Stabilizing himself as a formidable divine ability surged forth. Meng Qian understood the gravity of the situation, raising her delicate hand, her divine light shimmering as she unleashed a signature technique of the Meng family. In an instant, the assault resumed, divine light surging and enveloping the heavens, imbued with an inexorable killing intent meant to annihilate Lu Yuan. Fireflies cannot contend against the bright moon, Lu Yuan murmured, a radiant glow emanating from his brow, as profound sounds of the Tao flowed through him. With a flourish of his left hand, the powers of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth erupting in a splendid display of five-colored divine light, coalescing into the five elements hand seal, enhanced by numerous ancient characters of the Tao, rumbling as it descended upon Feng Xiao. Simultaneously, his right hand rose high, fingers poised, summoning wind and thunder, infused with the sharp, unparalleled imperial dragon energy, piercing. At the heart of the battle, brilliance erupted. The wind thunder finger and the five elements hand seal, both perfected in Lu Yuan's training, now wielded unfathomable strength at the third level of the divine palace realm. Moreover, bolstered by the power of the Tao and the imperial dragon energy, they surged forth, unstoppable. No. After a brief stalemate, Feng Xiao suddenly wailed in despair as all his defenses crumbled. His body was crushed by the five elements hand, exploding into a mist of blood, leaving no trace behind. On the other side, Meng Qian stood rigid, her eyes wide with terror. A gaping wound appeared on her pale forehead, blood pouring forth. This strike was utterly unstoppable, piercing through her divine palace. No one could save her. Boom. Meng Qian's body fell straight to the ground, accompanied by a chilling rain of blood, a horrifying spectacle that sent shivers down the spines of those present. Gulp. The remaining local cultivators of Yin felt their scalps prickling, their gazes filled with dread, too fearful to even breathe. Now they understood the caliber of the ruthless individual who had infiltrated the Lianyun mountain range. In mere moments, the young masters of two formidable factions had been decisively slain, their battle prowess suffocatingly powerful. As the dust settled, Lu Yuan cast a sweeping glance around, hesitating briefly before ultimately refraining from further attacks. He was not one to revel in slaughter. There were more battles to come. The slaying of the illusionary palace and the Ming family would inevitably come to light. Silencing witnesses and concealing his tracks bore little significance. With a wave of his hand, Lu Yuan collected all the refining materials from the ancient palace, along with the storage bags of the two fallen masters. Under the fearful gazes of the onlookers, he departed with an air of triumph. Chapter 43. The legacy of the Bagua platform. This journey has yielded an abundance of treasures. The ancient hall is filled with an array of refining materials, each more exquisite than the last. Many of these are rare treasures capable of forging divine weapons. Even if they cannot be utilized directly, they can be sold for a considerable sum of resources. Additionally, the wealth contained within the storage bags of the disciples from the two major factions is likely to hold significant value. However, Lu Yuan finds himself with little time to examine these riches. This small realm is on the brink of collapse and has been in this state for several days. The most precious aspect is undoubtedly the possible legacy of the saints. The elusive illusory palace has likely seen the core members of the Meng family venture deep within its confines. To gain anything of worth, he must act swiftly. With a sudden burst of speed, Lu Yuan's feet shimmer with divine light as he rushes deeper into the realm. Meanwhile, at the far reaches of this vast expanse, a majestic yet shattered palace stands resolute. Surrounding the palace are 8 towering, ancient altars, suffused with divine radiance and flowing with the essence of the Tao. Even after the passage of many years, they continue to emanate a formidable aura that is nothing short of awe-inspiring. A glance reveals their extraordinary nature. At this moment, numerous figures have gathered in this place. Members of the Meng family and disciples of the illusory palace have arrived here. Is this the Bagua legacy array? A perceptive cultivator, after careful observation, finally discerns the significance of the 8 altars. It is said that in ancient times, certain beings who reached the level of saints would forge such altars in their later years, intending to leave behind their legacy and prevent it from being lost. However, those who enter this small world in later generations often lack clarity of character. If a bloodthirsty individual were to acquire the entirety of a saint's creation, it could lead to unprecedented carnage. Thus, some ancient sages divided their legacies into several parts. The 6 Palace Legacy Array and the Bagua Legacy Array are among the more common legacy platforms. As the 8 altars rise before them, the name of this formation is self-evident. Just then, a young man, seemingly around 17 or 18, descends gracefully from the distant sky. Meng Zhao. He has arrived as well. The disciples of the illusory palace immediately retreat several steps, their expressions tense. Meng Zhao is reputed to be the strongest among the younger generation of the. It is rumored that he has a record of slaying a first-level Dantian cultivator. His reputation in the southern domain is considerable. Furthermore, his biological brother is the current heir of the Meng family, renowned throughout the eastern wilderness. With such a formidable background, few dare to provoke him lightly. At this moment, another young expert from the illusory palace arrives on the scene. Brother Xiaohou. The disciples of the illusory palace bow respectfully, parting to allow a young man in his early 20s to step forward. Clad in a blue robe, with striking features and an ethereal aura, Xiaohou Qing is particularly eye-catching. Xiaohou Qing, it has been quite some time. Meng Zhao glances over at him, an uncommon gesture of acknowledgement. Indeed, it has been a while. Xiaohou Qing smiles lightly, his tone amicable and devoid of hostility. Upon sensing Meng Zhao's current cultivation level, he cannot help but express his admiration. It seems you have gained considerable fortune within this saint's relic. The 7th level of the Divine Palace realm, merely a small breakthrough, is nothing extraordinary. Meng Zhao smirks haughtily, then narrows his eyes as he addresses Xiaohou Qing. With the Bagua legacy array appearing, are you interested in competing with me? The treasures of the legacy are determined by fate. If we choose the same altar, conflict is inevitable. If not, there is no need for confrontation. Xiaohou Qing replies calmly. Humph, how dull. Meng Zhao snorts, aware that only one person can claim a legacy from the Bagua array. 8 individuals are needed to activate it. As for the strength of the legacy acquired, it relies on one's intuition. The odds of encountering Xiaohou Qing are slim. Now, with 8 individuals present, let us begin. Meng Zhao surveys the area and speaks coolly. At his words, several individuals display expressions of delight. However, before they can revel in their joy, Xiaohou Qing swiftly douses their enthusiasm with cold reality. The combined number of disciples from the illusory palace and the Meng family is still fewer than 8. There is no need for the local cultivators and scattered practitioners to partake in the legacy. If they were to obtain it, they would be subjected to soul-searching upon exiting, rendering it meaningless. Why not reserve some opportunities for our own factions? Such a nuisance. A look of impatience crosses Meng Zhao's face. Yet, he refrains from retorting. Gradually, he closes his eyes, attuning himself to the flowing essence emanating from the 8, seeking the one that resonates with him the most. The Bagua platforms represent Qian, Kuan, Jin, Sun, Kan, Li, Jin, and Dui. Moments later, Meng Zhao suddenly opens his eyes, leaping toward the Li altar. The Li altar, you say? Xiaohou Qing's gaze flickers momentarily before he, too, extends his consciousness, sensing the Tao essence of the 8 altars. After a brief moment, Xiaohou Qing leaps into the air, landing upon the Qian altar. As for the remaining 6 positions, let each of you rely on your own skills. Of course, if anyone wishes to challenge me, feel free to ascend the platform. Xiaohou Qing addresses the crowd below. With his words, the disciples of the illusory palace and the members of the Meng family exchange knowing glances. After sensing their options, they fly towards their chosen altars. However, with so few participants, no immediate conflicts arise. Yet, as time progresses, more individuals from the 2 factions arrive at this central location. Upon grasping the rules, a fierce competition unfolds. Disciples of the illusory palace clash with one another. The illusory palace battles the Meng family, and the Meng family fights among themselves. There are no factional divisions. All are driven by the desire to ascend the platform and seize the legacy of the saints. In an instant, divine light flickers and various techniques are unleashed, with turbulent energy ripples spreading continuously. Only after several hours do they finally settle on 6 contenders. The individuals standing upon the platforms are undoubtedly the most formidable among their ranks, deterring any further challenges. The final Kuan and Dui platforms continue to witness fierce battles among the Divine Palace cultivators. Once the chaos subsides, the ultimate saintly legacy shall be unlocked. Just as the battles reach a fever pitch, a tall figure races toward them from the distant sky. Chapter 44, The 9 Secrets, Ascending the Stage. The Bagua Inheritance Platform. Lu Yuan descended gracefully, gazing ahead, and instantly recognized the name of the altar, a surge of joy filling his heart. At this moment, only 2 seats remained unoccupied. Several cultivators from the Phantom Palace and the Meng family were fiercely competing on the stage, engaged in a relentless struggle. Oh, fellow Taoist, you actually came here alone? At that moment, a cultivator clad in dark robes glanced at Lu Yuan, surprise evident in his voice. Lu Yuan cast a sidelong glance at him and nodded slightly, offering no further explanation. He recalled having some impression of this person, like Innate Ping. He was a casual cultivator from the Yin Kingdom who had stumbled upon this information. With a cultivation level of the second heaven of the Divine Palace realm, he appeared rather unremarkable. Since he had arrived, he might as well sit and watch the spectacle. The inheritance of the saint was destined to be out of reach for us casual cultivators. The dark-robed cultivator, seeing Lu Yuan gaze longingly at the stage, couldn't help but shake his head with a smile, letting out a soft sigh. Oh, why would it be out of reach? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. The dark-robed cultivator had mentioned that if the two major forces did not ascend the stage, even if one were to obtain an inheritance, they would be targeted for soul searching once they left. Rather than risking such dangers, it was better to remain here quietly and abandon any hopes. Otherwise, one would surely invite disaster. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's gaze flickered momentarily. Without further ado, he extended his consciousness and swept across the 8 altars before him, beginning to sense the strange Tao rhythm that permeated the air. Just then, a cold system notification echoed within his consciousness. Ding. Detected the current experience of the host. Option rewards have been triggered. 1. Occupy the Li platform. Reward. One of the 9 secrets of Taoism, the battle character secret. 2. Occupy the Qian platform. Reward. Ancient Emperor's secret art, the sky-slashing technique. 3. Occupy the Kuan platform. Reward. Ancient divine bird, the 8 treasures chicken. 4. Do not ascend the stage. Reward. 5,000 pounds of source energy. A series of system notifications rang out, causing Lu Yuan's heart to tremble. The 9 secrets of Taoism were the long-lost supreme secret arts of the Eastern wilderness. Each one represented the pinnacle of a particular domain, immensely powerful. The battle character secret, known as the sacred art of combat, was the ultimate divine technique among the 9 secrets that governed warfare. Once mastered, it would undoubtedly multiply his combat prowess, making him an unstoppable force. The second option, the sky-slashing technique, was similarly a remarkable divine power, enabling its wielder to seize the very essence of the heavens through. It would enhance offensive capabilities, control, and divine power across the board, plunging the user into a formidable state. As for the latter 2 options, they were promptly disregarded by Lu Yuan, as they paled in comparison to imperial-level secret arts. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Yuan made his decision. With a flash of his figure, he transformed into a streak of swift light and soared toward the Li platform. What? The dark-robed cultivator was taken aback, completely unprepared for Lu Yuan's sudden action. Not only did he ascend the stage, but he also chose the altar where Meng Zhao is situated. To outsiders, this was essentially akin to courting death. At that moment, sitting cross-legged on the Li platform, Meng Zhao sensed someone approaching and his eyes sparkled with a fierce light. He let out a disdainful laugh. A mere third heaven cultivator of the divine palace dares to stand against me, truly seeking death. In an instant, a brilliant divine glow erupted from his brow, transforming into a 7-colored heavenly blade that rang with a sharp sound, slashing toward Lu Yuan. Swish! Lu Yuan's consciousness surged within the golden lake of his mind, erupting in a wave of golden light that swept forth like a torrent. Boom! The 2 distinctly different forces of divine consciousness collided, exploding with a resounding blast, sending ripples through the void that rapidly spread. This strike resulted, failing to halt Lu Yuan's advance and allowing him to land steadily on the Li platform. What? Someone has ascended the Li platform. To challenge Meng Zhao? The battle immediately attracted the attention of those nearby, their faces reflecting shock. Upon recognizing the other figure, they could not help but display expressions of incredulity. He was not from one of the 2 major forces. It seemed he was merely a casual cultivator. Did he possess the audacity of a bear and leopard, seeking his own demise? Many were taken aback. Even Xiahou Qing, who had been meditating on the Qian platform, opened his eyes and gazed over, revealing a look of astonishment. Interesting. A third heaven consciousness of the divine palace can withstand my attack. It appears you harbor quite a few secrets. Meng Zhao licked his lips, surveying Lu Yuan with keen interest. I intend to claim this Li platform inheritance. If you wish to avoid death, seek elsewhere. Lu Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression devoid of emotion as he spoke. Ha ha ha, traversing the southern domain. It has been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner. You must not be too weak, otherwise it would be utterly uninteresting to defeat you with just a few strikes. Meng Zhao could not help but laugh maniacally, his face twisting into a bloodthirsty grin. As you wish. Lu Yuan responded with a calm smile. In the next moment, he stomped his foot, unleashing an astonishing speed as he charged forward. With a cold laugh, Meng Zhao's body shifted, meeting him head-on. In an instant, the two collided, fists and feet flying, unleashing a ferocious assault. Boom, boom. Thunderous echoes resounded from the Li platform as the battle erupted. Lu Yuan's entire being surged with vitality, swinging his golden fists with the terrifying power stirred the heavens and earth, causing the entire altar to tremble. Each punch struck like galloping horses and dragons emerging from the sea. An astonishing display of might. On the other side, Meng Zhao was no ordinary opponent. Hailing from a prestigious ancient family, he had consumed countless heavenly treasures and tempered his body with various true bloods, rendering his physique extraordinary. His body gleamed with radiant light. Each punch sent shockwaves through the universe. The two were locked in a fierce exchange, akin to a clash of titans. Enough, Meng Zhao suddenly bellowed. His gaze icy and sharp. To engage in battle with a nameless nobody for so long, without subduing you, is an absolute disgrace. One move to finish you. Shatter Mountain. Meng Zhao unleashed his full might, a punch imbued with the overwhelming momentum of collapsing mountains and rivers, sweeping toward Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's eyes remained unfazed, his arms trembling as myriad strands of imperial dragon energy coiled around him. He then unleashed a blazing fist of light, carrying with it the regal authority of heaven and earth, sweeping forth to meet the challenge. Chapter 45. Astonishing Power Boom. The formidable fist radiance surged forth with shattering the imposing aura of the mountains and advancing relentlessly. Bang! Meng Zhao was sent sprawling dozens of yards away, crimson blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. How could this be? Meng Zhao, renowned for his strength, was actually at a disadvantage? At this moment, every individual present was taken aback. Meng Zhao's prowess was widely acknowledged. Even the cultivators of the illusionary palace had to concede. Aside from the top 10 experts of their young generation, none could possibly subdue Meng Zhao. Even senior brother Xiahou might not emerge victorious. Yet now, he had been wounded by an unknown individual, an utterly incredible turn of events. Imperial Dragon Chi. Do you cultivate a form of imperial scripture? Meng Zhao wiped the blood from his mouth, fixing a cold gaze upon the youth before him, and exclaimed. It must be said, this individual is formidable. His physical body, honed to a degree comparable to a young pure-blooded fiend, could traverse for minor realms and confront him. He is certainly no ordinary foe. What do you think? Lu Yuan remained non-committal, maintaining an air of casual indifference. Excellent. I was just lamenting my lack of powerful combat techniques to cultivate. In your hands, it would merely gather dust. I shall graciously accept it. A flicker of fervor ignited in Meng Zhao's eyes, unabashedly revealing his intentions. In the next moment, he raised one hand, summoning a 7-colored luminous glass pagoda. Swish! The pagoda soared into the void, radiating brilliance, as an invisible, heavy pressure descended like a multitude of mountains, aiming to suppress everything. A spirit artifact. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened, and without a word, he summoned the prison peak to confront it head-on. Boom! The prison peak erupted with astonishing power, rippling forth to confine the entire void, resisting the might of the pagoda. You two possess a spirit artifact. Meng Zhao's expression shifted slightly, his conviction solidifying that this man was no ordinary rogue cultivator. Let us see whose artifact prevails. As the words fell, both parties commanded their artifacts. The luminous glass pagoda and the prison peak ascended into the sky, engaging in a frenzied clash. Clang! Clang! The resounding noise reverberated from above, as the two spirit artifacts unleashed terrifying divine might. The surrounding void trembled, a haze descending, revealing surging hues of dawn and shadows of energy rippling forth. Kill. Seeing that the contest of artifacts was unlikely to yield a victor in the short term, Meng Zhao charged in to attack. Lu Yuan's robes billowed, his black hair dancing as he stepped forward to the center of the platform, launching a powerful his entire being radiated golden light, his offensive grand and sweeping, resembling a celestial deity descended from the heavens, unstoppable. Boom. After several exchanges, Meng Zhao was again struck, coughing up blood in outrage. Great severing finger. A chilling cry filled with murderous intent echoed, causing all cultivators present to change their expressions. Great severing finger. The secret, unparalleled divine art of the Meng family, said to have been created through the blood, sweat, and tears of the third-generation ancestor. A great when cultivated to its utmost limit, it could sever the heavens and extinguish all vitality, a truly fearsome technique. Has Meng Zhao truly been pushed to such a desperate state that he must unleash his family's ultimate skill? Xiao Hoqing could no longer remain calm. Standing on the platform with a grave expression, this move was reputed to be Meng Zhao's trump card. Capable of slaying cultivators in the cave heaven realm across several minor realms. Even he had no confidence in withstanding it, likely ending up grievously injured. Die? Meng Zhao's eyes turned cold, his fingertips shimmering, exuding an overwhelming radiance, before he pointed. That finger rapidly enlarged, emanating a terrifying aura, its divine light thick as mountains. Descending with the intent to sever the very sky. Great Severing Finger? A fine name indeed. Alas, you have yet to master it. A flicker of chaotic light flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. At this moment, he propelled the scripture to its zenith. Great waves of Tao sounds resonated like the tolling of a great bell, shaking heaven and earth. Immediately, countless ancient characters of the Tao surged forth from his brow, densely packed. Each character elucidated profound truths of the world, the essence of cultivation, nearly akin to law, nearly akin to the Tao. Finally, they coalesced upon his golden sacred fist. And with a mighty strike, he unleashed. Boom. The golden fist radiance merged with the celestial sound of the Tao, displaying unparalleled might as it collided with Meng Zhao's great severing finger. The void above the platform shattered in fragments, manifesting bizarre spatial turbulence. The latter's offensive was obliterated with a single, overwhelming blow. Bang! Meng Zhao sustained severe injuries, blood gushing forth. This strike shattered his bones and limbs, leaving him a broken figure, akin to a kite severed from its string, plummeting from the high platform. Meng Zhao. At this moment, all the Ming family disciples present narrowed their pupils, exclaiming in alarm, fearing he would perish here. The expressions of the surrounding cultivators were equally frozen. Even those engaged in fierce combat paused. Cough. Meng Zhao curled his body, coughing up more blood. He suddenly raised his head, gazing at the figure atop the platform. No. The supreme divine art of the Meng family is not inferior to others. You also cultivate an ancient imperial scripture. Upon uttering these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Eyes turned towards Lu Yuan, bewildered. A single individual cultivating two ancient imperial scriptures? What kind of fortune is this? Even those from the foremost families could scarcely fathom it. Kill him. Bring him down. All of you, attack together. Realizing this, Meng Zhao abruptly pointed, his voice booming with authority. In the wake of his command, several Ming family disciples exchanged glances, then roared in unison, kill. 7 or 8 figures surged forth. Some moving laterally from the platform, others soaring upward, all unleashing astonishing power as they charged at Lu Yuan. Humph! When heaven offers a path, you refuse to tread it. When hell presents no entrance, you force your way in. Lu Yuan snorted coldly, his toes barely touching the ground before he shot into the sky. A filthy green lotus materialized beside him, chaotic energy surging, eclipsing the sky in a stunning display. The 3 leaves gently swayed, exuding a terrifying aura, immobilizing all present. What is this? The Ming family members were filled with dread, utterly astonished. No matter how they struggled, they could not break free from the binding. What? Is this the legendary sacred body phenomenon, the chaotic seed green lotus? Meng Zhao was equally shaken, overwhelmed with fear, speaking in disbelief. Correct, but there is no prize. Only a path to death awaits. Chapter 46. Inheritance. Lu Yuan's expression was cold and unyielding, his hands crossed in a tenacious gesture, slicing gently through the air. The azure lotus swayed, unleashing a terrifying surge of chaotic energy that swept across everything in its path. Bang! 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 In the blink, several members of the Meng family were reduced to mere blood mist, their cries for help stifled before they could escape their lips. The gruesome scene sent shivers down the spines of all the cultivators present. Impossible. The sacred body cannot cultivate. This is common knowledge. How could you possibly reach the divine palace realm? Meng Zhao's voice trembled, disbelief etched across his face. Silence. Lu Yuan snorted dismissively, ignoring the words and advancing towards him with deliberate steps. I am a direct descendant of the Meng family. Should you dare to kill me, a bloody reckoning awaits. For the first time, Meng Zhao felt fear, the specter of death looming over him as he retreated, his threats barely escaping his lips. Yet, Lu Yuan paid him no heed, merely raising a hand and flicking his fingers. Swish! A piercing beam of divine light erupted, piercing through Meng, shattering his divine palace and ensuring his demise. Gulp! At that moment, all present involuntarily swallowed hard, fear etched across their faces. The once promising young talent, Meng Zhao, had perished. His divine palace was obliterated, leaving no chance for resurrection. They could almost foresee the wrath of the Ming family's powerful members waiting outside the Lianyan mountain range upon hearing of this calamity. Swish. Simultaneously with Meng Zhao's death, his treasured Liuli pagoda dimmed instantly. The artifact, possessing a spirit of its own, attempted to flee into the void, only to be captured by Lu Yuan's outstretched hand. Along with it, the storage bags of all the Ming family disciples were also collected. Having completed his tasks, Lu Yuan vanished in a flash, reappearing atop the platform. His gaze swept over the disciples of the illusionary extinction palace nearby. All averted their eyes, fearing the wrath that might befall them should they meet his gaze. Even Xiahou Qing, at the 8th level of the divine palace, felt an icy chill coursing through him, remaining silent. At that moment, he had likely deduced Lu Yuan's identity. Though the ancient sacred body had fallen to the status of a useless vessel in this era, it was still a rare sight. Throughout the entire eastern wilderness southern domain, only the Tianqi Lu family possessed such a sacred body. Moreover, the recent union with the divine maiden Gu Qinghuang of the Gu family had stirred considerable attention. Few among the great powers were unaware of it. Thus, it was evident that this individual was most likely from the Tianqi Lu family, not some wandering cultivator. He had backing and entangled interests. Just as Xiahou Qing was lost in thought, a piercing gaze fell upon him. Illusionary Extinction Palace, you are in charge? Lu Yuan inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Xiahou Qing nodded lightly. Indeed. The inheritance platform now has 4 vacant spots. You may choose individuals to fill them. When it concludes, I require 2 of the inheritances. What say you? Lu Yuan spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the illusionary extinction palace below exhibited expressions of the Ming family had been obliterated, leaving opportunities for those who had previously found themselves at a disadvantage. This was a tremendous stroke of fortune for them. Very well. Xiahou Qing replied without hesitation. Even if the wandering cultivators and local cultivators from the Yan kingdom obtained the inheritance, they would not be able to take it away. Even without the Ming family searching their souls, the elders of the illusionary extinction palace would not be able to restrain themselves. Thus, this was the best solution at present. Han Jing, you go to the Sun platform. Chu Fuge, you go to the Jin platform. Li Wenxin to the Dui platform. Wu Yushan to the Kuan platform. Understood. The 4 disciples of the illusionary extinction palace named responded with delight, leaping towards their respective high platforms. Let us begin. With the sound of Lu Yuan's voice, the 8 ancient altars glowed in unison, connecting to a long-sealed mysterious formation. Boom. The void trembled as the heavens and earth seemed on the brink of collapse. A torrent of energy flooding into the formation, erupting in a dazzling brilliance. The 8 individuals seated began to accept the inheritance. The surrounding cultivators gazed on with envy, but alas, such an opportunity for great fortune was beyond their reach. They could only stand as spectators. After an indeterminate period, the radiant light gradually receded, restoring tranquility. Lu Yuan, seated in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes, a fierce glint flashing within. Truly, the options presented by the system were remarkable. The inheritance contained within must be the greatest boon in this. It was one of the 9 secrets. The word secret. This technique was renowned as the swiftest in the world, unmatched by any other. It could transcend any formation and traverse the void with ease. When cultivated to its utmost limits, it could even break the rules of time, disregarding both space and exceedingly formidable skill. It appeared that this journey was indeed fortuitous. Lu Yuan couldn't help but silently marvel. The supreme 9 secrets he had acquired 2 in one go. A truly extraordinary stroke of fortune. Meanwhile, the disciples of the illusionary extinction palace on the altar had also completed their inheritance, each displaying expression undoubtedly having reaped immense benefits. Your Excellency, please. Xiahou Qing dared not go back on his word, bowing respectfully to Lu Yuan. Kuan Dui, Lu Yuan commanded. Very well. Xiahou Qing replied, glancing at the 2 illusionary extinction palace cultivators. They immediately understood, each retrieving a blank jade slip and imprinting the techniques of the inheritance within before tossing them to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan caught them, immersing his divine sense within to scrutinize the contents. The techniques were profound and obscure, indeed the work of a saint. Just then, boom, boom, the distant earth shook violently. The altar beneath their feet beginning to collapse rapidly with a thunderous roar. The energy of the laws had been exhausted. This small world was on the brink of collapse. Quickly, we must leave, Xiahou Qing bellowed. At once, the crowd erupted in panic, rising to ride the divine rainbows as they rushed towards the entrance from whence they came. Simultaneously, Lu Yuan also moved swiftly, darting away. However, his direction was entirely opposite to that of the others, heading towards the far side. Moments later, Lu Yuan arrived at an uninhabited area, raising an arm as the chaotic essence within him began to swirl frantically. Threads of chaotic energy seeped forth, annihilating the surrounding void with overwhelming force. Before long, the air distorted, tearing open a gap wide enough for a person to pass through. Without Lu Yuan dove into it, quickly vanishing from sight. Chapter 47. The Wrath of the Meng Family. Outside the Lianyun mountain range, spatial fluctuations intensified, resembling an ocean that engulfed the surrounding void. This small realm was on the brink of collapse. They were about to emerge. Many formidable members of the Meng family sensed this unusual disturbance, their expressions betraying a flicker of anticipation. Meanwhile, the forces of the illusionary palace were equally restless, their gazes fixed intently on the rift in the void, poised to act at a moment's notice. After half an hour had passed, a stir finally arose from within. Peering closer, a group of young disciples from the illusionary palace surged forth, led by Xiahou Qing. As soon as they emerged, they took a defensive stance and hurriedly sped towards their own faction. How did it go? What did you obtain? Several elder experts from the illusionary palace approached, their faces beaming with smiles, eager to inquire. There is an 8 trigrams inheritance platform within. Our disciples secured 7 portions. Xiahou Qing communicated telepathically. Upon hearing this, the experts of the illusionary palace erupted in ecstasy. With their extensive experience, they understood the significance of the 8 trigrams inheritance platform. They had not anticipated such a remarkable achievement from Xiahou Qing and his companions. 8 portions of inheritance, and they claimed 7. This was nothing short of a resounding victory. Wait, what about the Meng family members? I recall a formidable junior named Meng Zhao. Did he alone obtain a portion of the inheritance while the others returned empty-handed? Someone's gaze flickered, sensing something amiss, and promptly inquired. The Meng family suffered total annihilation, Xiahou Qing stated solemnly. What? The elders of the illusionary palace displayed shock, their expressions tightening. Xiahou Qing, did you take action? No, Xiahou Qing shook his head with a bitter smile, communicating. There were unforeseen circumstances within the small realm. However, it is not something that can be explained in mere words. Our immediate priority is to leave swiftly to avoid incurring the wrath of the Meng family. And that makes sense. Let us return at once. The elder experts of the illusionary palace immediately took action, beginning to dismantle the ceiling array of the Lianyun mountain range. Observing this, the Meng family members grew increasingly agitated, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Even local cultivators and scattered practitioners from the Yan kingdom had emerged in numbers. Yet, none of the Meng family disciples had made their appearance. This was undeniably peculiar. Bang! In the next moment, a Nirvana realm expert from the Meng family could no longer contain himself. He reached out a massive hand, seizing a furtive cultivator, demanding coldly, "Where are my Meng family members?" The frightened cultivator, pale-faced, glanced towards the illusionary palace before stammering, They are all dead." What? The moment the words fell, it struck the Meng family like a thunderclap. Disbelief etched across their faces. This is impossible. An elder from the Meng family lost composure, veins bulging on his forehead, as divine light erupted from his fingers, swiftly probing into the cultivator's soul. Ah! The unfortunate soul emitted a gasp, a sound so chilling it sent shivers down the spine. Hurry! The experts of the illusionary palace, witnessing this, exchanged glances and hastened their efforts to breach the restraints. Moments later, with a deafening roar, the myriad of runes covering half of the Lianyun mountain range shattered, dispersing into sparkling divine light across the heavens. Simultaneously, the head of the soul-searched Chapter 48, the fifth heaven of the divine palace. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan had successfully emerged from the rift in the void. He retrieved a map of the Yan kingdom and surveyed his surroundings, realizing that he had ventured several hundred miles away from the Lianyun mountain range. Nevertheless, despite the considerable distance, he could still sense the residual turbulence of the battle occurring nearby. It seemed that the forces of the illusory extinction palace had clashed with the Meng family, engaged in fierce combat. Lu Yuan was not taken aback by this. His intention was to divert the attention of the illusory extinction palace from relentlessly pursuing him. As for how many of the disciples who had acquired the inheritance from the illusory extinction palace would survive, that depended on their own fortunes. Without further ado, Lu Yuan did not linger any longer. With a flicker of divine light beneath his feet, he soared into the distance. An hour later, Lu Yuan had flown over 1,000 miles, finally arriving in a safe zone. He lowered his body and descended rapidly. With a resounding thud, he struck the ground with a punch, sending rocks flying in all directions. Within the mountains, he carved out a rudimentary cave dwelling and then sat cross-legged to assess the spoils of his journey. "Ah, yes. System, claim the reward," Lu Yuan suddenly muttered to himself after a moment of contemplation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing option 1, acquiring one of the 9 secrets, the secret of fighting. As the notification chimed, a golden page appeared within the system's space, akin to the imperial sutras he had previously obtained. It was a similar medium, densely inscribed with minuscule characters that were exceedingly obscure. The secret of fighting and the secret of movement. Should he master these 2 supreme techniques, he could traverse the vast world without fear of arrays or barriers. Even if a Nirvana realm cultivator were to confront him, they would struggle to detain him. With this thought, Lu Yuan felt a surge of excitement and immediately began to comprehend the essence of the techniques by channeling the chaotic source. The secret, an unparalleled technique of slaughter. It is not limited to fists or legs, devoid of any fixed forms, returning to its purest state. Once mastered, every part of his body, even a single strand of hair, could unleash astonishing combat prowess. He could also harness and evolve the offensive techniques of others, employing a myriad of techniques with terrifying. Time passed. Ancient symbols and obscure incantations unfolded before Lu Yuan's eyes, decomposing, rearranging, and evolving in a continuous cycle of comprehension. 3 days later, Lu Yuan opened his eyes, enlightenment dawning upon him, having gained profound insights. He then continued his training, delving into the secret of movement. Compared to the golden page, it was far easier to cultivate. Within the legacy of the sages, a luminous orb of consciousness had been left in his sea of consciousness. Upon a slight touch of his divine sense, a mysterious shadow appeared above the golden lake of his mind, beginning to practice the essence of the secret of movement. With the ability to shrink the earth to a mere inch, treading upon the flow of time, the intertwining laws revealed their profundities. Lu Yuan watched, entranced, as his understanding of the secret of movement deepened. 2 days later, Lu Yuan awakened from his meditation, his entire being radiating vitality and vigor. In just 5 short days, he had mastered these 2 great secrets. Attaining deeper levels of cultivation was merely a matter of time. Subsequently, Lu Yuan turned his attention to the spoils of his recent endeavors. First, he extracted a plethora of refining materials collected from the ancient palace, including elements such as essence of primordial magnet, illusory star sand, fire god stone, silver moon divine jade, withered dragon wood, and several others whose names eluded him. However, he surmised they were not ordinary items, starting from divine-grade refining materials and even reaching saint-level materials. The essence of primordial magnet, reputed to weigh a staggering 10,000 June despite its size akin to a soybean, contained indestructible iron essence with remarkable quality. If he were to refine it into his prison peak, it might yield extraordinary results. Lu Yuan pondered silently, although he was not adept at refining. Simple artifact melting was within his capabilities. Soon, Lu Yuan retrieved his prison peak and the essence of primordial magnet, flames erupting in his palm as he began the ritual of artifact refinement. Sizzle. The essence of primordial magnet gradually melted, transforming into a dazzling silver liquid. Under Lu Yuan's guidance, it rapidly fused with the prison peak, causing the petite peak, glimmering with dark light, to emanate a mysterious metallic sheen. The heavy texture was palpable. With a sense of accomplishment, Lu Yuan attempted to manipulate it, and indeed, its power had significantly increased, its lethality augmented. He was not far from the realm of divine artifacts now. This was a formidable weapon in his current state. Next, Lu Yuan waved his hand, revealing a multitude of storage bags before him. Most were from the Ming family disciples he had slain, with only one belonging to a disciple of the illusory extinction palace. He first picked up Meng Zhao's storage bag and scrutinized its contents. Besides a spirit artifact-level glazed pagoda, there were numerous treasures. The source alone amounted to nearly 20,000 pounds, indicating substantial wealth. Additionally, Lu Yuan discovered a tome wrapped in jade, inscribed with gilded characters, which appeared quite remarkable. It was none other than the Ming family's ultimate technique, the Great Finger of Heaven. This technique is quite commendable. I shall accept it graciously. Lu Yuan smiled knowingly as he stowed it away. He then proceeded to open the remaining storage bags, categorizing the contents meticulously. Ultimately, he amassed over 28,000 pounds of source, numerous spirit herbs, pills, and artifacts. As for the worthless items, he gathered them into a single storage bag and casually discarded it aside. Upon concluding the inventory of his spoils, Lu Yuan estimated that he possessed roughly 60,000 pounds of source. Even with his prodigious consumption, it would suffice for a significant period of cultivation. Subsequently, he waved his hand again, setting up layers of simple prohibitive arrays outside the cave to isolate external energies, preparing to begin his cultivation. Tens of thousands of pounds of source were spread across the ground, forming a small mountain that radiated vibrant spirit light, with dense heavenly essence almost liquidizing into water. Ethereal mist enveloped the area, resembling a true celestial abode. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan unleashed his chaotic energy, forcefully refining the essence of the 10 waves of pure heavenly essence were frantically absorbed by him, his body resembling an insatiable abyss, the tumultuous sea of energy rolling forth, lightning flashing and thunder rumbling, manifesting an awe-inspiring spectacle. As time quietly slipped away, 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Yuan, who had remained seated like a wooden statue, slowly opened his eyes. He felt the surging divine power within him and could not help but break into a satisfied smile, murmuring to himself, "The fifth heaven of the divine palace, achieved." Chapter 49. The finale and departure. During this period, Lu Yuan also practiced 2 additional arcane techniques. The first was the Ming family's Great Cut Heaven Finger. The second was the Kuan-Tai Inheritance, the Phoenix Calamity Rebirth Technique. This was an extraordinarily profound divine skill, allowing one to rapidly recover from injuries as long as one's magical energy was not exhausted. It served as a formidable trump card for prolonged battles, possessing the miraculous ability to alter the tide of conflict, truly defying the heavens. As for the other inheritance from the Dui Tai, it was a sacred-level cultivation method, the Tai Ching Xuandian, which emphasized a state of desirelessness and emotional detachment. Although it was also quite remarkable, it was not suitable for Lu Yuan's cultivation, and thus he set it aside. With over 20,000 pounds of source energy remaining, he thought to himself, "Let it be for now. It's time to return." With that, Lu Yuan rose and exited his cave dwelling. A flash of divine light beneath his feet, he vanished into the sky. The next day, Lu Yuan's figure appeared in a bustling large city of the Yin Kingdom. The streets were alive with the hustle and bustle of carriages and pedestrians, teeming with life. Numerous cultivators could also be seen among the crowd. Lu Yuan casually found an inn, ordered some food and a pot of wine, and settled down. Having reached his level of cultivation, he had long since ceased to require sustenance. Though his appetite was faint, he still indulged occasionally. Have you all heard? Recently, a monumental event transpired in the Lianyan mountain range of the northern borders. At a nearby table, a few casual cultivators of the spirit-nurturing realm gathered, whispering among themselves. "Oh, what significant event?" someone asked, puzzled. "It is said that a fragmented small world has opened, containing opportunities for a saint." All the experts from the 3 major sects of the Yin Kingdom went, led by the leaders of the Cave Heaven realm, and they returned empty-handed, with some even perishing in the process. One of the casual cultivators gleefully recounted, "What? In that desolate place, a saintly opportunity has emerged." The others were taken aback and quickly inquired, "But did any powerful forces receive the news? How could even the heads of the 3 major sects fail?" The 3 sect leaders are nothing. The Ming family and the Huanya Palace both sent people. There were 7 or 8 experts at the Nirvana realm alone. Hearing this, the group collectively gasped. In the southern region, the names of the Huanya Palace and the Ming family carried significant weight, nearly rivaling the major sacred grounds, making them among the most elite forces. What happened afterward? Did any treasures emerge? Someone pressed on. As for the treasures, I cannot say. However, they were certainly not ordinary items. Otherwise, the experts from the Ming family and Huanya Palace would not have fought to the death. That battle flattened the Lianyan mountain range, turning the surrounding 100 miles into scorched earth, with casualties severe. I later heard that only one Nirvana realm expert from the Huanya Palace and a young disciple named Xiahou Qing survived. The rest perished in battle. The Ming family suffered similarly, with barely a few returning alive. The speaker's face reflected palpable anxiety. Alas, the world of cultivators is indeed cruel. This sort of opportunity is beyond our reach as casual cultivators. Even if we were to obtain it, we would not live long. It is better to cultivate steadily and live a peaceful life. One of them took a deep swig of wine, silently lamenting. Such murmurs and conversations naturally did not escape Lu Yuan's keen perception. Upon hearing this news, he couldn't help but smile and shake his head. It appeared that he was indeed the greatest beneficiary of the opening of that small world. Apart from Xiahou Qing, the individuals who obtained the inheritance were essentially all dead. The Taiqing Xuandian and the Phoenix Calamity Rebirth technique had ultimately become unique treasures. However, one thing was certain in Lu Yuan's mind. The Huanya Palace and the Ming family had likely already discerned his identity. Otherwise, his likeness would have been plastered all over the Yin kingdom, with countless cultivators hunting for him. Although he held no power within the Lu family, he remained a valuable pawn, as the Lu family had expended substantial resources for a marriage alliance with the Gu family, before witnessing the birth of the divine fetus. The higher-ups of the Gu and Lu families would not wish to see his demise. Thus, even the formidable Ming family dared not openly place a bounty on him, nor challenge the two ancient families of the southern region. However, in the shadows, that remained uncertain. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Yuan paid for his wine, took a couple more sips of the fine vintage, and made his way out of the city. As he traversed the land, Lu Yuan sped toward the direction of the Wanchu sacred land. After half an hour of travel, he suddenly came to a halt. His powerful divine perception, cultivated through the chaos divine demon visualization method, alerted him that someone seemed to be following him. Someone from the Ming family? Lu Yuan's gaze flickered momentarily, and he grew wary. He then activated the movement character secret technique, instantly increasing his speed, transforming into a beam of golden light that vanished into the heaven. The sensation of being followed completely dissipated. However, before long, that feeling returned. Can he sense my location? Lu Yuan furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before activating the movement character secret technique once more, disappearing from sight in the area. Moments later, a middle-aged cultivator clad in a black robe arrived at that location. He glanced around, and after sensing the surroundings, his expression shifted to one of greater astonishment. A cultivator of the Divine Palace realm possesses such a terrifying speed. It seems Meng Zhao's demise at his hands was not unjust. Subsequently, the middle-aged cultivator swiftly formed a seal with his hands, preparing to continue his pursuit. Just then, a distant, indifferent voice rang out. "How did you find me?" Lu Yuan stepped forward, scrutinizing the individual before him. Upon hearing the voice, the middle-aged cultivator's expression changed dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned a divine light and fled into the distance. "Stop!" Lu Yuan had anticipated this and shouted sharply. The Yuan magnetic suppression peak surged into the sky, gently shaking to seal the void. In an instant, it expanded before the terrified gaze of the middle-aged cultivator descending upon him. The middle-aged cultivator's body exploded on the spot, reduced to a mist of blood, unable to retaliate in the slightest. Indeed, he was from the Ming family. Lu Yuan rummaged through the cultivator's storage bag and ultimately confirmed his identity. Upon hiding in the shadows, he had sensed a slight disturbance in the Lioli treasure pagoda within Meng Zhao's storage bag, indicating a communication through a special secret. That was why he had been able to lock onto his position consistently. However, this individual was merely at the first level of the cave heaven realm. It seemed he lacked the means to capture him effectively. Following him back and sending word to gather Meng family experts for an ambush was indeed risky. It was better to part with such a spirit-conversing treasure. After contemplating everything, Lu Yuan took Meng Zhao's storage bag and casually tossed it into the depths of the forest before continuing his journey toward the Wanchu sacred land. Chapter 50, Promotion to Core Disciple. News from the northern region. The journey was uneventful. A few days later, Lu Yuan returned to the Wanchu sacred land. Without lingering, he proceeded directly to the inner gate hall. At this moment, the same elder was presiding there. Upon seeing Lu Yuan approach, the elder's gaze sharpened. "Elder, I have completed the trial task," Lu Yuan announced, gesturing with his hand as a round, severed head appeared on the ground. The inner gate elder scanned it with his spiritual sense and exclaimed in astonishment, "Indeed, it is Innate Ping. Well done." The elder could not help but praise him. Having just stepped into the Divine Palace realm, you were able to slay a cultivator at the 5th level of the Divine Palace. Truly, you possess that legendary physique, with extraordinary combat prowess, challenging opponents beyond your level as easily as one would eat or drink. Given the current pace of your progress, even if Lu Yuan's cultivation were to stagnate at the cave heaven or law manifestation realms, he would still be able to secure a respectable position within the sacred land. No longer considered a waste of talent. "May I ascend to the rank of core disciple?" Lu Yuan inquired, cupping his hands respectfully. "Certainly." The inner gate elder replied with a smile, nodding as he waved his hand to collect the head of Innate Ping. He then rose to inscribe the identity badge of a core disciple and record the pertinent documents. Half a jaw stick later, all matters were concluded. The elder handed Lu Yuan a storage bag, saying, as a core disciple, you are now a pillar of our Wanshu sacred land. And the benefits you receive will differ greatly from before. In addition to increased limits for the Longyuan stream, the scripture repository, and so forth. You will also have an independent residence on the spiritual peak, with its location and formation included in this storage bag. Furthermore, the additional reward of 3,000 pounds of essence for completing the trial task is also within. Thank you, Elder, Lu Yuan said, his eyes lighting up as he quickly accepted the bag. However, becoming a core disciple at this juncture may mean you won't remain in the sect for long. There has been unrest in the mining area of the northern region, and various factions are continuously sending people there. Our Wanshu sacred land is currently short-handed, and I believe some disciples will soon be summoned to go, the inner gate elder cautioned after a moment of contemplation. Oh, unrest in the northern region's mining area. Lu Yuan's gaze flickered slightly at the news. The northern region is home to a vast life-restricted zone known as the Taichu Ancient Mine, famous across the land. The periphery of this zone is rich in source minerals, with divine source veins not uncommon. This represents an immense fortune that no top-tier force in the eastern wilderness could afford to overlook. Thus, the periphery of the Taichu Ancient Mine has long been divided and claimed by the major factions of the eastern wilderness, often resulting in bloody conflicts over resources. Gu Qinghuang's hurried journey to the northern region must have been related to this matter. Yet, what exactly the unrest entails remains unclear. I'm not very informed about the specifics, likely due to the depths of the restricted zone. The inner gate elder shook his head. At this point, he seemed to recall something and continued. By the way, this expedition to the northern region is led by Elder Shangwan, who happens to be the mentor of the Saintess. Given your status, if you wish to learn more in advance, you may directly inquire with Elder Shangwan. I see, Lu Yuan nodded thoughtfully, then took his leave without further ado. Before long, Lu Yuan arrived at Qixia Peak. His intention was not solely to seek clarification, but rather to find Mu Lingo along the way. After all, he was about to move into a new spiritual peak, and it was only proper to inform her. Soon, they met in a certain sleeping palace. Young master, you mean to say, you have broken through to the divine palace realm and been promoted to core disciple? Mu Lingo's large eyes sparkled as she lightly covered her mouth, clearly astonished. Indeed, all 8 who entered the creation divine pool for cultivation have now reached the divine palace realm. What is so surprising about that? Lu Yuan casually replied as he sat down, taking a sip of tea. But young master, you are unlike the others. How long have you even been cultivating? Mu Lingo exclaimed, counting on her fingers. 7 months. It has been less than 7 months since your wedding in the heavenly pool. You have advanced from a mere mortal to the divine palace realm in such a short time. Such a pace of cultivation is likely far beyond even the young lady. As she spoke, her excitement grew, her lovely face glowing with joy. All right, enough flattery. Come, let me show you my new cave dwelling, Lu Yuan smiled, not delving into details. With a wave of his hand, he lifted Mu Linger and soared out of Qixia Peak. Moments later, they arrived at a beautifully scenic spiritual peak. With a surge of power, the formation glowed brilliantly, and the barrier enveloping the entire peak dissipated, revealing its full splendor. Wow, it's so beautiful. Mu Lingo's eyes sparkled as she cheered with delight. Beneath them, the spiritual peak was enchanting, shrouded in mist. At the summit stood several exquisite pavilions, complete with pavilions, water features, and rockeries, all contributing to the idyllic scenery. It was a stark contrast to the simple cave-dwelling Lu Yuan had previously occupied, prompting him to marvel internally at the benefits of strength. After tidying up the spiritual peak and acquiring various furnishings, it finally resembled a proper abode. Lu Yuan sat beneath a stone pavilion, chatting leisurely with Mu Linger before eventually broaching the topic of the Northern Region expedition. You are also going to the Northern Region, young master? Mu Linger asked, surprised. Also, Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Yes, the young lady will not be returning from the Northern Region anytime soon. So I must go as well, Mu Linger nodded. Oh, then we can go together. The sect is summoning core disciples, and I have no reason to refuse. It will serve as an experience, Lu Yuan said nonchalantly. Ahem. Young master, do not blame Linger for not warning you. But there may be considerable trouble awaiting you there, Mu Lingo said, clearing her throat, looking somewhat uneasy. What kind of trouble? Lu Yuan's interest was piqued. The young prodigies from various factions in the eastern wilderness are gathered there now, including many of the young lady's former suitors. If you show up, some may deliberately target you, Mu Linger expressed her concern. Hearing this, Lu Yuan could not help but chuckle. He had thought it would be some serious trouble, but it was merely about past rivals. despite the considerable gap between his cultivation and the top-tier young talents. Combat prowess and cultivation level are not always directly comparable. No worries, I fear nothing. Chapter 51. Journey to the northern region. A serene declaration resonated, exuding formidable grandeur, causing Mu Linger's gaze to brighten perceptibly. Indeed, her husband had transformed immensely. The shackles of the ancient sacred body seemed non-existent upon him, allowing him to disregard constraints and forge ahead with unwavering determination. It was certain that in the near future, he would shine brightly, rivaling the most exceptional talents. Days swiftly passed. Lu Yuan sat cross-legged at the pinnacle of Lingfeng, where strands of golden energy coalesced at his brow, radiating with fervent brilliance. Even as he advanced in cultivation, he never neglected the refinement of his spiritual awareness. The chaotic divine demon visualization technique was immensely powerful, having cultivated it to this point. His spiritual strength was now several times that of his contemporaries. At that moment, ripples suddenly appeared in the distant void. Soon after, a graceful woman in palace attire descended upon the clouds. Upon recognizing Elder Qinghuang, Lu Yuan promptly rose and respectfully clasped his hands. There is no need for excessive formality. Qinghuang Ruo replied with a gentle smile as she gracefully landed. Sensing the ethereal currents of spiritual consciousness surrounding her, she could not help but display a hint of astonishment. Firstly, she was surprised at Lu Yuan's rapid ascension in cultivation. Secondly, she was taken aback by the formidable and refined nature of his spiritual awareness, which was now comparable to that of an ordinary celestial realm practitioner. It appears you share a profound connection with our sect's chaotic stone tablet. Not only have you independently comprehended the cultivation methods inscribed upon it, but your accomplishments are indeed remarkable, she remarked, her voice soothing and imbued with a peculiar charm capable of cleansing the heart. Elder Qinghuang, you flatter me, Lu Yuan replied, quickly grasping the implications of her words. It was evident that the teachings he had imparted to Gu Qinghuang, including the Tao scripture and the chaotic divine demon visualization technique, had been conveyed to Elder Qinghuang. There is no need for humility. Nearly half of the cultivation methods in the highest tier of the sacred land's scripture repository stem from the chaotic stone tablet. Yet few disciples manage to cultivate them successfully. This underscores your extraordinary comprehension, Elder Qinghuang affirmed with a nod. Then, as if recalling something, she continued. As for the matter of cultivation resources I mentioned last time, I have yet to receive approval from the higher-ups, as it is still under consideration. However, if you can demonstrate exceptional performance on your journey to the northern region, I shall take the liberty of gathering 9 pieces of the chaotic stone tablet for your study. With your understanding, you will undoubtedly reap considerable rewards. It is essential to know that the scriptures you comprehend will far surpass those transcribed by predecessors. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's eyes glimmered involuntarily. Before joining the Wanchu sacred land, he had heard whispers of its deep exploration of the chaotic path, possibly possessing such an ancient scripture. Now, it seemed the rumors held truth. If he could simultaneously comprehend the 9 pieces of the chaotic stone tablet and consolidate all the scriptures, he would most likely succeed in his cultivation. At that moment, revealing the power of the chaotic body before others would not be fraught with as many concerns. It was indeed a tremendous opportunity. With this thought, Lu Yuan bowed sincerely, expressing his gratitude. The core disciples summoned to the northern region were nearly assembled. We should set forth. Elder Qinghuang gestured, then extended her senses towards a nearby pavilion. The void split, and the Tao patterns danced, directly enveloping Lu Yuan and Mu Linger as they proceeded towards the mountain gate. After a whirlwind of motion, the 3 found themselves upon a grand ancient vessel. Greetings, Elder Taishang. The elders, stewards, and numerous core disciples awaiting on deck bowed respectfully upon their arrival. Are all present? Elder Qinghuang inquired, surveying the surroundings. Reporting to Elder Taishang, everyone is here. An elder responded, Good, let us depart. With her words, the ancient vessel set sail, traversing the void, moving forward with great momentum. Lu Yuan and Mu Linger found a spot to sit. At that moment, the deck was bustling with core disciples, many of whom Lu Yuan recognized, including the proud youth of the ancient divine body, Mu Chong, and several other top disciples from the inner sect. They, too, had recently ascended to core disciple status and were summoned to the northern region. In the brief months apart, Mu Chong's cultivation had notably advanced to the 3rd level of the Divine Palace realm. He maintained his haughty demeanor, meditating in a secluded area, though his gaze towards Lu Yuan was tempered, as if sensing something, displaying a degree of wariness. As for the others, aside from Han Jiang, who was at the second level of the Divine Palace realm, the rest remained at the first level, ranking among the lower echelons compared to other veteran core disciples. Lu Yuan paid little mind to this, occasionally engaging in light conversation with Mu Linger or sitting cross-legged to cultivate. 2 days later, the ancient vessel arrived at a renowned large city in the southern region. Upon arrival, many members of the sacred land stationed there came forth to greet them. The eastern wilderness was vast, home to countless nations. The distance between the southern and northern regions was immense. Even ordinary cultivators would take years to traverse by mere flight. Thus, they relied on grand spatial arrays capable of spanning domains. However, the construction, stabilization, and maintenance of such colossal spatial arrays were exceedingly costly. Typically not established within sects but rather in major cultivation cities. Apart from serving their own needs, they would also facilitate smaller factions and loose cultivators, charging a considerable fee to assist them in crossing the void. Naturally, such arrays might only activate once a month, requiring a sufficient number of participants. At this moment, with Elder Taishang of the Wanchu sacred land present, there were no restrictions. The cross-domain array quickly activated, and the ancient vessel vanished within it. Instantly, darkness enveloped them, shadows flickering as if time itself had paused, a profound stillness devoid of reference points. After an indeterminate period, Lu Yuan's vision gradually brightened, invigorating his spirit. He knew it was time to enter the northern region. Chapter 52, The Divine City of the Northern Region. Ancient mind tides. Ancient ships traverse the void, crossing the domain gates to descend upon the skies of an ancient city in the northern region. In an instant, countless gazes and divine thoughts converged, stirring a considerable commotion. It was the people from the Wanchu sacred land. During the last tide, they had already reaped significant rewards. Now, they had summoned a number of young experts from the southern region. It seemed that this time, they were determined to succeed. Not only the Wanchu sacred land, other major sects and ancient families were gradually sending their representatives as well. With such immense wealth laid before them, no one could resist the temptation. Many local cultivators from the northern region gathered together, whispering among themselves. Meanwhile, the ancient ship vanished, transforming into a streak of light that entered Shang. The group swiftly descended to a corner of the city. This ancient city was known as the Divine City of the Northern Region, the nearest gathering place for cultivators to the Taichu ancient mine. It was jointly guarded by various top-tier forces. The city's area was comparable to that of a small continent, bustling with establishments such as taverns, inns, entertainment venues, cultivator associations, auction houses, and local markets, all thriving with activity. The streets were predominantly filled with the figures of cultivators, with hardly any mortals in sight. Especially at this critical juncture, all major forces were restless, and the crowds within the city concealed both dragons and tigers. One could hardly tell if an inconspicuous elder was actually a high-ranking elder of a sect, whose mere stamp of a foot could shake the northern region. Consequently, many individuals began to act with caution, refraining from engaging in conflicts recklessly. On another side, Lu Yuan and others, following Shangguan Rua, soon arrived at the Wanchu sacred land's residence in the Divine City. A number of elders emerged to greet them. Gu Qinghuang, Tiandu, and several other true disciples were also present among them. How was the harvest during the last tide? Shangguan Rua inquired, looking at the elder responsible for the northern region's mining area. Reporting to the esteemed elder, during the last tide, we obtained over 230,000 pounds of ordinary source and 15 pounds of divine source. An elder clad in a Taoist robe reported truthfully. Shangguan Rua nodded thoughtfully and continued to ask, when does the next tide commence? In approximately 7 days, was the reply. Understood. Please arrange for these disciples first. Tomorrow, send some individuals to explain the matters regarding the ancient mine tides to them, she instructed. Yes. The Taoist elder acknowledged and immediately instructed several disciples to settle the newly arrived peers. Soon, the core disciples dispersed like birds and beasts, leaving one after another. Miss, over here. Mu Lingo tiptoed and waved her hand. Gu Qinghuang glanced in that direction, and upon seeing the two, her beautiful eyes brightened as she quickly approached. It's been a few months. Your cultivation seems to have improved, she remarked. Indeed, aside from guarding the mining area, there are not many trivial matters. Gu Qinghuang replied with a gentle smile. After spending some time together at Qixiao Peak, their relationship had rapidly warmed, no longer feeling distant as before, and they appeared much like other harmonious couples. Mu Linger, having not seen Gu Qinghuang for months, eagerly grabbed her hand and chattered incessantly. The three gathered together, creating a delightful atmosphere. As they discussed the matter of advancing to core disciples, Gu Qinghuang noticed Lu Yuan's current cultivation level. She lightly covered her lips, surprise evident in her beautiful eyes, exclaiming, "You've broken through to the 5th level of the Divine Palace realm so quickly. I recall when I arrived in the northern region, you were still at the 6th level of the spirit nurturing realm." Lu Yuan smiled at her words, explaining, "The divine transformation pond has greatly benefited me, allowing me to break through to the Divine Palace. When I went to complete the core disciple trial, I gained some opportunities as well. Thus, I achieved this." Gu Qinghuang pondered for a moment after hearing this, yet her stunning face could not conceal her delight. With such a pace of cultivation, it wouldn't be long before Lu Yuan caught up with her. At just over 20 years of age, stepping into the cave heaven realm would ensure he would not be overlooked wherever he went. The title of a waste physique would fade away, replaced by the halo of a genius. After chatting for a while longer, a young man of graceful demeanor approached from a distance. "Am I interrupted?" In Tiandu greeted with a radiant smile, as gentle as a breeze. "In Xixiao, do you have matters of sect business to discuss?" Gu Qinghuang asked earnestly. "Not at all. I merely came to check on this holy body, Junior," In Tiandu replied, looking at Lu Yuan with a friendly demeanor, devoid of any airs of superiority. "Ah, I have met you before, In Xixiao. I must thank you for your guidance during our previous encounter on the mountaintop." Lu Yuan returned the greeting with a respectful gesture. "Not a big deal, just a small matter." In Tiandu waved his hand dismissively. "Wait, you two know each other?" Gu Qinghuang was taken aback. "We met briefly at the Chaos Stone Tablet. At that time, I could tell that Junior Lu was no ordinary individual. Later, during the grand competition, I learned that he is Gu Qinghuang's partner. Now, it appears that you two are quite a match," In Tiandu remarked, clearly having recognized Lu Yuan's current cultivation level. Such an astonishing pace of advancement even caught his attention. "I see," Gu Qinghuang responded, her expression enlightening as she recalled the divine cultivation method Lu Yuan had shared with her. "All right, I just came to say hello and won't interrupt your gathering any longer. In a few days, when the ancient mind tides commence, we may have the opportunity to fight alongside each other." In Tiandu smiled, taking his leave with a courteous bow. Lu Yuan watched the departing figure, his gaze flickering slightly. He sensed that this saintly figure from the Wanchu sacred land was quite mysterious and powerful, seemingly interested in forming a connection with him, harboring no ill intentions. In Xixiang grew up in the Wanchu sacred land, and several past Wanchu sacred lords hailed from his family. Therefore, he views the development of the sect as his own responsibility and is particularly conscientious. His desire to befriend you likely stems from recognizing your potential, Gu Qinghuang gently reminded him. Gradually understanding, Lu Yuan ceased to brood further. "Oh, by the way, what exactly is the ancient mind tide that he mentioned?" "I'm not entirely sure of the specifics either. I only know that after a long interval, the ancient mind tides will appear. During this time, powerful beings within the ancient mind will converge towards its depths, spanning from several thousand to tens of thousands of miles. The land that they vacate is rich in numerous source mines, which become the key resources contended over by various forces. However, those with overly formidable cultivation who enter that territory would provoke the hostility of the beings from the forbidden zones. Thus, major forces often allow the younger generation of disciples to enter. As for the source, it's about how much can be extracted before the beings from the forbidden zones return. This is the true purpose of our journey to the northern region," Gu Qinghuang patiently explained. Chapter 53. Traveling Together Amidst Turmoil. Thus it was. After listening to Gu Qinghuang's explanation, Lu Yuan's expression turned grave. The life forbidden zone was shrouded in mystery, existing in multiple locations across the 5 domains of the world, each with origins that traced back to ancient times. It was said that terrifying beings lurked within, instilling fear in the hearts of many. However, at present, the ancient mind tide was approaching, and entering the vast expanse of the Taichu ancient mind did not seem to pose significant risk. The real drama lay in the competition for source minds against various powerful factions, Lu Yuan mused silently. The divine city was sprawling and extraordinarily prosperous, boasting many rare spiritual items unseen in the southern region. With nothing pressing at the moment, Gu Qinghuang suggested with a charming smile, "Why don't we take a stroll?" Yes. I've been cooped up in the Wanchu sacred land for months. Now that I'm in the northern region, I must explore this divine city," Mu Linger exclaimed, her eyes sparkling, unable to contain her excitement and quickly chiming in. Seeing this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that regardless of the world, the desire to shop was an inherent trait of women. Even cultivators were not exempt from this inclination. "All right, let's go." In no time, The trio exited their lodgings and made their way to the main thoroughfare of the divine city. The ancient street was wide and bustling with people. Cultivators from various factions, disciples of ancient clans, could be seen here. There were also many distinct demon race cultivators, walking with an air of uniqueness, their appearances marked by racial traits. As they passed by, an aura of demonic energy permeated the air, drawing the attention of many passers-by. Demon cultivators were not to be confused with demon beasts. In the world of demons, bloodlines reigned supreme. Powerful demonic races evolved through countless epochs, possessing innate intelligence that rivaled. Upon reaching the second or third great realm of cultivation, they could transform into human form at will. In contrast, those wild beasts that roamed the mountains and forests were not regarded as kin by them. There existed a strict hierarchy, utterly incomparable, in the entirety of the eastern wilderness. Several formidable powers were predominantly composed of demon cultivators. Thus, their presence in the northern region's divine city was not particularly novel. As Lu Yuan and Mu Linger embarked on their journey, they gazed around in awe, thoroughly enchanted by the surroundings. On either side of the street, magnificent halls stood tall. Various cultivation venues abounded, all exuding opulence. Some top-tier factions even erected celestial palaces in the sky to signify their status. From the ground, they appeared as rows of sacred lands, magnificent and imposing. Isn't that Gu Qinghuang, the contemporary saintess of the Wanchu sacred land? A nearby cultivator exclaimed, recognizing her. She was reputed to be one of the most beautiful women in the eastern wilderness, indifferent to any male prodigy, exuding an air of cold aloofness. Yet now, she walked closely beside a young man, their demeanor suggesting an intimate rapport. My heavens! Soon, a sharp-eyed cultivator gasped in disbelief, drawing attention from those around. Indeed, it is the saintess of Wanchu. That unique aura, characteristic of the innate Dao, is difficult for any other woman to possess. Another confirmed. How can the saintess herself appear in the divine city, so intimately alongside a young man in broad daylight? Who exactly is that lad? Many young cultivators, filled with envy, pounded their chests and shouted in frustration. If glances could kill, Lu Yuan would have perished 1,000 times over. Dear friends, please remain calm. You must be local cultivators from the northern region, not well-versed in the news. The saintess Gu Qinghuang married over 6 months ago and has taken a Dao partner. A knowledgeable individual whispered nearby. What? Married? In an instant, disbelief spread among the crowd, prompting them to gather and inquire further. However, this was not entirely surprising. The union between the Gu and Lu families, marked by a disparity in their statuses and intentions, was not particularly palatable to discuss openly. Thus, the wedding at the Heavenly Pool had not been widely publicized, attended only by a few close factions. As a result, this news had yet to circulate throughout the northern region. Moreover, at that time, Gu Qinghuang was not yet the saintess of the Wanchu sacred land, lacking the current level of attention. But soon, as whispers spread, Lu Yuan's identity became apparent. The saint body Lu Yuan had come to the divine city. Moreover, he was a cultivable archaic saint body. Before long, this news swept through the northern region like a tempest, leaving many astonished, even the older generation. An archaic saint body capable of cultivation? This was indeed a shocking revelation. Furthermore, it was said that his cultivation level was not low. Being in his early 20s with a mid-stage divine palace realm, he stood on par with the elite disciples of some top-tier factions. Could it be that after several eras, the shackles of the heavenly Dao had weakened? Was this invincible physique about to rise once more? Within various factions, many powerful figures fell into deep contemplation, secretly marveling. As the trio strolled through the divine city, they became the center of attention. Young master, Miss, so many people are staring at us, Mu Linger mumbled, puffing her cheeks in annoyance. Gu Qinghuang seemed accustomed to such scrutiny. She then turned to Lu Yuan and softly suggested, if you are uncomfortable, we could wander to a less crowded area, or perhaps return to our lodgings. Lu Yuan smiled nonchalantly. It's nothing to worry about. As they conversed, they unknowingly approached a grand pavilion. Qinghuang, what is this place? It looks quite impressive, Lu Yuan remarked, glancing around. Oh, this is the Heavenly Star Merchant Association. It is the only top-tier force in the divine city that does not belong to any sacred land, major sect, or ancient clan. They typically refrain from participating in any conflicts, focusing solely on commerce. Their influence is vast, spanning all 5 domains, encompassing nearly all major cities. In terms of wealth, no sect can rival them. A serious expression crossed Gu Qinghuang's exquisite face as she spoke of the Heavenly Star Merchant Association. Chapter 54, Celestial Demon, Celestial Star Merchant Association. Lu Yuan pondered silently, committing the name to memory. Just as the three of them paused in place, a young woman, accompanied by several attendants, emerged from the pavilion. The saintess of 10,000 beginnings, the fairy of the Gu family, has graced us with her presence. Truly, it is a loss to have not welcomed you properly. The young woman wore a gentle smile, slightly bowing and speaking with a voice as fragrant as orchids. This lady possessed striking beauty. Her skin, fair as snow, appeared sculpted from mutton-fat jade. Her brows resembled distant verdant hills. Her red lips and pearly teeth exuded an enchanting charm, radiant and captivating. Clad in a flowing white celestial gown, her exquisite figure was accentuated, rendering her utterly mesmerizing. Such stunning beauty could rival Gu Qinghuang, making it difficult to divert one's gaze. "Wow, what a beautiful woman!" exclaimed Mu Linger, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Ah, Miss Yi, you too have arrived in the divine city." Gu Qinghuang expressed surprise, her expression shifting slightly. "Indeed, I just arrived yesterday," Yi Qingli replied with a soft smile, radiating a warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze. She then turned her gaze to Lu Yuan, her beautiful eyes flickering momentarily before she remarked, "If I am not mistaken, this gentleman must be the Dao companion of Fairy Gu?" "Exactly," Gu Qinghuang nodded. Then introduced Lu Yuan. "This is Miss Yi Qingli, who oversees all affairs of the Celestial Star Merchant Association in the Eastern Wasteland." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed momentarily. The woman appeared to be in her early 20s, yet she commanded all of the Celestial Star Merchant Association's business in such a vast domain. Her background must be quite impressive, far from an ordinary woman. Ancient legends spoke of the primal sacred body, undefeated in its realm, possessing a physique unmatched, comparable to a true dragon. Meeting her today, she indeed exuded an extraordinary aura. Even when she deliberately restrained herself, the vibrant energy radiating from her was astonishing. A fleeting purple glimmer passed through Yi Qingli's enchanting eyes, as if she possessed a supreme ocular technique capable of penetrating illusions and revealing the essence. "This woman is formidable." Lu Yuan's senses were likewise astute. He perceived this in an instant. Fortunately, she was discreet, merely casting a brief glance before averting her gaze, refraining from prying. "You flatter me, Miss Yi," Lu Yuan replied calmly, clasping his hands in greeting. After exchanging pleasantries, Yi Qingli extended an invitation. "The auction hosted by the Celestial Star Merchant Association will commence in a few hours. Many treasures of heaven and earth unearthed during the last ancient mine tide will be presented. Might the two of you be interested in attending?" Gu Qinghuang's face displayed a hint of hesitation upon hearing this, then turned to Lu Yuan to seek his opinion. "Since we are already here, it would be wise to take a look." Lu Yuan nodded gently. "Very well, then I shall trouble you, Miss Yi." Gu Qinghuang smiled. "Fairy Gu need not be so polite. Fu Bo, prepare a private room of the highest class," Yi Qingli instructed as she turned. "Yes, miss," an elder nearby respectfully replied, before leading Lu Yuan and the others into the auction venue. Soon, the trio was escorted into a lavishly adorned private room. The location was prime, directly facing the center of the auction hall, allowing them to overlook all corners. They had scarcely settled when several maidservants entered, bearing spirit fruits and spirit tea. Bowing gracefully before departing, their service impeccable, Lu Yuan lifted his teacup and sampled a sip. It was warm and refreshing, with a sweet aftertaste that flowed through his limbs. Evidently a rare delicacy. "Qinghuang, are you quite familiar with the Celestial Star Merchant Association? This treatment is rather exceptional," Lu Yuan casually inquired. "Not very familiar. I've only had a few encounters. However, both the 10,000 Beginnings Sacred Land and the Gu family are intricately linked with the Celestial Star Merchant Association, maintaining close ties. Perhaps they value that connection," Gu Qinghuang explained after pondering briefly. "I see," Lu Yuan nodded thoughtfully. As time passed, the auction was nearing its commencement. Gradually, figures of cultivators entered the hall from the outside, but few could ascend to the third floor's highest class rooms. Most were treated equally, seated in the main hall, including several elders from prominent sects and powerful rogue cultivators. Even those in the nirvana and communication realm enjoyed no privileges, showcasing the immense power and confidence of the Celestial Star Merchant Association, rivaling any ancient family or sacred land. Before long, a surge of demonic energy filled the venue. A remarkably handsome, silver-haired man with an alluringly sinister aura strode in, flanked by two burly demon cultivators. Both exuded a fierce presence, their demonic energy palpable and formidable. "The Demon God Palace has arrived. That is the young lord of the Demon God Palace, Celestial Demon," murmured the crowd. Behind him were two of the top young experts of the Demon God Palace, Lu Yuan and Lu Yuan. Upon seeing the newcomers, many cultivators' expressions shifted, revealing hints of apprehension. The Demon God Palace was a local force in the northern region, composed entirely of demonkind in its upper echelons. They were known for their flamboyant and arrogant demeanor, with few human cultivators daring to provoke them. The current young lord, renowned in the northern region, possessed the ultimate physique of the demon race, the celestial demon body, and was named after it. The old lord and the elders of the Demon God Palace had great hopes for him, and his strength was fearsome enough to leave one astounded. He had often been heralded as the future king of the eastern wasteland. Now, in an era of diminishing laws, the path of emperors suppressed all. To achieve Dao, how arduous it was. It had been 500 years since a king had risen. The name of celestial demon loomed large, instilling fear. Esteemed guests, please proceed to the third floor. A steward from the Celestial Star Merchant Association politely guided. Celestial demon nodded indifferently, his cold gaze sweeping upwards, lingering momentarily on a certain high-class room, harboring an enigmatic significance. This scene did not escape the keen eyes of many present, prompting them to recall a certain secret concerning the Demon God Palace. The celestial demon body was the ultimate physique of the demon race, said to rival the perfect sacred body of antiquity if cultivated to its peak. Its physical prowess was comparable to the legendary true dragon, flawless and terrifying. However, it had certain shortcomings in terms of Dao law. In the past, the old lord of the Demon God Palace had sought to merge the strengths of two formidable physiques, aiming to perpetuate the powerful bloodline of the Celestial. Upon hearing of the Gu family in the southern region giving birth to an innate Dao fetus, yet he was met with rejection from the Gu family patriarch, who cited racial reasons, which caused considerable embarrassment for the Demon God Palace. Recently, the Tianqi Lu family, with a similar objective as the old lord of the Demon God Palace, successfully allied with the Gu family, offering a long-extinct ancient sacred body, adding a layer of drama to the present encounter, as the principal parties were right here, evoking a sense of trepidation among many cultivators, as if the air itself was thick with the scent of impending conflict. Chapter 55. The auction. Is that lad truly the so-called primordial sacred body? With merely the cultivation of the fifth layer of the divine palace realm, I could easily crush him with a single slap. It seems the old fool of the Gu family possesses rather poor judgment. Owen stood within a luxurious private chamber, arms crossed, gazing into the distance. A fierce glint flashed in his cold, beast-like eyes. His true form appeared to be that of a powerful tiger, with a robust physique. Muscles rippling as if forged from steel, exuding an overwhelming sense of strength. As he looked out, Owen sensed a gaze directed at him from across the way. He couldn't help but scoff, making a dramatic gesture of slicing his throat, brimming with arrogance. Who is that? Lu Yuan frowned at the provocation from across the hall and inquired. That is Owen, a prominent figure among the younger generation of the Demon God Palace, second only to the celestial demon. This lineage has a significant enmity with our Gu family. They are notoriously overbearing, so we need not pay them any mind. Gu Qinghuang spoke calmly, her red lips parting slightly as she sat with an air of serene composure, radiating an ethereal presence as if unaffected by the world. Quite intriguing. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered with interest. Despite his extensive cultivation to date, he had yet to engage in combat with any practitioners of the demon race. If the opportunity arose, he would certainly wish to witness what set this tiger apart from the rest. As the time for the auction approached, word spread throughout the divine city. An increasing number of practitioners flocked to the auction venue, nearly filling the hall to capacity. Concurrently, representatives from various top-tier factions began to arrive, including ancient families from the southern domain such as the Lu, Gu, and Ming families, alongside revered sects like the Kanglan Holy Land, Dian Holy Land, Daoi Holy Land, and the Illusory Palace, all taking up residence in luxurious chambers. Having encountered the Qinghuang clan's elder sister, several members of the Gu family ascended to the third floor upon spotting Gu Qinghuang, offering their greetings. At the forefront was a young man, around 20 years of age, with striking brows and captivating eyes, exuding an extraordinary presence. He possessed the cultivation of the second layer of the cave heaven realm. Even if he wasn't the leading figure of the Gu family's younger generation, he was not far from it. He bowed respectfully alongside several elders of his clan. As for Lu Yuan, he merely nodded in acknowledgement. His demeanor was neither overly enthusiastic nor overtly cold. Xinghe, esteemed elders, no need for excessive formality. The auction is about to commence. Please take your seats. Gu Qinghuang smiled gently. Understood. Gu Qinghuang nodded and turned to leave for another luxurious chamber. The Lu family members were also present. Since the marriage alliance, the relationship between the two ancient families had become rather intricate, with the younger generation frequently interacting. Your Lu family's sacred body has indeed begun to cultivate. Furthermore, his prowess is not as lacking as rumored. Gu Qinghuang had casually seated himself beside another individual, taking a sip of tea and speaking nonchalantly. Just a fleeting bloom. It is of little consequence. Lu Chongqing shook his head, responding calmly. Shall we not give it a try? Gu Qinghuang turned to the man beside him, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Cultivating a primordial sacred body requires immense resources, often in the millions of pounds of essence. If I were to invest in him, what would I sustain myself with? Lu Chongqing frowned, countering the remark. Ah, indeed. Gu Qinghuang seemed to grasp the point and chose not to press further. After half an hour, the auction finally commenced. Welcome, esteemed friends, to my Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. The auction is now officially underway. Presenting the first item for bid, Yu Qingli gracefully descended onto the auction stage. Clad in a flowing white gown, she appeared ethereal, her enchanting figure and stunning visage rendering the surrounding flowers dull in comparison, capturing all attention. However, few of the gathered practitioners dared to gaze directly at her. They likely understood that this woman was no ordinary figure, possessing a formidable background. Few men in the world could hope to match her. Upon concluding her introduction, a veiled woman ascending the stage held a brocade box in her hands. The ginseng fruit. For beings below the true God realm, consuming it can extend one's lifespan by 500 years. The starting bid is 100,000 pounds of essence, with increments of no less than 5,000 pounds. Please place your bids. Yu Qingli's icy voice resonated throughout the hall. In an instant, a cacophony erupted within the venue. Many elder practitioners displayed visible excitement on their faces. A divine herb that extends life by 500 years is a rare treasure, one that is sought after yet seldom found. Truly, the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce has outdone itself with such an extraordinary opening item. As for its authenticity, there was no doubt among the attendees. Not a single mind dared to probe the item. The name Tianqing Chamber of Commerce alone was a golden seal of trust. Throughout the 5 realms, their reputation was unparalleled. No one would question the quality of their offerings. 105,000 pounds of essence. Before long, eager bids rang out. 110,000 pounds. 120,000 pounds. The auction hall was abuzz with competing voices, each vying to outbid the other. However, within the luxurious silence reigned. Clearly, such items held no allure for the younger practitioners. Ultimately, the ginseng fruit was sold for 135,000 pounds of essence to a powerful rogue cultivator. The second item for bid, the golden feather of the divine wing. This true feather, left behind by a powerful Qinghuang tribe practitioner, may harbor the essence of their lineage. The starting bid is 50,000 pounds of essence. As this item was announced, many practitioners' eyes glimmered with interest. The Qinghuang tribe is a dominant force among the demon race, brimming with formidable talents. Should an ordinary individual acquire this feather and word of it spread, it would likely attract unwanted attention, posing a significant risk. Nevertheless, several individuals attempted to place bids. However, once the entrance of Lu Yuan from the Demon God Palace was announced, the excitement quickly subsided. In the end, Lu Yuan secured the feather for 80,000 pounds of essence. Subsequent items followed in succession. Lu Yuan and Gu Qinghuang engaged in conversation while observing the auction, finding nothing of particular interest to acquire. For the 5th item, a sealed unknown substance within essence, Yu Qingli summoned forth a fist-sized piece of pure essence stone, which materialized in her hand. This stone resembled amber, concealing a layer of rock within, leaving its secrets hidden from view. However, it was certain that something lay. The value was uncertain, with a starting bid of 20,000 pounds of essence. Upon hearing this, the gathered practitioners hesitated. Items containing sealed substances were not particularly rare at auctions, resembling a gamble of sorts. If something valuable lay within, one could reap great rewards. However, if time had eroded its essence, one would be left with nothing. Still, some individuals were willing to take the risk, quickly beginning to call out their bids. Just then, a system prompt echoed in Lu Yuan's consciousness. Chapter 56, Beep, detecting the host's current experience, triggering option rewards. Option 1, successfully bid for this item. Reward, purple dew liquid. Option 2, abstain from bidding. Reward, a healing semi-divine herb. Note, purple dew liquid, refined from innate essence, capable of cleansing a cultivator's primordial spirit, tempering the divine palace, and enhancing spiritual awareness. Please Please choose. Rewards have been triggered. It seems that this sealed item is extraordinary. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened, and after a brief contemplation, he immediately made his choice, exclaiming, 35,000 pounds of source. Upon hearing this, many eyes in the auction hall turned towards the Tianzi box. Even Gu Qinghuang and Mu Lingo beside him were taken aback, glancing over in surprise. Are you interested in the items here? Gu Qinghuang inquired with a smile in her beautiful eyes. Yes, I wish to cut it open and take a look. Lu Yuan replied with a nod. Very well, if your source is insufficient, I have some here, Gu Qinghuang said generously. At that moment, a voice rang out in the hall again. 40,000 pounds of source. A young cultivator concealed his appearance with a secret technique, but his voice was somewhat recognizable. 45,000 pounds, Lu Yuan continued to raise his bid. The hall fell silent. Many shook their heads. An increase of 5,000 pounds of source per bid was significant. If it went any higher, it would reach 50,000 pounds, which could be considered a considerable gamble. The item being auctioned was likely unearthed during the last ancient mine tide. While various forces scavenged for source minerals within the primordial ancient mine, it was inevitable that some would pocket private goods to bring out. Displaying them in their own market and auctioning them at the Tianqing chamber would be the most prudent course. After 1 or 2 rounds of inspection, the chances of unveiling a highly valuable spiritual item were already low. Thus, there was little need to raise the bid further. Simultaneously, the young cultivator also fell silent, ceasing to raise his bid. 45,000 pounds of source, once. 45,000 pounds of source, twice. 45,000 pounds of source. Just as the deal was about to be finalized, an untimely voice emerged from another Tianzi box. 50,000 pounds of source. The demon god palace's MO when suddenly shouted, a mocking smile playing on his lips as he gazed forward. 55,000 pounds. Lu Yuan shot him a glance, maintaining a neutral expression as he continued to raise the bid. 60,000 pounds. 65,000 pounds. 70,000 pounds. Imoen persisted with a languid tone. At this moment, it was clear to all that he had no genuine interest in the item. He merely sought to raise the price and annoy others. These people from the demon god palace are simply detestable. Young master, do not fall for his trick. Mu Linger whispered fiercely, her teeth clenched in frustration. It's fine. Lu Yuan waved his hand dismissively, a flicker of cold light flashing in his eyes as he declared, 80,000 pounds of source. He raised his bid by a full 10,000 pounds, bringing the total to 80,000. This amount had already surpassed the normal price range for the item, making it rather unwise. At this moment, many cultivators in the auction hall sensed a tense atmosphere. 80,000 pounds of source. TSK. No wonder you are the son-in-law of the Gu family. Truly extravagant. Imoen remarked, a mocking grin on his face, dripping with sarcasm. That scoundrel. I must find an opportunity to deal with him. Lu Yuan appeared unfazed on the surface, yet a surge of murderous intent filled his heart. This individual had forced him to spend several thousand extra pounds of source without cause. Although the item was indeed worth it, it was difficult to swallow this affront. Shortly after, Yu Qingli noticed that no one was raising their bid further and began the countdown. 80,000 pounds of source, once. 80,000 pounds of source, twice. 80,000 pounds of source. Sold. Ultimately, Lu Yuan successfully acquired the item. The auction continued with the 6th item. Also unearthed during the ancient mine tide, a long-sealed divine herb from the ancient era. As soon as it was presented, it was met with fierce competition from various factions. Young men surrounded the Tianzi boxes of Daoi Holy Land, Kanglin Holy Land, and Dian Holy Land, all raising their bids. After several rounds of competition, the item was finally won by Dian Holy Land, claimed by a young man surrounded by a halo of holy light. The 7th item was the final item of this auction, the essence of the Tayin, a substance of utmost coldness. It could aid cultivators in practicing ancient scriptures of the same attribute, enlightening profound meanings and offering many applications. The starting bid was set at 150,000 pounds of source. As Yu Qingli's voice fell, a commotion erupted within the hall. Many cultivators fixed their intense gazes upon the stage, including Gu Qinghuang, who had maintained a watchful stance, her beautiful eyes narrowing as a glimmer of interest flashed through them. 180,000 pounds of source. A member from Daoi Holy Land was the first to raise the bid, increasing it by 30,000 pounds right off the bat. Clearly, they aimed to deter others from participating. 190,000 pounds. Gu Qinghuang, who had remained silent until then, finally made her voice heard. The holy maiden of the Wanshu sacred land, Gu Qinghuang, is also interested in the essence of the Tayin. Some murmured in surprise. Is that not obvious? The Wanshu sacred land specializes in the study of chaotic techniques, as everyone knows. The Taiying and Yang, transformed from chaos, are essential for her as the holy maiden of Wanshu, and she must have practiced ancient scriptures pertaining to the Taiying. An astute cultivator nearby articulated the underlying truth. At this moment, Lu Yuan also understood. He had witnessed Gu Qinghuang employing Taiying techniques during the Holy Land Grand Tournament against Lu Hong. It must have been the supreme secret technique recorded in the chaotic stone steel. Therefore, the essence of the Taiying was indeed a highly sought-after item for her. 200,000 pounds of source. Another participant from the Taichu Holy Land entered the fray. 210,000 pounds. Gu Qinghuang coldly declared. 240,000 pounds. Participants from the major Holy Lands continued to raise their bids. However, Gu Qinghuang remained resolute, gritting her teeth as she announced a staggering bid of 250,000 pounds of source. This was nearly all the savings she could muster. Although the cost was exorbitant, acquiring the essence of the Taiying would be worth it. Upon hearing the bid of 250,000 pounds, the voices from several Tianzi boxes gradually grew silent. Many shook their heads and sighed, expressing their regret. Such an amount of source, even for a holy son or daughter of a holy land, was no insignificant sum. Once committed, it would undoubtedly come at a great cost. Is there anyone else willing to bid for 250,000 pounds of source? Yi Qingli inquired, her beautiful eyes shimmering as she glanced toward the Tianzi box on the third floor. A heavy silence fell, leaving no reply. 250,000 pounds of source, once. Seeing no one responding, Yi Qingli followed the rules of the auction and began the countdown. Just then, the young mistress of the demon god palace, Tian Yao, suddenly rose and calmly declared, 260,000 pounds of source. Chapter 57. A forceful intervention once again. It is the members of the demon god palace. Many cultivators present felt a sudden tightening of their expressions. It is well known that the celestial demon is a direct disciple of the former master of the demon god palace. Such behavior now practically lays bare the grievances between the demon god palace and the Gu family. Over 200,000 units of essence, to simply take out at will. Truly, a worthy successor of a top-tier power. Numerous elder cultivators sighed in admiration, keenly observing the unfolding scene. Meanwhile, Gu Qinghuang's delicate face gradually turned icy. She gazed silently at the celestial room across from her. After a moment's hesitation, she bit her lip and ultimately decided to relent. 250,000 units of essence was already her final limit. Moreover, the essence she spent earlier on items secured by Lu Yuan had already consumed 80,000 units. She had to reserve this portion. Should she foolishly raise the bid further and find herself unable to pay, it would necessitate borrowing money from her family, the Gu Qinghuang, leading to a tremendous loss of face. Prideful as she was, representing the name of the Wanshu Holy Land, she was naturally unwilling to witness such an embarrassment. 260,000 units of essence, once. At this moment, Yi Qingli on the stage, seeing no further bids, began the countdown per the rules, stirring many hearts. The celestial demon, tall and poised, stood with hands clasped behind, a mocking expression gracing his exquisite, otherworldly features, as if victory were already assured. Murmured Mu Linger beside her, her teeth clenched in frustration, hesitating to speak. It is merely a trifling matter. The bidding has now exceeded the value of the lunar divine essence, not worth the trouble with the demon god palace. Let him be. Gu Qinghuang smiled lightly, feigning indifference. Observing her demeanor, Mu Lingo's expression dimmed, seemingly understanding, and with a soft sigh, she ceased her words. 260,000 units of essence, twice. Yi Qingli's gaze swept toward the third-floor box, continuing the countdown. Just as she prepared to announce the third time with no one stirring, a calm voice unexpectedly rang out. 270,000 units of essence, Lu Yuan declared. At his words, a profound silence enveloped the auction hall. Waves of astonishment, confusion, and disbelief cascaded toward Lu Yuan. Even Yi Qingli's beautiful eyes flickered with surprise. The Tianqing Merchant Association not only thrived in business but also possessed an extensive network of information spanning the 5 domains. She was well aware of the details regarding the marriage alliance between the Gu family and the Lu family. It was utterly unexpected that a young man of the ancient sacred body, who held no sway within the Lu family, would possess the audacity to bid such a sum. Lu Yuan, we do not have that much. Gu Qinghuang exclaimed in shock, her delicate face flushed with embarrassment, hastily interjecting. Yet before she could finish her sentence, Lu Yuan waved his hand, interrupting her. Fear not, I shall gift it to you, Lu Yuan replied with a subtle smile, his gaze remarkably serene, akin to a tranquil, unfathomable deep pool. Upon hearing his words, both Gu Qinghuang and Mu Linger were left momentarily dumbfounded. Mississippi. Did the young master truly say he would gift this to you? Does he possess such vast resources? Mu Lingo, having grown up in the Gu family, though of modest cultivation, had some understanding of essence. It was not just the likes of Gu Qinghuang, a direct descendant within the family, but even some elder members would struggle to gather such a sum. Even if they could manage it, it would require liquidating various treasures, a veritable act of financial ruin. I am uncertain. A complex expression crossed Gu Qinghuang's exquisite face. Yet now, words once spoken are akin to spilled water. Given the situation, it seemed she could only place her trust in him. At present, the auction hall was abuzz with excitement. Not only the celestial demon, but also figures from the Dao Yi Holy Land, the Da Yin Holy Land, the Huamya Palace, Gu Qinghuang, and Lu Changqing all felt a profound sense of astonishment. How intriguing. It was only at this moment that the celestial demon cast a proper glance at this young man of the human race, harboring a wife-stealing grudge. A hint of an enigmatic smile appearing on his face. 270,000 units of essence. When did the Wanchu Holy Land become the domain of such small fry? Lu Yuan, one of the 3 demon generals of the demon god palace, sneered openly, not concealing his scorn. It seems the ancient sacred body truly cannot cultivate recklessly. Overindulgence in cultivation has clearly muddled the mind. Just a mere auction. And already the intellect begins to falter. 270,000 units of essence. Do you even grasp the concept? It could buy you 10 lives. Beside him, Mo Wen joined in the derisive laughter, mocking with maximum arrogance. Who do these little kittens think they are, daring to shout at me? In the next instant, Lu Yuan sprang to his feet, the golden lake of his consciousness surging, radiating brilliant light, revealing a formidable mental prowess. From his eyes erupted 2 streams of imperial dragon aura, merging with his divine intent, transforming into 2 exceedingly sharp golden celestial blades that swept forth. With a whoosh, a terrifying imperial dragon might spread, instantly subduing the 2 demon generals, Mo1 and Lu Yuan. This was a suppression originating from the bloodline level, targeting the very essence of their souls, rendering them immobile as they received a direct mental assault. Both Mo Wen and Lu Yuan cried out in shock. Collapsing to the ground, unprepared, their consciousness was injured, blood gushing from their orifices, nearly leading to their annihilation. At this moment, the entire venue was stirred. What? The 5th level of divine palace cultivation can actually refine such a formidable mental force. What was that golden dragon light just now? It exuded a formidable aura of attack, rivaling ancient secret arts. Expressions of shock spread across the faces of the assembled cultivators, leaving them utterly bewildered. Imperial Dragon Aura. A glint of recognition flashed in the celestial demon's eyes as he discerned the technique Lu Yuan had employed. Turning back, he cast a cold glance at the 2 writhing on the ground, his expression growing even more frigid as he spoke in a chilling tone. Are you challenging the dignity of my demon god palace? I'm not challenging the demon god palace. I am merely challenging you. Lu Yuan stood tall, speaking with an unmatched assertiveness. Seeking death, the celestial demon's gaze turned even colder, a torrent of terrifying demonic energy ready to erupt from within. Just as the tension escalated, another overwhelming force surged from the depths of the auction hall, suppressing all divine fluctuations, clearing the atmosphere entirely. A divine realm expert, someone exclaimed, their expression filled with trepidation. Do you all regard my Tianqing Merchant Association with such contempt? Should you dare to disrupt the order of the hall again, you shall bear the consequences. Yi Qingli's beautiful face darkened as she spoke coldly, the warning clear. Even the celestial demon dared not disregard the Tianqing Merchant Association, knowing better than to engage in combat here. Quickly, tend to your subordinates. Once the consciousness collapses, they will revert to being wild beasts. From now on, they will no longer possess the ability to flaunt their might, only useful for pulling carts, Lu Yuan quipped, a smirk gracing his lips. Very well, very well. If you possess the courage, then step into the ancient mind tide. I shall await you there. The celestial demon, enraged yet smiling coldly, uttered this before seizing Mo Wen and Lu Yuan from the ground and dashing out of the auction hall. Chapter 58. Lu Yuan's grand undertaking, the young master of the demon god palace. The celestial demon, met with defeat. Such a departure left everyone astonished. Yet, what was even more surprising was the overwhelming strength of the Lu family's ancient sacred body, boldly challenging the top-tier young warriors of the eastern wilderness despite It's mere divine palace cultivation. One cannot discern whether this audacity stems from ignorance or a desire to tread the path of the ancient sacred bodies once again. Gazing back into the ancient past, it is evident that nearly every generation of sacred bodies emerged with unparalleled vigor, shattering the imperial path with unwavering fists, facing the world as foes, only to leave it in silence. They never retreated an inch, their resolve unyielding, their faith invincible. Their legacy has etched a vivid chapter in the stirring a surge of passion and nostalgia upon reflection. Just then, a voice pulled everyone's thoughts back to reality. 270,000 pounds of source. Does anyone else wish to place a bid? Yi Qingli, her beautiful eyes scanning the surroundings, continued to maintain order at the auction. 270,000 pounds of source. Once. 270,000 pounds of source. Twice. 270,000 pounds of source. Thrice. Sold. With these words, the auction officially drew to a close. Following this, the managers of the Commerce Association began delivering the sold items to various locations in the hall for final settlement. As the largest bidder, Lu Yuan received 2 items personally from Yi Qingli and her attendants. This is the source sealed within 8,000 pounds. This is the essence of the tie-in. 270,000 pounds. A total of 350,000 pounds of source. Please inspect, Yi Qingli smiled, gesturing for the 2 maidservants holding the brocade boxes to step forward for verification. Simultaneously, ambiguous glances were cast from the luxurious private rooms in the main hall, as many wondered how Lu Yuan, a seemingly insignificant sacred body, could possibly present such an immense quantity of source. Gulp, would he leave us in a difficult position? Mu Linger appeared anxious, swallowing hard. In contrast, Gu Qinghuang remained composed, elegantly sipping her tea. She trusted Lu Yuan's integrity, believing he would not boast or exaggerate. Furthermore, even if unforeseen circumstances arose, she could easily resolve them. A mere excess of 2,000 pounds of source could be offset with a single artifact, thus avoiding the need to borrow from others. Thank you, Miss Yi, Lu Yuan acknowledged, confirming the accuracy of the items with a sweep of his divine sense. Then clasped his hands respectfully. Might I inquire if a trade is possible? Of course, Yi Qingli replied with a warm smile. Lu Yuan then flicked his wrist, and several peculiar metallic materials materialized in his hand. This is. Yi Qingli's eyes brightened as she swiftly took them for examination. 1,000 illusion star sand, fire god stone, silver moon divine jade, withered dragonwood. These are all rare divine grade refining materials. As the manager of the Tianqing Commerce Association in the Eastern Wilderness, her discerning eye instantly recognized the valuable items. Are these sufficient to offset the 350,000 pounds of source? Lu Yuan inquired. Based on standard procurement prices, there is still a shortfall of around 50,000 pounds, Yi Qingli calculated carefully before responding. Let us settle the remainder with source, Gu Qinghuang suggested as she gracefully approached. Not a problem. I have more, Lu Yuan reassured, sensing her concern regarding his available source. Without hesitation, he revealed another palm-sized piece of crystalline divine iron, which gleamed with a snow-white luster, as ethereal as jade and infused with potent divine essence. The sight captivated all present. 9 heavens white jade divine iron, a material of saintly caliber. Yi Qingli's expression shifted, acknowledging its rarity. Saints do not lack source, making such materials exceedingly scarce in circulation. Are you truly willing to sell this? What value does it hold? Lu Yuan asked. Let us do this. The difference from the previous 2 items will be waived, and our Tianqing Commerce Association shall additionally provide you with 500,000 pounds of source. How does that sound? Yi Qingli proposed generously after some contemplation. Agreed. Lu Yuan nodded decisively. Despite the rarity of the material, it was unnecessary for him to hoard it. Converting it into source for cultivation was the pragmatic choice. You are quite straightforward, Lu Daoyu. Someone, fetch the source. Yi Qingli smiled gently, promptly instructing her subordinates to prepare 500,000 pounds of source. Moments later, a hefty storage bag alongside the 2 auctioned items were delivered to Lu Yuan, marking the completion of the transaction. Meanwhile, many cultivators in the hall craned their necks in anticipation. Although they could not see what Lu Yuan had exchanged, it was undeniable that a deal had been struck. To spend 270,000 pounds of source for a mere smile? Such grandeur left many in silent awe. After the Tianqing Commerce Association departed, the atmosphere in the private room erupted. Mu Linger, her face radiant with admiration, surrounded Lu Yuan, peppering him with eager questions. Gu Qinghuang, too, was filled with curiosity, her watery eyes fixed on him for an extended period. It was merely a small opportunity, Lu Yuan chuckled, shaking his head and refraining from elaborating further. He then handed the essence of the time to her, saying, "Here, this is for you." Gu Qinghuang's expression was complex, after biting her lip. She accepted it with a quiet thank you. She had not anticipated that, in such a short span, their roles seemed to have reversed, as if she had transformed into the one in need of support. The rapidity of this shift was somewhat overwhelming for her, but as fellow cultivators, she understood that some matters were best left unexamined, choosing not to dwell on it further. Before long, the trio exited the auction hall and returned to the Wanchu Sacred Land's residence in the Divine City. Lu Yuan found a secluded chamber and settled in. After retrieving the purple mansion liquid from the system space, he began to carefully cut open the source stone. Crack! As the thick layer of stone skin was gradually peeled away, a perfectly rounded golden fruit, brimming with the vitality of life, appeared before his eyes. The fruit of life. Indeed, a remarkable find. Lu Yuan's expression brightened. This fruit contained an abundant essence of life, capable of replenishing one's lifespan and enhancing the physical body, offering immeasurable benefits to cultivators below the divine realm. The expenditure of 8,000 pounds of source was indeed worthwhile. The fruit of life strengthens the body. The purple mansion liquid refines the divine sense. Coupled with my chaotic body, there are no cultivation bottlenecks. Perhaps I could break through to the celestial realm in one fell swoop. A glint of brilliance flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes as he waved his hand, sealing the chamber completely. Thousands of pounds of source surged forth, the spiritual energy swirling thickly, instantly filling the entire space. Chapter 59. The Realm of the Cave Heaven. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Within the Divine City, ancient ships, spirit vessels, and war chariots soared through the sky, gradually heading towards the direction of the primordial ancient mine. The tide of the ancient mine was about, prompting various powerful factions to gather their forces and prepare for the upcoming endeavor. On the side of the Wanchu Holy Land, preparations were also in full swing. The core disciples boarded the ancient ships one after another. At the bow of the ship, two graceful figures stood elegantly. "My lord has been in seclusion for 5 days now. I wonder if he will make it," murmured Mu Linger softly. Gu Qinghuang smiled gently. "It doesn't matter if he doesn't make it. He can simply oversee the rear mining area." Upon entering the outer perimeter of the primordial ancient mine, opportunities were scarce, primarily involving the manual transportation of source minerals. "Oh, that's true," Mu Linger nodded lightly. Another 2 hours passed. In the secret chamber, a stirring finally broke the silence. A tall figure, enveloped in chaotic energy, quietly opened his eyes. Brilliant divine light pierced through the darkness, more dazzling than lightning. At this moment, he turned inward. Inside Lu Yuan's body, a profound cave heaven had formed. Golden blood energy and pitch-black chaos alternated, shrouded in mist, rumbling ominously like a yin-yang diagram circulating within him. The divine energy surged powerfully, astonishingly extraordinary. In the next moment, Lu Yuan pushed open the stone door and emerged from the secret chamber, exuding an ethereal and transcendent aura. Particularly striking were his shimmering with a breathtaking intensity that was both fierce and captivating, making it hard for anyone to meet his gaze. In just a year of cultivation, he had ascended from an ordinary mortal to the realm of cave heaven, finally catching up to the most formidable members of the younger generation in the eastern wilderness. Such terrifying speed of cultivation, if spoken of, would likely be met with disbelief. Yet, it was the undeniable truth. With his combat prowess, he could indeed stand tall among his peers, unafraid of any adversary. After savoring the surge of his newfound strength, Lu Yuan extended his divine sense and surveyed his surroundings, effortlessly spotting the enormous ancient ship hovering above the encampment. It seemed the tide of the ancient mine was imminent, and the people of the Wanchu Holy Land were preparing to set forth. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan summoned a divine rainbow and soared into the sky. He landed on the deck of the ancient ship. "Ah, my lord has arrived." Mu Linger's eyes brightened upon seeing him. Gu Qinghuang also stepped forward to greet him. As she approached, she immediately sensed an overwhelming surge of vitality emanating from him. "You have broken through to the realm of cave heaven?" Gu Qinghuang exclaimed, covering her lips in disbelief, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. "I was fortunate. The sealed treasures within the source truly were remarkable. After refining them, I was able to open the cave heaven in one fell swoop." Lu Yuan replied with a faint smile. Upon hearing his admission, Gu Qinghuang was even more astonished. Was this still the ancient holy body she knew? Not only was he unbound by the shackles of the heavenly path, But his cultivation momentum had also accelerated with astonishing rapidity, as if there were no bottlenecks at all. Truly remarkable. Is the ship about to depart? Lu Yuan shifted the topic, glancing around and noticing that the core disciples who had journeyed from the southern domain were nearly all present. Yes, soon. It won't take more than half an hour. We will first reach the outer mining area of the primordial ancient mine, and then proceed with task allocation. Gu Qinghuang nodded lightly. Ah, I see, Lu Yuan acknowledged thoughtfully, but soon furrowed his brow. He suddenly realized that many of his fellow disciples were casting peculiar glances at him. Could it be due to the auction incident? Lu Yuan pondered silently. At that moment, a young man's figure appeared on the deck. Junior brother Lu, Wan Chu's holy son, Yin Tiandu, hurried over with great strides. Senior brother Yin, Lu Yuan, and Gu Qinghuang clasped their hands in greeting. Junior brother Lu, I have heard about your recent exploits at the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. However, I did not expect you to have a significant feud with that madman Meng Yao. Yin Tiandu inquired with a mix of amusement and concern. Meng Yao? Senior brother Yin, what do you mean by that? Gu Qinghuang's eyes narrowed, and she quickly asked. Just yesterday, the Ming family announced that Meng Yao and the young master of the Demon God Palace, Tian Yao, would offer a reward of 100,000 pounds of source for anyone who could provide information on your whereabouts during the ancient mine tide. Yin Tiandu replied. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan immediately understood and chuckled nonchalantly. They are quite generous to offer a reward for information. Indeed, there is some animosity between us. Meng Yao's younger brother met his demise at my hands. Gu Qinghuang and Yin Tiandu exchanged glances, their expressions filled with shock. Meng Yao's younger brother, Meng Zhao, was quite renowned in the southern domain, a youthful prodigy. Who would have thought he had fallen at Lu Yuan's hand? No wonder Meng Yao had been acting like a rabid dog lately, snapping at anyone he encountered. However, to be targeted by two of the top young masters while Lu Yuan remained composed and unruffled spoke volumes about his character, setting him apart from the majority of disciples from the Holy Lands. Even Yin Tiandu couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance. Both Meng Yao and Tian Yao were notoriously arrogant, willing to resort to any means to achieve their goals. With 100,000 pounds of source at stake, many would struggle to resist the temptation. I suggest, junior brother Lu, that you refrain from going this time. Yin Tiandu offered a veiled, thank you for your kind advice, senior brother. However, I must still go to the ancient mine. Whether it is Tian Yao or Meng Yao, should they dare to seek me out, I shall slay them. Lu Yuan waved his hand dismissively, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes, and a surge of murderous intent emanated from him, leaving others in awe. Well, very well then. Yin Tiandu's expression shifted several times before he ceased to press the matter. Yet, with his cultivation level, he could clearly discern that Lu Yuan had indeed made considerable progress in strength. Even compared to the true disciples of various factions, he was hardly at a disadvantage. Perhaps he truly had the confidence to hold his ground. Soon after, the group engaged in further conversation before Yin Tiandu took his leave. Before long, accompanied by the calls of several elders, the ancient ship slowly set sail, swiftly navigating towards the outer regions of the primordial ancient mine. Chapter 60. Entering the ancient mine. The distance between the Divine City and the Taichu ancient mine is not extensive. In just an hour, they arrived. Gazing into the distance, the land appeared desolate, a vast expanse of crimson earth without a hint of greenery. Peering deeper, one could see a dense veil of black mist enveloping the mountains, obscuring the truth of the surroundings. Even one's spiritual perception could not penetrate it, resembling an enchanted land that instilled a sense of dread. Subsequently, a group of disciples from the Wanchu sacred ground, led by several elders and Shangwan Ruo, disembarked from their vessel and entered the mine area. This mining site sprawled over an immense area, stretching thousands of miles in every direction without end. Countless veins of ore lay buried beneath, and to this day, there were no signs of depletion. This clearly indicated the vast wealth surrounding the Taichu ancient mine, a coveted battleground for the major powers of the eastern wilderness. Shortly thereafter, the elders gathered the disciples who were to enter the Taichu ancient mine, elucidating several important matters. Here, there were not only core disciples of the divine palace realm. Apart from Gu Qinghuang and Yin Tiandu, several other prominent figures were present. Although they had failed in their bids for the positions of Saint Son and Saint Daughter, their potential remained formidable, granting them a status far exceeding that of ordinary disciples within the sacred ground. During the explanation, the elders distributed a spatial treasure to each newly arrived disciple. This treasure differed from the usual storage bags. The capacity of storage bags was limited, capable of holding only a few miscellaneous items and at most a few 100,000 pounds of source. In contrast, this valuable spatial treasure had a capacity exceeding that of a storage bag by over tenfold. However, the source, or within the ancient mine, was not the pure source used by cultivators. It was covered with a thick layer of rock, and typically, from 100 pounds of source ore, only about 5 pounds of pure source could be obtained after removing the waste. Moreover, the process of refinement was quite time-consuming. The tidal period of the ancient mine would not last more than 3 days, and usually, one could only bring out as much as they could. Naturally, there was competition among the major powers. In the presence of source ore, each relied on their own skills. Some returned laden, while others found their hands empty. There were even some unfortunate souls who perished entirely within. Upon concluding the explanation, the elders of the sacred ground ceased further discussion and departed. The remaining time would be spent quietly awaiting the arrival of the tide within the mine. Lu Yuan, are you truly not coming with me? Gu Qinghuang spoke helplessly, concern evident in her beautiful eyes. The celestial demon palaces Tian Yao and Ming Yao of the Ming family were both exceptional figures of the younger generation. If they discovered their trail, trouble would undoubtedly ensue. Fear not. Those two alone cannot pose any threat to me. The Taichu ancient mine has always been shrouded in mystery. And now that I have this opportunity, I intend to explore it thoroughly, Lu Yuan replied with a calm smile, exuding confidence. He understood that Gu Qinghuang, as the saint daughter of Wanchu, or other responsibilities. Most likely, she would need to guard some of the large source mines discovered, granting the other disciples time to mine, leaving her unable to roam freely. However, with her strength and constitution, her safety was assured, and he felt no need to worry. Very well then, take care of yourself, Gu Qinghuang said, knowing his disposition, and chose not to press further. Lu Yuan nodded lightly. Time passed. After an indeterminate duration, within the depths of the Taichu ancient mine, unusual activity began to stir. Boom. A series of reverberating sounds echoed from the dark magical soil. Terrifying powers of law intertwined, and boundless resonances filled the air. Consequently, the powerful auras that had been lurking at the periphery of the Taichu ancient mine began to retreat in an orderly fashion into the depths of the magical soil, resembling the ebb and flow of waves. The tide has begun. Move out. Remember, we must return within 3 days. One of the elders of the sacred ground called out suddenly. Understood. With that command, several hundred elite disciples from Wanchu's sacred ground took to their divine rainbows, charging into the dense mist. Simultaneously, the mining areas of the major powers trembled. Countless cultivators surged forth like locusts, speeding into the Taichu ancient mine. A moment later, Lu Yuan and Gu Qinghuang, along with several others, entered the outermost layer of the magical soil. Here, a thick mist enveloped the surroundings, obscuring all vision. And even spiritual senses could barely reach a foot ahead, creating an eerie atmosphere. As per our usual practice, let us each lead a group of fellow disciples and proceed separately. Everyone, exercise caution. Yin Tiandu spoke solemnly. Agreed. The several disciples of the cave heaven realm responded in unison, selecting dozens of their peers to venture in different directions. Gu Qinghuang and Lu Yuan, accompanied by a number of disciples, sped off towards another direction. After a brief journey, they soon discovered several small source mines. Gu Qinghuang promptly assigned a few disciples to remain behind and extract the ore while the others continued to advance with the main group. However, Lu Yuan did not accompany Gu Qinghuang for long. After delving a few hundred miles in, he parted ways, choosing to proceed alone. He wished to avoid exposing his whereabouts and causing trouble for the mining team. Additionally, Lu Yuan was eager to seek out the forces of the celestial demon palace. If he could encounter that tiger, that bird, and the Tian Yao, it would be all the better, allowing him to unleash a massacre and clear away past misfortunes. Regrettably, the outer region of the Taichu ancient mine was perpetually shrouded in mist. Without spiritual senses to guide him, it was akin to locating a few individuals would prove to be quite challenging. Well, there is still time. I should search for source ore. I cannot return empty-handed, he thought as he careened through the mist, searching for a while without spotting a single figure. He decided to take a more leisurely approach and began to look for source ore instead. After all, he had not forgotten the promise made by Gu Qinghuang's master. If he performed well amid the ancient mine's tide, he might have the opportunity to comprehend the 9 chaotic stone tablets. Once he obtained the ancient chaotic scriptures, his capabilities in front of others would become significantly richer, no longer needing to conceal his chaotic body or feel restrained. Half an hour later, Lu Yuan discovered a small source mine amidst a pockmarked terrain. He roughly estimated that even if completely refined, it would yield merely 10,000 pounds, hardly worth the effort. In that instant, he decided against expending energy on it. With a swift motion, the UNC heavy prison peak manifested in the void and crashed down. The earth was instantly blasted into a deep pit, and the source along with the stone skin within the small mine was reduced to powder. The surging essence of heaven and earth spread out in an instant. Lu Yuan unabashedly urged the chaotic origin, inhaling the torrents of essence that flowed into his mouth and nose, surging towards the sea of suffering. He did not pause in his steps, rapidly refining with chaotic methods as he continued to delve deeper. Chapter 61 Encounter with Mo. When this desolate land lay shrouded in an oppressive gloom. The gray-brown rocks and pockmarked mining sites were nearly ubiquitous, remnants of countless tides of time and an extensive history of cultivation. Countless beings had trodden upon this very ground. Lu Yuan gracefully commanded the divine rainbow, soaring low as he journeyed northwest. After traversing 200 miles, he finally sensed a disturbance. Within the heavy mist, several, accompanied by the metallic clinks of tools, presumably, they were extracting the stone skin from the source minerals. Intrigued, Lu Yuan stepped forward, his vision clarifying as he encountered two factions. Before him stood several demonic cultivators, their racial traits still evident even in human form. One boasted 2 horns atop his head, another had skin of a deep azure, and a third possessed a robust serpent tail. It was clear they were not of a particularly formidable demonic lineage. At that moment, the demonic cultivators recognized Lu Yuan, and they froze in place, halting their actions of peeling the stone skin. The one with the serpent tail could not help but swallow hard, betraying his anxiety. After a brief standoff, the horned demon rose abruptly, his voice grave. "Who are you? This mining site is already under our control. I advise you to leave promptly and avoid trouble." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes, studying him intently. It was evident that these individuals were from the demonic god palace, yet their cultivation levels were modest, hovering around the 6th and 7th tiers of the divine palace realm. Such minor demons were no match for him. However, he noted the change in expression of the other 2 demons. They recognized him, yet chose to remain silent, which piqued his curiosity. "I am merely passing through. There is no need for alarm. Please, continue your work," Lu Yuan said with a slight smile, turning to leave without a second thought. Only once he had completely vanished into the mist did the demonic cultivators breathe a collective sigh of relief. "Brother, is he not the sacred body Lu Yuan that the young palace master and the 3 demon generals are searching for? Why did we not strike when we had the chance?" The azure-skinned demon asked, brimming with murderous intent. Kill. Kill. What are you thinking? Do you truly believe him to be a weakling? In the divine city, he nearly crushed the consciousness of both Mon and by one with nothing but his divine sense. If not for the timely intervention of the young palace master, those 2 might have perished, and we would be no match for him. The horned demon replied, still shaken. "Then, what shall we do now?" Another inquired. After a moment of contemplation, the horned demon glanced at the other 2 and declared, "You 2 stay here and keep watch. I shall return to the base to report this." "Understood." The other 2 demons nodded in compliance. With that, the horned demon sensed his bearings, and with a swift motion, he dashed into the mist. Unbeknownst to him, a wisp of chaotic energy had already silently adhered to his body. "Sigh, my brother is far too cautious. Though he possesses some skill, he merely relies on the advantage of his divine sense. As long as we fortify our consciousness in advance, the 3 of us together should be able to encircle and eliminate him. This would be a significant achievement for the young palace master, a chance for ascension. I cannot bear to let this opportunity slip away," grumbled the azure-skinned demon as he continued peeling the stone skin, his frustration evident in the force of his actions, causing cracks to form in the pure source within the mine. "Enough with your complaints. This is the most prudent course of action. Furthermore, the reward for providing information is a hefty 10,000 pounds of source. We will not return empty-handed." The serpent-tailed demon retorted coldly. Just then, a sound of rushing air pierced the stillness. "Who goes there?" The 2 demons exclaimed, immediately rising to their feet, their voices sharp with alarm. In the next instant, Lu Yuan emerged from the mist, returning as if he had never left. Dark, enigmatic threads of energy swirled in his palm, seemingly sensing something. "Reporting back already? Quite swift." "I see," Lu Yuan remarked with an enigmatic smile, his tone laced with mockery. "You." The 2 demons were taken aback, recognizing that their predicament had been exposed. They instantly prepared for battle. "Do you truly believe you stand a chance against me?" Lu Yuan scoffed, lifting his hand and deftly flicking his fingers. In an instant, 2 beams of chaotic energy shot forth from his fingertips. The 2 demons' eyes widened in alarm as demonic energy surged around them, attempting to shield their vital consciousness. However, it was all in vain. The two beams of chaotic energy were devastatingly powerful, obliterating their defenses and piercing through their foreheads in a flash. As blood of varying colors flowed from their brow, their faces reflected sheer terror and disbelief as they collapsed backward. After effortlessly dispatching the two from the demonic god palace, Lu Yuan conjured a spatial treasure, sweeping up both the extracted and unextracted source minerals into it. Without pausing, he swiftly pursued the direction taken by the horned demon. Not long after, the horned demon arrived at a stronghold, where the spiritual essence of the surroundings was exceptionally dense. A small mountain radiating a brilliant light stood prominently, revealing itself to be a medium-sized source mine. Numerous demonic cultivators from the demonic god palace gathered there, employing various treasures and their resilient bodies to rapidly strip the source mineral of its rock skin. At the center lay a towering figure, exuding a potent demonic aura, commanding an impressive presence. "Mo1, Mo1. The horned demon called out urgently as he rushed forward. What is it? Mo1 opened his eyes, a fierce glint igniting within them. "I just encountered the sacred body Lu Yuan," the horned demon exclaimed. "Where?" Mo1 shot to his feet, his demeanor transforming into one of hostility. "Over there, approximately 200 miles away." The horned demon pointed. "Excellent. At long last, I've caught him. How dare a mere ancient waste of a body harm me? This time, I shall see where you can escape." Mo1's expression twisted with malevolence, bloodlust gleaming in his eyes as he prepared to charge toward that direction. Yet, in the next moment, a slender figure stepped forth from the mist, surveying the surroundings before fixing his gaze on Mo1 with an expression of disappointment. "Oh, it is you." Chapter 62, The Slaying of Mo1. Total annihilation of the army. As these words echoed through the air, every demon cultivator present halted their actions, turning their gaze towards the speaker. "What? He actually followed us." "Lord Mo1." The longhorn demon's expression changed dramatically as he stammered to speak. Yet before he could finish, he was forcefully pushed aside by Mo1. "Ha! You foolish creature. Do you dare to seek your own demise?" Mo1's laughter rang out, wild and resonant, reverberating through the ears of all present. As he advanced, he employed secret techniques to safeguard his consciousness. The demon race indeed lacked in the cultivation of mental prowess. However, once on guard, it became exceedingly difficult to utilize one's mind to outwit and conquer the enemy. That is precisely what I wish to convey. You, a mere tiger demon, are nothing more than a trifling nuisance in my eyes. What do you amount to?" Lu Yuan stood firm, gazing down from above with an air of superiority. One of the three great demon generals of the demon god palace surpassed the true disciples of the 10,000 beginning sacred land by a considerable margin, boasting a cultivation level of the fourth realm of the cave heaven stage. Ever since he stepped into the cave heaven stage, his confidence allowed him to disregard all adversaries within this realm, leaving him unafraid. "Hold! How dare you show disrespect to Lord Mo1? Kneel and bow your head, and I may spare your life." The comparison of Mo1 to mere animals incited the fury of the demon cultivators of the demon god palace, who approached, glaring with murderous intent. "Begone!" Lu Yuan's eyes turned icy, and without further ado, he unleashed the five elements hand seal, weaving through the air with five-colored divine light, striking down with tremendous force. Boom! The colossal hand of divine energy descended with terrifying might and incredible speed, delivering a crushing blow. Instantly, at least 5 or 6 demon cultivators let out agonized cries, their bodies shattered, heads exploding, lifeless. Among them was even a formidable demon cultivator of the cave heaven stage, who could not escape this calamity. "You seek death." Mo1 was taken aback, his expression turning grotesque. He had not noticed Lu Yuan forming seals. The speed of his spell casting was utterly astonishing. With a furious roar, Mo1 surged forward, enveloped in a torrent of demonic energy. Launching himself at Chapter 63, The Gathering of Powerful Beings and the Settling of Dust, the scene is bloodied. Aside from Lu Yuan, no signs of life remain at the scene. With a flick of his hand, Lu Yuan summoned the storage bags of the demon cultivators. A substantial amount of source energy was drawn into his possession. However, having learned from his previous experiences, he refrained from taking any magical artifacts. One could never know if any particular treasure had been refined by formidable demon beings, which might lead to unforeseen complications. Having completed his tasks, Lu Yuan's gaze fell upon the medium-sized or vein before him. The people from the demon god palace had already extracted nearly 1/3 of the pure source energy. The ground was littered with stone skins and powder, serving merely as a decorative garment for his endeavors. With divine power surging within him, Lu Yuan made a sweeping gesture, forcefully descending. Boom. The mountain cracked in response, splitting into several segments. Lu Yuan activated his spatial treasure, hastily packing the shattered ore. The ancient tides would not last beyond 3 days. Time was of the essence. He had no luxury to slowly extract the pure source. He could only take everything at once. Following this, Lu Yuan departed from the area and continued his journey. The forbidden zone was shrouded in darkness and fog. A tall figure swiftly navigated through the dense mist. After advancing for several hundred miles, Lu Yuan suddenly halted, noticing an illusory barrier blocking his path. The Hall of Illusions. Lu Yuan's gaze flickered with recognition. He had previously encountered individuals from this faction in the Lineage mountain range and felt a striking resemblance in the aura emanating from the barrier. After a brief contemplation, Lu Yuan activated the walking character secret art, intertwining the runes beneath his feet, and stepped through the barrier. The walking character secret art, a supreme technique from the East Wilderness, was renowned for breaking temporal constraints and disregarding any formations. It was not merely a claim, it truly possessed such efficacy. Lu Yuan advanced boldly through this area. After traversing 5 or 6 miles, he finally discovered the location of the Hall of Illusions members. However, it was evident that more than one faction was present. In addition to the Hall of Illusions, there were also representatives from the Daoi sacred land, the Tianqi Lu family, and several members of the Demon God Palace. Such a lively gathering. Lu Yuan was somewhat astonished, but continued to stride forward fearlessly, casting an unabashed glance around. Among these factions, he recognized some familiar faces, such as the young expert from the Hall of Illusions, Xiahou Qing, who had also received a sage's inheritance alongside him in that shattered small world. He was the only other survivor aside from Lu Yuan who had emerged alive with the inheritance. It appeared that Xiahou Qing had gained substantial fortune, as his cultivation had risen to the cave heaven realm. Additionally, Bai Luan from the Demon God Palace was also present, standing beside a demoness whose status seemed significant, possibly another of the 3 demon generals. As for the Lu family, among 7 or 8 individuals, only one was familiar to Lu Yuan. He had previously made an appearance at the wedding banquet of Gu Qinghuang, welcoming several young guests from various factions. This was none other than Lu Qinghuang, a notable member of the Lu family. Someone has entered. Simultaneously, the gathering of young powerhouses noticed the unexpected arrival of Lu Yuan. Who is this person? He possesses some skill to see through the barrier I set. A remarkable young man from the Hall of Illusions looked on with mild surprise, studying Lu Yuan intently. Senior brother Qin, he is the holy body Lu Yuan. Xiahou Qing, standing behind, changed his expression slightly and stepped forward to warn. It was evident that previously, in the Lineage mountain range, Lu Yuan had slain the talented youth Meng Zhao before his eyes, managing to escape under the watchful gaze of 2 powerful factions. This left a significant shadow over him, perceiving Lu Yuan as a formidable figure to be treated with caution. Oh, is he the one who can cultivate the ancient holy body? His essence flows, and he has reached this level, Qin Hanfeng murmured, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. It is Lu Yuan. He has indeed found his way here. The young experts of the Lu family grew restless, contemplating their thoughts. However, Lu Qinghuang remained composed, merely casting a glance before withdrawing his gaze. So it is you, wretched creature. The young mistress has been searching for you. Little did you know you would present yourself. Truly, you chose the path of heaven and ignored the gates of hell. Bai Luan's expression shifted from surprise to cold murderous intent. He turned sideways, his imposing form emanating a terrifying demonic aura. Is this person truly the holy body the young mistress seeks? He doesn't seem particularly impressive. You and Mo are becoming more and more pathetic, bringing shame to our demon god palace. The female demon general flicked her scarlet tongue, sneering before gathering her demonic energy, ready to strike. Just then, a sharp divine light suddenly surged from a distance. Swish! Both Bai Luan and the female demon general retreated a step to evade the attack. Lu Qinghuang, are you going to intervene to protect him? Both of them spoke coldly, their expressions darkening. After all, he is a member of my Lu family. I cannot stand idly by. Your grievances are merely a verbal dispute from the Divine City auction. Allow him to apologize to your demon god palace, and let this matter rest. I shall speak to the Tianyao on your behalf. Lu Qinghuang stood with his hands behind his back, speaking indifferently, his tone exuding an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, both Bai Luan and the female demon general's expressions darkened. This Lu Qinghuang was no ordinary individual. In the southern region, few could overshadow his brilliance. A year ago, he had engaged in battle with the young mistress Tianyao for 3 days and nights, ultimately losing by a mere move. His strength was exceptionally formidable, far beyond what they could contend with. If he truly aimed to protect the holy body Lu Yuan, they would find themselves at a loss. Bai Luan and the female demon general exchanged uncertain glances, deliberating their next course of action. Meanwhile, Lu Changqing's gaze shifted to Lu Yuan, and he transmitted a commanding tone. The current situation of the family is dire. We are in need of source energy. Now that you have embarked on the path of cultivation, you should understand your place. Do not create formidable enemies for the family. Apologize, and I shall handle the subsequent matters. Lu Yuan frowned at these words. He had been observing from the sidelines, waiting for the 2 demon generals to come forth and send them off to reunite with Mo1. Little did he expect that an unexpected troublemaker would emerge. Lu Changqing, as a prominent member of the Lu family, had not interacted with him much in the past and often held himself in high regard, looking down on few individuals. Now, he stood up to support him, likely fearing that the upper echelons of the family would reprimand him for not assisting in times of need. However, this support was rather unconvincing. Soft or firm, it was neither here nor there. To act with such hesitation was indeed a display of, you should first manage your own affairs. Know your place? Where do these formidable foes come from? Mere ants, easily extinguished with a flick of my hand. Lu Yuan could not be bothered to transmit a message. He bellowed coldly, showing no regard for any semblance of respect. In the next moment, he stomped heavily, causing cracks to spread through the ground, collapsing inch by inch. Transforming into a streak of golden lightning, he charged directly toward the forces of the Demon God Palace. Chapter 64, A Rampage. What? He dares to strike first. At this moment, all the powerful beings present were taken aback. Only the 2 demon generals from the Demon God Palace were elated, exclaiming, "Do you see? He is seeking his own demise, and we cannot be blamed for it. Kill him." Bai Luan and the female demon general exchanged cold smiles, swiftly mobilizing their power to confront Lu Yuan head-on. Both were at the 4th level of the cave heaven realm, standing out among their generation. Few could rival them, aside from the prominent figures of various factions, the Holy Sons and Holy Maidens. Their combined assault was truly formidable. Boom. In an instant, the 3 engaged in fierce combat. The demon clan is renowned for its formidable physical prowess, instilling a natural confidence in its. Even the legendary strongest physiques of the human race dared to compete in close combat. However, it soon became apparent to Bai Luan and the female demon general that the situation was dire. Lu Yuan's vitality was overwhelmingly terrifying, surging like a volcanic eruption, capable of shaking mountains and overturning seas. The golden handprint struck fiercely, causing their bodies to tremble violently, their bones cracking under the pressure. Bang! Another golden handprint erupted with blinding brilliance, engulfing everything. It shattered one of Bai Luan's precious artifacts, reducing it to ruins and sending him careening backward, coughing up blood. Screech! Filled with both astonishment and fury, Bai Luan abandoned all restraint, unleashing a roar as he transformed into his true form. Enormous wings enveloped the sky, shimmering like azure divine gold, sharp and formidable. This was the Qinghuang bird, a powerful lineage within the demon clan. Once ascended, its feathers resembled divine swords, indestructible and exceedingly sharp. Kill! Bai Luan bellowed, his body radiating brilliant light as he dove down. Birdman! Lu Yuan scoffed disdainfully, the sea of bitterness quaking, turning tumultuous as he approached without employing any mystical arts or secret techniques. Simply closing the distance with a single step and delivering a mighty punch. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated, shaking the void. Even in his true form, Bai Luan found it impossible to contend with Lu Yuan in this realm of physicality. With that one punch, his wing bones were shattered, and he plummeted, trapped in a perilous situation. Meanwhile, another offensive surged forth. The azure sky was pristine, and the verdant waves rolled in like 1,000 tides, crashing towards Lu Yuan. Humph! Lu Yuan cast a sidelong glance, snorting coldly. In that instant, chaotic energy surged in the void, and a blue lotus sprouted beside him, its 3 leaves trembling. Boom! The overwhelming green radiance dissipated like ripples on water, collapsing and rebounding fiercely. The manifestation of the holy body, the chaotic seed blue lotus. The female demon general was taken aback, unable to evade, becoming ensnared in the void, unable to escape. Though her attack failed, it provided Bai Luan with a chance to flee, flapping his wings to escape and forcibly create distance from Lu Yuan. Thinking of fleeing? Lu Yuan turned, his eyes flashing with brilliance, his enormous hand reaching out with forceful intent. Rip. The entire Qinghuang wing, flesh and bone, was torn away by Lu Yuan. Blood cascading down like a torrential rain. Ah! Bai Luan screamed, sensing a terrifying threat of death. His Rim Chapter 65. Deterrence. The hubristic words reverberated like thunder in the ears of the assembly. What? He demands half? Such audacity. The young powerhouses of the illusionary palace and the Dao sacred land erupted in outrage, their indignation palpable. The members of the Tianqi Lu family glared in fury as well. Lu Chaqing's expression was particularly grim. His earlier intentions to mediate the conflict between the demon god palace and Lu Yuan had backfired spectacularly. Within less than a year, the latter had ascended to such heights. Not only had he defied him, but he had also annihilated the personnel of the demon god palace, resulting in the death of two formidable demon generals. A bitter enmity had been forged. Given the temperament of the celestial demon, retribution was inevitable. And now, he sought to claim half of the primordial life stones from this place, an affront to his dignity. Though the slaughter of two demon generals showcased undeniable strength, was it not overly presumptuous to demand half of the primordial life stones? Did he regard them as inconsequential? A mocking voice emerged from the crowd of the Dao sacred land. If you wish to speak, then step forth. Hiding like a coward, you wretched creature. Lu Yuan's divine sense was extraordinarily potent. Even under the oppressive environment of the primordial ancient mind, he surpassed his peers, quickly locating the source of the taunt. With a swift motion, a golden heavenly blade, forged from formidable divine consciousness, shot forth from his eyes, enveloped in an overwhelming imperial aura. Bang! A young man from the Dao team let out a horrified scream, his complexion draining of color as blood trickled from his brow. You dare to act ferociously? He cried in fear, but as he attempted to utter more, he was met with a chilling gaze, causing him to swallow his words. The ancient sacred body that can cultivate, how imposing. To be so arrogant upon barely entering the cave heaven realm. If you were to attain divinity, what chaos would ensue? Those who dare harm the people of the Dao sacred land shall not meet a good end. At this moment, a young powerhouse from the Dao sacred land stepped forward, confronting Lu Yuan. He appeared to be in his 20s, with striking features and an imposing presence. Exuding an aura of terrifying might. He was indeed a peak practitioner of the fifth layer of the cave heaven realm, a notable figure within the sacred land. Are you the son of Dao? Lu Yuan inquired, casting him a sidelong glance. Second true disciple is Gu Qinghuang. The newcomer announced himself, his tone laced with arrogance. I have never heard of you. Lu Yuan showed no respect, his golden blood energy swirling around him as he unleashed a blazing fist of light. Boom. Gu Qinghuang's expression shifted as dazzling light erupted from his fingertips, forming a luminous barrier to shield his chest. However, after a brief stalemate, the overwhelming force proved too much. The barrier shattered, and Gu Qinghuang staggered back several steps. Gu Qinghuang's countenance darkened, his murderous intent evident. He had never encountered someone so. I shall ask again. Who has objections? Step forward and speak. I shall entertain all challengers. Lu Yuan's cold gaze swept across the surroundings, his words resonant and commanding. He had entered the cave heaven realm, possessed two supreme physiques, and practiced the imperial scriptures, mastering the second of the 9 supreme secrets. He truly harbored an invincible confidence, capable of looking down upon his contemporaries. Damn, this sacred body is insufferably arrogant. It incites a desire to slay him. Among the ranks of the illusionary palace, many seethed with anger, yet they dared only to curse silently, fearful of suffering the same fate as the previous victim. The achievements of shattering 2 demon generals in 3 to 5 exchanges were not mere tales. The legend of the ancient sacred body's invincibility at the same level was indeed terrifying, unmatched by any peer. Meanwhile, numerous gazes turned towards the figure at the forefront. Curiosity evident in their expressions. Xiahou Qing, do you think he has the audacity to slay us all? The leader of the illusionary palace, a man known as Brother Qin, wore an expression of fluctuating emotions, momentarily intimidated by Lu Yuan's overwhelming presence, caught in a dilemma, and thus discreetly transmitted his thoughts to the side. Xiahou Qing fell silent for a moment, recalling the events that transpired within the Lianyun mountain range, and solemnly replied, he truly dares. Upon hearing this, Brother Qin's thoughts grew more troubled, and he fell silent. Lu Qinghuang, you of the Lu family certainly carry yourself with great pride, seemingly disregarding your rank. Shouldn't you say something in this situation? Gu Qinghuang's face darkened as he spoke, having suffered a significant setback in their brief encounter, his anger unquenchable. There is no need for kin to clash over a few primordial life stones. If everyone agrees, I have no objections. You need not sow discord. Lu Chongqing's composure returned, maintaining his unshakable demeanor as he spoke calmly. At his words, the young experts behind him were stunned. Though confused, none dared to refute him. After all, Lu Chongqing was of the family lineage, with a status that commanded respect. Seeing his intentions laid bare, Zhuo Chongfeng's expression soured further. The illusionary palace had been reduced to a position of submission, unable to retaliate. With Lu Chongqing showing no intent to engage, it appeared that he alone could not achieve victory. Even if he could prevail, he would likely emerge severely injured. At that point, should the two families compete for dominance, they would truly be left in a state of helplessness. Contemplating this, Zhuo Chongfeng's gaze flickered, and he ultimately forced himself to swallow his indignation, falling silent. Lu Yuan scoffed inwardly, filled with disdain. These three great factions had been locked in a stalemate for so long. Yet they had not divided the primordial life stones within the pit, revealing their hesitance and cowardice, unworthy of concern. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan extended a golden hand. Grasping into the pit, 16 pieces of primordial life stones were swiftly seized, and with a resounding bang, the Yuan magnetic prison peak returned. He collected the storage bags of the two demon generals and, under the watchful eyes of all, departed with a flourish. Chapter 66. Encounter with fellow disciples. The Taichu Fate Stone is a unique product from the ancient Taichu mines, unattainable elsewhere. It is said to be imbued with the essence of Taichu, capable of resisting the erosion of time, offering inexpressible benefits to beings beyond the divine realm, thus rendering it extremely precious. By a stroke of fortune, 8 pieces were acquired, along with the complete annihilation of the 3 demon generals of the Demon God Palace, a truly unexpected delight. Subsequently, Lu Yuan chose not to linger, swiftly advancing deeper into the ancient Taichu mines. Days passed in a blur as Lu Yuan traversed countless miles, occasionally encountering individuals from other factions, such as the Kanglin Holy Land, the Taichu Holy Land, and disciples from various other prestigious sections. However, their cultivation levels were generally low, mostly at the Divine Palace stage, occupying only minor source mines that could yield a mere few tens of thousands of pounds of source energy. Lu Yuan regarded them with simply bypassing them without any conflict. At present, a thunderous sound erupted as the Yuan magnetic prison peak illuminated the sky, crashing down and pulverizing a small source mine beneath it. The rich essence of heaven and earth immediately enveloped the area. Lu Yuan, employing his chaotic technique, inhaled deeply, absorbing it into the sea of bitterness for rapid refinement. While ordinary cultivators would meditate and slowly absorb source energy, Lu Yuan's approach was straightforward and assertive, seamlessly enhancing his power with each step, making the process exceedingly efficient. Were it not for the limited duration of the ancient mine's tide, this place would undoubtedly serve as a coveted training ground for Lu Yuan. As Lu Yuan prepared to depart, a sudden commotion arose ahead. A man and a woman burst forth from the thick mist, engaged in fierce combat, their divine light shimmering. Various profound techniques emerged, each possessing immense destructive power, indicating their formidable strength. However, the woman embroiled in the fight bore tattered garments stained with blood, revealing her pale skin. She was clearly at a disadvantage. Is this the extent of the true disciples from the Wanchu Holy Land? They cannot even wield the methods of the sun and moon. It is truly disappointing. The man clad in a dark robe remarked coldly, his expression one of disdain. Fanatic, prepare to die. The woman, with a frigid tone, wielded her 3-foot ash, unleashing a torrent of blinding swordlight. Trivial skills. Great finger of heaven. The dark-robed man deftly maneuvered, leaping into the air, his fingertips sparkling like jade, surrounded by endless divine radiance. As he pressed down with a single finger, boom, a terrifying energy storm erupted, engulfing everything. The myriad sword lights dimmed instantly, then shattered explosively, scattering divine light throughout the heavens and the earth. Simultaneously, the overwhelming shockwave sent the woman in the long dress flying backward. Blood, her delicate face tightened, glaring ahead, revealing a hint of trepidation. The Meng family's secret technique, the Great Finger of Heaven, was said to be created by a great sage. Its power was indeed formidable, living up to its reputation. At that moment, both combatants became aware of another presence in the vicinity, immediately directing their gazes toward Lu Yuan. "It's you," the woman exclaimed, recognizing Lu Yuan in an instant. The other man, his expression momentarily softening, revealed a smirk. "Ha ha ha, what a pleasant surprise. You, a worthless body, have hidden away here." Lu Yuan, maintaining a stoic demeanor, cast a glance at him. Though unfamiliar with the man, he recognized him as a member of the Meng family, as evidenced by the earlier display of the Great Finger of Heaven. The woman in the long dress was none other than Lu Hong, a familiar figure who once competed with Gu Qinghuang for the title of Holy Maiden. "Do you need assistance?" Lu Yuan inquired, raising an eyebrow at Lu Hong. Her face brightened at his words. Having heard of the deeds of the Heavenly Star Merchant Association in the Divine City, she understood that the holy body had grown significantly in strength. "Thank you, Junior Brother Lu, for your gallant aid. Just hold him off for half a stick of incense," Lu Hong conveyed earnestly. Lu Yuan nodded lightly in response, offering no further comments as he swiftly positioned himself opposite the dark-robed man. Lu Hong seized the opportunity to retrieve a precious elixir, consuming it quickly to assistance from you? With your mere first-stage cave heaven cultivation, you dare to challenge me." The dark-robed man scoffed disdainfully. "But this works to my advantage. I won't have to scurry around like a rat. Meng Yao claimed your head is worth 300,000 pounds of source energy, which I shall graciously accept. Have you finished your dying words?" Lu Yuan remarked, crossing his arms, his gaze indifferent, as if viewing a corpse. "Seeking death?" The dark-robed man roared in fury, his body trembling as he charged forward with lightning speed, leaving multiple afterimages in his wake, interwoven with thunderous light, akin to traversing the void. Before he could close the distance, Lu Yuan activated the walking secret, the patterns beneath his feet intertwining as he appeared before the man. The speed was so astonishing it seemed to transcend time and distance, leaving no room for reaction. "What?" The dark-robed man gasped in shock, preparing to unleash his technique, only to see a fist enveloped in resplendent holy light rapidly enlarging in his vision. Boom! An overwhelming force erupted, akin to a towering mountain colliding head-on. The dark-robed man was sent crashing from the sky into the ground, creating a massive crater. "What speed is this?" He coughed blood, his face etched with disbelief and terror. Gathering his momentum, he shattered the rubble around him and surged upward, swiftly summoning a treasure, imbuing it with divine power, unleashing endless killing intent toward Lu Yuan. Boom! Boom! Lu Yuan evaded effortlessly, his movements ethereal and elusive, imbued with an enigmatic Dao rhythm, weaving through the myriad lethal lights with ease. Ultimately, he descended like a specter, closing in for the kill. The Great Finger of Heaven. The dark-robed man sensed the impending danger and shouted fiercely. However, before he could utter the fourth word, a colossal hand, resembling a grinding millstone, shot forth with blinding speed, seizing the dark-robed man's fingers and twisting them forcefully. Crack! Ah! The dark-robed man screamed in agony as his left fingers were crushed into powder, mingled with blood. "This technique, I am more familiar with. A display of skill in front of the master." Lu Yuan sneered coldly, unwilling to prolong the conflict. A wisp of strange, chaotic energy seeped into the dark-robed man's body, ruthlessly extinguishing all remnants of his vitality. Bang! The dark-robed man's body collapsed lifelessly backward, devoid of breath. The entire confrontation lasted no more than 3 breaths. "What? How is this possible?" Lu Hong stood dumbfounded, her eyes wide with disbelief. "I asked him to hold out for half a stick of incense. In less than 3 breaths, he was slain? Keep in mind, the medicinal effect of the pill I consumed hasn't even taken effect yet." Chapter 67, The Chaotic Battlefield. The arrival of Lu Yuan on the scene before Lu Hong was utterly dreamlike. It reminded her of the Sacred Land competition several months ago, when Lu Yuan was merely an obscure inner disciple of the spirit-nurturing realm. How little time had passed, and yet his combat prowess had already eclipsed her own. Such a terrifying pace of cultivation was astonishing, and in the vast expanse of the 5 domains, few could rival him. On the other side, having swiftly dealt with the man in the black robe, Lu Yuan turned to inquire. "He is from the Meng family, correct? Why was he pursuing you?" Upon hearing his words, Lu Hong regained her composure and hastily replied, "Your Highness, the Holy Maiden, and Your Highness, the Holy Son, have discovered a large source mine deep within the ancient quarry. It contains divine source crystals valued at over 1 million pounds of source energy. However, the news leaked, and now not only the Ming family but also the people from the Demon God Palace and several major sacred lands are vying for it, leading to a chaotic struggle. This man relentlessly pursued me, forcing me to flee to this distance. A large source mine containing divine source." Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened at her words. Divine source is the purest essence of heaven and earth. In addition to aiding cultivation, it can also seal powerful life forms, preventing the loss of vitality, making it exceedingly precious. 1 pound of divine source is equivalent to 50,000 pounds of pure source, highlighting the immense value of that large source mine, which has drawn countless young powerhouses to contend for it. How are your injuries? Can you lead the way? Lu Yuan asked urgently. For this was a matter of Gu Qinghuang's safety. I'm fine. I can recover while we proceed. Lu Hong nodded, her gaze resolute. Good. With that, the two figures soared into the air, racing towards the depths of the ancient quarry. Majestic mountains rose in clusters, with the central peak shining brilliantly, radiating a divine light in a crescent shape. Such a terrain was rare around the periphery of the ancient quarry, exceedingly peculiar. At present, the surrounding void was divided into dozens of battlefields, where the clamor of battle echoed, and the air trembled violently, as if on the verge of collapse. Countless secret techniques emerged in succession, intertwining divine light and magical artifacts, creating chaotic waves of energy. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. The holy son of Dao emanated a dazzling holy light, a myriad of glimmers enveloping him, making him appear as a celestial deity descending upon the world. He reached out to the heavens, casting a mysterious diagram that shrouded the sky, suppressing all directions. On the other side, from the Ming family's ranks, Meng Yao approached with a cold smile, his fingers crackling with lightning, weaving into a vast sea of thunder, imbued with destructive power that threatened to overwhelm. Both of these individuals were among the most formidable of the younger generation. Their initial strikes were terrifying beyond imagination. With an unflinching expression, Yin Tiandu remained calm under their assault. His left hand conjured the essence of the moon, while his right hand transformed into the sun, alternating between black and white energies, unleashing boundless killing intent that swept everything away. Boom! A deafening crash resonated, with energy ripples spreading like water waves, blurring everything around. The holy son of Dao and Meng Yao staggered back several steps, both revealing expressions of surprise. The Taiyin and Taiang techniques of the Wanchu sacred land were indeed as formidable as rumored. It was almost certain that these were 2 volumes of the most powerful ancient scriptures. This is merely a matter of skill. Meng Yao scoffed, his bloodthirsty gaze fixed ahead, declaring, Yin Tiandu, of the Wanchu sacred land, you are indeed a noteworthy adversary. However, do you truly believe you can seize the entire mine by yourself? Success or failure will be determined through combat. If you have the ability, come and try to take it. Yin Tiandu replied coldly, his expression unyielding. Humph. You seek your own demise. Meng Yao snorted, charging forward once more without hesitation. The holy son of Dao also unleashed his power, commanding a formidable spiritual artifact to strike. With over 1,000,000 pounds of source mine in sight, no one could resist the allure. If they could bring it back to their sect, it would undoubtedly be a monumental achievement, worthy of boundless rewards. On another front, the holy maiden of Dao, the holy son of Taichu, the celestial demon, and the top 10 young experts from the illusory demise palace, including Gu Qinghuang, were all engaged in a fierce battle, locked in a struggle that seemed unresolvable. It was a grand melee, where everyone except their own faction was an enemy. It was a test of who could endure until the end. The combatants on the peripheral battlefields were not weak either. Those closest to the mine were at the level of the true disciples of major factions, all of them cultivators of the cave heaven realm, their immense magical powers surging forth like a tidal wave, illuminating the ancient quarry's periphery, dispelling the mist and transforming it into daylight. Boom! The holy maiden of Dao, her face veiled in white silk, her figure graceful, swept her delicate hand, unleashing a torrent of holy light that engulfed the heavens and the earth in indiscriminate attacks. The holy son of Taichu, with luminous cheekbones, unleashed a multitude of intricate patterns, forming a terrifying killing formation as a chorus of swords sang out in unison, exuding an overwhelming aura of slaughter. The 2 top experts from the illusory demise palace also activated their sect's ultimate techniques, manifesting myriad forms, intertwining illusions that were indistinguishable from reality. The celestial demon, with a cold demeanor, exhibited a towering physique infused with ominous energy. A single punch shook the mountains and the earth, overwhelming all attacks, showcasing the terrifying physical strength of the celestial demon. Gu Qinghuang, with her back against the mine, faced a greater number of assaults. Yet, she handled them with remarkable ease. Her delicate face remained calm, her beautiful eyes shimmering with divine light as she struck forth, unleashing the force of the Taiyin like an endless river flowing through time. Chilling to the core. Since obtaining the Taiyin divine essence gifted by Lu Yuan, her mastery of the Taiyin path had deepened significantly, having cultivated the ancient scripture to an advanced level. Even among the top figures of the younger generation, none dared to underestimate her, filled with trepidation. After all, with the enhancement of her innate constitution, Any technique could not be treated lightly. It had the power to transform decay into the miraculous, to harmonize with the void, establishing an undefeated position, making her exceedingly formidable. Just as the battle around the mine reached a stalemate, Lu Yuan and Lu Hong's figures appeared nearby. The intense energy fluctuations ahead were unmistakable. At this moment, there was no longer a need for Lu Hong to lead the way. "I'll go ahead." With those words, Lu Yuan activated the movement technique, transforming into a brilliant golden light that surged forward. The terrifying speed was something Lu Hong had witnessed before, no longer shocking to her. However, to those present, it was an entirely different experience. "Is something coming?" A startled shout rang out in the battlefield. Suddenly, a golden light rampaged through the moving with lightning speed, akin to a dragon unleashed, colliding fiercely with the young powerhouses of various factions. Some were sent soaring into the sky. Others were struck into the ground, and even the sturdy magical artifacts were shattered in the chaos. With sheer force, Lu Yuan carved a path through the tumultuous battlefield, leaving countless spectators astonished and moved. Chapter 68. Let him come. Who is this person? What speed is this? Numerous young experts, dazed from the impact, struggled to rise, their expressions reflecting a profound shock. "I recognize him. He is the sacred body, Lu Yuan." Suddenly, a voice of astonishment pierced through the air, revealing the identity of the newcomer. At this proclamation, even the central battlefield fell into a hush. Gu Qinghuang waved her hand to fend off the oncoming attack and turned to glance back, a look of delight blooming on her fair face. At that moment, the resplendent golden light had already arrived before her. "Are you all right?" Lu Yuan examined her from head to toe, his expression easing as he asked softly. Gu Qinghuang replied with a gentle smile. "Quite interesting. You, the worthless body, dare to appear before me. However, this is fortuitous, as it saves me from sending others to find you. This place shall be your tomb." The towering figure of the celestial demon stepped forward, his gaze powerful, emanating a sinister force that sent chills down one's spine. "Send someone to find me? It seems you have no one left to send now. I have already sent the 3 demon generals of the demon god palace on their way. Don't be anxious. It's your turn next." Lu Yuan cast a cold glance at him, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "What did you say?" The celestial demon was taken aback, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Logically, Mo1 and Bai Luan should have received the news and come to provide support. Yet, having fought alone for so long, he had seen no one. Could it be? As he said, the celestial demon's eyes turned icy, filled with unprecedented murderous intent. Even the nearby Daoi Sainus, Taichu Saint's son, and 2 top experts from the illusionary palace exchanged glances, their expressions grim. The 3 demon generals were all slain? Is that true? If so, the demon god palace has suffered a tremendous loss this time. At that moment of hesitation, a sudden shout echoed from a distance. "Lu Yuan, you killed my brother. Prepare to pay with your life." Meng Yao's eyes burned crimson as he beheld his nemesis plunging into a frenzied state, charging from another side. However, Yin Tiandu was already aware of their grudge. The instant he saw Lu Yuan's arrival, he braced himself. "Meng Yao, your opponent is me," Yin Tiandu called out, his brow glowing, with his left hand embodying the moon and his right the sun. He intertwined a formidable chaotic energy, striking down with a powerful palm to block Meng Yao's advance. "Get lost." Meng Yao's gaze was fierce, an overwhelming divine power surging within him as he unleashed a devastating strike. Boom. The void quaked violently. The great cut sky finger, famed for its ability to sever even the heavens, could not break through the chaotic river unleashed by Yin Tiandu, still preventing his advance by even a single step. The moon and sun transformed into chaos. Yin Tiandu had mastered the half-scroll of the ancient chaotic scripture from the Wanchu Holy Land. The young elite experts around them changed color in unison. The chaotic law is known as the origin of all things, the ultimate of all laws, incredibly difficult to master. Even possessing half a scroll of the ancient scripture, few have succeeded in practicing it since the founding of the sect. To think that Yin Tiandu had achieved it, truly a prodigious talent, a terrifying figure that demands respect. What does the chaotic law matter? Do you truly wish to stand in my way? Meng Yao remained indifferent, brimming with murderous intent. The sacred body had slain his younger brother. His parents wept, and his elders shed tears. If he did not avenge this, he would be unworthy of the Meng family lineage. You possess the cultivation of the 7th heaven of the cave realm, while junior brother Lu has only recently begun his training. To press your advantage, I shall not stand idle. Yin Tiandu spoke calmly, his demeanor unwavering. Very well. Then I shall kill you first. Upon hearing this, Mengyo realized that crossing over Yin Tiandu to slay the sacred body had become impossible. He would have to eliminate this Wanshu Saint's son first to have a chance. Feel free to try. Yin Tiandu responded with composed strength, embodying the indomitable spirit of the young generation's strongest. As his words fell, the atmosphere thickened, a terrifying aura gradually rising, causing the distant rocks to crack and ancient trees to splinter. Many people felt fear, realizing that the pinnacle of the younger generation was about to engage in earnest conflict. The Daoyi Saint's son's expression also grew serious, prepared for the impending battle. Just as everyone's nerves were taut, a light, airy voice unexpectedly floated from the other side of the mountain. No worries. Brother Yin, let him come. Lu Yuan, stepping upon the void, his robes billowing, showed no hint of fear, instead beckoning Mengyao with a flick of his hand. The sacred body is so audacious? The celestial demon wishes to kill him. And Meng Yao seeks his life as well. Does he aspire to face both? Many in attendance were taken aback, secretly deeming him another madman. Do you truly think you can handle this? Do not overestimate yourself. Meng Yu and the celestial demon are not to be trifled with. Yin Tiandu frowned, hastily conveying his concern. Lu Yuan gazed at him, offering a smile and resolutely nodding. Yin Tiandu's eyes flickered, ultimately heaving a sigh as he dissipated the chaotic river. He understood that true strength is forged through trials by fire and blood. Since Lu Yuan possessed such confidence, he would allow him the opportunity to fight. This is fascinating. I know not where you derive your confidence to contend with me. Yet I believe, once I shatter every bone in your body, I shall uncover the answer. With the barrier of the chaotic river removed, Mengyu laughed uproariously, taking a mighty step forward, enveloped in an overwhelming aura of terror, charging toward Lu Yuan. A worthless body, indeed, but your arrogance is undeniable, the celestial demon remarked, a hint of mockery crossing his face. Can you handle this? Gu Qinghuang transmitted her concern, worry evident in her tone. No problem, just be careful yourself, Lu Yuan replied, then without further ado, soared into the sky. Raising his right hand, he unleashed a great cut sky finger toward the swiftly approaching Meng Yao, brimming with provocation. Then, with a flick of his left, he drew forth 3 bloody heads of demon beasts from his storage pouch, casting them toward the celestial demon. Mo1, by Luan, Shimei, you. The celestial demon erupted in fury. Mengyo shattered the great cut sky finger before him with a single punch, instantly realizing it was obtained from Meng Zhao. His eyes turning even redder as he shouted, "Ah, I will kill you. Come." A smile graced Lu Yuan's lips as he activated the movement technique, transforming into a beam of golden light, dashing into the mountains, pursued by 2 furious figures. Chapter 69, 1 against 2, Fierce Battle. 3 figures stood resolutely in the void, delineating another battlefield. A terrifying aura of murderous intent seemed almost tangible, causing the trembling mountains to shudder. Lu Yuan stood tall, facing the challenge with calmness. This was his first encounter with the elite of the younger generation from the eastern wilderness. Both opponents were at the 7th layer of the cave heaven realm, far surpassing him in strength. Yet, he felt no fear, only exhilaration and a fierce desire for combat. Golden blood energy surged around him, his bones resonating with a metallic sound, radiating an astonishing fighting spirit. Kill. No superfluous words were exchanged. The heavenly demon and Mengyao, unable to contain their murderous intent, transformed into streaks of light, launching themselves towards him in an instant. Bang! The initial clash erupted in a thunderous roar as their physical bodies collided in the void. Lu Yuan was enveloped in the imperial dragon aura, his vitality exploding forth. A massive golden hand, resembling a grinding wheel, swept through the air with relentless ferocity, his assault reaching its zenith. The heavenly demon's eyes gleamed with an eerie light, exuding overwhelming demonic energy. Unafraid of the ancient sacred body's physical prowess as they engaged in close-quarters combat, each punch landing with bone-crushing force. In contrast, Mengyu found himself unable to match the two in this domain. In just a few exchanges, he was forced back, his arms numb and aching as though he had struck against celestial gold. Boom, boom. The heavenly demon and Lu Yuan unleashed a flurry of fists akin to a tempest, their fierce battle shaking the very fabric of the void, threatening to collapse it. The sheer magnitude of their power was unimaginable. A massive sword beam, entwined with purple lightning, swept in from the side, its momentum vast and overwhelming, threatening to engulf everything. This was a deadly technique, an indiscriminate assault. As Mengyao, a scion of an ancient family, recognized the danger, he sought to ensnare both adversaries within its lethal grasp. Upon sensing the approaching lightning sword beam, both opponents exchanged a brief glance and swiftly parted ways. Whoosh! Lu Yuan's brow ignited with intensity as grand Dao sounds flowed. Radiant ancient characters surged forth, transforming into a golden ocean that surged forward. The heavenly demon took a step back, purple light flashing in his eyes as he expelled a torrent of primal energy from his mouth, surging forth. Boom! The purple lightning, golden ocean, and primal energy infused with purple intent utterly engulfed the void, dazzling in its brilliance. Lu Yuan activated the movement secret, being the first to burst from the luminous sphere, his speed reaching an unparalleled peak. His fingers clenched into a fist, divine light swirling around him, as he aimed a punch at Meng Yao's head. Boom! Meng Yao's expression shifted, astonished by such speed. However, being a seasoned warrior, he swiftly summoned a defensive artifact to shield himself. Clang! The terrifying force descended like a comet, crashing down with immense weight. Even with the artifact as protection, Meng Yao was sent plummeting, akin to a cannonball, crashing into the mountaintop and shattering numerous boulders before finally coming to a halt. Cough! Meng Yao's insides trembled, forcing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Yet, before he could catch his breath, a pitch-black mountain, radiating a shimmering dark light, expanded in the void, descending with the weight of 1,000 June, blotting out the sky. Boom! The Yuan magnetic prison peak crashed down, shattering stones and shaking the earth, engulfing Meng Yao's form entirely. Lu Yuan, seizing the advantage, followed up relentlessly. Bang! 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 He landed 3 heavy blows on the prison, each strike imbued with tremendous force, flattening the massive mountain. A figure embedded within the mountain was crushed into the ground, creating a deep pit, its fate unknown. Clang! At that moment, the heavenly demon erupted from the luminous sphere, moving with lightning speed, fingers curling into claws, unleashing 5 streaks of piercing azure light, cleaving through the air. Swoosh! Blood sprayed forth as several alarming gashes appeared across Lu Yuan's chest. Yet, he did not retreat. Pivoting with determination, he swung his right fist towards the heavenly demon's head. Bang! The heavenly demon was struck heavily, retreating several dozen zhang. However, being the heavenly demon body, renowned for its formidable physical strength among the demon race, such injuries were insufficient to hold him back. Kill! I shall bathe in the holy blood and become king. The heavenly demon roared in madness, his aura surging as he charged once more at Lu Yuan. Boastful words. Watch me cripple you both. Lu Yuan's hair flew wildly as his eyes glinted with intensity. He stepped into the void, hands moving in a remarkably as if initiating a supreme secret technique. Finally, he slapped his hand down, causing the very heavens to tremble. A dark, oppressive mountain descended. Upon its summit lay ancient trees, silver waterfalls, and rushing rivers, teeming with life. As if an actual mountain had plummeted from the heavens, its might unfathomable. What is this? Even the heavenly demon and Meng Yao were taken aback by the sight, fear flickering in their eyes. Chapter 70. The Victory of Combat. The power in the Forbidden Realm. Everyone is aware that a mountain cannot simply fall from the sky. It must be the result of some secret technique. Yet, its reality is so profound that it defies belief. Boom! A massive, dark mountain descended from above, crashing down upon the celestial demon and Meng Yao. The mountain was so vast that evasion was impossible. They could only brace themselves against it. What if it is real? I too can pierce through the heavens and the earth. The celestial demon roared like a wild beast, his momentum surging instantaneously. Defying the heavens, he charged upward, his demonic form radiating brilliance as he swung his fist relentlessly, creating a path through the colossal boulders that flew around him. Meanwhile, Meng Yao was not one to sit idly by. In an instant, he activated an ancient scripture of immense, resonating with the forces of this realm to their utmost limits. Grasping a thunderous spear, he thrust upward into the void. Humph! Can you withstand this? Lu Yuan gazed down disdainfully, surveying the scene from above. As he spoke, his hands continued to weave, urging the sacred combat technique. With a flick of his wrist, clouds and rain were summoned, and the great mountain loomed ominously, as if suspended in the sky. Boom! Boom! The dark mountain continued to crash down from the heavens, shaking the very fabric of this realm. Cultivators understood that to wield such a colossal technique drained an immense amount of their spiritual power. Yet, Lu Yuan's power seemed boundless, unperturbed as he unleashed a relentless assault. Each strike was a sweeping display of lethal divine arts, enough to leave onlookers aghast. What was happening over there? The young elites of various factions surrounding the mine were visibly shaken. Even the few individuals of saint-level status temporarily halted their movements, their eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. Incredible! To engage two opponents and still gain the upper hand. His combat prowess had nearly entered the realm of the forbidden. Even Tiandu could not help but express genuine admiration. Gu Qinghuang's beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance, captivated by the spectacle. After several rounds, both the celestial demon and Meng Yao found themselves in dire straits. Their faces turned pale, their bodies battered. Particularly for Meng Yao, whose powerful physique, renowned, was nearly shattered, with broken bones and displaced organs, leaving him grievously wounded. Is this the extent of power at the 7th level of the cave? Lu Yuan's gaze lowered coldly as he spoke. Just a half-wasted physique, and even heaven denies you the path to enlightenment, yet you dare to be arrogant. I will take your head and hang it upon the gates of the demon god palace. The celestial demon, indignant, could never admit defeat. It was a matter of an honor must be cleansed with blood. I refuse to believe you can infinitely wield that technique. In terms of spiritual power, you, a mere first level of the cave heaven realm, are far from my level. Let us see who exhausts their strength first. Meng Yao too was unyielding, a cold, murderous intent igniting in his eyes as he bellowed. Kill! Lu Yuan wasted no more words. His figure plummeted as he activated the movement technique. Surging forward toward the two. Boom, boom. The three figures clashed once again, but this time, Lu Yuan's assault was exponentially more ferocious. Every gesture was steeped in arcane arts. Each flick of his wrist a lethal strike, imbued with astonishing power. His left hand radiated a resplendent golden light, akin to a rising sun, suddenly thrusting forward, embodying the essence of the ancient solar scripture mastered by Tiandu. His right hand shimmered with a chilling light, exuding the essence of the moon, unleashing an unstoppable tide of murderous intent. The celestial demon was struck by a devastating solar fist, coughing up blood, the number of broken. The thunderous spear in Meng Yao's grasp exploded, purple arcs of electricity crackling wildly, sending him flying. Boom. Lu Yuan seized the advantage, accelerating his offensive, executing overwhelming strikes with unparalleled ferocity. His fists, shoulders, elbows, knees, and even every strand of hair pulsated with fierce divine light, transformed. His entire being glowed with divine radiance, exuding unmatched momentum, his spirit and essence finely honed, his combat power undeniably penetrating the realm of the forbidden. Bang, bang. After several exchanges, the celestial demon was forced to retreat step by step, even his formidable physique beginning to crack, exposing stark white bones in certain areas, a shocking sight. Finally, a hand as large as a grinding wheel clamped down on the celestial demon's head, exerting immense pressure, poised to crush it on the spot. The celestial demon's eyes blazed crimson, roaring in madness as streaks of purple light erupted from his crown, harboring a tyrannical, demonic force that forced Lu Yuan. He then activated extreme speed, retreating to gain a moment of respite. Thinking to escape? Lu Yuan's eyes turned icy as he plucked a crystalline strand of hair, transforming it into a golden spear through the sacred combat technique, hurling it at the celestial demon. The spear pierced through, spilling blood and flesh. The celestial demon's form was propelled backward, both man and spear impaled upon a towering mountain. His blood flowed down the mountainside, forming a small stream. Die for me. At that moment, a sudden roar erupted from behind. Meng Yao seized the opportunity, gathering his strength for a thunderous strike. The spear, imbued with the might of thunder, surged forth with the power of ancient scriptures, overwhelming in ferocity. Lu Yuan sensed the formidable nature of this assault and shifted his position at a sharp angle. Yet, the thunderous spear, like a swimming dragon, pierced through his shoulder blade, splattering blood. Ha! Die! Meng Yao laughed maniacally, gripping the spear tightly. Lightning crackling in his eyes as destructive energy surged through the spearhead, invading Lu Yuan's body. He, being a thunder god body, commanded the supreme power of thunder. Once it entered an enemy's body, it could instantly obliterate all vitality. Yet, in this life and death moment, Lu Yuan harbored no fear. Instead, a mocking smile graced his lips. With a thought, he swept through the chaotic essence within him. All the destructive thunderous energy was shattered, rendered non-existent. He advanced without hesitation. The thunderous spear embedded halfway through his shoulder. Disregarding the pain, he swiftly grasped Meng Yao's arm. You! Meng Yao gasped, and his pupils contracting as if witnessing the unbelievable. In the next instant, a searing pain coursed through his arm. Rip! Lu Yuan wrenched Meng Yao's entire arm from its socket, blood spraying forth, painting a gruesome scene. Chapter 71. The tides conclude. power to shake mountains. Ah! Meng Yao cried out in pain, decisively relinquishing his severed arm, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he retreated swiftly, creating a considerable distance from Lu Yuan. In stark contrast, Lu Yuan, his tall and robust figure, remained steadfast in place, resembling an insurmountable mountain, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. With a swift motion, he forcibly extracted the thunder spear entwined with purple arcs, clenching it tightly in his grip, causing it to explode with a thunderous roar. In the next instant, a vibrant green aura shimmered at his shoulder, life force surging forth as his wound writhed, and the blood ceased to flow. He was astonishingly restoring his injuries at an incredible pace. The Phoenix Rebirth Technique. This was a legendary secret art from the sage's legacy. For the first time, it was unleashed by Lu Yuan, yielding astonishing results. What? He possesses healing sacred arts. Meng Yao, clutching his severed arm, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, was struck with terror upon witnessing Lu Yuan's rapidly healing injuries. Even he, brimming with arrogance, had to concede that Lu Yuan's combat prowess was exceedingly terrifying, as if he had already stepped into a... He was capable of spanning 7 minor realms, countering him effortlessly. Moreover, his physical form, divine consciousness, techniques, and ancient scriptures were all impeccable, without any weaknesses. Now, he had exhibited such rapid restoration with sacred arts. To put it bluntly, he was nearly invincible. At this realization, for the first time, Meng Yao's heart began to waver, feeling a sense of defeat. Remaining vigilant, he shifted his gaze to another side. There, the sky demon was equally wretched. Its entire being was firmly pinned against the mountainside, thrashing and roaring, its wounds a mangled mess, yet it remained trapped. Should Lu Yuan free himself, it would face the risk of annihilation. The scene fell into a profound silence. A deadlock ensued. Lu Yuan's wounds had begun to scab over, nearing complete recovery. Just then, a thunderous rumble erupted. The earth in the distance suddenly trembled violently, as if 1,000 troops were charging forth. Endless black mist surged from the depths of the primordial ancient mine. Within that black fog, one could even discern the outlines of headless knights and ancient beings, brandishing battered long swords and spears, charging forth with malice. The ancient mine's tides had concluded. Lu Yuan focused intently, his expression shifting dramatically. Not far away, the sky demon and Meng Yao were equally astonished by the scene. They had not anticipated that the ancient mine's tides, which had lasted 3 days previously, would conclude prematurely on the 2nd day this time. Should they become entangled with those eerie beings, death within the life prohibition zone was inevitable. Ah! The sky demon, disregarding its own injuries, unleashed a furious roar. Grasping the spear tightly, it broke free from the mountainside, splattering blood as it surged toward the perimeter of the primordial ancient mine. Saint Body Lu Yuan, count yourself fortunate. Next time we meet, I shall take your life. Meng Yao, no longer hesitating, gritted his teeth, transforming into purple lightning, fleeing with blinding speed. Were the ancient mine's tides truly coming to an end? Meanwhile, the various factions engaged in fierce battles near the mine sensed the unsettling changes deep within, their expressions shifting. Oh, someone approaches. That is, the young master of the demon god palace, the sky demon. It has a spear lodged in its chest, the other end still attached to a small mountain. Is this a sign of defeat? Many gasped in horror. The sky demon wore a cold expression, its gaze icy as it swept over the distant crowd. Then without further ado, it departed with haste. Meng Yao, the Meng family scion Meng Yao has emerged. What? He is missing an... The gathered cultivators of various factions were all astonished, including those of saintly status. It was evident how brutal the battle had been. The 2 most formidable individuals of the younger generation returned bearing such injuries. Meng family disciples, heed my command. Withdraw from the primordial ancient mine at once. In that moment, Meng Yao, disregarding the strange gazes of the crowd, bellowed loudly. Instantly, numerous members of the Meng family rallied and vanished into the void. Go. With his command, the Meng family was the second to retreat. Following closely, a golden light erupted from the nearby mountains, appearing near the mine. Everyone focused their gaze. Lu Yuan, despite his tattered robes, bore no conspicuous injuries, appearing as vigorous and formidable as ever. The disparity in strength among the 3 became immediately apparent. The disciples of Daoi, the saintess of the primordial sacred land, and the young powerhouse from the illusory extinction palace, Gu Qinghuang, Tiandu, and others all turned their attention, shocked by Lu Yuan's prowess. Junior brother Lu, are you unharmed? Tiandu's lips moved as he transmitted his voice. Gu Qinghuang also fluttered over, closely examining him. I am fine. The ones in trouble are they. It is unfortunate that the ancient mind's tides concluded prematurely, allowing them to escape with their lives. Lu Yuan shook his head. Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghuang let out a sigh of relief. Disciples of Daoi, follow my lead in retreating. The saint of Daoi cast one last glance at the mine, sighed softly, then without hesitation, issued the order to withdraw. Simultaneously, the forces of the primordial sacred land and illusory extinction palace began to converge, making their way toward the mine's perimeter. It is good that junior brother Lu is safe. Let us retreat as well. Tiandu gazed into the distance, watching the encroaching, terrifying black mist emerging from the depths of the ancient mine, and spoke hastily. Agreed. Disciples of Wan Chu, withdraw from the primordial ancient mine. Gu Qinghuang nodded, her consciousness sweeping the surroundings, issuing a command. In an instant, core disciples of Wan Chu gathered swiftly, preparing for their retreat. Are we truly abandoning this large mine rich in divine essence? Lu Yuan fixated on the mine, inquiring. Alas, there is no choice. There is no treasure of vast space capable of containing the entire mine. Even now, cutting it off would, should we become entangled with the eerie beings within the black mist, escape would be impossible. Tiandu sighed, regret lacing his tone. Let me give it a try. Lu Yuan leaped and arrived at the base of the mine. Gu Qinghuang was taken aback. Tiandu wore an expression of confusion. Lu Yuan, what is he planning to do? Surely he does not intend to lift this mountain? The disciples of Wan Chu involuntarily trembled. A sense of foreboding creeping in. Madman. The ancient god-body youth Mu Chong scoffed, curling his lip. Swish. Lu Yuan tore away his tattered robe, exposing his strong, elongated torso. Boom. With a single step, the ground crumbled beneath him, his feet sinking deeply. In the next instant, he spread his 10 fingers like 10 sharp celestial swords, plunging straight into the mountainside. Lu Yuan roared, every muscle in his body bulging, a terrifying aura radiating as if a true dragon had awakened, expanding with overwhelming force. Within his sea of suffering, phenomena intertwined, reaching to the heavens and the earth. Every inch of flesh glimmered as he unleashed the full might of his sacred body for the first time. Boom! A deafening sound erupted as the entire mountain began to tremble violently, massive boulders cascading down, lifted from the earth. Lu Yuan's ebony hair, resembling a deity or a demon. With a thunderous roar, his strength surged once more. He raised his arms and astonishingly lifted the entire mountain, resting it upon his shoulders. At that moment, the entire arena was astounded. Chapter 72. Has the mountain transformed? This mine, with its source in stone skin, how heavy could it possibly? It is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Yet, astonishingly, Lu Yuan managed to lift it. Junior brother Lu. Tiandu's expression was one of shock. His words caught in his throat. Beside him, Gu Qinghuang was equally astonished, her beautiful eyes wide open, her delicate hand covering her red lips, utterly stunned. Is this a human? The disciples of the Wan Chu sect stood gaping in disbelief, mouths agape as they gazed up at the mountain. Even many core disciples who had recently entered the divine palace realm were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. I have competed on the same stage as such a person? Hanjiang felt parched, a wave of dizziness washing over him. Beside him, Mu Chong was equally alarmed. Speechless for a long moment. Go! A thunderous shout snapped everyone back to reality. Lu Yuan hoisted the mountain and took a step forward. The earth trembled with a rumble, cracking like a spider's web. Run! The black mist is coming. Tiandu and Gu Qinghuang quickly regained their senses and shouted. In the next moment, all the disciples of the Wan Chu sect soared into the air, rushing towards the periphery of the ancient mine. Boom! Boom! The ground beneath echoed with continuous thunderous sounds. To onlookers, it seemed as if a colossal mountain had sprouted legs, rampaging across the earth. Such a grand spectacle delivered an overwhelming visual shock. As Lu Yuan bore the mountain, each step he took shook the ground. Where he passed, only not a single flat surface to be found. Yet, as he continued, Lu Yuan's speed increased. Moments later, he appeared to be moving with ease, his steps quickening, as if he were flying. His pace rivaled that of some divine palace cultivators in flight. The power of the holy body is truly terrifying. Junior brother Lu is indeed a celestial being. Tiandu exclaimed sincerely while maneuvering his divine rainbow. This journey had brought him an abundance of astonishment. Merely carrying back this mountain was an immeasurable feat. Even the Holy Lord would take notice. At the periphery of the Taichu ancient mine, The powerful figures of various factions awaited with bated breath. Even those in the celestial realm could not penetrate the veil of mist with their divine senses. Thus, no one knew what transpired within the ancient mind, and they could only wait in silence. At that moment, a sudden exclamation echoed from the nearby mining area. "They're out. Someone has emerged." In an instant, a wave of powerful divine consciousness surged toward that direction, probing for answers. "It is the heavenly demon, the young master of the demon god palace. Heavens, why does he have a spear embedded in his chest, still bleeding profusely? This young man is reputed to be among the most powerful in the northern region. Who could inflict such injuries upon him?" Many elders turned pale, their hearts filled with confusion. Yet, before the divine senses could linger for long, a significant figure from the demon god palace descended. With a casual snort, he dispersed the surrounding divine consciousness. "Who injured you? What of them, Owen, by Lu Yuan and Shi Mei?" The figure from the demon god palace asked urgently. "They're all dead. Others wouldn't know." As he spoke, the heavenly demon coughed up a mouthful of blood, nearly fainting from the severity of his wounds. His chest was a gruesome sight, flesh mangled and the beating heart visible, with countless broken bones. "Let us return." The figure from the demon god palace was taken aback and dared not inquire further. With a wave of his hand, he swept up the heavenly demon and sped towards the mining area of the demon god palace. Not long after, a group of young disciples from the Meng family burst forth from the Taichu ancient mine. The others appeared mostly unscathed, but the leader, Meng Yao, was missing, a shocking sight. "Meng Yao, your arm." The arriving elders from the Meng family gasped, their pupils contracting in alarm. "Who did this to you?" "I'm not dead yet. I will avenge this myself. Return." Meng Yao's face was as dark as water as he raised his remaining arm to signal the elders to lead them back to the mine. Following that, the Daoi Holy Land, Kanglan Holy Land, Taichu Holy Land, Illusionary Palace, Lu family, Gu family, and others began to emerge from the ancient mine in succession. There were also scattered disciples from the Demon God Palace and other factions fleeing in disarray. Upon questioning a few captured individuals, the leaders of various factions learned that the black mist had surged back from the depths of the ancient mine, causing the tide to end prematurely. No wonder so many people rushed back simultaneously. However, the disciples of the Wanchu sect were noticeably absent. Even the figures of the Holy Son Yin Tiandu and the Holy Maiden Gu Qinghuang were nowhere to be seen. Could they have perished inside? Many secretly reveled in this misfortune. If that were the case, the Wanchu sect would suffer immensely. At this moment, the elders of the Wanchu sect and Shangwan Ruo were anxiously awaiting above the mining area. The powerful divine senses of various god realm experts enveloped miles around, continuously observing any movements from within the ancient mine. The Grand Elder, still no news. An ominous premonition rose in someone's heart as they spoke with a trembling voice. Calm down. Shangwan Ruo frowned, coldly reprimanding. Yes. The person lowered their head, ceasing further comments, and continued to wait. Just then, a series of dull thuds suddenly resonated from within the ancient mine, growing clearer as they approached. Within moments, the sounds intensified, shaking the entire ground violently. What is this? It seems something is about to burst forth. An elder from the Holy Land narrowed his eyes in alarm, exclaiming, could it be an otherworldly being lurking in the Forbidden Zone? It looks like it's coming for our mine. In an instant, the entire mining area of the Wanchu sect became agitated. The earth rumbled violently, prompting many inner and outer disciples to flee from their mining activities, shouting in fear, Elders, there is an earthquake. The mine is going to collapse. Prepare the formation. Shangwan Ruo's expression turned grave as she shouted sternly. Beings from the Forbidden Zone do not belong to this era. They are far too terrifying to be taken lightly. Understood. Several elders above the god realm positioned themselves in various locations, their hands glowing with divine light, ready to act at any moment. However, the next scene left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. The first to burst forth from the mist were none other than the Holy Son and Holy Maiden of the Wanchu sect. Following them were several true disciples and core disciples. Finally, a colossal mountain came crashing out of the mist, following in their wake. What, the mountains in the Taichu ancient mine have become sentient? Are they pursuing our disciples? Someone screamed, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Don't be absurd. Look, there's a person beneath that mountain. It's Lu Yuan. Chapter 73. Tremors from all directions in an instant. The mining area of the Wanchu sacred land erupted with tumultuous waves. Many sharp-eyed deacons and elders immediately recognized that it was a mountain, its body pulsating with vital energy, shimmering with a brilliant luster. It appeared to be no ordinary mountain. It likely contained extraordinary divine resources. Lu Yuan had astonishingly unearthed an entire mountain. This was truly astounding. The elders, all of whom were beyond the divine realm, struggled to maintain their composure upon witnessing such a spectacle. The inner and outer disciples were even more flabbergasted, their jaws dropping at the unimaginable power displayed before them. What? The people from Wanchu sacred land have emerged. Is that what I see? A young one carrying an entire mountain? The powerful figures from various factions, probing with their divine senses, revealed expressions of astonishment. A mountain? The young elites, hearing their elders speak thus, were momentarily taken aback. In the next moment, those who had participated in that battle, such as the holy son Dao Yi, the holy maiden Tai Chu, and Ming Yao, nearly simultaneously deduced the possibility, their pupils constricting in shock. Who carried it out? Was it a young man? They inquired in unison from different locations. Indeed, it was a young man. The prominent figures nodded in affirmation. Lu Yuan. It must be him. No one but the sacred body could possess such physical strength. Even Innate Dao could not match it. The holy sun-level individuals were all astounded. What is that mountain? An elder from the Ming family inquired. It is the object we previously contested. A large source mine imbued with divine resources. Meng Yao gritted his teeth as he spoke. What? The higher-ups of the Ming family were taken aback. Meanwhile, the Gu family, Lu family, and Kanglin's sacred land, having not participated in the contest for the mountain, were left perplexed by the situation at Wanchu sacred land. They soon retracted their divine senses, choosing not to dwell on it. Lu Yuan, his face flushed and gasping for breath, had reached his limit in carrying the mountain to this location. He could hardly move another inch. At that moment, a series of dazzling divine lights swept from within the mining area. Lu Yuan felt the burden on his shoulders lighten, all pressure dissipating. Well done, young one. Several elders from the sacred land materialized in the void, their expressions warm and approving as they regarded Lu Yuan. Greetings, esteemed elders. The disciples of Wanchu sacred land hurriedly bowed in reverence. No need for excessive formality. Qinghuang, assist him back to the mining area. One elder waved his hand and instructed. Understood. Gu Qinghuang nodded, conjuring a large robe from thin air and draping it over Lu Yuan before supporting him as they soared back toward the mining area. However, in the next moment, boom, the sky above suddenly split open. A colossal hand, interwoven with terrifying laws of power, reached through the fissure, aiming to seize both Gu Qinghuang and Lu Yuan. Divine being. The elders' expression shifted dramatically just as they were about to act in defense. Not far away in the mining area, a divine furnace soared into the sky, radiating blinding brilliance, vibrant smoke and flames erupting, exuding a terrifying aura capable of annihilating the heavens. Boom. The vast hand that had crossed space, transforming into countless specks of light that dissipated into the cosmos. Master. Gu Qinghuang's delicate face brightened, calling out joyfully. How audacious of the demon god palace. Do they intend to wage war against Wanchu sacred land? A beautiful woman dressed in palace attire stepped forward, her jade feet treading the void, causing it to collapse beneath her. Surrounded by divine laws, she radiated an aura that made her appear almost godlike. Humph. So it is you, Dao friend Shangguan. It has been a millennium. It seems your cultivation has advanced once more, came a cold, distant voice from the void, devoid of emotion. You old immortal. After thousands of years of cultivation, you still dare to strike at the younger generation. You truly are regressing. Shangguan Rua's gaze was frosty, remaining vigilant. A being of the divine realm could traverse vast distances in the blink of an eye to kill, their methods inscrutable, necessitating caution. It was merely a warning. Arrogant youth. Take heed. The prominent figure from the demon god palace scoffed, unwilling to make another move after failing to strike. The overwhelming force receded like a tide, and the rift in the sky gradually closed. Lu Yuan gazed upward, his eyes cold and unfathomable, lost in thought. All is well. My master guards this place and will not allow anyone to harm you. I shall assist you back to rest. Gu Qinghuang spoke softly. Indeed, upon seeing Elder Shangguan. Please inquire who struck out earlier. I shall see to it that he pays for it. Lu Yuan's gaze flickered as he murmured. Very well, very well. Gu Qinghuang nodded eagerly, her speed increasing as they flew. Before long, they had returned to the mining area. After consuming several restorative pills, Lu Yuan could no longer endure his fatigue and fell into a deep slumber in one of the chambers. The continuous battles, coupled with the strain of carrying the mountain, had drained his stamina completely. He truly needed a good rest. Not long after, the disciples emerging from the Taichu ancient mine gathered together. Gu Qinghuang, Innate Dao, various elders, and Shangguan Ruo were all present. The sound of countless source minds flowing forth like a deluge from their spatial treasures filled the forming mounds that nearly vaporized the surrounding atmosphere with overwhelming vitality, dazzling all who beheld it. Added to this was the large source mine Lu Yuan had carried back. The harvest this time was several times greater than during the first ancient mine tide. It could be deemed a bountiful yield. Well done, everyone. You have all worked hard. After the tally is completed, the sect will reward each of you according to your contributions. Shangguan Ruo remarked, a satisfied smile gracing her face. Thank you, Supreme Elder. The crowd responded in unison. Oh, by the way, Qinghuang, what else transpired in the ancient mine? How did Lu Yuan attract the attention of a divine being? And not for the sake of the mountain? Shangguan Ruo, puzzled, posed the question that several elders were eager to hear. He nearly killed a celestial demon. Gu Qinghuang pondered briefly before responding. Simultaneously, Yin Tiandu chimed in. Not only that, but Ming Yao also had an arm broken by junior brother Lu, nearly losing his life. Chapter 74. The renowned and unfortunate Kanglan Holy Land. Is it true that one can face two opponents? An elder of the Holy Land visibly moved. Indeed, Gu Qinghuang replied, a hint of pride evident in her demeanor. Upon receiving this confirmation, Shangguan Ruo and the other elders of the Holy Land became restless. Tian Yao and Ming Yao were both top-tier figures of the younger generation, their reputations rivaling those of the Holy Sons from various major sections. However, their attempt to jointly assault Lu Yuan, who was at the first level of the Cave Heaven realm, had resulted in a near-fatal. The sheer strength they exhibited was astonishing enough to evoke shock. The holy body truly deserves its reputation as the supreme physique of the ancient era. Once one embarks on the path of cultivation, its momentum is unstoppable, rendering it invincible among its peers. An elder couldn't help but exclaim. Unfortunately, the subsequent cultivation of the holy body is still bound by the shackles of the heavenly Tao. Ascending to godhood presents a formidable challenge. For hundreds of thousands of years, no one has managed to transcend that barrier. Another elder sighed, seemingly recalling something. Ever since this physique had been cursed by the heavenly Tao, many top-tier factions had attempted to nurture a holy body, hoping to revive the glory of ancient times. It was rumored that even the wealth-laden Tianqing Merchant Guild had once harbored such a secret plan, investing countless resources into it. Yet, in the end, all efforts culminated in failure, falling victim to the heavenly tribulations on the path to godhood, turning to ashes and becoming irretrievable. What a pity. Let us cease this topic for now. Regardless, Lu Yuan's recent endeavor in the title event has undoubtedly brought great merit to our holy land. The rewards shall be determined by the Holy Master. Shangguan Ruo waved her hand, interrupting the ongoing discussions, and then commanded. Organize the disciples from various mining areas to swiftly extract the source stones. We shall return to the southern region soon. Understood. The elders responded promptly, hurrying off to make arrangements. Days swiftly passed. No secret remains hidden forever. The battle at the ancient mine title event, witnessed by disciples from various factions, quickly spread. After several rounds of discourse, countless cities and sects in the northern region became aware of the news, all shaken. Meng Yao was relatively unscathed, being a prodigy from the southern region. However, Tianya was different. He was the foremost figure of the local sect, the Demon God Palace. Having suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of the Holy Body, nearly impaled by a spear on a cliff, the numerous followers of Tianyao in the northern region felt as if the sky had fallen. After all, the Tianyao body was reputed to be the most powerful physique among the demon race. The clash with the human race as holy body represented not merely personal honor or disgrace, but touched upon a significant aspect of racial rivalry. In no time, any demon cultivator traversing the northern region, upon engaging in disputes with humans, would have this incident brought up, leaving them humiliated and unable to retort. The name of the holy body Lu Yuan resonated ever more loudly across this vast and desolate land, even reaching the southern region and the central areas of the eastern wilderness, becoming widely recognized. Moreover, it was rumored that the Tianqi Lu family had convened several high-level meetings to discuss the matter intensely. However, after several days, no further news had emerged. Those with insight knew that the Lu family's upper echelons had little confidence in nurturing a holy body to rise. The eventual outcome was likely to remain unresolved. While the ancient aristocratic families were interconnected by bloodlines, they were not as straightforward as sections. Even the holy master of an ancient family could not make unilateral decisions due to the checks and balances imposed by the elders of various lineages, where seniority and power intertwined in a complex web. just as Lu Yuan's exploits became the talk of taverns and tea houses across the northern region. Another shocking piece of news spread, shaking the entirety of the north. The mining area of the Kanglan Holy Land was ruthlessly slaughtered overnight. Not only the elders above the divine transformation realm, but even the most formidable beings of the celestial god realm perished there. Only a handful of outer disciples managed to escape. Upon learning this, the Holy Master of Kanglan was immediately filled with rage. He spared no expense, leading a multitude of powerful beings from the central regions of the eastern wilderness to cross the domain gate into the northern region. Soon, they found those few outer disciples and, after thorough interrogation, discovered that the root of this bloodshed stemmed from the ancient mind tidal event. It was said that a disciple had discovered a godly source the size of a human head in a secret place. Such a sizable godly source was invaluable. Naturally, the Kanglan disciple, overwhelmed with joy, brought it back to the mining area for the elders to examine. Following discussions, when the godly source was cut open, it unexpectedly contained the head of a fully realized monarch. What did it mean to be a fully realized monarch? One could traverse the starry skies and tread the universe with their physical form. Their divine consciousness could sweep across half of a life-bound ancient star. Such figures were rare in the age of declining law. Once they emerged, all 5 regions would tremble, and even the most powerful holy masters would feel fear. For none could withstand them. Once the head of that fully realized monarch resurfaced, it sensed the surrounding world and realized it was still in the age of decline. The erosion of time left it with rapidly diminishing lifespan, leading it to become filled with resentment. In a fit of rage, it slaughtered the entire mining area of the Kanglan Holy Land. Even celestial gods fell victim to this blood disaster, perishing tragically. Ultimately, that vengeful head soared back to the ancient mine of Taichu. Upon hearing such news, countless beings in the northern region were horrified. Just how terrifying was the might of a fully realized monarch? A mere head could effortlessly slay celestial gods and true gods as if they were mere weeds. One could only imagine what kind of divine power would be displayed if the entire body were intact. In the days that followed, the mining area of the Kanglan Holy Land began to undergo systematic reconstruction. Numerous disciples were summoned from the central regions. The expressions of the Kanglan Holy Master and the higher-ups were beyond grim, akin to having ingested a dead fly, the head of a fully realized monarch. Still dormant within the ancient mine of Taichu, made revenge an impossible notion. It was futile to think that such an event could summon their ancestral figure sealed within the godly source to lead them against the ancient mine. It was akin to courting death. Furthermore, no ancient figures, akin to fossils, would be willing to emerge for such matters in the age of declining law. Ultimately, they were left with no choice but to suffer in silence, their plight becoming fodder for gossip among countless cultivators from various factions. Meanwhile, the slumbering Lu Yuan had long awakened. The injuries and fatigue he had felt were completely swept away. His cultivation had also progressed slightly, breaking through to the second level of the cave heaven realm. The large quantity of source stones transported from the ancient mine had been fully extracted today and were all loaded onto the ancient ship. Lu Yuan, along with Gu Qinghuang, Tiandu, and a host of core disciples who had come to assist, entered the domain gate under the guidance of Shangguan Rua, returning to the southern region. Chapter 75. A gesture of reciprocity. Returning to the southern domain, the ancient ship soared through the air, transforming into a swift beam of light as it navigated the interdimensional spatial array of the divine city, vanishing in an instant. Before long, a group of individuals had returned to the southern domain. Endless greenery, majestic mountains, and breathtaking landscapes unfolded before them, presenting a stunning contrast to the desolation and barrenness of the northern domain, as if they belonged to entirely different worlds. On the deck of the ancient ship, Lu Yuan and Gu Qinghuang stood at the bow, gazing down at the picturesque scenery below, their atmosphere harmonious. From time to time, they were met with glances of awe, envy, and admiration, drawing attention to their presence. Following the events of the ancient mine tide, Lu Yuan's reputation had been firmly established. In the eyes of many disciples of the 10,000 primordials, he had risen to a pinnacle comparable to that of the Holy Son and Holy Maiden. Even the more seasoned disciples no longer dared to assume a superior demeanor in his presence, speaking and acting with considerable caution. By the way, Qinghuang, where is Elder Shangguan? I have matters to discuss with her, Lu Yuan suddenly inquired, as if recalling something significant. Master is in the uppermost cabin, Gu Qinghuang replied without hesitation, extending her delicate, fair finger to point upwards. Understood. Lu Yuan nodded lightly and strode towards the upper cabin. During the ancient mine tide, he had acquired 8 pieces of primordial fate stones. These artifacts held considerable benefits for beings beyond the divine realm. However, they were of little use to him at present. Moreover, with his formidable holy body, astonishing vitality, and significantly extended lifespan compared to ordinary cultivators, he would have no need for such items even in his twilight years. Furthermore, Elder Shangwan had taken great care of him, even intervening to defuse a lethal threat from the demon god palace a few days prior. This kindness, Lu Yuan would surely remember. Thus, he decided to bestow these primordial fate stones upon Shangwan Ruo as a gesture of reciprocity. Elder Shangwan, this is disciple Lu Yuan. I seek an audience, Lu Yuan proclaimed, standing outside the cabin and cupping his hands. Come in, a calm voice responded, prompting Lu Yuan to push the door open and enter. Shangwan Ruo was adorned in her palace attire, devoid of any makeup, her skin still radiant and luminous, showing no signs of aging. It seemed she had practiced some secret technique or consumed rare fruits in her middle age to maintain her youthful appearance. Ah, you little rascal, in just a few days, your cultivation has advanced again, reaching the second level of the cave heaven realm. Shangwan Ruo exclaimed with a hint of surprise as she observed Lu Yuan. In the face of life and death lies great opportunity. Unencumbered, one is bound to gain. Lu Yuan replied with a smile, exuding confidence. Your resolve is commendable. Shangwan Ruo nodded in silent admiration. The overwhelming might of a divine realm expert wielding the laws of the universe would instill fear in any ordinary practitioner, leaving shadows that could foster inner demons. However, such fear seemed non-existent in Lu Yuan. He possessed the potential to ascend to greatness. With a resilient heart and indomitable beliefs, fear was not in his nature. Even more impressively, he had prompted her disciple to inquire about the name of the divine who had attacked from the demon god palace, revealing an evident desire for retribution, which earned him the respect of the seasoned divine expert. Lu Yuan, have you come to discuss something? Shangwan Ruo inquired. Without delay, Lu Yuan presented 8 gleaming pieces of extraordinary mineral stones with a grand gesture. Shangwan Ruo received them and examined them closely, her expression suddenly shifting to one of astonishment. Primordial fate stones. Having been under your care for nearly a year since my entry, these 8 primordial fate stones are a small token of appreciation from this junior, Lu Yuan said sincerely, bowing slightly. This, Shangwan Ruo appeared hesitant. Accepting a gift from a junior did not quite align with her status. Nonetheless, these primordial fate stones were indeed items she greatly needed, resources that could not be acquired even with divine origins, found exclusively in the ancient primordial mine and exceedingly rare. Since that is the case, I shall graciously accept your offering. Ultimately, after careful consideration, Shangwan Ruo accepted Lu Yuan's gift. After a brief moment of contemplation, she turned her gaze towards the skies and continued, your contributions during the ancient mine tide were significant. The value of the divine origins and pure sources extracted from that large mine reaches several million pounds. I understand that cultivating your holy body requires immense resources. Therefore, in the high-level meeting, I will strive to advocate for the maximum allocation of resources on your behalf. Of course, I shall also fulfill my earlier promise regarding the Chaos Stone Tablet. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's expression brightened, and he bowed once more. Thank you, Elder Shangwan. The half-volume of the Chaos Ancient Sutra from the 10,000 Primordials is crucial for me. If I can successfully cultivate it, I will wield the Chaos Law and traverse the world unrestrained. Do not mention it, Shangwan Ruo replied with a gentle expression and a smile. Subsequently, the two engaged in further conversation, and Lu Yuan gradually exited the cabin, returning to the deck. The ancient ship traveled swiftly, and within just 2 hours, it arrived at the 10,000 Primordials Holy Land. A multitude of disciples returning from the northern domain disembarked one after another. Gu Qinghuang and Mu Linger, prompted by Lu Yuan's suggestion, accompanied him to the spirit peak designated for the allocation of core disciples. Before long, news of Lu Yuan's deeds in the Divine City and his accomplishments in the ancient primordial mine spread throughout the 10,000 Primordials Holy Land. Countless outer disciples, inner disciples, and core disciples were left in shock, igniting a fervent wave of discussions. Even many elders of the Holy Land were astonished by Lu Yuan's rapid growth. Shortly thereafter, when the value of several million pounds of divine origins poured forth from the ancient ship, the high-ranking officials of the 10,000 Primordials Holy Land widened their eyes in disbelief, overwhelmed with joy. Such an extraordinary harvest far exceeded that of the previous ancient mine tide, surpassing all expectations. Consequently, upon learning of the situation, the Holy Master of the 10,000 Primordials immediately convened a gathering of the Holy Land's senior officials, who sat together to discuss the resource allocation plan. Chapter 76, The Great Era Approaches, Decisions of the Sacred Land. at the summit of the sacred master peak. The Grand Assembly Hall was filled to capacity with the esteemed elders of the sacred land of Wanqiu. Seated at the head of the table was a middle-aged man, his countenance as refined as jade, whose eyes shimmered with divine laws, weaving a tapestry of celestial light that was both awe-inspiring and fearsome. He was none other than the current sacred master of Wanqiu. During the 2 ancient mineral tides, our sacred land has collectively acquired over 8 million pounds of source stones. Nearly half of this bounty was brought back by Lu Yuan. How shall we allocate it? Speak your minds, the sacred master addressed the assembly with calm authority. As his words resonated, a wave of discussion erupted within the hall. The elders exchanged glances, their expressions inscrutable, while some communicated clandestinely through spiritual messages to share their thoughts. After a brief pause, an elderly matriarch with silver hair spoke first. Your Excellency, in my humble opinion, half of the harvest should be allocated to the sect's treasury, while the remainder should be distributed evenly based on individual As for the sacred body, Lu Yuan, he may be granted an additional reward of 300,000 pounds of source. 300,000 pounds. The sacred master furrowed his brow, non-committal, and shifted his gaze to the others. At the recent auction in the Divine City, Lu Yuan's gift of the Taiyin divine essence to my disciple, Qinghuang, was valued at 300,000 pounds of source. Elder Hua, do not underestimate his contributions. Oh, is that so? I must confess my ignorance, the matriarch replied, her withered face twitching slightly in apology. The sacred master's intention is clear. So let me speak plainly. We are not merely discussing the distribution of over 8 million pounds of source, but rather, what are your views on cultivating the sacred body? Up to this point, Elder Shangwan spoke with an impassive demeanor, placing the matter directly on the table. As a formidable figure in the realm of deities, he could disregard certain protocols and speak without excessive caution. Upon hearing this, the elder's expressions grew increasingly grave. The cultivation of a sacred body was no trivial matter. Investing millions of pounds of source could yield negligible results, necessitating careful consideration. Historically, since the advent of the heavenly Tao shackles, no sacred body had successfully ascended. Many had either been obliterated by innate celestial diagrams or turned to ashes under heavenly tribulations. The endeavor to cultivate a sacred body was indeed fraught with peril. Elder Mu Tonghai, after a moment of contemplation, spoke with a solemn tone. Furthermore, with the turmoil in the northern region subsiding, and despite Lu Yuan's extraordinary combat prowess, there has been no movement from the heavenly pool, indicating their lack of support. Why should we take such a risk? He paused, then continued, of course. Lu Yuan's contributions during the ancient mineral tide cannot be overlooked. A reward of 1 million pounds of source would be appropriate. The other elders nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in his words. 1 million pounds of source was indeed a princely sum for cultivators of the cave heaven realm. Although Lu Yuan had single-handedly returned with a mountain of minerals worth over 400,000 pounds of source, the sacred land had also played a significant role. Without the protection of the elder deities, no matter his capabilities, he would struggle to amass such wealth under the watchful eyes of the various factions. Elder Shangwan, what is your perspective? The sacred master inquired. Insufficient, Elder Shangwan shook her head and replied coolly. The path of cultivation is inherently one that defies the heavens. In this tumultuous era, only one can achieve enlightenment, while the rest become mere shadows, reduced to dust. Who can foresee the future with certainty? Precedents set by those before us are not unbreakable. Even the most acclaimed physique, when meticulously nurtured, may falter on the path to divinity. I hold considerable faith in Lu Yuan. Setting aside whether he can ultimately break through the barriers and ascend to godhood, from another perspective, my disciple Qinghuang, if she were to bear a child of the innate sacred body, would have both parents being significant figures within our sacred land, ensuring a strong connection to us. Such a physique would nearly guarantee ascension to sainthood, far beyond the value of mere millions of pounds of source. Elder Shangwan's words left many of the elders present in a state of resignation. All were mere hypotheses, assuming Lu Yuan could achieve divinity, assuming Gu Qinghuang could give birth to a divine child. In truth, it was no different from gambling. However, those who had reached such a level of cultivation had often lived for millennia, each possessing great wisdom. They keenly picked up on several unfamiliar terms in Elder Shangwan's discourse: path to enlightenment, imperial road, future. Your Excellency. Several elders who had reached the pinnacle of divine completion sensed a shift and looked toward the sacred master, their gazes flickering with unspoken understanding. Noticing their reactions, the sacred master ceased to conceal his thoughts. Slowly, he rose and walked to the entrance of the hall, gazing at the heavens with hands clasped behind his back. Yesterday, My ancestor conveyed a message to me. Recently, the laws of heaven and earth have shown signs of weakening. Historically, this indicates one of two possibilities. 1. The current emperor's lifespan is nearing its end, and he is about to transcend. This unparalleled being, having attained enlightenment for merely 7,000 years, is still in his prime and possesses the elixir of immortality. This scenario is nearly impossible. 2. The current emperor may intend to sever himself, transforming into a supreme being of the forbidden zone, returning to the heavens. My ancestor speculates that the second possibility is highly probable. In the short span of 30 to 50 years, or at most a century, the imperial laws will dissipate, heralding the dawn of a new great era. As these words left his lips, the elder's expressions shifted dramatically. Many stood up abruptly, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Such news was undeniably shocking. The ancestors of the sacred land were all beings of sage caliber, possessing acute perception of such profound changes in the path of the Tao. Their words were certainly not mere fabrications. The era devoid of emperors is often termed the Golden Age, wherein countless prodigies will emerge, contending fiercely on the treacherous path to divinity, vying for the title of new emperor. The world is poised for upheaval, and the sages and kings shall once again grace the earth. In light of numerous uncertainties, the emergence of the sacred body at this juncture may indeed warrant exploration. Someone mused, recalling the ancient times. Elderine, what is your perspective? The sacred master turned back, his gaze settling on an elderly man with an ethereal presence. Having recently returned from the northern region, I hold a high regard for the sacred body. I believe it is worth a try, the elder replied, his eyes remaining closed. His voice calm yet commanding respect. With that, the sacred master declared resolutely, very well, my decision is made. There is no need for further discussion. Prior to the realm of divine communication, allocate 3 batches of resources to Lu Yuan. The first batch, 1 million pounds of source. The second batch, 3 million pounds of source. The third batch, 5 million pounds of source. Tomorrow, we shall open the lowest level of the Yun Dragon Gorge, summon the 9 great chaotic stone tablets, and seal the dragon veins of the heavens and earth. Furthermore, all registered outer disciples, inner disciples, and offerings shall see their rewards doubled. Core disciples shall receive triple, and true disciples shall receive quintuple rewards. The Holy Son and Holy Daughter shall receive tenfold. A new era is upon us. We shall prepare early. The sacred master's words rang out with clarity and conviction, sealing the matter decisively. Chapter 77, Entering the Gorge. The dragon vein of heaven and earth. Indeed, both former sovereigns have spoken thus. This matter has become a foregone conclusion, leaving no room for further discussion. The elders present all rose in unison, responding with a solemn affirmation. Subsequently, each figure flickered and departed from the grand hall of deliberation. Soon, the news of the elevated offerings spread throughout the entirety of the Wanchu sacred land, causing widespread astonishment. After a night of tender moments, the following day, Shangguan Rua arrived early at Lu Yuan's door, conveying the outcomes of the high-level meeting. She presented him with a spatial treasure, overflowing with countless source stones, an overwhelming sight, amounting to no less than 100,000 pounds. Even Lu Yuan could not help but gasp in astonishment. Moreover, the deepest level of the Yunlong Gorge will be opened exclusively for you. The 9 chaos stone monuments will also come forth, sealing the dragon vein of heaven and earth for a period of 1 year. Lu Yuan, prepare yourself to accompany me, Shangguan Rua said with a smile. The deepest level of the Yunlong Gorge, the presence of the chaos stone monuments. Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghuang's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Such treatment had never been afforded to her, even as a holy maiden. Clearly, the higher-ups of the sacred land were resolute in nurturing the holy body. However, it was evident that her master, Shangguan Rua, had contributed significantly to this endeavor. Thank you, Elder Shangguan. Lu Yuan took a deep breath and sincerely expressed his gratitude with a bow. No need for excessive courtesy. I have previously stated that since you have become a Tao partner with Qinghuang, you are considered half my disciple. Naturally, I shall strive to procure more benefits for you. Shangguan Rua waved her hand with a gentle smile. Very well, it is time to set off. Several elders are waiting over there. Qinghuang, return to Xihua Peak for now. I have matters to discuss with you later. Yes, master. Gu Qinghuang nodded, performing a graceful bow before departing to find Mu Linger in the back hall and leaping away. After a brief moment, Lu Yuan followed Shangguan Rua to the Yunlong Gorge. At this moment, the once bustling valley, which had been perpetually lined with long queues, appeared eerily desolate. Only a few elders, their auras unfathomable, stood guard here. As a being of chaos, Lu Yuan was well aware of the powers possessed by the Chaos Stone monuments. The 9 monuments would seal the dragon vein of heaven and earth, establishing a barrier with chaos energy, ensuring that not a trace of the heavenly essence could escape. The outer layers of the Yunlong Gorge would undoubtedly lose their efficacy, remaining stagnant for a year. This demonstrated the sincerity of the higher-ups of the Wan Chu sacred land, filling Lu Yuan with gratitude. They have arrived. Let us commence. Shengwan Ruo glanced around calmly and spoke. Yes, Supreme Elder. The several elders of the true God realm nodded in agreement. In the next moment, each one boom. An unimaginable force erupted from the elders, shaking the very heavens. As they struck, the laws of the great Tao roared, the void collapsed, and it seemed as if the very fabric of the universe would tear apart. Beings who had transcended the divine realm had begun to touch upon the powers of the great Tao, elevating their existence beyond the mundane, an awe-inspiring sight. The 9 ancient stone monuments pierced through the distant void, summoned forth. They transformed into streaks of dark light, descending into the earth, sealing the dragon vein of heaven and earth. Lu Yuan, proceed. Shangguan Ruo signaled with her gaze and issued a light command. Indeed, Lu Yuan nodded firmly, his body shifting into a golden beam of light as he plunged into the depths. Once that slender figure vanished completely, the several elders simultaneously withdrew their powers, and the Yunlong Gorge returned to tranquility. A year. How high can the holy body grow? Let us await the outcome. The underground world was not dark, rather, it was resplendent. The dragon aura surged, sacred power flowing as though a true dragon lay dormant within. Lu Yuan surveyed his surroundings and casually inhaled, drawing in a ceaseless tide of heavenly essence. It was so rich that words could scarcely convey it, akin to being immersed in an ocean of origins. No wonder the dragon vein of heaven and earth took countless eons to cultivate. Truly astonishing. Lu Yuan's heart stirred, and he turned his gaze to the surroundings. The 9 chaos stone monuments stood in various directions, their dark light shimmering, chaotic energy flowing, with mysterious inscriptions appearing faintly upon them. The inscription upon the stone monument to the southeast was strikingly familiar to Lu Yuan. It was the very one that had previously led him to comprehend the chaos divine demon's visualization method. Meeting it once more evoked a profound sense of destiny within him, as he had grown from an outer disciple of the bitter sea realm to a cultivator of the cave heaven realm, comparable to the sons and daughters of the great sacred lands. However, Lu Yuan understood that this resonance stemmed from the chaos stones in his own chaos body. The monuments did not possess sentience, they were merely vessels of the Tao. Subsequently, Lu Yuan ceased his musings, finding a vacant area to sit cross-legged, and began to cultivate. Boom. As the primordial chaos within him stirred, an endless stream of dragon vein essence surged forth, transforming into visible torrents of energy, wildly rushing into Lu Yuan's mouth and nose. Within his bitter sea, golden waves surged, lightning crackled, akin to tumultuous waves crashing against the shore, one wave after another, reaching for the heavens. Above the bitter sea, a green lotus appeared, its leaves swaying gently, chaotic energy swirling, utilizing the power of phenomena to assist him in refining the vast life essence pouring into him. Simultaneously, the cave heaven within Lu Yuan began to expand dramatically. The surging power, pure life essence, was unstoppable, crashing against his body like a tidal wave, cleansing every inch of flesh and blood. Even his bones gradually became translucent, resembling jade, suffused with a divine aura, exuding an overwhelming majesty. Boom, boom. Ancient characters of the great Tao and resounding Tao sounds echoed throughout this subterranean realm, enveloping Lu Yuan entirely. This was the heart method of the ancient emperor's canon, establishing an incredibly solid foundation, elucidating the essence of cultivation, and revealing the source of power. At the same time, the royal dragon aura that Lu Yuan had previously refined seemed to resonate with this place, gradually intensifying and solidifying, swirling around him like golden little dragons, fierce and unmatched. Chapter 78. 1 year, 4th layer of the Dharma aspect realm. Time flows swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. In a certain region of the underground world, a magnificent celestial sound resonates continuously, divine light radiates, and brilliance soars to the heavens, creating an astonishing spectacle. After an indeterminate period, a thunderous roar abruptly reverberates through the cosmos. A terrifying aura of supreme sanctity erupts forth. A colossal phantom intertwines in the sky, enveloped in myriad holy lights, with boundless laws surging, as if a true celestial king descends from the heavens, gazing down upon the mortal realm, an awe-inspiring sight. The second manifestation of the sacred body, the celestial king graces the 9th heaven. It is accomplished. Lu Yuan opens his eyes, emitting a blinding brilliance that seems to illuminate the entire world. This signifies that he has officially stepped into the next realm of the cave heaven, the Dharma aspect realm. As the term implies, the Dharma aspect is the medium through which a cultivator communicates with heaven and earth, forging divine powers to enhance oneself, thus attaining the Dharma aspect realm. However, unique physiques such as the sacred body and divine body possess manifestations that are unparalleled in this realm. The emergence of a second-stage physique manifestation signifies the entrance into the Dharma aspect realm. With a deep breath, Lu Yuan rises to his feet, stretching his limbs. As a series of crackling sounds akin to popping beans resonate throughout his being. At this moment, he feels an unprecedented strength. A slight clench of his fist releases a torrent of overwhelming vitality, filling his heart with the sensation of galloping stallions. As if a single punch could shatter the very fabric of the universe. This is an incomparable conviction of strength. A perfect manifestation of the combat prowess within the forbidden domain. Subsequently, Lu Yuan glances down and notices the source stone powder accumulating on the ground. A depth of several feet. During the past 6 months, he has simultaneously cultivated using the dragon veins of heaven and earth while refining the pure source stones within his spatial treasures. The consumption amounts to approximately 700,000 pounds of source. He has surged from the second layer of the cave heaven directly to the first layer of the Dharma aspect realm. Such rapid progress is remarkable. Moreover, he encountered no bottlenecks during his cultivation. Everything seems to flow naturally. This is the terrifying aspect of the chaos body. Next, Lu Yuan flickers to a chaotic stone monument and sits cross-legged before it, beginning to comprehend the profound inscriptions recorded upon its surface. Each obscure ancient character and symbol of the great Tao swiftly passes through his vision, intertwining in a cascade of light, shimmering brilliantly, under the continuous disassembly, reassembly, arrangement. In combination of chaotic essence, he soon enters a state of profound enlightenment. 2 days later, Lu Yuan rises and commences his study of the second stone monument. 5 days later, he begins to comprehend the third stone monument. Thus, the cycle continues. Until half a month later, Lu Yuan has fully integrated the inscriptions from all 9 chaotic stone monuments. His hands move continuously, presenting a grand cosmic formation, revealing the mysteries of the ancient scriptures. At times, the power of the lunar force manifests, freezing vast expanses in an icy grip reminiscent of a descent into the netherworld. The solar force shines brightly above, majestic as the heavenly sun, illuminating the ages with unparalleled brilliance. The 2 distinctly different ancient powers of the scriptures transform continuously in Lu Yuan's hands, with divine light surging forth. Uncertain of how long he has been in meditation, Lu Yuan suddenly opens his eyes, his pitch-black pupils radiating a terrifying chaotic aura. This then surges forth like a tidal wave, spreading in all directions. In an instant, all 9 chaotic stone monuments glow with brilliance, as if they have produced some extraordinary resonance. The void warps violently, faintly echoing the lamentations of myriad loss. A sight of utmost horror. So it is. This is the ancient scripture of chaos. Lu Yuan's expression brightens. The 10,000 initial sacred land is renowned for its cultivation of the lunar, solar, and chaotic laws. However, generations of predecessors have passed away without fully unraveling the mysteries of the 9 chaotic stone monuments. They could only deduce a fragmented half-scroll of the ancient scripture, which is indeed regrettable. But now, Lu Yuan has mastered all the inscriptions, utilizing the essence of chaos to complete it, obtaining the truly complete text. In the future, he must find an opportunity to pass down this method, as a means of repaying the kindness of the sacred land. Lu Yuan silently reflects. Immediately, the spatial treasure shines, and all remaining sources within surge forth like a flood, blanketing the ground of this subterranean space in layers. The pure essence of heaven and earth inundates the entire area. An extravagant display. The 70,000 pounds of source previously consumed were mostly his accumulated reserves. What he now uses is merely the resources provided by the 10,000 initial sacred land. With less than half a year remaining before the Dragon Gathering Gorge closes, Lu Yuan aims to break through to a higher realm at this critical juncture. After all, such a precious cultivation ground is rare and should not be hesitated upon. Thus, Lu Yuan enters seclusion once more, delving into profound cultivation. However, this time, he does not solely focus on one particular scripture. The ancient scriptures of the and chaotic realms intertwine, various ancient characters emerge, and beams of light dance together, resonating in a magnificent symphony of Tao sounds that echo throughout the cosmos. Like the morning bells and evening drums, the resounding tones reverberate through the soul, creating an astonishing spectacle. A single individual, cultivating the fort. How formidable must his foundation be? Such depth is unfathomable, a rarity in the world. Time passes swiftly. Resources are consumed. Lu Yuan's strength advances rapidly. Although he encounters no bottlenecks in his cultivation, he can clearly sense that as his power grows, the resources required for sustenance increase correspondingly. The nature of the sacred body resembles a bottomless pit. The later stages reveal an increasing sense of helplessness. This is not a matter of the shackles of heaven's will, but rather the intrinsic strength of this physique. Each minor realm requires the body to be refined to perfection before progression can occur. The sea of suffering is similarly vast and uncharted. The depth of his magical power cannot be measured against peers of the same realm. Nevertheless, for Lu Yuan, he does not perceive this as a burden. Aside from his chaos body, he possesses a system. As long as he continues to traverse the world, he will invariably trigger the system's reward options. Even if it is a bottomless pit, there will one day be a time when it is filled. Thus there is nothing to worry about. In the blink of an eye, another 6 months have passed. The once expansive ground is now devoid of even half a pound of source, all reduced to powder, completely consumed. In the central area, divine clouds shimmer and essence steams. A tall figure with long, flowing black hair sits cross-legged, appearing like a withered tree, surrounded by 81 golden dragons swirling in the air, exhaling, an astonishing sight to behold. At this moment, a powerful wave of divine consciousness gently descends from above. The year has elapsed. Lu Yuan, it is time for you to emerge. As the voice resonates, a thunderous sound echoes as the 81 golden dragons transform into a blinding golden light. Merging into that tall figure, Lu Yuan slowly rises, dispersing the chaos surrounding him with a glance, and retrieves a clean robe from his storage bag to don. His entire being glows with a crystalline brilliance, exuding a pristine and ethereal aura, as if a celestial being has descended into the mortal realm. The Dharma aspect realm. Fourth layer. Lu Yuan murmurs, then takes a single step forward, soaring into the sky. Chapter 79. This era is on the brink of chaos. His speed was astonishing, akin to a golden ray surging forth from the subterranean realm, cleaving the heavens asunder. At this moment, beyond the mountain gorge, only a handful of figures could be. 3 elders stood vigil, and one of them exclaimed, "Lu Yuan has emerged." The other 2 swiftly turned their gaze in his direction. These 3 sacred elders were familiar to Lu Yuan. They were the very ones who had summoned the chaotic stone tablet alongside Shangwan Ruo a year prior to seal the dragon veins of heaven and earth. In terms of strength, they were at the initial stage of the true God realm, not merely ordinary elders of the sacred land. Subsequently, with a flicker of his form, Lu Yuan approached them and respectfully clasped his hands together. Greetings, esteemed elders. There is no need for such formalities, the elder at the forefront, a venerable man with a head of white hair, replied with a smile, gesturing for Lu Yuan to disregard the customary niceties. However, at that very instant, as they probed Lu Yuan's cultivation with their divine sense, the expressions of the 3 sacred elders became grave, unable to suppress their astonishment. Your cultivation? Have you broken through to the 4th level of the law manifestation realm? Indeed, Lu Yuan replied with a calm nod. Upon receiving his confirmation, the elder's eyes widened in disbelief. In just 1 year, he had advanced from the 2nd level of the cave heaven realm to the 4th level of the law manifestation realm. This represented a staggering leap of 11 minor realms, along with the barrier of a major realm. Even with the assistance of 1,000,000 pounds of source energy in the dragon veins of heaven and earth, such a speed of cultivation was truly terrifying. Could it be that after the sacred body resumed its path of cultivation, it encountered no bottlenecks? Setting aside combat prowess, his age and cultivation alone were enough to make him stand tall among his peers, on par with the holy sons and daughters of various great factions. The 3 elders were visibly moved. After a moment of silence, the elder leader spoke with admiration. Excellent. Lu Yuan, you have indeed lived up to the expectations of the sacred land. The Holy Master has instructed me to convey that the remaining cultivation resources you requested can be dispersed to you at any time. You need only to speak the word. Thank you for the reminder, Elder. However, at present, I do not require them. Lu Yuan replied with another respectful gesture of gratitude. He understood the principle that haste makes waste. After a year of rapid advancement in cultivation, his mental state had yet to catch up, necessitating a period of worldly experience to settle. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. Thereafter, Lu Yuan inquired about the recent circumstances of Gu Qinghuang, Yin Tiandu, and others. The elders answered every question with patience and clarity. when Lu Yuan learned that the environment of heaven and earth was subtly changing and that the Golden Age was imminent. His gaze flickered with excitement. He was not of an ordinary background. He possessed knowledge of the Golden Age. This was an era teeming with prodigies and fierce competition, where the position of the emperor was about to become vacant. In the coming century, even millennium, endless battles would rage across the land, vying for the emergence of new emperors and sovereigns. The current reality indeed aligned closely with Lu Yuan's expectations. Gu Qinghuang and several renowned true disciples from the sacred land had essentially ventured to the central region of the eastern wilderness for exploration. Various ancient families, immortal sacred lands, and great teachings were all unveiling their hidden exceptional talents at this pivotal moment. Even figures of unparalleled prowess from tens of thousands of years ago were breaking through to the divines, seeking to contend for the imperial throne with the accumulation of past lifetimes. The once fleeting supreme physiques, such as the royal body, Dao body, and divine body were now proliferating, converging into a dazzling display of brilliance. In summary, this era was. After digesting the information from the past year, Lu Yuan resolved to journey to the central region, for it was the very heart of the eastern wilderness, home to several lineages that had once produced emperors. As the Great Age dawned, it was undoubtedly the most thrilling place to be. You intend to head to the central region as well? The elder leader, upon hearing Lu Yuan's intentions, appeared slightly hesitant before nodding to himself and stating, "That is well. Solitary cultivation is akin to building a cart behind closed doors. Experiencing the world will benefit your mental state. Wait a moment. I shall find a few Nirvana realm attendants to accompany you. No need. I can manage alone." Lu Yuan shook his head, his tone resolute. The elders exchanged glances, a look of resignation crossing their faces. Seeing his determination, they refrained from further insistence but earnestly cautioned him to be wary of the Ming family and the demon god palace. Meng Yao and the heavenly demon were both unruly individuals. Having suffered a significant loss in the northern domain, their reputation tarnished, they would undoubtedly seek retribution. Reports indicated that they had both broken through to the law manifestation realm over 6 months ago, and their current cultivation might not differ greatly from Lu Yuan's. Not to worry, they are merely defeated foes. Lu Yuan replied with an air of calm, a faint smile gracing his lips. Previously, when his cultivation lagged behind theirs by 6 or 7 minor realms, he could still contend against 2. Now that their cultivations were on par, the outcome of battle would be unequivocal. Gods will be slain by gods, demons by demons. Let them come. After exchanging a few more words, the 3 sacred elders ceased their conversation and began the process of restoring the opening of the Yunlong Gorge, unraveling the array connecting the 9 chaotic stone tablets. Lu Yuan returned to his residence at Lingfeng, made a brief preparation, and officially embarked on his journey. The mountains and rivers beneath his feet swiftly receded as Lu Yuan deftly traversed the void, advancing with remarkable speed. The expanse of the eastern wilderness was vast, and the distance between the southern region and the central area remained considerable. For ordinary cultivators relying solely on flight, it would take months to arrive, necessitating the use of large spatial gateways for passage. 2 days later, Lu Yuan appeared in a large city within the southern region. Here, a spatial gateway leading to the central region had been established by the Tianqing Merchant Association, opening once a month and charging 20,000 pounds of source energy. This sum was inconsequential for Lu Yuan, so he chose to linger and await its opening. However, after only half a day of waiting, he noticed an increasing number of young talents gathering, seemingly not merely waiting for the spatial gateway to open. "Is there some grand event occurring in Gusa City of late?" Lu Yuan inquired of the innkeeper while seated on the second floor of an establishment. "You wish to know why the young experts in this city are multiple?" The innkeeper replied with a mysterious smile. The intentions of the inebriated go beyond mere wine. It's about the fair maidens. The prominent figure of the Tianqing Merchant Association, Miss Yi Qingli, is arriving on her warship from the far south. It is said that she will offer free passage to the young talents heading to the central region. Many here are not short of those 20,000 pounds of source energy. They are merely eager to catch a glimpse of her unparalleled beauty. Chapter 80. The Emperor's Selection Plan, Yi Qingli. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's gaze flickered momentarily. He had encountered this woman at the auction in the northern divine city. Indeed, her beauty was remarkable, her aura extraordinary. Even when compared to Gu Qinghuang, she was by no means inferior. In the entirety of the eastern wilderness, few women could rival her. Furthermore, her identity and background were astonishingly impressive. No wonder she had stirred such a commotion in Gusi City. At that moment, an abrupt mechanical voice quietly resonated within Lu Yuan's consciousness. Ding. Detecting the current experience of the host, triggering option rewards. Option 1. Board Yu Qingli's worship to the central region. Reward: 1 divine artifact. Option 2. Ignore and await the opening of the cross-domain spatial array. Reward: 1 ancient divine herb. A reward has been triggered. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened as he hesitated briefly. A divine artifact was a weapon forged by cultivators of the divine realm. With 2 higher tiers, True God Artifact and Celestial God Artifact, both of which were self-explanatory. Weapons at this level had interwoven the essence of Tao, wielding immense power. Incomparable to ordinary spiritual treasures, and were exceedingly precious. As for the ancient divine herb, it would likely have healing, longevity, or perhaps cultivation enhancement effects. For Lu Yuan at this moment, its utility was not particularly significant. After contemplating, he made his decision in his heart and continued to enjoy his drink on the second floor of the tavern. 2 days later, the void above suddenly split open, and a massive ancient ship emerged from the rift. The ship's body was colossal, seemingly crafted from a peculiar material, emanating a shimmering dark light that instilled a profound sense of oppression. At the top, a grand flag stood tall, adorned with intricate patterns of celestial bodies, exuding an astonishing aura. The worship of the Celestial Star Merchant Association had arrived. It was so grand, even more magnificent than our sect leader's palace. A wave of excitement swept through Gusi City. Numerous young cultivators were mesmerized, their faces painted with shock. Unsophisticated. What insignificant sect dares to compare itself to the Celestial Star Merchant Association? Nearby, a well-dressed young scion sneered, unabashedly mocking. The young cultivator, infuriated and red-faced, was about to retort but swallowed his words upon noticing the 2 fierce-looking guards behind him, lowering his head in defeat. With the arrival of the Celestial Star Merchant Association's worship, Gusi City was instantly abuzz, bustling with life. Crowds gathered, a sea of faces. Many stood on tiptoe, straining their eyes to catch a glimpse of Yu Qingli. At that moment, Lu Yuan also stepped out of the tavern, casting his divine sense upward. However, his thoughts diverged from the crowds. He was merely curious as to why the Celestial Star Merchant Association would forego business to offer free passage for some cultivators to the central region. Of course, Lu Yuan was not the only one harboring such questions. Many cultivators whispered in confusion. 1 person, 20,000 pounds of source. 100 people. That is 2 million pounds of source. Is the Celestial Star Merchant Association engaging in charity? Someone scratched their head, seriously calculating. You young ones, so fixated on sources. Your vision is too short-sighted to grasp the deeper implications. Nearby, an elder clad in a Taoist robe waved his whisk and spoke lightly, embodying the demeanor of an otherworldly sage. Oh, it seems the elder knows some secrets. I would like to hear more. Upon hearing this, the elder was not angered. Instead, his eyes sparkled as he leaned closer, adopting a posture of eager inquiry. The business scope of the Celestial Star Merchant Association extends far beyond the 5 domains of the world. It flourishes on many ancient life stars beyond the domains. One can easily imagine the astonishing wealth therein. In the realm of cultivators, the law of the jungle prevails. To safeguard wealth, one must have unparalleled power. The prosperity of the Celestial Star Merchant Association to its current stature is, to some extent, related to the Emperor Selection Plan. The Taoist elder spoke these words with an air of nonchalance. Emperor Selection. Many cultivators around, upon hearing this term, changed their expressions and hurriedly inquired, Elder, what is the Emperor Selection Plan? In the Golden Age, in the vast universe, only 3 to 5 individuals are selected in each generation. The Taoist elder. The moment these words fell, everyone understood what the Emperor Selection entailed. Have there ever been true emperors with ties to the Celestial Star Merchant Association throughout history? Someone continued to ask. If I knew that, would I be here chatting idly with you youngsters? I would have long since left the ancient star and roamed the starry seas. The Taoist elder shot a disdainful glance at the questioner, speaking with irritation. Turns out he is just a half-baked novice. I thought he was a master. Bah. A few left in disappointment, cursing under their breath. This conversation, of course, did not escape Lu Yuan's keen perception, as he had absorbed every word. The Emperor Selection Plan. This piqued Lu Yuan's interest, and he nodded thoughtfully, beginning to comprehend the unusual actions of the Celestial Star Merchant Association. Just then, a voice as melodious as celestial music drifted down from the ancient ship. Dear friends, the ancient ship is about to set sail for the central region of the eastern wilderness. Those aged 30 and below, capable of flying aboard unaided, may board for free. Limited time, 1 incense stick's worth. As soon as the words fell, countless talents from the southern region in Gusi City erupted in excitement. This was a precious opportunity to gain the favor of Miss Yi Qingli of the Celestial Star Merchant Association, akin to a path to the heavens. Now, no one wished to miss this golden chance. In an instant, countless figures soared into the air, vibrant with divine light, all rushing toward the warship above. However, just as they reached halfway up, an invisible, terrifying pressure enveloped them. Boom! Many young powerhouses, unable to bear the weight, lost their balance and plummeted like dumplings from the sky. Among them, even several cultivators of the cave heaven realm were not spared. Bang! Bang! Figures fell, tumbling into the city. 3 or 5 of them headed straight toward Lu Yuan's position. Lu Yuan's brow furrowed, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body, like a shockwave that sent the surrounding crowd flying. Many cultivators at the spirit concealing and divine palace realms were directly intimidated by this momentum, collapsing to the ground in submission. What? A manifestation of the law realm. Gasps of astonishment erupted among the crowd. Such a young cultivator of the law realm? Which major sect's holy son is this? Or perhaps a direct disciple of a hidden ancient lineage? In an instant, countless gazes were cast his way, filled with awe. In response, Lu Yuan paid no mind, stepping forward as the ground beneath him cracked with each step. He transformed into a beam of golden light, vanishing into the skies in the blink of an eye. As if encountering no resistance whatsoever, he boarded the ship within 3 breaths. On the deck, many young elites from various places had already boarded. Lu Yuan surveyed his surroundings and suddenly sensed a chilling killing intent and overwhelming demonic energy approaching him. Bang! Lu Yuan's body trembled, effortlessly dispersing the various murderous intents. He then walked directly to the source of the energy, sitting down confidently beside the individual. A grin spreading across his face, revealing a sinister smile. Hello there. Chapter 81. Encountering the celestial demon again, the tribulation of ascension, you worthless being. How dare you appear before me? The celestial demon turned her head, her icy countenance and violet-hued eyes sharp as a blade, exuding an air of imminent violence. It seemed that at any moment, a fierce battle could erupt. A year had passed since their last meeting, and the celestial demoness injuries had long since healed. Moreover, her cultivation had advanced significantly, breaking through to the 3rd level of the Dharma aspect realm, making her even more formidable. A defeated foe dares to act fierce? If it weren't for being aboard the Starry Sky Merchant Association's vessel, I would have slain you on the spot. Lu Yuan maintained a smile, but his words were laced with dominance. The radiant essence of his blood surged like a volcano poised to erupt, suffocating those around him with its terrifying power. The last battle in the northern region was my oversight. This time, fortune will not favor you. Dismount, and you shall surely perish. The celestial demon's murderous intent was evident as she spoke coldly. Recalling the battle at the ancient mine tide, her expression turned grim. Such a proud being would undoubtedly view it as a great humiliation, one that demanded retribution in blood. You young ones, prideful as you may be, the heavens will collect. Offending the demon god palace means you have no future. Behind her, 2 elderly figures clad in gray robes glared menacingly, their tone foreboding, though they appeared unremarkable. Resembling mere attendants, the overwhelming aura of demonic energy they exuded revealed their wild and rebellious nature. They were at least 2 or 3 cycles and formidable demons of the northern region, commanding respect and caution. Lu Yuan turned to glance at them, a sneer escaping his lips. Is the demon god palace so lacking in talent that it sends 2 of such lowly figures to protect you? At the very least, you should have someone of the divine realm to ensure your safety. Sharp-tongued, the 2 reborn demons felt their pride wounded by his mockery. Their features darkening as divine light flickered in their fingers, a terrifying killing intent brewing. At this moment, the young elites on the deck sensed the palpable tension in the air. Many recognized Lu Yuan's identity, and shock rippled through the crowd. The saint body, he too seeks to venture into the central territories. As rumored, he is indeed audacious. He boldly sits beside the celestial demon, disregarding the 2 great guardians of the demon god palace, exhibiting remarkable bravado. Many were visibly unsettled, shifting uncomfortably, fearing that these individuals might lose control and unleash their wrath upon them. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, a melodious laughter, echoed from the depths of the ship's cabin. Lu, my friend, what a pleasant surprise to meet you again. It seems we are fated to cross paths once more since our parting in Divine City. Yi Qingli gracefully approached, clad in an exquisite gown that accentuated her enchanting figure, capturing everyone's attention. Miss Yi. Lu Yuan smiled gently, nodding in acknowledgement. What's this? Are the two of you criticizing the cramped quarters of our Starry Sky Merchant Association's vessel? Two prodigious figures of the saint level squeezed together to take a seat? Yi Qingli's sparkling eyes danced with mischief as she teased. Upon hearing her insinuation, the celestial demon and her two protectors dared not overstep. Engaging in conflict aboard the merchant ship would undoubtedly provoke the authority of the Starry Sky Merchant Association, and no one would be foolish enough to do so. Miss Yi, you jest. We certainly respect the Starry Sky Merchant Association. The celestial demon replied nonchalantly, casting a discreet glance at her companions, who immediately subdued their auras. She then turned her gaze towards Lu Yuan, coldly stating, "Our grievances will be settled in the Central Territories. Cherish your remaining time alive. And you as well. Prepare your final words. Once we disembark, I shall send you on your way." Lu Yuan replied with a calm smile. Humph. The celestial demon scoffed. Unwilling to continue the verbal sparring, and with a wave of her hand, she led her two guardians to another part of the ship. In ancient times, the celestial body and the saint body were often adversaries. One represented the mightiest physical form of the demon race, while the other embodied the pinnacle of human physique. Witnessing these two types of bodies clash in this era is indeed a rare sight. Yi Qingli smiled softly. "Oh, Missy seems well-versed in the lineage of the saint body?" Lu Yuan inquired, intrigued. "Indeed. The ancestors of our Starry Sky Merchant Association once nurtured a saint body. This is no secret." As she spoke, her eyes sparkled as she gazed intently at Lu Yuan before inviting. "If you wish to know about the tribulations faced by the saint body on the path to ascension, I can share that knowledge freely." Lu Yuan pondered briefly. Although he was uncertain of her true intentions, acquiring additional information could prove advantageous, so he did not decline. "Very well, my friend Lu, please follow me to the inner chamber." Yi Qingli gestured invitingly. Meanwhile, a stick of incense had passed. The Starry Sky Merchant Association's vessel slowly set sail, heading towards the next major city in the southern region. The number of individuals boarding from ancient Mulberry City was sparse, merely 3 or 5. Yet undoubtedly they were all exceptional talents among the younger generation. Some appeared unfamiliar, their identities shrouded in mystery, not resembling any notable figures from major factions. However, at this juncture, the emergence of some reclusive disciples from ancient sects was not particularly surprising. Soon, Lu Yuan accompanied Yi Qingli to the inner chamber of the ship. The decor was ancient and luxurious, and as soon as they were seated, maidservants presented exquisite tea and fruits, providing attentive service. "What precisely does the tribulation of ascension entail?" As you mentioned earlier, Lu Yuan inquired after sipping his tea. "Two major tribulations, the primal Dao diagram and the 4-9 heavenly tribulation. The 4-9 heavenly tribulation annihilates the physical body, while the primal Dao diagram obstructs the primordial spirit," Yi Qingli reminisced, speaking solemnly. "Is it truly that difficult?" Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Extremely difficult. It is essentially a certain death scenario." Yi Qingli gently shook her head, then spoke gravely. "The saint body we nurtured at the Starry Sky Merchant Association was exceptionally gifted, rising from a desolate place, conquering all in the realm of the divine. Yet, regrettably, he too fell victim to the Great Tribulation. He had nearly traversed the 4-9 heavenly tribulation and entered the divine realm. However, the primal Dao diagram, imbued with the will of the Dao, summons chains of order that obliterate all. It is beyond the capacity of beings in the nirvana realm to withstand." "Now I see." Lu Yuan nodded thoughtfully, his expression remaining composed. For him, this was not a challenge. The path of chaos transcends all others. At a certain level of power, even the Emperor's sovereign laws cannot suppress it, allowing one to break free from shackles and forcibly attain enlightenment. The primal Dao diagram is trivial and holds no threat in Lu Yuan's eyes. Ascension shall face no obstacles. Chapter 82, Divine Artifacts, the Prelude to War. Initially, I presumed that upon discovering such a secret, my companion Lu would inevitably feel a sense of trepidation and concern. However, he remained composed, his expression unwavering and his demeanor unruffled. Such a formidable resolve truly merits admiration from Qingli. "Miss Yi, you flatter me. However, I believe that every obstacle has its own solution. Excessive contemplation serves no purpose," Lu responded with tranquility, sipping his tea and offering a faint smile. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Missy instructed her servants to prepare a luxurious private chamber for Lu, ensuring he would not be disturbed by the outside world. This treatment was indeed generous, and the matter of fees was not even mentioned, leaving Lu quite perplexed. Nevertheless, he graciously accepted her kindness without demur. Once Lu departed from the inner hall, an elderly woman with silvery hair and a vigorous spirit stealthily appeared behind Qingli. "Miss, Is it truly necessary for the Tianqing Merchant Guild to treat a mere sacred body from an era of decline with such distinction? The old woman's eyes flickered, her understanding equally limited. Upon first encountering him in the northern region, I felt a powerful intuition. This individual is far from offering him a small favor in inconsequential matters is, in the grand scheme, not a misstep. Qingli mused, her delicate fingers gently tapping the table as she spoke, sharing her contemplative thoughts. Oh, what kind of intuition? The old woman inquired, her demeanor instantly becoming more solemn. She was aware that her mistress practiced a peerless ocular technique, capable of perceiving what eludes the common eye, thus her words could not be mere whims. I cannot see clearly. It is inscrutable, Qingli replied, shaking her head, sensing an unfathomable depth. The old woman nodded thoughtfully before continuing, this young man's cultivation is noteworthy, at the fourth level of the Dharma aspect. Excluding the ancient anomalies sealed within the divine source, he can be considered part of the elite among the younger generation of the eastern wilderness. Do you recall what his cultivation was when I encountered him a year ago in the northern region? Qingli smiled, posing the question. What was his cultivation? The old woman asked. At the first level of the cave heaven realm, Qingli revealed. The old woman's expression shifted dramatically at this revelation. Within a single year, he had ascended a remarkable 12 small realms. Such a rate of advancement is nothing short of terrifying, especially for a sacred body, which consumes vast resources and bears the shackles of the heavenly Tao. It is indeed astonishing. Could it be that you have intentions of making him a candidate for the Emperor's selection plan? The old woman speculated after much contemplation. Not at all, Qingli replied, her response firm and unequivocal. The lessons learned from past attempts at nurturing sacred bodies are well remembered. The Elder Council will not pass any resolutions on this matter. It would be a futile endeavor. Moreover, the golden era has yet to truly arrive. Speaking of the Emperor's selection plan at this juncture is premature. We must traverse several ancient life stars before we can consider initial candidates and plans. Indeed, you are right, the old woman conceded after a moment of reflection, choosing to say no more. Upon reaching the luxurious chamber aboard the ancient vessel, Lu extended his spiritual sense, surveying his surroundings. The room was not only opulently decorated but also inscribed with numerous gathering formations and barriers against external forces. The rich spiritual energy and serene ambience created an ideal sanctuary for focused cultivation. Subsequently, Lu settled cross-legged upon the bed, quietly murmuring within his heart, "System, claim rewards." Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing option 1. Reward, 1 divine artifact. As the notification resonated, a weapon materialized within the system space. With a thought, Lu summoned the divine artifact into his hand. It was a formidable battle spear, entirely golden, radiating the brilliance of pure gold. The spear's blade was exceptionally sharp, imbued with an unparalleled edge. A chilling aura of slaughter enveloped him, evoking a sense of dread, while ancient and arcane aesthetics intertwined within its form. Among divine artifacts, this was undoubtedly a remarkable specimen. Indeed, it seems to be the will of heaven, Lu remarked, gazing at the spear. Previously, in the primordial ancient mine of the northern region, he had conjured a golden spear through battle techniques, nearly pinning a celestial demon against a cliff. Now, the system had bestowed upon him a true divine weapon. The fate of the celestial demon was all but certain. As for the 2 formidable demons of the Nirvana realm beside him, Lu paid them no heed. With his current combat prowess, defeating an adversary across a major realm was hardly a daunting task. Even in the face of peril, he could rely on the swiftness of his movement technique to evade danger. Thus, there was little to worry about. Afterward, Lu pricked his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the golden spear. Humming, the spear trembled lightly, emitting a crisp resonance, and a brilliant light flickered momentarily across its surface. Objects acquired from the system space are unclaimed. Binding them through blood is a straightforward process, easily accomplished in mere moments. Completing the ritual, Lu gradually closed his eyes and seized the opportunity to delve into the chaos divine demon visualization technique, refining his consciousness and strengthening his mental prowess. As time swiftly passed, the worship of the Tianqing Merchant Guild sped through the void. After departing from the ancient city of Sang, it made brief stops at several major southern cities, employing the same strategy to attract the younger generation of experts aboard. However, their stays were brief, lasting no more than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Gradually, a handful of young elites boarded the deck, with the total number barely exceeding 10 even after traversing several large cities. Upon reaching the 5th city, the warship ceased its stops and accelerated to its utmost speed. heading directly towards the central region of the eastern wilderness. Majestic mountains and vast lands rolled by as the ship sailed, traversing rivers at a rapid pace. Within merely 7 days, the warship had left the southern region and entered the heart of the eastern wilderness, finally halting above a towering and imposing city wall. At last, we have arrived. At this moment, the young experts on the deck were all invigorated, their gazes fixed ahead in anticipation of disembarking. Keep a close watch on that lad. We must not let him escape. The celestial demon, brimming with pent-up frustration, could no longer contain himself. As the ship docked, he immediately transmitted a message to his 2 formidable guardians. Rest assured, young master, the moment he dares to disembark, he shall have nowhere to flee. The 2 guardians of the demon god palace wore expressions as cold as ice, their piercing gazes darting across the deck like venomous serpents. Just then, the door to a chamber swung open abruptly, and a tall figure swaggered out. His gaze swept downward, effortlessly spotting the positions of the demon guardians. 800 miles outside the city, shall this be your burial ground? Chapter 83, The Celestial Demon Body, Nothing More. A statement, resolute and powerful, resonated through the air. Though calm, it harbored an unparalleled brilliance. Youngster, do you believe you can escape 800 miles? A cold smile crept across the face of a guardian from the demon god palace, as he fixed his gaze ahead. In silence, a thread of tracking consciousness locked onto Lu Yuan's aura. No need for your assistance. I shall personally eradicate this individual, bathe in sacred blood and cleanse the disgrace. The celestial demon stepped forward, his towering figure emanating an astonishing force of vitality, declaring in a deep voice. The atmosphere crackled with tension, immediately attracting the attention of numerous powerful figures on the deck. The confrontation between the sacred body and the celestial demon body undoubtedly represented the pinnacle clash among the younger generation. Such a grand battle was not to be missed. Some individuals eagerly anticipated witnessing this level of confrontation firsthand. Don't be hasty, I will send you on your way, one by one. With that, Lu Yuan turned without a backward glance, his garments billowing as he transformed into a golden beam of light, vanishing into the distance. What incredible speed! Someone exclaimed, astonished by the rapidity, a feat akin to traversing the very earth in an instant, reaching the utmost velocity. Nowhere to run. The trio from the demon god palace had long been prepared, their toes digging into the ground, transforming into swift streams of light, pursuing him relentlessly like relentless parasites. The landscape beneath them rapidly receded. 800 miles from the city lay an ancient primordial forest, tranquil yet occasionally pierced by deep, resonant roars of beasts. Before long, the sounds of wind and thunder shattered the silence. Lu Yuan stood tall, treading the void. Upon reaching this juncture, he indeed halted his advance, not as a feigned tactic for a decisive battle, but with genuine confidence in his ability to subdue any adversary, including 2 formidable, seal this space. The 2 guardians from the demon god palace exchanged a brief glance before immediately springing into action. Their fingers danced, weaving intricate patterns of light that sparkled brilliantly, slamming downward to seal off Lu Yuan's escape routes. Young master, be cautious. The sacred body is extraordinary. Do not underestimate him. One cautioned telepathically. Silence. The celestial demon's gaze turned icy, a cold snort escaping his lips. Without further ado, he lunged forward to strike. Old grudges would be settled today? With silver hair dancing wildly, the celestial demon surged forward, radiating a frenzied, killing intent, closing the distance in mere steps before unleashing a powerful punch. Boom. Lu Yuan remained expressionless, golden blood energy surging from him as his massive hand descended like a grinding wheel. A resounding crash echoed through the region. In close combat, their clash was as fierce as a needle against a blade. Both possessed renowned physical prowess, and though they battled with flesh and blood, the impact rivaled that of enchanted artifacts. Mountains trembled, ancient trees swayed, startling numerous creatures in the primordial forest, forcing them to flee in terror. Yet, with the space sealed by intricate patterns, many were left battered and bleeding, unable to escape. Kill. The celestial demon unleashed his full combat prowess, wild and untamed. His body engulfed in a resplendent purple light, twisting like dazzling purple dragons swirling around him, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. In an instant, the 2 clashed again, their fierce strikes falling like a tempest, too swift for the eye to follow. The area was a whirlwind of golden and purple lights, each move as quick as lightning, terrifying in its intensity. Wherever they passed, the void crumbled, energy storms raged, sweeping in all directions. A battle at the realm of Dharma manifested the power to shatter the void. This was on par with the might of nirvana. From a distance, numerous young observers displayed expressions of shock, their eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. They prided themselves on not being weaklings and were well known in the southern region. Yet, in comparison to these two, they clearly fell short, their combat prowess on an entirely different level. Clang. Lu Yuan and the celestial demon maintained their intense exchanges. The golden fist met the glimmering claws, creating sparks that flew as the sound of metal clashing reverberated, leaving onlookers trembling. After several rounds of engagement, Lu Yuan unleashed an array of five-colored divine light that cascaded from his fingertips, striking down with immense force. Trivial skills, the celestial demon shouted, his brow gleaming with purple light as he executed a formidable secret technique, launching a powerful punch. Boom! The colossal hand imbued with five-colored divine light was pierced, along with the surrounding void, shattering into chaotic currents, revealing the terrifying might of this technique. Interesting, Lu Yuan mused, a mysterious smile crossing his lips. In the next moment, he swept his right hand, invoking the supreme battle law, manifesting an unparalleled offensive. With a downward motion, he unleashed not just one, but a series of five-element hand seals, each striking with unparalleled brilliance, illuminating the void in a kaleidoscope of colors, as if a celestial tapestry had descended, enveloping all and crashing down with ferocity. What? The celestial demon's expression shifted dramatically as he momentarily lost focus, only to quickly regain his composure and desperately brace for impact. Boom! The multitude of five-element hand seals descended simultaneously, their might astonishing, rendering escape impossible, instantly engulfing the celestial demon's form and driving him into the void. With sheer force, they flattened towering mountains, splintered ancient trees, and reduced the landscape to chaos. How is this possible? He can unleash such a level of arcane art in an instant, and without any discernible incantation, all instantaneously? This was beyond astonishing. The young observers were left in sheer awe, their understanding shattered by such a display of power. They could not fathom how Lu Yuan achieved this. After a few moments, the dust settled. The celestial demon, pushing aside a massive boulder that had pinned him, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Such an onslaught, even his formidable physique struggled against. Numerous bones had fractured. Yet, before he could catch his breath, an overwhelming sense of danger washed over him. His pupils constricted, instinctively lowering his stance. A terrifying beam of light brushed past his scalp, sweeping through the air. Boom! Dozens of towering mountains behind him were severed in two. Countless ancient trees split apart, and many fleeing creatures met their demise, oblivious to their fate. The divine finger of heaven, in Lu Yuan's hands, exhibited a terrifying power that sent shivers down spines. The celestial demon body, having reached the Dharma realm, was but a shadow of its potential. Enough, I shall send you on your way. Lu Yuan's gaze fell, disappointment lacing his words, before he summoned a golden war spear into his hand and surged forward, ready to vanquish his foe. Chapter 84. The Celestial King descends upon the nine heavens kill. The celestial demon roared, summoning his magical artifact to counter the onslaught. Their enmity had escalated to such a degree that reconciliation was impossible. There was no retreat left. It was a matter of life or death. Clang! The golden battle spear met the blood-red long knife in a terrifying clash, sending shockwaves through the void and causing a vast area to collapse, with energy ripples expanding rapidly. The celestial demon's form was hurled backward, crashing into several massive stones before finally coming to a halt. A divine artifact. The celestial demon felt his hands tremble violently, his palms splitting open. With just one strike, the peak-tier artifact had been compromised. The might of a divine instrument was indeed formidable. Show me what else you possess, otherwise, you shall find no opportunity. Lu Yuan spoke coldly, his tall figure enveloped in golden blood energy, surrounded by the potent aura of imperial dragon energy. Wielding a golden spear as he advanced like a golden war god, surveying the heavens and the earth with disdain. I shall not be defeated, the celestial demon howled, unleashing an unparalleled wave of demonic energy. The void trembled violently as demonic power surged skyward. In an astonishing display of speed, a colossal image of a demon king materialized above him, complete with two horns and two wings. A fearsome visage of green skin and sharp fangs, the very manifestation of the celestial demon's might. Is your skill exhausted? Your special physique and manifestation hold no value against me. Lu Yuan scoffed, as chaotic blue lotus manifestations emerged beside him, their three radiating green light that washed over all. Boom. The Demon King's manifestation shattered in an instant, dispersing into countless specks of light that vanished into the ether. The ancient holy body, impervious to a myriad of evils, truly lived up to its reputation. The celestial demon, now frantic, relinquished any hope for his manifestation and resorted to one of the supreme techniques from the demon god palace. His aura intensified, and with a swift step, he ascended into the sky, preparing to deliver a devastating blow. Think to crush me? You are far too slow. Lu Yuan sneered, effortlessly discerning the technique. He then swung his arm, sweeping the spear outward. Clang, clang, clang. Hundreds of dazzling golden rays surged forth, engulfing the surroundings. Each ray, sharp as a celestial sword, pierced the void with lethal intent. Boom, boom. The celestial demon gritted his teeth, desperately attempting to block with his blood-red long knife, which he swung in arcs across the sky. However, the might of his artifact was utterly insufficient to withstand the assault of a divine instrument. He barely held on for 2 or 3 breaths before the crimson light of his blade dimmed. With a sharp crack, fissures spread, and the blade shattered into over a dozen fragments, rendered completely useless. Simultaneously, the celestial demon's accumulated momentum was forcibly interrupted. His body pierced in multiple places by the searing golden light, and he plummeted from the sky, bloodied and battered. In this clash of equal realms, you are vastly outmatched. My physical body, mystical arts, manifestations, and artifacts all surpass yours. How can you hope to defeat me? Lu Yuan declared coldly. At that moment, he lost all patience and prepared to deliver the final blow to the celestial demon. Boom. In an instant, Lu Yuan's consciousness surged, and a brilliant light flared from his brow. The ancient Yin Sutra, the ancient Sun Sutra, the Tao Sutra, and the ancient Chaos Sutra resonated, unleashing a torrent of symbols that danced like dragons and snakes, charging toward the celestial demon. Bang, bang. The celestial demon rose to resist, channeling his own divine consciousness and the imperial sutras of his kind. Yet it was all in vain, as he was quickly engulfed by a myriad of colors. His hands and feet were bound by the ancient power, firmly immobilized in the void. Die! Lu Yuan raised his spear, hurling it with all his might. A golden stream of light expanded rapidly in the terrified eyes of the celestial demon, bringing with it an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Impudent youth! Just then, a thunderous voice rang out from the side. The 2 guardians of the demon god palace, unable to contain themselves any longer, surged forward to intercept the lethal attack aimed at the celestial demon. Although the young master had previously ordered them not to intervene, the gravity of the situation compelled them to act. Should the young master perish before their eyes, they would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the old master's wrath. You, a mere holy body, are too bloodthirsty and unfit to linger in this world. I shall end your life. One of the guardians spoke coldly, unleashing a terrifying aura that made many young warriors in the vicinity tremble with fear. Such meaningless chatter. I have been waiting for you. Lu Yuan scoffed, his thoughts directing the spear to execute the command to slay the celestial demon. Without further ado, he lunged toward the 2 guardians of the demon god palace. Just a trifling 4th level of manifestation, and you dare to defy the heavens? One guardian bellowed, his voice booming like thunder. The 3 engaged in fierce combat. What constitutes the realm of nirvana? The fusion of physical and spiritual powers, honed through countless cycles of desolation, achieving an unparalleled state of perfection. Their power could shatter mountains and overturn seas. In the heart of the battle, demonic energy surged like a tidal wave, immense and boundless, tearing through the heavens and earth. Lu Yuan, with his hair wildly flowing, unleashed a torrent of blood energy, standing firm against 2 formidable guardians of the nirvana realm, embodying the true essence of combat in the forbidden domain. His golden hand struck down, relentlessly hammering, reducing the void to ash and causing the ground to tremble. Even the guardians of the nirvana realm struggled to withstand such tremendous blows, coughing blood as they were sent reeling, their demonic forms utterly ravaged. 1 against 2. Defying the might of the nirvana realm? Is this truly the power a mere manifestation realm can wield? The young warriors observing from afar felt their hair stand on end, gripped by terror as they beheld this astonishing spectacle. This youth is extraordinary. Go all out. The 2 guardians of the demon god palace, thinking in unison, suddenly shouted in unison, summoning their celestial manifestations. Boom. 2 towering divine manifestations obscured the sky. One was an ancient totem, resembling a blazing celestial map, engulfed in flames that seemed capable of incinerating the heavens. The other was the guardian's own shadow, with massive wings casting darkness over the world, turning day into night. Mere chickens and dogs. Allow me to show you what a true manifestation is. Lu Yuan's hair danced in the wind, suffused with boundless divine light. In a sudden step, he descended as if to shatter the very heavens. A celestial king's manifestation, identical in appearance to him, emerged, towering above all, seated high in the 9 heavens. Surrounded by the essence of yin and yang, gazing down upon the myriad beings, exuding an overwhelming grandeur. Chapter 85, Slaying the Sacred Body's Manifestation. The celestial king descends upon the 9 heavens. At this moment, all present were left in utter shock, their eyes fixated on the battlefield without a blink. The scene was overwhelmingly grand. The celestial beings are legends that transcend even the great emperors. No one has ever witnessed their existence, nor do they know if they truly exist. Yet, the aura emanating from this spectacle was undeniably real, exuding an intimidating might that overshadowed all beings and paths, inducing tremors in their very souls. It was not a mere manifestation of ordinary divine powers. Kill! Lu Yuan bellowed like thunder, and the colossal form of the celestial king suddenly sprang into action. From the mist-shrouded heavens, a gigantic hand emerged, radiating celestial light and descending with the force of cataclysm. Ready to annihilate. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as the fabric of the void shattered, turning into a haze. The manifestations conjured by the 2 guardians of the demon god palace were instantly crushed, dissipating into nothingness. What? Both were astonished and enraged, completely unprepared for their painstakingly refined divine manifestations to crumble before the sacred body's appearance, unable to withstand even a single breath. Boom! In the next instant, the celestial king's form descended, showering Lu Yuan in a cascade of divine radiance, enveloping him in boundless Taoist essence, rendering him sacred and ineffable. This was the union of heaven and man, exponentially amplifying his combat prowess. With a flicker, a golden light streaked across the sky, and the secret art of movement activated. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yuan had surged forward, charging towards one individual. Boom! A golden fist descended with unstoppable force, unleashing a torrent of blood. Even the guardian of the demon god palace, despite exerting all his strength to block, was utterly overwhelmed, his defenses obliterated. The sheer might pierced through his chest, releasing a fountain of blood. The latter's pupils dilated, his voice a garbled mess as he coughed up fragments of his own insides. Before he could utter a complete sentence, Lu Yuan's divine power twisted, extinguishing all traces of his life. Only you remain. Lu Yuan glanced back with a cold stare. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he leapt forward to attack. Youngster, do you truly wish to forge a mortal enmity with my demon god palace? By killing us, there will be no place for you in the eastern wilderness. The last remaining Nirvana realm guardian panicked, retreating frantically while shouting hoarsely. However, such threats bore no fruit, only inviting an even fiercer assault. In the state of union with heaven and man, Lu Yuan's divine power surged, his might reaching unprecedented heights. A golden hand wove through the air, sealing off the void, leaving no escape for his foes. Boom! His divine fist struck down, shattering all laws with a single blow, piercing through the very fabric of reality. Even the transformed great demon, having undergone 3 metamorphoses, was left shattered, crashing down helplessly. With indifference in his gaze, Lu Yuan waved his hand, summoning spiraling imperial dragon chi that transformed into roaring golden dragons, descending upon his target. No! A heart-wrenching scream erupted from the ruins below. Yet, before it could travel far, it was drowned out by the roars of the golden dragons, silencing any remnants of life. This grim scene was witnessed by many young experts, sending chills down their spines, a cold wave washing over them. 2 Nirvana realm elders had been so effortlessly slaughtered. Faster than the fall of the celestial demon. Is this the power of the forbidden realm? Capable of disregarding the barriers of great realms, defying the heavens in battle. In just a year, the sacred body had ascended to such heights. Who among the younger generation could stand against him? Many turned pale, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. After all was said and done, Lu Yuan's gaze fell once more upon the celestial demon, bound and helpless. The golden spear hung in the air, having unleashed its unparalleled brilliance multiple times, leaving the demon utterly exhausted and devoid of power to resist. Like a lamb to slaughter, like fish on a chopping block, he was powerless to contend. The great era is about to unfold, and I was destined to attain enlightenment, yet I meet my end here. My heart is unwilling. My heart is unwilling. The celestial demon's eyes burned red, spiraling into madness as he emitted a thunderous roar filled with despair and regret. He had been defeated. The two Nirvana realm guardians were dead. There was no hope of recovery, and his demise was nearly certain. Is this your final words? If so, then let us proceed. Lu Yuan sneered coldly, gesturing imperiously to the divine artifact to deliver the final blow. Swish! The spear sliced through the air like a bolt, unimpeded as it pierced the celestial demon's body, driving through his heart. The towering figure was propelled back toward the mountainside, nailed to the cliff as before. Blood flowed down the steep rock face, forming a hauntingly beautiful pattern that was both shocking and tragic. The celestial demon was dead. From afar, many young warriors, witnessing this gruesome sight, felt their pupils constrict. The unascended beings, whose primordial spirits had yet to materialize, would surely perish if their hearts were pierced. No one could save them. The sacred body Lu Yuan was truly a being devoid of taboos, a fearsome individual. He boldly slaughtered the young master of the demon god palace, disregarding everything. A stir arose among the onlookers, many feeling their scalps tingle and their expressions shift dramatically. Everyone understood that the celestial demon was the favored disciple of the old master of the demon god palace, nurtured with great care. Yet, before the grand era could dawn, he met his demise, impaled upon the mountainside. One could almost predict the chaos this news would incite upon its return to the northern domain. Furthermore, he was the first of the saint-level figures to fall before the era's commencement. This would undoubtedly echo throughout the world, becoming fodder for discussion, a tempest that could not be quelled. Soon after, Lu Yuan beckoned, summoning the blood-stained spear back to his hand. As for the myriad gazes directed at him, he chose to ignore them entirely. With an air of nonchalance, Lu Yuan gathered a few storage bags from the fallen and activated the secret art of movement once more. Traversing through the void sealed by numerous runes, advancing towards the distant land. Chapter 86. The Rise to Fame. A few days later, astonishing news swept across the entire eastern wilderness. The young master of the northern domain's demon god palace, the celestial demon, had been nailed to a cliff by the holy body Lu Yuan. Despite the presence of two powerful Nirvana realm guardians, his life could not be preserved, and they too perished on that battlefield. By the time reinforcements from the demon god palace arrived, the celestial demon had already bled out, leaving no hope for revival. Thus, the celestial demon was completely erased from the annals of the current era, causing uproar throughout the northern domain. It was rumored that the elderly master of the demon god palace was furious, shedding tears of blood as he issued an edict, dispatching not just one, but multiple powerful beings above the divine realm to hunt down the holy body and ensure his demise. Simultaneously, this news rapidly spread throughout the central region of the eastern wilderness, sweeping through the strongholds of various factions. Many cities buzzed with discussions among countless cults, marveling that the holy body Lu Yuan had also ventured into the central region and had accomplished an earth-shattering feat, defeating the celestial demon. Within a bustling large city, numerous cultivators and taverns animatedly discussed the event. The celestial demon had been renowned since ancient times, celebrated as the mightiest physical embodiment of the demon race. Tragically, he had not even seen a glimpse of the golden age, meeting an untimely end along the way. Indeed, some elders sighed in lamentation, declaring it a matter. Others countered, asserting that it ultimately stemmed from a lack of strength. Although the holy body had fallen for several 100,000 years and faded from prominence, one must not forget the legendary tales of his unmatched prowess within the same realm. In an era devoid of the shackles of the heavenly path, few could contend with him across the stars. Another individual provided a balanced analysis of the situation. Unmatched in the same realm, you dare to make such claims? In the pre-ancient times, even the holy body was not truly invincible, having faced bloody encounters. Furthermore, the current celestial environment makes ascension to divinity impossible, rendering it merely a fleeting moment of brilliance. The path of the emperor is accompanied by the remnants of bones. That is his future. At that moment, an extraordinary young man clad in blue approached, lightly waving a paper fan as he spoke disdainfully. Your tone is quite audacious. Do you dare to seek a life-and-death battle with the holy body? The other man turned, indignantly replying, Why should I engage in battle with him? I possess my own grand pathway to divinity, unimpeded by the likes of a mere mortal awaiting death. The blue-clad youth remained unperturbed, defiantly retorting. The man, observing his arrogance, felt a wave of contempt. It was evident he hailed from a powerful faction, a frivolous young master untested by the trials of blood and fire. Debating with him was akin to playing a lute to a cow. Little did they know, in the later stages of cultivation, mere realms could hardly create significant disparities. Only combat prowess remained eternal. Ancient texts recorded that during the Golden Age, prodigies had emerged capable of briefly entering the divine realm and crossing vast realms to defeat foes. True gods vanquished celestial beings overthrew kings, and kings defied sages. Such feats were extraordinarily defiant, beyond common reasoning. This required an indomitable heart and unparalleled combat strength, the fundamental qualities of those destined for greatness. Such unparalleled power could not be grasped by mere boastful individuals. Thus, further discourse was futile. In a dimly lit palace, a young man sprang to his feet, a terrifying lightning glint igniting in his eyes as he listened to the report from his subordinate. "What did you say? The celestial demon is dead?" Meng Yao, taken aback by the news, appeared genuinely astonished. Indeed, he perished 800 miles outside Tianguan City. The two accompanying Nirvana Realm Guardians also fell in battle. A servant-like cultivator from the Ming family reiterated respectfully. "A year's time, and he has reached this level? Was it not said that the ancient holy body cultivated slowly?" Meng Yao's expression shifted, his heart trembled. Ever since the battle at the ancient mines of the northern domain, he had been consumed by a desire to cleanse his shame. Yet now, the celestial demon's fate loomed, inciting an inexplicable dread within him. Truth be told, the Dharma aspect realm in confrontation with the holy body held no advantages whatsoever. It was akin to binding one's own hands and feet. The second phase of the divine body phenomenon was entirely suppressed by the holy body, rendering it nearly ineffective. Meng Zhao's blood feud would likely have to be postponed. "Is he the one who severed your arm?" A man seated nearby inquired nonchalantly. He appeared to be in his mid-20s, yet his eyes bore the weight of countless years, a stark contrast to his youthful visage. "Yes," Meng Yao nodded, a fierce glint crossing his gaze as he mentioned this matter. The current arm, although regenerated by ancient divine medicine, required immense effort to refine back to its original strength. Otherwise, in battle, it would remain a glaring weakness. When it came time to temper the body in the Nirvana realm, it would become an even greater hassle, impeding his cultivation progress. Quite remarkable. In this age, there are still those who fail to learn from past lessons and dare to cultivate the holy body. Intriguing. Should I encounter this individual in the central region, I would gladly assist you in eliminating him. The man smiled, his tone light, as if slaying a Dharma aspect realm holy body was a trivial matter to him. Meng Yao opened his mouth but ultimately swallowed his words, refraining from saying anything further. On another front, Gu Qinghuang and Yin Tiandu, journeying through the central region, became aware of this news, each harboring inexplicable emotions. A few true disciples from the 10,000 initial sacred land could not help but express their admiration for Lu Yuan's audacity. With this, enmity with the demon god palace was irrevocably sealed. Traveling the world would require constant vigilance against the attacks of divine realm experts, truly a source of trepidation. However, given the circumstances, there was little left to say. The great era was about to unfold, chaos would ensue, and this was merely the prologue. The arrival of the true golden age would see heroes rise, and even the fall of divine lords would not be an extraordinary event. In the deluge of calamity, no one could remain unscathed. Days swiftly passed. Lu Yuan wandered alone across the vast expanse of the eastern wilderness, traversing ancient mountains and rivers, absorbing the beauty of the landscape. He moved at his own pace, neither hurried nor anxious, diligently honing his state of mind. The central region, geographically positioned at the heart of the eastern wilderness, may not have been as vast as the northern or southern domains, yet its comprehensive strength was undoubtedly. Numerous sacred lands were rooted here, with many sects and ancient families boasting lineages spanning tens of thousands of years. Among them were several top-tier lineages that had produced their foundations immensely profound, not to mention the ancient fossil-level figures sealed within the divine source. Even a few supreme imperial artifacts were enough to instill fear across the realm, showcasing a once glorious might. From such a lineage emerged individuals who were invincible under heaven and earth, revered by myriad races. Chapter 87. Golden Ridge. Lu Yuan, not deliberately seeking any particular direction, but rather meandering aimlessly. After half a month, he found himself in an extraordinary place. The earth and sky were drenched in a blood-red hue, as if it were a realm soaked in the essence of some fallen creature, staining both the heavens and the ground. Towering mountains on either side radiated a resplendent golden light, resembling grand edifices forged from gold, exuding an overwhelming majesty, a truly magnificent golden mountain. Lu Yuan gazed in astonishment, observing with his divine sense, his eyes reflecting a sense of wonder. Before his arrival, he had heard whispers about this central region. This land, rich in diverse colors, was once the foundation of several emperors' Taoist legacies. Epic battles had unfolded here, giving birth to many remarkable sites, many of which remain unexplored to this day. Fellow Taoist, what is this place? A group of travelers who had also arrived here intercepted a young cultivator nearby, inquiring earnestly. Golden Ridge, the young cultivator replied, scrutinizing the group before him. His expression sharpened as he spoke truthfully. During this period, numerous young powerhouses from the eastern wilderness had emerged, flocking to the central region for exploration. It was a time of hidden currents and concealed talents. What is the origin of such a peculiar name? A girl in a light green dress, her hair tied in a ponytail, stepped forward, tilting her head curiously. I am not entirely certain of the specifics. It is said to be the resting place of a supreme being from an ancient golden clan. In his later years, he refused to pass away quietly. His blood stained the skies and plains, and his bones transformed into the golden mountains flanking this place. And deep within this wondrous site lies a golden staircase, formed from his spinal column. Ascending to a certain height may grant one extraordinary fortune. The local cultivator elaborated, appearing knowledgeable yet enigmatic. Indeed, remarked a handsome young man, his eyes brightening at the information. He waved his hand, offering a substantial amount of source energy to the local cultivator. Thank you, fellow Taoist. The local cultivator beamed with joy upon receiving the source energy, bowing in gratitude before hastily departing. Lu Yuan, not far off, overheard their conversation, his expression somewhat peculiar. He had not anticipated encountering familiar faces in such a place. The extravagant young man was none other than Gu Qinghuang, whom he had met previously in the Divine City. Gu Qinghuang sensed a gaze upon him and turned back, curious. It's him. Gu Qinghuang recognized Lu Yuan, his eyes sparkling with surprise. Do you know that person? Inquired the girl in the green dress, tilting her head. The Dao partner of Sister Qinghuang from the Phoenix clan, the saint body Lu Yuan. Gu Qinghuang took a deep breath before stating. So he is the saint body? The girl covered her mouth in astonishment. Upon hearing this, the two attendants from the Gu family behind her also changed their expressions, surprised. With their nirvana realm cultivation, they were formidable in the outside world, yet within ancient families, they were inconsequential, lacking the standing to partake in significant events. Thus, encountering the renowned Dao partner of the goddess for the first time was quite an eye-opener for them. The tale of slaying the celestial demon had spread far and wide, and the experts dispatched by the demon god palace were scouring the lands. It was bold of him to appear so openly in a crowded place, without altering his appearance. Truly, he possessed remarkable audacity. Let us approach him. Since we have encountered him, we should extend our greetings, Gu Qinghuang declared, waving his hand as he led the group toward Lu Yuan. It has been over a year since we last met, Brother Lu. Your charisma remains undiminished. Gu Qinghuang greeted warmly. It has been a while. Lu Yuan nodded gently, offering a faint smile. With his keen perception, he could discern that Gu Qinghuang had entered the Dharma aspect realm, boasting a cultivation level of the second heaven. Presumably, he was the highest-ranking member of the Gu family's younger generation, aside from Gu Qinghuang. Although he fell short of the saint-level figures, he was indeed formidable. Greetings, brother-in-law. The girl in the green dress chimed in with a cheeky smile, unabashedly addressing him. This is Lu Yuan, taken aback by the unexpected address, inquired with curiosity. Oh, she is a cousin of Sister Qinghuang, accompanying me on this journey through the central region, Gu Qinghuang explained. My name is Gu Ziming. I have long admired your esteemed reputation, brother-in-law, and I hope to receive your guidance should we meet again in the eastern wilderness. The girl approached with a bright smile, exuding a vibrant youthful energy. Very well, Lu Yuan nodded with a smile, not taking any offense. Given her relation to Gu Qinghuang, it was only natural to offer assistance when possible. Soon, the group gathered, and after exchanging a few more pleasantries, they delved into the matter at hand. Many aspiring cultivators from various regions had come to the central area for training, primarily to explore remarkable sites. With the Golden Ridge staircase now within reach, there was no reason not to ascend it. After discussing briefly, Gu Qinghuang stepped forward, eager to take on the challenge. Lu Yuan too prepared to soar into Golden Ridge, hoping to uncover some fortuitous opportunity. At that moment, a tremor rippled through the distant void. Dozens of colossal ancient beasts, adorned with impressive horns, descended, pulling a luxurious palanquin. A grand banner fluttered in the wind, displaying two archaic characters, Qinglan. The Qinglan sacred land has arrived. Many cultivators below gasped in astonishment. Qinglan sacred land was a local force in the central region, renowned for its formidable reputation. Its disciples were ubiquitous, but such a grand entrance was a rarity. Following closely, a young man clad in feathered robes, exuding an ethereal presence, stepped down from the palanquin, surrounded by numerous attendants, standing out like a crane among chickens, radiating an aura of prominence. It is he, the newly appointed saint son of Qinglan sacred land, Lu Yuan. Someone whispered, revealing his identity. It was widely known that over a year ago, the previous Qinglan saint son and saint daughter had perished in the ancient mine of Taichu in the northern region, falling victim to the wrath of a powerful figure. Now, the new saint son had been selected and was re-emerging in the eastern wilderness. Chapter 88. Ascending the Golden Ladder. The Golden Ladder. Uncertain of where this journey may lead me, Lu Qinghuang, the saint son of Qinglan, gazed into the distance, a fleeting glimmer of intensity flashing in his eyes. Previously, he had failed in his quest for the title of saint son within the sacred ground, leaving his reputation somewhat diminished. However, now he had achieved his desires. At this pivotal moment, on the brink of a grand era, ascending to the position of saint son, no one could overshadow him. With unwavering determination, he sought to carve a name for himself across the eastern wilderness. This golden ladder represented his first trial to prove his worth. "Sulao, how far did Lu Yuan ascend?" Lu Qinghuang inquired casually. 73 steps, came the reply. Lu Yuan was the name of the previous Qinglan saint son. The elderly man, Su, with extensive experience, understood the competitive spirit among the youth. It was not surprising for the newly appointed saint son, still solidifying his foundation, to seek validation against his predecessor. Very well, watch as I shatter his record. Lu Qinghuang inhaled deeply, his hair standing on end, his spirit soaring. With the most powerful secret arts of Qinglan at his, he felt an overwhelming confidence to rise among the younger generation, unmatched by any. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Lu Qinghuang transformed into a streak of sharp light, charging into the golden ridge and swiftly ascending the ladder. Such speed! Within mere moments, he had scaled several tiers. Many cultivators present narrowed their eyes, sensing that this newly appointed saint son of Qinglan was no ordinary adversary. His strength was formidable. Just as Lu Qinghuang surged forward, not far away, Lu Yuan and Gu Qinghuang made their move, both rushing into the golden ridge to begin their ascent. Boom! The moment Lu Yuan set foot on the first step, an overwhelming pressure enveloped him from all directions. His form hesitated for a brief instant as he sensed the peculiarity of this place. It felt as though an immense force of rules was binding those who ascended the ladder. This constraint was independent of one's realm, varying in intensity according to the cultivator's level, testing their ultimate strength. So that is how it is, Lu Yuan mused quietly. With this understanding, he resumed his stride, his body trembling with energy as he advanced towards the pinnacle of the ladder. His speed was astonishing. With each step, he cleared multiple tiers, as if he encountered no hindrance whatsoever. Who is that? His pace up the ladder surpassed even that of the saint son of Qinglan. Outside the mountain, numerous cultivators gazed in astonishment, unable to contain their exclamations. It was evident. This was surely a prodigious figure who had crossed over from another region, perhaps even a saint son from a prestigious sect. Many were exhilarated, anticipating a fierce contest atop the ladder. Meanwhile, Gu Qinghuang's ascent, though slightly slower than Lu Yuan's, was still remarkably swift compared to other cultivators. In the midst of the ascent, there existed an unwritten standard. Reaching the 30th step indicated a person of no ordinary caliber. Reaching 60 steps marked one as a genius. 70 steps signified a figure of saint son status, with extraordinary potential. 80 steps represented unparalleled talent, a future king in the making. 90 steps indicated one with the bearing of a sage. To arrive at the pinnacle of the ladder signified breaking through a certain realm's limit, possessing the potential of an emperor. As for how many throughout history have achieved such feats, it was beyond the knowledge of mundane cultivators. Boom! When Lu Yuan reached the 30th step, the oppressive force surrounding him doubled, as if he bore the weight of a colossal mountain, making every step arduous. Yet, this was merely a challenge for others. Despite the intensified pressure, Lu Yuan's formidable physique remained unyielding. His strides were swift, as if traversing level ground. These 8 words encapsulated his experience perfectly. Simultaneously, the saint son of Qinglan began to slow his pace. At the 63rd step, he paused, adjusting his state. Overestimating oneself. The saint's son cast a disdainful glance back at the two figures behind him, snorting coldly. Climbing alongside the strong, the disparity was immediately evident. Ordinary cultivators would typically choose to sidestep, avoiding humiliation. These two were clearly outsiders from other regions, unaware of their own limitations, foolishly aspiring to compare themselves with him. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Yuan paid no heed to his thoughts. While attuning to the peculiar force of rules, he pressed forward. 35 steps, 40 steps, 45 steps, 50 steps, 60 steps. Upon reaching this point, the terrifying pressure of the surrounding laws had increased exponentially. Yet this did not deter Lu Yuan. He continued his ascent. 61 steps. He pressed on. The spectators below erupted in astonished cries. To ascend over 60 steps in one breath was no feat of the nameless. Truly a saint body, an unparalleled physique, astonishing in strength. He required not a hint of divine power to reach this point. Gu Qinghuang, too, reached the 60th step, where he paused. The overwhelming pressure causing beads of sweat to form on his brow, compelling him to muster divine energy to withstand much of the force. Soon after, Lu Yuan advanced further, his form barely pausing as he surpassed Liao Chengfeng's position, as though traversing a realm devoid of obstacles. What? Liao Chengfeng's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this scene. Gritting his teeth, he summoned forth a dazzling aura of divine light, propelling himself forward in pursuit. 65. 70. Upon reaching this threshold, Liao Chengfeng's body wavered. His form succumbing to the immense pressure, blood seeping from his pores. This is impossible. Liao Chengfeng was utterly shaken. Throughout, he had not sensed the slightest ripple of divine power from the figure ahead. To ascend over 70 steps solely through physical strength? Who would dare believe it? Even the saint sons of various factions could not accomplish such a feat. Who is he? Liao Chengfeng's heart raced with astonishment, hesitating to chase further. Without regaining his composure, forcing himself to the next tier could lead to his bones being crushed under that tremendous weight. He had heard of such scenarios occurring frequently in the central regions. 3 breaths later, Lu Yuan stepped onto the 81st tier. The overwhelming pressure descended upon him like a tidal wave from all sides. This oppressive force was even heavier than when he had borne a mountain from the Taichu ancient mine. Even his physique began to feel the strain. Boom. In the next instant, the area erupted in brilliance. An unfathomable surge of vitality erupted from within Lu Yuan, akin to a radiant sun ascending, casting its light upon the golden ridge. Chapter 89. Ascending to the summit, the supreme liquid. Golden blood energy, dazzling and extraordinary, radiated a brilliance that illuminated the entire golden ridge. The golden vitality revealed his identity. He was the sacred body, Lu Yuan. Not far away, gasps of astonishment echoed through the air. The name of the sacred body had already become renowned throughout the eastern wilderness following several fierce battles. However, given the vast territories, not every cultivator had laid eyes upon him. Yet, the emergence of golden vitality instantly proclaimed Lu Yuan's identity. This was a unique trait of the ancient sacred body, one that could not be imitated by any other physique. So, it was the sacred body that had descended. No wonder he could ascend the 80 steps relying solely on his physical prowess. Yet, he truly was audacious. Just recently, he had vanquished a celestial demon near Tianxiang City, and the turmoil had yet to subside. Did he not fear retaliation from the demon god palace's formidable beings? Many gazes flickered. Even seasoned elders could not help but marvel inwardly. The sacred body. It was indeed him. I should have realized it sooner. Liao Chengfeng, too, was taken aback, casting aside his competitive spirit and quickly regaining composure. At this moment, Lu Yuan was wholly focused, indifferent to the probing minds and gazes surrounding him, striving for the summit. 83 steps. Boom. The terrifying pressure of the Tao descended upon him, akin to a colossal star plummeting from the cosmos, crushing down. It is no exaggeration to say that even a casual Nirvana 3 transformation cultivator standing here would be reduced to a mere pulp, with no hope of survival. Yet for Lu Yuan, it merely made him stoop slightly as he bore it with sheer willpower. 84, 85, 86, 90. 90 steps up the heavenly ladder. This was not even the limit of the sacred body. He continued to press forward. Was he truly aiming for the summit? All the cultivators present were moved, their eyes fixed in rapt attention on the heights of the ladder, filled with awe. Reaching the summit would signify breaking through a certain realm. Such an achievement was scarcely accomplished throughout history. If this were true, it would be nothing short of astonishing. In an instant, Liao Chengfeng, Gu Qinghuang, and others who were scaling the ladder stood frozen, unable to resist the urge to look forward. They too were eager to witness how far Lu Yuan could ascend. Boom. The scenery atop the 90 steps was vastly different. The power of the Tao left behind by the supreme of the golden ancient clan began to solidify into substance. It manifested as blades of celestial spears or golden humanoid lightning. The sound of war drums thundered as if a million heavenly soldiers descended from the heavens, launching a relentless assault. Simultaneously, Lu Yuan propelled his own vitality to its zenith. The golden blood energy surged like an ocean, sweeping in all directions. His fists clenched as they radiated resplendent holy light, unleashing continuous strikes. Boom, boom. The heavens echoed with deafening roars, reverberating painfully against the eardrums. This was the purest contest of physical strength, devoid of any Tao or technique. Lu Yuan understood that should he employ other means, the onslaught from the latter would surely intensify, rivaling the might of confronting several peak realms simultaneously. 91, 92, 93, 98. Lu Yuan's hair danced wildly, his eyes sparking with cold electricity. Wherever his fists passed, the void crumbled inch by inch. Endless golden beams were obliterated. However, some ferocious attacks forcibly breached his defenses, piercing through his body. Blood flowed from half of his form, a gruesome sight indeed. Meanwhile, the final barrier of the heavenly ladder appeared as expected. It took the form of a colossal phantom visible only to Lu Yuan, towering several meters tall. Its human silhouette radiated brilliance, clad in golden armor, resembling a golden war god standing amidst the vastness of the cosmos, exuding an unimaginable aura. This was a former peak realm cultivator of the golden ancient clan. Simply standing there, the overwhelming vitality could distort the void, suffocating all who approached. Kill. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan surged forward, his entire being enveloped in holy light, raising his fist to strike. Bang! The phantom of the golden ancient clan moved in kind. Delivering an unmatched punch, its terrifying force exceeding comprehension, heaven and earth trembled, and all directions shook. Boom! The void erupted, energy rippling outward. Lu Yuan staggered back several steps, nearly falling from the 98th step. Truly, a being of the peak realm could repel me. Lu Yuan was somewhat shaken, having encountered such a formidable opponent for the first time. However, in the blink of an eye, all emotions were swept away, replaced by an overwhelming battle intent. Kill! Lu Yuan cried out, the light in his eyes blazing ever brighter, sharp to the extreme. He transformed into a streak of golden light, charging forth fearlessly, like a fierce dragon breaking free, tumultuous as he clashed against the phantom of the golden ancient clan. Boom! Lu Yuan's arms spread wide. Every inch of his being thrummed with boundless holy light, truly pushing the power of the sacred body to its utmost, relying solely on physical might. He stepped into the forbidden realm, capable of defying the heavens in combat. Boom! After several exchanges, cracks began to appear in the armor of the golden ancient clan's phantom. After 30 exchanges, the armor of the phantom suddenly shattered, forcibly torn apart. Until the 100th exchange, a holy fist descended, vibrating with hundreds of echoes, producing a sound akin to mountains collapsing and oceans surging, directly piercing through the phantom's head. Bang! The light and shadow exploded with a soft chime, transforming into myriad specks of light, dissipating into the cosmos. In an instant, the surrounding Tao also vanished entirely, with all anomalies subsiding. Lu Yuan's gaze flickered, then he leapt, crossing to the 99th step of the heavenly ladder, successfully reaching the summit. How is this possible? He has completed the entire challenge of the heavenly ladder. He has reached the summit. The sacred body has shattered the limits of the realms. Does this not imply he possesses the qualifications to surpass the ancient sages and emperors? Within the Golden Ridge, the Gu clan, the Kanglan Holy Land, and all cultivators present felt an overwhelming shock, utterly astounded. At the same time, the entire golden heavenly ladder began to radiate with light, a brilliance extending to the heavens and the earth. The resplendent golden glow resonated with some mysterious force of rules. Countless rays of light cascaded from the firmament above, vibrant and colorful, enveloping the realm in an astonishing spectacle. Soon after, a square ancient platform materialized out of thin air, myriad runes and golden light flickering and intertwining within, brimming with vibrant life force, ultimately coalescing into a golden divine spring that soared toward Lu Yuan. This was the legendary marrow of the golden ancient clan, the essence of their existence after death, the supreme liquid. Chapter 90, Striking Back, Annihilating the Saint Child of Kanglan. According to popular rumor, the supreme liquid, upon the consumption of a single drop, bestows an extraordinary transformation upon the individual. The physical body is reborn, strength surges, rivaling even those celestial treasures capable of refining one's very essence. Now, Lu Yuan has ascended to the pinnacle, and astonishingly, he has acquired an entire pool of supreme liquid. This can only be described as an unprecedented miracle. No one could possibly remain indifferent. Even the newly appointed Saint Child of Kanglan, Lu Qinghuang, found his breath growing heavy. An entire pool of supreme liquid, countless drops. If he were to obtain it, the metamorphosis of his nirvana realm physique would face no obstacles whatsoever. His physical form might even reach the exalted heights of a saint body. Then, before the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lu Yuan waved his hand, effortlessly storing the pool of supreme liquid into a spatial treasure, a glimmer of joy flickering in his eyes. To achieve such a grand fortune at the apex of the heavenly ladder exceeded his expectations. He had initially thought he could merely hone his skills in this place, never anticipating such astonishing rewards. However, on another note, this also reveals that the supreme of the Golden Ancient clan must have been a profoundly respected figure in life. After his passing, he laid bare his blood and flesh, bones and marrow, to pave the way for future generations. Moreover, without any constraints of race or his selflessness is truly remarkable. In the midst of his contemplation, Lu Yuan focused his thoughts and activated the Phoenix Calamity Rebirth technique. A vibrant force of vitality surged forth, enveloping his exterior. His wounds twitched, the flow of blood ceased, and they began to heal gradually. "Brother Gu, do you wish to continue?" Lu Yuan turned to inquire. Gu Qinghuang smiled ruefully and shook his head. One must possess self-awareness. He was not a freak like Lu Yuan. Reaching the 68th step was already his limit. Continuing to push himself would only result in unnecessary injury. Furthermore, without reaching the summit and breaking through the extreme, there would be no rewards. Sustaining injuries would be a futile endeavor. "I shall not continue. This is my limit," Gu Qinghuang stated candidly. "Very well, then let us descend." With that, the two leaped from the heavenly ladder, returning to the golden ridge. Meanwhile, unnoticed by anyone, a fierce glint flickered in Liao Chengfeng's eyes. He understood that he could no longer afford to wait. Now, with the saint body injured, it was undoubtedly the best opportunity to strike. Should he regain his strength? He feared that even the sect's elders would be powerless against him. An entire pool of supreme liquid could slip through his fingers. Su Lao act. Block them. Liao Qingfeng decisively transmitted his command to the elder nearby. The elder Su, taken aback by the sudden order, quickly grasped his intent. Although the saint body was formidable, boasting remarkable achievements in slaying figures of the saint child level, at the end of the day, he was merely a cultivator of the fourth heaven of the law manifestation realm. Besides, having just ascended the heavenly ladder, he was severely wounded. There might still be a chance to subdue him and seize the fortune. Seal the space. Block the saint body. The elder Su reacted swiftly, transmitting a message to several fellow Nirvana realm disciples nearby before immediately taking action. Boom. A terrifying danger descended, as the surrounding void was inscribed with hundreds of intricate Dao patterns in an instant, sealing off the exit of the mountain ridge. This is bad. The people of Kanglan Sacred Land are targeting Lu Yuan. The two Nirvana realm elders accompanying the Gu family, possessing sharp senses, immediately alerted the group. Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghuang, Gu Ziming, and several other Gu family disciples all changed their expressions. The other cultivators within the Golden Ridge also sensed the ominous killing intent and retreated hastily, distancing themselves from the Gu family. However, Lu Yuan remained as composed as ever. He glanced at Liao Qingfeng, who had just descended from the heavenly ladder, and calmly inquired, "What is the meaning of the people from Kanglan Sacred Land?" "The Demon God Palace and our Kanglan Sacred Land have long-standing ties. The heavenly demons and I share deep connections. Since we have crossed paths, I shall not allow you to depart unscathed." Liao Qingfeng stepped forward, followed by a host of experts from Kanglan Sacred Land. Dozens of fierce beasts also roared, their crimson eyes gleaming with murderous intent, advancing aggressively. "Humph. If you wish to seize the supreme liquid, you may state so plainly. Why involve a deceased individual?" Lu Yuan scoffed, offering a scathing retort. With his keen perception, he could easily discern that Liao Qingfeng's cultivation was lacking, and compared to figures of the saint child level from major factions, he fell short, lacking the truly matching strength. "What did you say?" Liao Qingfeng's face darkened instantly, as if it could drip with water. This was an unadulterated contempt that he found intolerable. Since ancient times, the emergence of a saint body has invariably incited enmity throughout the world. Today, it was confirmed beyond doubt. So arrogantly presumptuous. Elder Su let out a chilling smile. his divine light surging in his palm, fully prepared to strike at a moment's notice. Just then, the two Nirvana realm powerhouses from the Gu family exchanged glances and simultaneously stepped forward, coldly stating, although this is the central region, your Kanglan sacred land cannot dominate the skies. If you wish to kill the saint body, you must consider the consequences. Can you withstand the wrath of the Gu family, Lu family, and the myriad beginnings of the sacred land? Their words brimmed with menace, causing the Nirvana realm experts from Kanglan's sacred land to harbor some trepidation. Ignore him. A mere waste incapable of becoming a deity. What harm could come from killing him? He doesn't hold that much weight. Lu Qinghuang barked coldly. Indeed, the moment those words were spoken, they immediately bolstered the confidence of the members of Kanglan's sacred land. The Saint Child's orders were not to be disregarded. The atmosphere instantly became charged with tension. In the next moment, a voice that seemed to echo from the depths of hell reverberated through the heavens and earth. Things as insignificant as ants seek their own demise. Very well, I shall send you on your way. As the words echoed, Lu Yuan's secret technique was suddenly unleashed. And in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, traversing hundreds of zhang in a single step, charging toward the Saint Child of Kanglan. What? The Nirvana realm powerhouses were all taken aback by such speed, but without a moment's hesitation, they conjured various techniques to confront him. Boom. In the center of the battlefield, a vast expanse of chaotic energy surged forth, sweeping across all directions. All forms of brilliance dimmed, and no techniques could come close. Within a span of a foot, all methods became void. Lu Yuan's figure did not pause, and in an instant, he broke through the encirclement of several Nirvana realm experts. With his fingers splayed wide, like 5 towering mountains piercing the void, he struck down upon the top of Lu Qingfeng's head with lightning speed. Lu Qingfeng was just as he attempted to muster his divine power for defense, a terrifying force bore down upon him. His head exploded on the spot, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. In an instant, Lu Yuan had executed him without any chance for retaliation. Chapter 91. A rampage unmatched, an onslaught of thunder. The Holy Sun. Numerous disciples of the Kanglan sacred land shouted in terror, their eyes brimming with disbelief. Although Lu Qingfeng had only recently assumed the title of Holy Sun, and was somewhat overshadowed by renowned powerhouses, he was still a cultivator at the 3rd stage of the Dharma aspect realm. Yet, he was effortlessly slain by the sacred body in a mere encounter, as easily as one would butcher a pig or a dog. Could there truly be such a vast disparity? Was it the chaotic law of the Wanchu sacred land? In this generation, aside from Intiandu, there was indeed another individual who had mastered this ancient scripture. Several Nirvana realm powerhouses from the Kanglan sacred land were shaken, gazing at Lu Qingfeng, who lay lifeless before them, their expressions turning grim. The contemporary Holy Sun had perished before their eyes. No matter the circumstances, they could not escape the blame. You dare. Young one, having slain the Holy Son of Kanglan sacred land, there shall be no refuge for you in the central region henceforth. The elder Su glared, his eyes ablaze with fury, his voice booming as a tempestuous killing intent enveloped the atmosphere like ominous clouds. Silence. Lu Yuan cast a glance back at him, indifferent. Without further ado, he summoned a golden spear and lunged toward the Nirvana realm powerhouses. Attack. Kill him. Someone bellowed. In an instant, all the accompanying disciples of the Kanglan sacred land took action, unleashing a torrent of magical treasures and dazzling divine lights, bombarding Lu Yuan's position. Boom. Lu Yuan swept his spear, the terrifying golden radiance dense as arrows, entwined with robust imperial dragon energy, the killing intent surging like an ocean, spanning all directions. Puff, puff, puff. Blood sprayed forth as, in a single exchange, a large segment of the Kanglan sacred land's forces was obliterated. Limbs flew, ancient beasts cried out in despair. And chaos erupted, transforming the scene into a gruesome tableau. To Lu Yuan, these mere cultivators of the cave heaven realm were akin to ants. Young one, how dare you? The Nirvana realm powerhouses roared in unison, each unleashing formidable mystical techniques to assault him. Boom. Sword lights surged, the killing intent palpable. In the heart of the battle, a terrifying power erupted, collapsing the very void. Yet, Lu Yuan remained unscathed. Countless strands of chaotic spiritual threads enveloped him, the oppressive forces of heaven and earth reverberating, forming a vacuum where no law could intrude. The might of divine powers and magical treasures rendered ineffective, unable to impede his advance. In the next moment, Lu Yuan activated the Xing secret technique, vanishing from sight, and appeared before a Nirvana realm powerhouse, his spear thrusting forward. Puff. A bloody head soared into the air, blood illuminating the sky as the headless corpse plummeted to the ground. Feng Xian. The elder Su and his companions shouted in grief and rage, astonished and furious. This individual had practiced some form of mystical movement technique, his speed maddeningly swift. Even the formidable divine consciousness of those who had undergone several nirvana transformations could scarcely capture his movements, striking like lightning, appearing like a specter, making it nearly impossible to defend. Create distance, manifest your Dharma aspect. Do not give him a chance. The elder Su bellowed, retreating dozens of miles. The others followed suit, each invoking secret arts, communing with heaven and earth, summoning their divine powers. Boom. The void trembled violently. One after another, colossal Dharma aspect phantoms manifested in the sky, compressing half the heavens with their overwhelming might. Humph, overestimating yourselves. Lu Yuan scoffed, stepping onto the celestial expanse. In the next moment, the celestial king descended from the heavens, effortlessly parting the clouds, showcasing unparalleled offensive prowess. The hand of the celestial king, vast enough to blot out the sun, surged forth from beyond the realm, enveloped in boundless sacred light, descending with tremendous force. Boom. This strike was akin to the collapse of the heavens and earth. A volcanic tsunami erupted, directly shattering the phantoms of several individuals, causing them to explode on the spot. The Nirvana realm powerhouses of the Kanglin's sacred land coughed up blood, sent reeling, their expressions filled with disbelief. This was the legendary sacred body phenomenon, the celestial king descending to the 9 heavens. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yuan's assault did not waver, the chaotic essence within him turning. His fingers gleamed with brilliance, divine light swirling around him like flames. Great cut of heaven! Lu Yuan shouted, raising his hand to unleash a series of terrifying strikes. A Nirvana realm powerhouse's pupils constricted as he desperately attempted to defend, utilizing all his might to withstand the first strike of divine light. Then, an ancient small cauldron burst forth from his brow, shielding him from the second strike. Yet, the cauldron itself was soon riddled with cracks, disintegrating in the void, its fragments scattering in all directions. By the time the third great cut of the Nirvana realm powerhouse was left with no recourse, pierced through his divine palace. His body, still bearing a look of profound terror, fell helplessly from the sky, utterly lifeless. This scene left all present trembling in fear. The Gu family and others were utterly astonished. Having just ascended the heavenly ladder in a weary state, he could exhibit such terrifying combat strength. How formidable must he be at his peak? Surely he could effortlessly slay mid-Nirvana realm cultivators at will. Even the 2 elders of the Gu family found it hard to believe. They had just contemplated aiding Lu Yuan in his plight and had prepared for a fierce battle. Yet, they now realized it was utterly unnecessary. Lu Yuan single-handedly wreaked havoc, invincible in all directions. Brother-in-law is truly fierce. Is this the renowned combat strength of the sacred body that echoes throughout the southern and northern regions? So immensely powerful. Gu Ximing's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Her fists clenched, her face flushed with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, the fierce battle at the center of the fray continued. Elder Su and the remaining Nirvana realm cultivator desperately resisted Lu Yuan's onslaught, yet ultimately found it impossible to prevail. Buzz. Chaotic light swept forth, obliterating all laws, dissolving all things. A treasure wheel radiating 7 colors of divine light disintegrated in an instant, dimming into obscurity. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yuan leaped across dozens of miles, his divine light illuminating the heavens, the imperial dragon energy coiling around him, robust and lifelike, as he delivered a crushing punch. Boom. The Nirvana realm cultivator let out a wail, which abruptly ceased. His head exploded like a watermelon, red and white matter splattering, as he fell lifelessly to the ground. Oh. Kill. Elder Su's eyes turned crimson, screaming in madness, transforming into a streak of light, charging forth. Clang. Clang. After 3 Elder Su fell silent, his body impaled by the spear, suspended in midair. His pupils dilated, devoid of life. Chapter 92. The Refinement of Supreme Liquid, Transcendence and Rebirth. At this juncture, the powerful beings of the Nirvana realm from the Kanglin Holy Land have all perished. Su, the steward. A few youthful disciples from the Holy Land uttered a cry of despair, soon shrouded by a profound fear. With several Nirvana realm stewards slain, there was no way to contend against Lu Yuan. It had become a foregone conclusion of demise. Indeed, after vanquishing the majority of the Nirvana realm experts, Lu Yuan showed no intention of halting. True to his character, he adhered to the principle, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. If one offends me, I shall eradicate them entirely. With a whoosh, The Yuan magnetic prison peak surged forth from Lu Yuan's grasp. Its obsidian glow resembling a colossal dark mountain obstructing the horizon, instilling an overwhelming sense of oppression. Boom. The prison peak crashed down heavily, causing the earth to tremble thrice. The remaining ancient beasts pulling the chariot and over a dozen disciples from the Holy Land were instantly crushed into a puddle of flesh. A thick, sanguine aroma pervaded the arena, akin to a hellish inferno, leaving many surrounding cultivators with tingling scalps and profound horror. The Kanglan Holy Land was utterly annihilated. Not a single soul remained. The actions of the holy body were indeed as rumored, without restraint. To provoke without strength would surely invite bloodshed. Some gazes flickered, silently marveling within. After executing everything, Lu Yuan waved his hand, collecting the storage bags of all the fallen from Kanglan Holy Land. He descended slowly from the void. Brother Lu, truly remarkable. Before my clan's elder could act, you have already eliminated them all. Such combat prowess is indeed humbling. Gu Qinghuang approached with a wry smile. As he spoke, he glanced at Lu Yuan's injuries, which had nearly healed completely, bearing no trace of the previous grievous wounds, leaving him even more astonished. Merely a trifling matter. They sought their own demise. Lu Yuan replied with a slight smile, not dwelling further on the topic. He continued, in the eastern wilderness, I have made numerous enemies. It is unwise for me to accompany you any longer. I shall take my leave. Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghuang nodded silently. Very well, then we part ways here. May we meet again by fate in the future. Indeed. Lu Yuan then summoned a divine rainbow, soaring into the sky and racing towards the distance. 2 days later, Lu Yuan entered a mountain range. After surveying his surroundings, he sought out a concealed location and established a rudimentary cave dwelling. Once seated, Lu Yuan retrieved the pool of supreme liquid, examining it meticulously. The golden liquid filled the ancient platform, exuding an overwhelming vitality and vibrant energy. Just inhaling its fragrance caused one's pores to open, bestowing a sense of euphoria. It was indeed a rare divine treasure. After adjusting his state to its zenith, Lu Yuan lifted the ancient platform and took a hearty gulp. Instantly, waves of unparalleled energy surged within him. The potency of this elixir was beyond imagination, surpassing ancient divine medicines and many worldly wonders. Lu Yuan did not dare to be negligent, holding his essence together, dedicating himself entirely to the refinement of the supreme liquid he had ingested. Before long, the commotion within the cave gradually subsided. 7 days later, the cave suddenly erupted in golden light, divine power surging. Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes, emitting a blinding brilliance. The formidable potency of the supreme liquid had elevated his physique several levels. This transformation was akin to a rebirth. Portions of his old skin had shed, revealing a new body, translucent and radiant as jade, exuding a resplendent divine radiance. Ordinary weapons could no longer pierce his skin, which had become as unyielding as divine iron. Immensely powerful. Previously, my physical realm hampered my cultivation speed, yet this time it has reversed. Lu Yuan mused softly. The ancient holy body demands rigorous refinement in terms of the physical form. Each realm must attain flawless perfection before the resonance of divine power can bring about a qualitative change. Thus, during his cultivation, he had to expend vast amounts of the world's essence provided by the source to temper his physique in pursuit of balance. However, at present, this pool of supreme liquid had bestowed upon him unimaginable benefits. If fully absorbed and refined, its worth would rival that of millions of pounds of source. After calming himself slightly, Lu Yuan lifted the ancient platform once more, indulging in another generous draught of the supreme liquid, plunging into profound cultivation. For the following half-month, Lu Yuan resided within the cave. It was a spectacle of wonders, golden light filling the skies. At times, it was dazzlingly brilliant at others. The sounds of the great Tao resonated thunderously. Were it not for the remoteness of this location, one might suspect that a great treasure was about to emerge. During this time, Lu Yuan's physique grew increasingly formidable. Upon consuming the supreme liquid for the second time, the terrifying potency shattered all his bones, only to reforge them anew. A continual cycle of destruction and rebirth unfolded, a true metamorphosis. As he introspected, he found that his internal organs and bones were enveloped in a layer of gold, radiating an unparalleled sanctity. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Lu Yuan gradually opened his eyes, awakening from his deep cultivation. At this moment, his physique was flawless and pure, glimmering like jade and as resilient as divine iron, exuding an unprecedented sense of strength. His blood even began to intermingle with a faint golden hue, no longer the vibrant red it once was. Such a transformation left Lu Yuan astounded. He had perused ancient texts that indicated, after a holy body transcends to divinity, the essence of life undergoes a metamorphosis. The blood would transform into golden blood, harboring terrifying vitality, surpassing even the most potent ancient medicines. It possessed a formidable divine power, yielding astonishing effects in alchemy. It appears, my physique has reached the threshold of the nirvana realm. My blood has begun its transformation into golden holy blood. What remains now are divine power and divine consciousness. Lu Yuan murmured softly. In the midst of speaking, he cast a glance at the ancient platform. The pool of supreme liquid had been diminished by half. Yet ample remained for his ascent to the nirvana realm. With that, Lu Yuan withdrew his thoughts, no longer lingering on them, and waved his hand forward. With a whoosh, the accumulated source from dozens of storage bags surged forth like a tide, filling the entire cave. This wealth encompassed not only the spoils from the Kanglan Holy Land, but also from the celestial beasts he had slain and the two powerful guardians, all of whom were no ordinary individuals. In total, the quantity was quite substantial. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan initiated a fervent flow of chaotic essence within at an astonishing speed, refining the essence of the source, absorbing from all directions, and fully enhancing his cultivation. Chapter 93, the ninth heaven of the Dharma manifestation realm. Within the cave, an intense brilliance radiated, and the resonant echoes of the great Tao reverberated with an overwhelming force. Fortunately, Lu Yuan had made ample preparations, dispersing the chaotic energy in all directions to obscure any unusual phenomena. This period of seclusion was not brief, and as time swiftly passed, 3 months flew by. The figure, sitting motionless like a statue, gradually reigned in the overflowing divine energy and robust magical power, awakening from his meditation. The ninth heaven of the Dharma manifestation realm. Lu Yuan opened his eyes and murmured softly. As long as his physical realm kept pace and he had sufficient essence of heaven and earth to cultivate, the terrifying potential of the chaos body would fully manifest. Cultivation would become as effortless as eating and drinking, devoid of any bottlenecks. However, during this period of practice, he encountered several risks. On multiple occasions, his sacred body nearly entered a state of reincarnation, teetering on the brink of death. Yet, he managed to suppress this perilous situation, emerging with little more than a fright. The nirvana realm, unlike previous stages, came with significant risks. A moment of carelessness could lead to being engulfed by the emanating death energy, rendering him a lifeless husk. Therefore, beings of any race, while traversing the dire transformations of the nirvana realm, would synchronize their physical bodies, magical powers, and consciousness to maintain a balance of strength. Throughout history, many have fallen at this threshold, thus it demanded utmost caution. After sensing the surging magical and spiritual power that far surpassed his previous levels, Lu Yuan stretched his limbs, waved his hand to disperse the surrounding chaotic energy, and stepped out of the cave. Since his last seclusion at the Yulong Gorge, nearly 2 years had passed without a glimpse of Gu Qinghuang. He wondered how her travels in the central region had fared. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yuan resolved to first visit a nearby city to gather information before determining his next course of action. With a swift leap, he soared into the sky, transforming into a golden streak of light as he sped towards the distance. Feng City was not particularly towering, classified as a medium-sized city, named for the expansive maple forest that bloomed year-round within its bounds. From above, the vibrant red foliage resembled a stunning yet not scorching sea of flames, creating an intoxicatingly beautiful scene. Lu Yuan strolled into the city, his presence discreet and unassuming. The wide streets bustled with figures of various sects, creating a lively atmosphere. After traversing several streets, he finally paused before an establishment named the Drunken Immortal Pavilion and entered. The pavilion boasted 7 opulent stories, soaring high, even surpassing the city walls of Feng City, making it a landmark of the town, renowned for its exquisite cuisine, claiming to encompass the rarest delicacies from across the realms. If there were a source, even dragon liver and phoenix gall could be served at the table. "Young master, please." A charming young maiden politely guided Lu Yuan to the upper levels of the pavilion. He casually selected a seat and glanced at the menu. Just a pot of clear wine will suffice. Having cultivated to this point, his appetite had long since waned. Faced with the array of exquisite delicacies, he felt not the slightest interest. The reason for his visit was the higher caliber of cultivators frequenting this place, which would allow him to uncover information unreachable to ordinary practitioners. Esteemed guest, there are certain requirements for seating in the upper levels of our Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Perhaps you would like to order something else? Or I could escort you to the lower levels. The maiden's expression shifted slightly, subtly conveying her message. "Oh, is that so?" Lu Yuan replied, astonished. Just as he was about to speak, a derisive voice emerged from a nearby table. "Humph, a country bumpkin entering the city, even without a source. Trying to act grand by dining at the drunken, immortal pavilion." The speaker was an androgynous young man of striking appearance, flanked by two beautiful concubines, with two unremarkable old servants standing behind him. It was evident he hailed from a prestigious lineage, belonging to a family of cultivators. "Little sister, you are still naive. Being polite to everyone. Why bother? Just toss him out. If it comes to it, this young master can assist the beauty." The young man's lascivious gaze roamed unabashedly over the maiden, prompting her to feign a smile as she replied, "I wouldn't want to trouble young Master Qin." Lu Yuan frowned upon hearing this. This man merely possessed cultivation at the spirit-nourishing realm, akin to an ant in his eyes, easily crushed without... There was no need to waste words on such a character. "I shall not order any additional dishes. I will pay the usual fee for the upper seat," he stated calmly. "Ah, that is acceptable. Please have a seat, and the clear wine will be delivered shortly." The maiden's eyes brightened as she promptly agreed. With her experience at the drunken immortal pavilion, she recognized that a young man of such refined demeanor could not be an ordinary individual, rendering his lack of appetite entirely reasonable. Such elegance was not something the likes of Qin's second son could compare to. Posturing, the androgynous young man scoffed. "Qin brother, come, let us drink." A charming woman beside him smiled seductively, raising her wine cup to flatter him, quickly diverting his attention away. Before long, the clear wine was brought to Lu Yuan. Sitting by the window, he poured himself a drink, his powerful consciousness extending to envelop the surroundings. Listening intently to the conversations of the other guests. "Sigh, this period has been quite tumultuous in the central region, teeming with hidden currents. Bloodshed and calamities have unfolded one after another, alarming even the eternal sacred grounds and the extraordinary sects," one cultivator lamented. "The world is on the brink of upheaval. With unparalleled prodigies emerging, gathering in one place, turmoil is only natural. None of those figures are easy to contend with, all exuding unparalleled confidence, looking down upon their contemporaries. However, the recent bloodshed has indeed been extraordinarily eerie. Even several figures of the saint level have fallen." Another voice, tinged with trepidation, responded. "It is said that those at the saint level met with tragically gruesome ends, their very essence stripped away, consumed entirely. Elders from major factions speculate that it may be due to some unparalleled malevolent art or a legendary evil constitution emerging at this critical juncture." "Oh, such secrets exist?" the first speaker exclaimed, quickly pressing for details. "What kind of constitution can devour the essence of others?" "The celestial devouring demon body," came the grave response, whispered in lowered tones. As these words echoed in the air, Lu Yuan, seated by the window, suddenly paused in his actions. Chapter 94. The Devouring Demon Body. Gathering storms the devouring demon body. This physique is notoriously domineering, of which he has heard whispers. It primarily cultivates the path of devouring, capable of assimilating all forms of existence into itself, continuously refining and transforming its essence. Upon reaching the pinnacle of cultivation with but a thought, one could devour an ancient star teeming with life, annihilating countless souls, a power comparable to the dark turmoil chronicled in ancient texts, utterly terrifying. It is said that over 100,000 years ago, a being with the devouring demon body emerged. Despite being relentlessly hunted by myriad sects, it survived against all odds, ultimately ascending to the status of a great sage. Upon returning for vengeance, it consumed the very essence of that life-giving ancient star, transforming a flourishing golden era into a desolate age of diminished spiritual energy. Consequently, future generations struggled immensely with their cultivation. In desperation, various sects were compelled to relocate, seeking refuge on other life-bearing stars, until that devouring demon body, in a distant star domain, provoked a formidable ancient clan, only to be ruthlessly slain by a quasi-emperor of that clan, ultimately meeting a bloody end in the cosmos. Who would have thought that after such an extensive passage of time, a potential bearer of the devouring demon body might re-emerge in this world? Lu Yuan pondered, absent-mindedly toying with the wine cup in his hand, his expression tinged with gravity. Both he and Gu Qinghuang possessed rare physiques, the holy body and the innate Dao Embryo, alongside the enigmatic chaos body. If indeed a devouring demon body were to manifest in this era, they would have to exercise utmost caution. Conversely, the past 2 years have been dire for the Kanglan Holy Land. The Holy Sun has become a perilous position, akin to chives being harvested season after season. The first incumbent perished in the ancient mines of the northern region. The second was slain by Lu Yuan, the holy body, beneath his palm. The third, merely months prior, was devoured of his divine essence, spilling blood in Anzhou. It is no wonder that the people of Kanglan Holy Land have recently become as ferocious as rabid dogs, igniting at the slightest provocation, even summoning true gods to roam the world. A certain cultivator smacked his lips, relishing the misfortune. Indeed, looking at the current situation, it seems the fourth holy son will soon find himself without successors. Another chimed in, sharing a laugh, and then, seemingly recalling something, continued, by the way, has there been any word from that holy body, Lu Yuan? I've heard that both the people of the Demon God Palace and the Kanglan Holy Land are searching for him. Could he have already fled back to the southern region? I think not. The holy body is no worthless entity. Regardless of what the future holds, his achievements speak volumes. Recently, he even reached the summit of the Golden Ridge's heavenly ladder, shattering the limits of the physical realm. Such a person is bound to be fearless and unlikely to be intimidated by such circumstances. Moreover, with the vast expanse of the central region, locating an individual is no simple task, particularly with the need to consider the reactions of the Lu, Gu, and Wanchu holy lands, making it impossible to openly issue bounties for his capture. The cultivator analyzed with clarity. Indeed, that makes sense. From this perspective, it seems the Wanchu holy maiden, Gu Qinghuang, is not as tarnished as one might think. Another nodded thoughtfully. Who can truly say? Each holds their own opinion. Perhaps it is only when a great holy body once again graces the world, ruling over all, that this incessant gossip will be silenced, transforming into a tale worth telling. One side then declared, let us cease this discussion and raise our glasses. Times are turbulent, and prodigies from every domain are converging on the holy city. Something monumental may transpire. Feng City is not far off. Once we finish this meal, we should take our leave. Who knows when a celestial battle might erupt, dragging us insignificant figures into its chaos? Agreed. The drunken immortal tower is seldom frequented, and today, we shall indulge until inebriation claims us. The two raised their cups in camaraderie, feasting heartily. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan's consciousness remained vigilant, probing the surroundings. Upon overhearing the mention of the holy city, a flicker of interest sparked in his eyes. This city, positioned in the central region, holds immense significance, comparable to the divine city of the northern region, yet far more prosperous. It is home to the most esteemed sects of the eastern wilderness, ancient families that have birthed emperors and legendary teachings that wield supreme weapons, an idyllic sanctuary long coveted by countless cultivators. Given the current vibrancy of the it is likely that Qinghuang may be present there. Perhaps I should pay a visit, Lu Yuan mused quietly. At that moment, a delicate figure seated nearby seemed to have caught wind of the conversation, scoffing derisively. Humph, just another pair of pretentious bumpkins. What do they know? The Wancha holy maiden, Gu Qinghuang, is a renowned beauty of the eastern wilderness. How could a mere waste of a physique ever be worthy of her? My lord, is that Gu family young lady truly as exquisite as you claim? How do I compare? A sultry woman beside him asked, her eyes glinting with envy. You are nothing but cow dung. The delicate man shot her a glance. The sultry woman was taken aback. Ha, I was jesting. I meant that waste of a body. A flower blooming in cow dung. Is he not just cow dung? The delicate man's expression shifted, erupting in laughter. How vexatious. The sultry woman feigned indignation, playfully striking him with her delicate fist. Just then, a chilling gaze suddenly swept over from a nearby table, enveloping them like a frigid abyss. Utterly oppressive. My lord, be cautious. The two elderly attendants behind him sensed the malice in that gaze, their expressions instantly changing as they lowered their voices in warning. Why fear? The delicate man roared in anger, rising abruptly, fixating on Lu Yuan with a cold glare. You penniless wretch, what are you staring at? If I don't slap myself 10 times, I want to kill you. Lu Yuan remained expressionless, an overwhelming force of divine consciousness crashing down upon them. Thud. The delicate man, possessing merely spiritual cultivation, could not withstand such pressure. He buckled, kneeling instantly, the sound of cracking bones echoing as his knees shattered. Ah! He screamed in agony, his face contorting in rage as he turned to the two attendants. Kill him. I command you to kill him. Friend, spare him while you can. Before the two elderly attendants could finish their plea, another wave of terrifying pressure surged forth. Kneel and speak. Lu Yuan's voice was cold and unyielding. Thud. All three, master and attendants, were now prostrate on the ground, utterly humiliated. The two beautiful concubines were left pale with fright, retreating to a safe distance. My lord, this individual possesses immense strength. We are no match for him. As long as we preserve our lives, there will always be opportunities ahead. The two elderly attendants, trembling, scolded him in their hearts while Chapter 95, the holy city, is not far away. After 2 hours, Lu Yuan arrived. The expanse of the holy city is vast, comparable to a small land. The towering city walls reach into the clouds, standing on the ground, and one cannot see the end. They went along both sides for thousands of miles, resembling a mighty dragon lying in repose, instilling a profound sense of oppression. The central city gate is even more imposing, crafted from some strange material. It emits a radiant glow both day and night, akin to a celestial palace descended into the mortal realm, evoking awe and undeniably deserving of its title as the most prosperous center of the eastern wilderness. After paying 10 pounds of source material, Lu Yuan entered the holy city. On both sides of the wide streets, the figures of cultivators flowed incessantly, bustling with life and vibrancy. One could encounter representatives from various major sects of the eastern wilderness here. There were even some individuals whose auras felt particularly foreign, seemingly from unidentified forces in other vast regions such as Zhangzhou, Nanling, and Beiyuan. Not long after, Lu Yuan spotted a familiar figure on the street. It was none other than the Dao Saintess, with whom he had crossed paths several times at the Taichu ancient mine. She was clad in a moon-white Dao robe, her beauty ethereal, her skin fair as snow, exuding an extraordinary and untainted grace. With her lotus-like steps, she dispersed an ancient aura of the Dao, as if she had mastered some supremely powerful ancient scripture, making her an individual not to be underestimated. At that moment, the Dao Saintess was surrounded by several elder powerhouses, creating an impenetrable barrier of vigilance that deterred any young talents wishing to approach her, leaving them filled with regret. It was likely due to the death of the Dao Saint's son that the higher-ups of the Holy Land exhibited such caution, assigning protectors to her side. As for her physique, Lu Yuan observed for a while, but could not discern anything remarkable. He chose to retract his gaze and not dwell on it further. After walking a few more streets, a sharp voice suddenly called from a towering pavilion. Lu Yuan. He turned to look, catching sight of the speaker, and then glanced at the plaque atop the high pavilion, his expression shifting to one of realization. Although the Lu family had established itself in the southern territory of Tianqi, they also possessed some interests in the central holy city. This was unmistakably a marketplace opened by the Lu family. The one who had called out to him was one of the few high-ranking members of the Lu family he recognized, Lu Jingming. It truly is you. After years apart, Lu Jingming still bore the same attire, his cultivation level at true God realm ensuring his appearance remained unchanged. In a flash, he appeared beside the ninth layer of the law manifestation realm. The recent rumors were indeed true. Lu Jingming's consciousness swept over Lu Yuan's current cultivation, and a look of astonishment crossed his aged face. How long had it been since the alliance with the Gu family? Merely 2 or 3 years had passed, and Lu Yuan had ascended from a mere mortal to the ninth layer of the law manifestation realm. Such a rapid advancement was truly terrifying. Moreover, it was achieved with the immense resources consumed by the holy body. Could it be that the combination with the innate Dao has also influenced the heavenly Dao shackles on the holy body? Lu Jingming speculated privately, feeling uncertain. After all, there had been no precedents throughout history to refer to, it was all mere conjecture. Having met with the clan elder, Lu Yuan offered a slight bow. His demeanor neither overly courteous nor disrespectful, as he held no particular fondness for the direct descendants of the Lu family. Come, let us speak. Lu Jingming managed to smile, disregarding Lu Yuan's attitude as he invited him in. No need. I have matters to attend to. If the clan elder has something to convey, please do so. Lu Yuan firmly declined, recalling how this elder had previously treated him with disdain, often summoning him without hesitation. He vividly remembered the experience of being whisked away hundreds of miles through the void, the cold winds filling his nostrils, the disorientation lingering. To see this elder now, offering a polite invitation, was indeed a stark reminder of how times had changed. Lu Jingming furrowed his brow but quickly relaxed. He had intended to inquire about Lu Yuan's progress with Gu Qinghuang, but he hesitated, knowing it would be inappropriate to broach the subject. After all, Lu Yuan was no longer the same. He had gained significant favor in the Holy Land, and news of the vast resources spent on his cultivation spread throughout the southern territories, marking him as far more than a mere side descendant. I heard you ascended the heavenly ladder at Golden Ridge and obtained a pool of supreme liquid? Lu Jingming hesitated for a moment before speaking. Indeed, what of it, clan elder? Lu Yuan replied with an understanding smile, hinting at the implications. Could you possibly spare some for the family? Such a celestial treasure would greatly benefit our clan's physical transformation. Lu Yuan suggested, his eyes glinting with hope as he thought of his direct grandson. Of course, while we are family, we must maintain clarity between public and private matters. The family would not take from you without reciprocation. You may state your requirements. I apologize, but it has all been consumed, Lu Yuan replied, showing a hint of difficulty as he shook his head. All of it. The entire pool of supreme liquid? Lu Yuan was taken aback. Indeed, otherwise, my cultivation would not have progressed so swiftly, Lu Yuan affirmed. That you are a holy body, you cannot possibly consume an entire pool of supreme liquid. The physical form cannot withstand such immense energy. Lu Yuan questioned, filled with doubt. True, I could not drink it all. I used it for foot baths. Lu Yuan said innocently, even going so far as to remove his shoes to reveal his toes, which indeed appeared as if carved from jade, emanating a subtle golden sheen, rivaling the quality of spirit treasures. Lu Yuan was left speechless in his fury. He could hardly believe such nonsense, recognizing it as merely an excuse to withhold resources. Yet, he found himself powerless to act. It was no longer possible to forcibly demand what he wanted as in the past, for fighting was prohibited within the holy city. And the Wanchu Holy Land had powerful guardians stationed there. With his anger suppressed, Lu Yuan ultimately left in silence. After parting ways, Lu Yuan continued to navigate the streets. After several inquiries, he finally located the residence of the Wanchu Holy Land. The Holy Land operated several medium-sized merchant associations in this area, occupying a considerable expanse, appearing larger than the Lu family's marketplace. However, these enterprises were not established to amass source stones. In the Holy City, every inch of land was immensely valuable. The more extensive and numerous the enterprises, the greater the symbol of status and power. Thus, it was common for the top sects of the eastern wilderness, as well as formidable forces from Zhongzhou, Beiyuan, and Nanling, to maintain a presence here. The distribution of power was deeply entrenched, and even the emergence of a saint would not suffice to alter the balance. It would take nothing short of the Golden Age, where a great saint or even a quasi-emperor would need to rise to truly reshape the landscape. Chapter 96, Reunion. Lu Yuan, you have actually arrived in the Holy City. How audacious of you. The elder of the Wanchu Holy Land displayed immense surprise upon seeing him. The Holy City is rife with spies. A few months ago, he had just slain the holy son of Kanglan. It is difficult not to attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. There is nothing to fear. Lu Yuan wore a nonchalant expression and then inquired, Elder, do you have any news of Qinghuang? The Holy Land elder replied, the princess of the Holy Maiden has just arrived in the Holy City 3 days ago. Oh, what a coincidence. Where is she? Lu Yuan pressed on. Immediately. The elder sent a disciple to guide him. Soon, the two were reunited. After nearly 2 years apart, Gu Qinghuang still exuded her captivating charm. Her violet dress accentuating her graceful figure, and surprise illuminated her stunning face. You have broken through to the 9th heaven of the law manifestation realm? So soon. Gu Qinghuang's eyelashes fluttered gently as she covered her red lips, appearing exceedingly astonished. It is worth noting that she had traversed the central region for quite some time, encountering numerous trials and tribulations, only barely reaching the 8th heaven of the law manifestation realm. Yet Lu Yuan had quietly surpassed her. Such a terrifying pace of cultivation is unmatched, even by those innately close to the Tao. I have also encountered many fortuitous events. Lu Yuan smiled slightly, leading her to a stone pavilion to sit down, and then with a flick of his hand, he summoned a small bowl-sized container from an ancient platform, drawing out a portion of supreme liquid and handed it to her. This is supreme liquid. Gu Qinghuang's expression changed, recognizing the celestial treasure. Did you obtain it from the Golden Ridge's heavenly ladder? Indeed. Lu Yuan nodded, raising his arm to urge her to accept it. This. Gu Qinghuang's fair face flushed with embarrassment. In retrospect, it seems that Lu Yuan has helped her more than she has helped him. Aside from her master, Shangguan Rua's influence within the sect, the only contribution she had made to Lu Yuan was a small amount of resources. What he received, however, were the chaotic divine demon visualization method and the Tao Sutra, two heart methods that rival the Imperial Sutras, along with the current supreme liquid. This made her feel a tinge of guilt and embarrassment. Given our relationship, there is no need to be so meticulous over such trivial matters. Just accept it. Lu Yuan, seeing through her thoughts, smiled casually and insisted on placing the supreme liquid in her hands. Then, Lu Yuan shifted the topic, his expression turning serious as he asked, has the recent uproar regarding the sky-eating demon body affected you? No, no one has secretly targeted me. Gu Qinghuang shook her head. What about you? I have only recently arrived in the central region, and after ascending the heavenly ladder, I have been in seclusion in the deep mountains, Lu Yuan replied with a smile. It is better to be cautious. The essence of the holy body is equally rare and hard to find. One can never be too sure that you won't attract attention. Gu Qinghuang's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of concern as she gently advised him, whom Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. Afterward, the two engaged in light conversation. Lu Yuan suddenly seemed to remember something and asked, by the way, I heard that many prodigies from major powers have recently appeared near the holy city, as if something significant is about to happen. Is that true? Yes, indeed. It is said that an ancient imperial tomb is about to be opened. To access the tomb, 4 corners of a formation disc inscribed with imperial Dao patterns are required. The Feng clan of the imperial lineage has 1 corner, the Shimo sect has another. The Qinyu cave of the northern original Dao has 1, and the ice god palace in the central continent possesses the last. Now that all 4 corners are gathered, they are plotting to open the ancient imperial tomb. Gu Qinghuang brushed a strand of hair from her forehead and recounted the details. I see. However, shouldn't such matters be conducted in secrecy? Why is it now common knowledge? Lu Yuan questioned with confusion. The Feng clan is an ancient family that has produced emperors, boasting a heritage spanning over 100,000 years, with an incomparably deep foundation. The Shimo sect is also an ancient cult that wields a supreme weapon, its lineage tracing back to the primordial era, with remarkable talents emerging in every generation, making it exceedingly powerful. As for the latter 2 families, although they are not inferior to the major holy lands of the eastern wilderness, they lack an imperial weapon to secure their strength. It seems they are aware of their inability to contend with these 2 top-tier Dao traditions, hence intentionally leaking the information to provoke contention among the major powers, maintaining a semblance of balance. Gu Qinghuang pondered for a moment and analyzed seriously. That makes sense. Lu Yuan's expression shifted, and he gained a blurry understanding of the top Dao traditions in the central region for the first time. Imperial weapons, also known as supreme weapons, are proof of Dao weapons personally refined by ancient emperors. Their formidable power goes without saying. Even without being wielded, their mere presence is enough to instill fear across the world. Just then, a sudden mechanical voice resonated within Lu Yuan's consciousness. Beep, detecting the current experiences of the host, triggering option rewards. Option 1. Compete with the strong and enter the ancient imperial tomb to seize opportunities and rewards. Ancient holy technique, 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Option 2. Avoid the world's sharpness and seek self-preservation. Reward, holy weapon, 9-colored glazed armor. 6 paths of reincarnation fist, a supreme martial art created by an emperor after achieving the holy body during ancient times. 9-colored glazed armor, armor forged from 9 types of Xian jade of the 9 heavens, made from materials of saint-level quality. The triggering of option rewards. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened slightly. This indirectly confirmed that the matter of the ancient imperial tomb was not mere hearsay, but indeed factual. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist was actually a secret technique created by an emperor's holy body during ancient times. It sounds like it possesses an unparalleled offensive power, and it must be extremely compatible with me. Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled, and in an instant, he made up his mind. To retreat and avoid conflict is entirely contrary to my nature. Even if the rewards are plentiful, they are not commensurate with the other options. I will not choose them. With a resolute heart and unwavering faith, this is the most formidable path to proof of the Dao, whether it be the imperial clan or the ancient cult. Should anyone stand in my way, they shall be crushed. After understanding the recent events, Lu Yuan and Gu Qinghuang, having been apart for a long time, naturally wished to indulge in each other's company. They nestled together and entered a pavilion, lost in a tempest of emotions, unable to calm down for a long while. The next day, Gu Qinghuang donned a sheer veil and sat at the bedside, beginning to consume the supreme liquid for her cultivation. Her constitution primarily aligned with the Dao, and thus was not as pronounced in terms of physicality. The divine power she could bear naturally could not compare to Lu Yuan. However, just after taking a sip, she needed to immediately circulate the ancient scriptures and refine it with all her might. Chapter 97. The journey begins in the blink of an eye. Several days have passed. At this moment, the holy city is a gathering place for strong contenders, where powerful figures converge. Even the rarely seen leaders of the holy master class have graced the city with their presence, creating an imposing atmosphere. The master of the Wan initial holy land is no exception. 2 days prior, he arrived from the southern region accompanied by a supreme elder, descending upon the holy city. After summoning Gu Qinghuang and Lu Yuan, he expressed surprise at the latter's progress in cultivation, offering generous praise. He also mentioned the 2 batches of resources that had yet to be allocated, stating that Lu Yuan could retrieve them from the Holy Land at any time. His demeanor was magnanimous and unpretentious. Not a word was said regarding the matters of the demon god palace in the Kanglan Holy Land, displaying the grandeur befitting a top-tier holy master. As for the factions controlling the emperor's formation, they remained still, seemingly awaiting a certain opportunity or individual. 3 days later, a sudden rift appeared in the distant sky. A massive bronze warship of an unknown origin traversed the heavens and descended upon the holy city. Its resplendent hull radiated vibrant colors, overwhelming the firmament with its colossal presence. Figures appeared on the deck, among whom was a young man appearing to be in his 20s. Dressed in pure white, he exuded an ethereal charm, and his eyes gleamed with dazzling brilliance. Undoubtedly, he was a remarkable figure of the younger generation. Untouched by the passage of time, a contemporary of the present, who could he be to command such grandeur? Just days prior, even the arrival of various holy masters did not create such an impressive spectacle. Within the holy city, numerous cultivators gasped in astonishment. That is the divine son of the Feng clan from the imperial family. Half of the city's enterprises belong to him. One can only imagine the scale of his presence, remarked a discerning cultivator. Lu Yuan gazed upward, a serious expression crossing his face. An instinct told him that this individual was extraordinarily powerful, surpassing all opponents he had previously encountered. Qinghuang, do you know that person? He is Feng Xian of the imperial lineage. He is one of the strongest figures among the younger generation of the Feng family. In his youth, he garnered fame far and wide, possessing combat power on par with forbidden realms. He has been relatively low-key in recent years, but I have heard he has now entered the Nirvana realm, achieving no less than the 3rd transition. His strength is formidable, making him one of the top prodigies in the eastern wilderness with few rivals. Even Gu Qinghuang's face bore a solemn expression when mentioning him, indicating the weight these 4 words, imperial family lineage, carry. Understanding dawned on Lu Yuan as he nodded thoughtfully, a surge of fighting spirit rising within him, eager to confront such an extraordinary individual to validate his own strength. Perhaps, upon entering the emperor's ancient tomb, he might have the opportunity for such a battle. Not long after, the void above the holy city trembled once more. The distant heavens rumbled as if thousands of troops were charging forth. A multitude of fierce, scaled beasts, known as the dragon-scale ancient beasts, soared across the sky, their presence twisting the air and resonating with a deafening roar. Enveloped in a tempest of demonic energy that bore down with an oppressive force, the Shimo sect had come. A wave of commotion erupted in the holy city. These ancient beasts, remnants of a bygone era, possess a trace of dragon blood within them, making them exceedingly powerful and long extinct in the world. Only the Shimo sect, through unique means, has managed to cultivate a batch of these beasts for use as mounts, creating a spectacle of recognition. Before the dozens of dragon-scale ancient beasts, an ancient war chariot descended through the sky, landing upon the holy city. Shortly thereafter, a towering figure emerged from the war chariot, clad in jet-black armor. With disheveled hair and piercing eyes, he stood exuding an aura of power, as if embodying the very essence of the Shimo scriptures, infused with magical energy. Commanding respect and awe, it was Yin San, the chief disciple of the Shimo sect. Many turned pale at his arrival. He was a figure nearly equal in renown to Feng Xian, immensely powerful. Elders from earlier generations had predicted he would undoubtedly become a king, possessing an imposing presence that would overshadow the world. Feng Xian, it's been a long time. I thought you had perished after hiding away for years. Yinsen called out, laughing boisterously as he glanced at the bronze warship high above, his words betraying no hint of deference. Many were taken aback. Only a madman like Yinsen would dare to show such disrespect to the imperial family, confirming his reputation as a reckless warrior. Humph. I want to die even if you do, Feng Xian scoffed, turning away, unwilling to engage in further conversation. At that moment, a supreme elder from the Feng family soared out from the holy city, calling out to the surroundings. Where are the representatives from Qianyu Cave and the Ice God Palace? In the next instant, numerous beams of light erupted from 2 locations within the holy city, manifesting in midair. Are you ready? The supreme elder of the Feng family inquired, his expression impassive. We can depart at any time. The prominent figures from the Ice God Palace and Qianyu Cave each spoke up, indicating their preparations were complete. Then let us set forth. The supreme elder of the Feng family declared openly in front of the gathered crowd. With the news reaching such a level, everyone was aware of the situation, rendering secrecy unnecessary. It was a gesture of goodwill toward the various powers of the eastern wilderness. ensuring that no one would accuse the Feng family of monopolizing the situation. Good. As his voice fell, two enormous warships suddenly soared through the sky, with the contingents from Qianyu Cave and the Ice God Palace beginning to board in succession. Simultaneously, within the holy city, a great upheaval ensued. Various factions summoned their large flying artifacts, organizing elders and young disciples to board their vessels. The Yuan initial Holy Land was no exception. Opportunities as rare as the Emperor's ancient tomb should not be missed. Even if we gain nothing, it is worthwhile to broaden our horizons. The master of the Yuan initial Holy Land smiled, gesturing grandly as divine powers surged forth, enveloping Lu Yuan, Gu Qinghuang, and several young disciples who had arrived in the holy city, lifting them into the sky. For this journey, the Yuan initial Holy Land deployed 2 deities and several true gods, making a grand display. On the other side, the Lu family, Ming family, Kanglan Holy Land, Taichu Holy Land, Daoi Holy Land, and the illusory Extinction Palace, among other major powers, also launched their warships into the sky, standing ready for departure. A swarm of warships filled the sky, creating a magnificent sight. Of course, some lesser-known factions also sought to seize this opportunity, quietly raising a few small spiritual vessels, gathering personnel, and preparing to follow closely behind. Chapter 98. The opening of the ancient tomb. Before long, the 4 great orthodoxies, possessing the imperial array discs, set forth first, tearing through the void and hastily retreating into the distance. In the next moment, the warships of various factions swiftly followed, like parasites clinging to their hosts, refusing to part ways. 2 days later, the forces of the great powers halted, arriving at an expansive, boundless plain. Here, they had not yet exited the central borders, but were nearing the western edge of the eastern wilderness, not far from the central continent. This was indeed the location of the ancient tomb. A prominent figure from the Feng family whispered. Upon acquiring a fragment of the array disk, they had previously dispatched individuals to survey this area. The underground world was a labyrinthine expanse, with terrifying formations inscribed upon it, isolating it from the outside. Even the combined might of several celestial beings found itself powerless to breach it. Thus, the legend of the imperial ancient tomb was certainly not without basis. Let us commence, declared a high elder of the Shimo sect, stepping forward as the first to speak. Very well. As the words fell, 4 ancient array discs soared simultaneously from the 4 great powers, radiating blinding beams of light that shook the void, scattering the clouds above. Soon after, under countless gazes, the array discs converged, triggering a magnificent formation within the underground realm. Boom, boom. The earth trembled and rumbled. Regions began to collapse violently, as countless stones and earth on the surface shattered, stirring up a great turbulence. The underground world indeed possessed profound mysteries. The intricate patterns alone could be traced back over 100,000 years. Many powerful beings gasped in astonishment, their eyes ignored. The treasures within the imperial ancient tomb needed no further elaboration. In this age of desolation, even a mere artifact could cause the eastern wilderness to tremble thrice, evoking envy in all. After the passage of an incense stick's time, the tumult on the ground gradually subsided. To the east, west, south, and north, 4 colossal entrances to the underground world had collapsed, appearing as abyssal chasms that could devour one's very spirit. Simultaneously, an unfathomable imperial might emanated from these entrances. This was the power of the royal Tao, capable of suppressing the myriad paths of the world. An elder from the older generation discerned the essence, his heart gripped by fear. Such an exalted existence had undoubtedly transcended for countless millennia. The residual imperial might had not fully dissipated, easily suppressing the Tao laws they had cultivated. At this moment, the leaders or high elders from various factions could not help but furrow their brows. It was well known that upon reaching the divine connection realm, one would engage with the power of the Tao, starting their cultivation of the laws. This was the fundamental source of their strength. Should they venture alone into the underground world, drawing close to the imperial ancient tomb, the suppression from the royal Tao would likely intensify, reducing their capabilities to that of a nirvana realm cultivator. This prompted deep contemplation on whether to take such risks. In contrast, the Feng clan and the Shimo sect displayed little surprise, likely already aware of the circumstances here. The individuals dispatched by both families were the most formidable among the younger generation. In the fights within the ancient tomb, few could rival their brilliance. Thus they had no need for concern. I shall not descend. However, should you wish to proceed, feel free to do so, pondered the Wan Chao Holy Master, making a decision before looking towards the elders of the true God realm behind him. Perhaps it is best to refrain. Several elders hesitated before shaking their heads. Given their lifespans, Their current vitality was far from what it once was. Should their cultivation be suppressed to the levels of the Nirvana realm, their combat prowess would undoubtedly diminish significantly. Although they might possess more means than ordinary Nirvana realm practitioners, they would still struggle to contend with figures like Feng Xian, Yinsen, and the holy sons of various sacred lands. The probability of perishing in a conflict was non-negligible. If the holy body and the holy maiden require escort, I would accompany them. After all, with this old frame, if it crumbles, so be it, spoke an elderly figure with graying hair and a frail demeanor. His tone light and untroubled. Elder Yin. The expression of Wan Chao Holy Master grew complex as he opened his mouth, yet ultimately refrained from further. He then turned to Lu Yuan and Gu Qinghuang, stating, Elder Yin may accompany you. Do you wish to have him join you? Among the disciples who had come to the central region, only Lu Yuan and Gu Qinghuang were the most powerful, possessing the opportunity for making them focal points of attention. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan and Gu Qinghuang exchanged glances, almost instantaneously comprehending each other's intentions within their eyes. Thank you, Elder Yin, for your kindness. We do not require an escort and can proceed alone. Lu Yuan replied with a calm nod. Very well. Exercise caution. It is a pity that Tiandu is not here to fight alongside you, sighed Elder Yin, seeing Lu Yuan's resolute demeanor, and chose not to persuade further. Moments later, the various factions had selected their representatives to enter the underground world. I am eager to discover what extraordinary wonders lie within the imperial ancient tomb, exclaimed Yin Sun of the Shimo sect, his demonic form towering like a mountain. With a resounding, he disregarded the reactions of those around him, and was the first to leap into the abyss below. Yin Sun. Several prominent figures from the Shimo sect cried out anxiously. But it was too late. They hastily shouted to the disciples nearby, quickly, follow him. Yes. With the command, the members of the Shimo sect leaped from their ancient dragon-scaled beasts, rushing towards the entrance. At the same time, the Feng family, Ming family, Lu family, Kanglan Sacred Land, Daoi Sacred Land, and the Palace of Illusions all took action, transforming into streaks of swift light as they dove into the depths. Among them, Lu Yuan also recognized several familiar faces, including Lu Chaqing from the Lu family, the Holy Maiden of Daoi, the Holy Maiden of Kanglan, and several of the top young talents from the Palace of Illusions. Additionally, there was Meng Yao from the Ming family, whose arm he had previously broken, now casting a cold, murderous gaze in his direction, evidently still harboring resentment. Let us go, Lu Yuan shouted, leading Gu Qinghuang and the disciples of Wan Chao Sacred Land towards the nearest entrance, plunging into the underground world from the south. Chapter 99. Entering the Underworld. First battle. The underworld is not shrouded in darkness. Instead, it is adorned with peculiar gemstones that emit a radiant glow. Lu Yuan and his companions extend their spiritual senses to explore the surroundings, discovering that this ancient ruin is notably magnificent, resembling a vast canyon with numerous winding passages. At the end of each passage lies the entrance to a side hall, intricate and complex. However, by following the ancient method of constructing palaces, one could surmise that there must be a path leading to the main hall behind each of these side halls. With so many passages, should we split up? Many disciples of Wan Chu display looks of hesitation, glancing at the two individuals at the forefront. Qinghuang, what do you think? Lu Yuan turns his head to look at Gu Qinghuang. Let us split up. With so many entrances, if we all crowd together, it will be difficult to achieve any significant gains, Gu Qinghuang contemplates before softly speaking. Lu Yuan agrees with this assessment. After refining the supreme liquid, Gu Qinghuang's strength has indeed improved. Even if she cannot match Feng Xian or Yinsen, she likely won't be at a disadvantage against the various saints. With the advantage of her innate Dao fetus and the merging of Dao and Void, she can ensure her own safety, alleviating any concerns Lu Yuan might have. All right, then let us act separately. A young man steps forward, expressing his agreement. He is a true disciple of Wan Chu, a figure who has once competed alongside Yin Tiandu, possessing formidable strength. Although he may not be destined for the title of saint, his heart for the Dao remains undiminished, finally able to partake in such a grand opportunity. No one wishes to return empty-handed. It is better to take a risk. The other Wan Chu disciples echo their support, and soon everyone selects a passage and swiftly enters. Lu Yuan continues his advance, his form gracefully navigating deeper into the ruins. Before long, he arrives at a grand hall. Although it is a side hall, it is constructed with great grandeur, carved beams and painted rafters, with glazed tiles that shimmer. Even the steps leading up to the platform are crafted from resplendent jade, strikingly beautiful. Lu Yuan, on high alert, expands his spiritual senses and carefully steps into the side hall. The Emperor's palace holds boundless opportunities but may also harbor endless dangers. A moment of carelessness could lead to an irreversible fate. After a brief period, Lu Yuan exits the side hall, somewhat disappointed, having found nothing of value. It appears to be an ordinary sleeping chamber. Without further hesitation, he decides to continue his exploration deeper into the ruins. Just then, a sudden rush of air catches his attention. An elderly man, appearing frail and emaciated, approaches. His skin is wrinkled, as if a gust of wind could whisk him away. Yet, his deeply sunken eyes shine with a sharp glimmer, demanding respect. It seems I have arrived too late. Young friend, have you obtained any divine treasures within this side hall? The gaunt elder scrutinizes Lu Yuan, forcing a smile through his wrinkles, inquiring earnestly. Nothing at all. Lu Yuan replies tersely. You need not be anxious. I harbor no ill intentions. My lifespan is nearly spent, and I have entered this ancient tomb solely in search of longevity herbs. If you have made such a discovery, I can offer you source stones in exchange. The elder persists. I am not anxious. There are no divine herbs here. Feel free to see for yourself. Lu Yuan responds calmly, unaffected. With his knowledge, he surmises that this man is likely a cultivator from a certain faction, risking a lowered cultivation level to venture into the ancient tomb. Is that so? Then I shall take a look myself. The elder, somewhat disappointed, strides into the side hall. Lu Yuan, uninterested, prepares to move on. Suddenly, a gleaming silver light shoots from behind, blocking Lu Yuan's path. Young friend, for safety's sake, you should wait a moment before proceeding. My lifespan is limited, and I do not wish to miss any opportunity. The elder retracts his finger, a mocking tone lacing his words, thick with menace. Lu Yuan swiftly turns, his eyes flashing with a cold and imposing intensity. Limited lifespan? Then you might as well cease to exist. As the words leave his mouth, he propels himself forward with a burst of speed, transforming into a golden beam of light. You dare? The elder, surprised by Lu Yuan's speed, is momentarily taken aback. However, having reached such a level of cultivation, he has faced countless battles and is quick to respond. He spits out a sword pellet, launching it with a fierce wind and thunderous sword intent. It is a treasure of considerable quality. Unfazed by the incoming attack, Lu Yuan remains resolute, summoning the imperial dragon energy that coils around his fist, striking out with a powerful punch. Boom. The void trembles violently as his overwhelming fist force crushes the elder's attack. Impressive. The elder's murky eyes narrow, and he promptly unleashes a crimson divine furnace. Channeling his mana, the furnace radiates brilliant light, blocking Lu Yuan's punch and preventing it from advancing. As he is in the twilight of his years, he does not wish to engage in close combat with a vigorous youth, opting instead for a decisive victory through the use of treasure. The crimson furnace erupts with boundless divine energy. Although the Dao rhythm is suppressed and cannot manifest fully, it remains a top-tier spiritual artifact capable of easily subduing Nirvana realm cultivators. You have quite a few tricks. Lu Yuan scoffs. Unwilling, he flips his hand, summoning the Yuan magnetic prison peak. The mysterious domain power of the magnetic force envelopes the surging divine energy, instantly amplifying and suppressing it. Boom. The crimson furnace is struck down, emitting a mournful cry as it becomes pinned beneath a dark mountain, immovable. In the next instant, Lu Yuan accelerates again, crossing dozens of yards in the blink of an eye, and lunges towards the elder, delivering another punch. Boom. The sound reverberates as yet another great cauldron rises before him, intercepting this fearsome onslaught. Youth, there is no need for such fury. Let us converse peacefully. The elder, startled, realizes that the man before him is no ordinary opponent. Take it to the king of hell. Lu Yuan's anger flares as his body trembles, chaotic energy surging along his arm, swiftly annihilating the spirit within the cauldron. He then unleashes a punch enveloped in sacred light, directly targeting the elder. The cauldron is perforated, a massive hole appearing. What? The elder's pupils constrict in horror. However, it is too late. A fist, radiant with brilliant sacred light, pierces through the cauldron and strikes through his skull with overwhelming force. Chapter 100. The slaying of Meng Yao. The elder's head burst open like a watermelon, yet he did not immediately perish. A luminous orb of white light detached itself from the fallen body, desperately attempting to flee. So this is the primordial spirit. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened. He understood that cultivators above the divine realm transcend the mundane. Within the divine palace, a primordial spirit is born. Even if the physical body, it can autonomously separate, not truly meeting death in the strictest sense. With a flick of his fingers, Lu Yuan unleashed a chaotic beam of light that shot forth from his fingertips. The withered elder's primordial spirit was instantly pierced, emitting a wretched scream. He felt an overwhelmingly tyrannical force obliterating all his power and dismantling every trace of vitality. Yet, he could not defend against it. It was terrifying indeed. In mere moments, the light dimmed, transforming into specks of brilliance that dissipated into the void. Thus, a divine realm cultivator was truly fallen. Seeking death on one's own. Lu Yuan scoffed, waving his hand to seize the elder's storage bag, and then departed without a backward glance. In the subterranean world, the palace halls sprawled like an immense labyrinth, blurring one's sense of direction. Lu Yuan advanced swiftly, weaving through the passages. After a fragrant incense burned out, he arrived in another area, drawn by the fierce battle ahead. In the ancient tomb of the emperor, where conflict arose, treasures were sure to follow. This was self-evident. Boom. The void trembled, intertwining into a vast sea of thunder. A colossal avatar of the thunder god loomed in the sky, even its hair shimmering, exuding a destructive aura. Unappreciative of the situation, Meng Yao looked down at the woman below, his countenance darkening, and suddenly shouted. The thunderous radiance cascaded down like a torrential flood, threatening to engulf the entire palace in its boundless might. The Dao Saintess, her charming face grave, recognized the formidable manifestation of the thunder body and did not dare to underestimate it. With a graceful wave of her hand, she swiftly formed seals, her body radiating brilliance, flowing with ancient Dao rhythms, like a vast river of the Dao surging forth to counter the thunderous force. Boom. The confrontation between two figures of saintly caliber unleashed tremendous destruction. Surrounding jade and tile shattered, the ground cracked and collapsed, leaving chaos in its wake. Kill. Meng Yao summoned a psychic artifact, entwined with myriad violet arcs of lightning, to launch a lethal strike downward. The Daoi Holy Land possessed profound heritage, mastering a certain ancient method of the Dao that was not to be overlooked. Buzz. The Daoi Saintess glowed radiantly, a resplendent gem gleaming on her brow. Her swaying figure enveloped in the dense essence of the Dao, as if embodying the natural laws of the universe. Each movement was imbued with an inexplicable charm, capable of communicating with the forces of heaven and earth, enhancing her offensive prowess, exceedingly mysterious. Boom, boom. The two engaged in a fierce battle in the void above, neither willing to yield. Energy ripples spread outward like waves. Just then, a sudden divine light surged from the distance, targeting Meng Yao. This was a trump card, possessing astonishing might, truly fearsome. However, being within the palace, Meng Yao was not unprepared. Yet, the assailant seemed to know his current weakness. The terrifying divine light aimed directly at the previously severed arm. Swish! A severed limb flew, blood spraying forth. Meng Yao recoiled in pain, glaring fiercely in a certain direction. Gritting his teeth, great finger of the heavens. Lu Yuan, come out. Upon hearing this, the Dao Saintess' expression changed, instantly becoming vigilant. The achievements of the holy body were renowned across the eastern wilderness. First slaying the celestial demon, then defeating the saint son of Kanglan, and further ascending the Golden Ridge's heavenly ladder, breaking through limits. No one dared to underestimate him. He was a formidable adversary. Meng Yao, encountered by me here, you have no chance of survival. The former enemy, the celestial demon, has already set out. Let me send you on your way. Lu Yuan grinned, his gaze cold. And like a bolt of golden lightning, he charged toward Meng Yao. Boom. A terrifying golden saintly fist pierced through the air in an instant. Meng Yao was sent flying, letting out a cry of anguish, staggering to regain his footing. This power was shocking, far surpassing what he had encountered in the Taichu ancient mine, the 9th layer of the Law Avatar realm. You have actually attained such a height. Meng Yi was both astonished and enraged, profoundly moved. A man is trying to stop a chariot. Kill. Lu Yuan wasted no words, his expression icy as he stepped forth. A surge of potent imperial dragon energy enveloped him, his fingertips ablaze, as he unleashed various lethal techniques through the divine combat Saint Law, intent on annihilating Meng Yao here. Boom. As a scion of an ancient family, Meng Yao would not sit idly by. His eyes turned crimson, letting out a roar. He unleashed the full might of the thunder god body. Every inch of his being radiated fierce electric brilliance, transforming into blades and dragons, interweaving through the air without a gap. Boom, boom. Numerous lethal techniques erupted from Lu Yuan's hands with alarming frequency. The torrents of the river seal, the solar and lunar laws, the 5 elements of wind and thunder. Each transformation was staggering in power. Ultimately, he manifested as if forged from rainbow-hued celestial gold, piercing through Meng Yao's shoulder blade with relentless force. Meng Yao coughed up blood, hurtling backward, his figure swaying precariously. Yet he did not yield. Raising his head, The purple light between his brows flickered, and a terrifying arc of lightning burst forth. This was transformed from the most potent and refined divine consciousness, infused with the power of thunder, aimed directly at Lu Yuan's sea of consciousness. In the next moment, Lu Yuan's sea of consciousness boiled, ablaze with fervor, unleashing hundreds of golden sword rays that swept forth with overwhelming force. Boom! The sword rays were sharp, piercing the firmament, instantly obliterating the lightning, annihilating it utterly. Ah! Meng Yao screamed in agony, his sea of blood streaming from his 7 orifices, his vision blurring. He could only vaguely discern a blood-colored figure approaching, resembling a reaper of lives, casting a heavy shadow of death. In terms of divine consciousness, you are no match for me. Lu Yuan smirked coldly, stepping forth, raising his right fist to deliver a fatal blow. I'm unwilling. Meng Yao howled in despair and fury. Even with his vision clouded, he fought desperately, wildly flailing his arms as if mad. But with his physical strength, how could he contend against Lu Yuan? In just a few strikes, he was shattered, collapsing into a pool of blood, devoid of life. Thus fell a once great thunder god body prodigy. After completing everything, Lu Yuan glanced back at the wide-open side hall. Catching sight of a divine source the size of a human head resting on a pedestal, his gaze flickering slightly. Surely, this was the object of contention between the two. The human head-sized divine source was valued at a minimum of 100,000 pounds of ordinary source energy, its purity unmatched, holding immense worth. Lu Daoist. I harbor no intention of making an enemy of you. I take my leave. The Taoist saintess, sensing his gaze upon her, was suddenly alarmed and hastily spoke.